Chapter 36. Amelia is panting, sweating, and definitely tired, but that isn't her concern at the moment. She was more concerned about the automail fist that was flying straight for her face. She jumped back, feeling the wind from the strike hitting her face, but thankfully not the strike itself. Edward was refusing to let up on her, and she reached up to grab his automail arm, shifting her weight to yank him down, hearing him yelp as she managed to get him down, though she went down with him. Still, she moved to try and pin him down, but he grabbed her hand before she could bring it down onto him and pushed it back. She cried out, reaching to kick up her legs, but she couldn't get a hold on him, her other hand coming up to jab at his collarbone, and Edward let out a choked noise as he released her hand. She took the opportunity, pouncing on him and pushing him down into the grass with a loud grunt, her legs coming up over his legs, grabbing his wrists and pushing them down into the ground. She stayed there for a brief moment, panting heavily, flushed face, sweaty, thinking it would almost be fun to have Edward pinned down if it wasn't for the fact that he was coughing and choking in her face for a few seconds before relenting. "Damn," he sighed, coughing once more as he looked at how Amelia had him pinned down. "Well, I guess there's a first time for everything." His voice was a little hoarse, and she grinned widely at him. "Yep, first time I ever pinned you," she said smugly, leaning down closer, still breathing heavily as she looked down at him. She started to realize how close their bodies were, seeing Ed's chest rising and falling under his tank top, his face as flushed and sweaty as she was, and she couldn't deny that the image of him under her like this gave her some ideas that a part of her very much enjoyed. "Yeah, that was a good move, that bit to the throat," Edward praised her. "You're getting a lot better. I almost called it a dirty move, but no such thing as dirty in a fight." "I learned from the best," Amelia replied, making Edward smile as she lifted her hands off of his arms and straightened up, moving off of his legs and onto her feet to stand up, reaching out to him and grabbing his hand to help pull him up onto his feet. She let out a heavy sigh as she reached up and stretched, while Edward stretched out his shoulders and sides. This spar was one of many they'd had over the span of a few weeks, Edward insisting that she practice to prepare for a real fight and help keep him in shape. She had been getting better, and she could feel that she was getting some muscle for it, definitely feeling more fit now that they had this time to focus on building up her combat skills. And of course, it didn't hurt that Edward was always her sparring partner. She liked having this time with him, feeling like they were finally back to where they were before their separation back at Fort Briggs. The promised day was rapidly approaching, and their travels had only gotten them so far. They had been to multiple refugee camps following leads about Scar, finding out he was traveling with Dr. Marco still, but quickly on the move, so he was never in one place for too long. They finally managed to get a lead that said where Scar was heading next, and they realized they might be able to catch him because there was another Ishvalan slum in the town next to it, so their plan for now was to head straight there in the hopes that he would know where Alphonse was. As far as they knew, he was traveling separately somewhere else, but they had no idea with who or where to since, when they asked the Ishvalans about Alphonse, they had no idea who he was. It's not like it would be hard to miss a 7-foot-tall suit of armor. She finished stretching, looking over to their singular audience member of Darius. "So, how did that look? Any tips?" "You moved well," Darius said from where he sat on a fallen tree log. "Good dodging, you should learn to pick up that speed. He almost got you a couple of times. Just got to learn to hit harder." She nodded and looked back at Edward. "Any other criticisms?" she asked him, knowing he was her teacher and she wanted to make sure she was improving well. "You're doing good, moving quick, thinking quick," Edward said, taking a second to stretch out his back by arching it, and Amelia took a small moment to admire the little bit of tummy and hard abs that peeked out from under the hem of his shirt. God, he really was so good-looking. Edward straightened, "But just because you're good in close combat doesn't mean I want you doing that if it can be helped." He sighed, looking over at her. "All right, make a weapon and get ready for round 2. "Right." Amelia clapped her hands together, holding them above the ground and watching as the ground pulled away, caving to create a long pole out of the clay and stone, hardened into a solid metal that couldn't be easily broken. It was a little shorter than Edward would have liked, and the look on his face told her as much, but she only shrugged. "What? This is what I'm comfortable with." It was essentially a metal baseball bat, something she swung around with practiced ease. I like bashing and crushing, it's easy, she said with a smile. Yeah, all right, fine, but we're not focusing on bashing and crushing today, so can you make it into an actual blade, please? He asked as he held up his own, decorated with that tacky Edward flair of a pair of bat wings around the base of the spearhead, and Amelia rolled her eyes. Okay, whatever, she sighed as she retransmuted her bat into something more like a sword, getting some extra clay from the ground to finish it off. She swung it back and forth in her hands to get used to holding it before holding it at the ready. It was still short and more like a long knife with a long handle, but it was what she felt comfortable with. The edges were dulled since she and Edward didn't want to risk actually cutting one another, but the weight was about the same, and they both held their weapons at the ready. Edward stayed ready, legs spread apart as he held his weapon towards her, and she got her own ready. There was a pause for a moment as the two of them waited for the other to make the first move, and when Edward saw she was being strategic and waiting for him, he grinned and charged, and the spar began anew. Darius watched from the side as the two went at it, Amelia dancing around their little clearing that they had from their camping as she moved the sword back and forth, being careful to block Edward's spear as she slashed it back, grunting as she moved forward to get closer to him since she knew she could get him better in close combat, and he jumped back to swing his spear towards her, and again she blocked it. Good, he praised before pulling the spear back to grab it by the hilt before thrusting it out again. She heard the clang of metal as she brought her blade down against it, pushing it to the side before charging at Edward again. The two moved back and forth with practiced ease as they worked to challenge one another. Edward was challenging Amelia with her lack of experience, getting her to react faster, think quicker, plan faster, and he was learning she had quite a few advantages over him. One of them being her ability to analyze him. It helped her predict his fighting style and the moves that he would make that allowed her to block him. Still, she wasn't perfect at it, and that was one other thing he was helping her with. She was good at reacting when she needed to, but she could grow overconfident easily, and that would give him an opening to do something she wouldn't expect and hurt her, if he were an enemy that wanted to hurt her. She was challenging him to think differently since a few of the opponents they would be facing would not only be superhuman, but smart enough to have seen him and recognize what he's capable of in a fight and know how to beat him. Envy easily overpowered him, partly because of his size and massive strength in his true form, but also the fact that he had so many faces and people inside of him. It had distracted him and made it easier for Envy to get the upper hand when he had speed and maneuverability on his side against such a big opponent. She was helping him to focus on what was in front of him, but also focus on his surroundings as she would see how he looked to her eyes and dart them to one side as if there was something nearby to help her. It was a tactic that worked on him more often than he cared to admit, which worked for her, but not so much for him. He thrust the spear forward again, and she misstepped, crying out as she landed on her ankle wrong and stumbled onto the ground. Edward stopped what he was doing as she saw her land. You all right? I'm fine, rock tripped me, she said as she stood back up, shaking it off. She was getting more resilient as their practice went on, and she could feel it in every fall, in every hit she took. She could feel that difference, though it wasn't as visible as she might have thought, but it was doing her good. Well, you two sure look like you're having fun. A familiar voice called out to them, and they looked to see Greed and Heinkel approaching them. I have to say, getting sweaty with the little princess seems like a good all-time. Not even in your dreams, Greed, Amelia replied, looking over at Edward to silently ask to break for the day, and he nodded in agreement since they had only started sparring as a way to kill time until they came back from town. So, what's the haul? Heinkel pulled the rucksack that he was carrying from his shoulders. Rations for another week at best. We're starting to run low on funds, he said, and it's certainly not easy to get that much food with what little we have. He gave a pointed glare to Greed, who scowled. Hey, it's not my fault the pawnshop wouldn't pay the full 10,000 cents, he snapped. Oh no, yeah, 2 crates worth of stolen silverware and obviously fake jewelry is totally worth 10,000 cents. Amelia sarcastically replied, give me a break. Greed glared at her. Well, if you've got something to sell to fund our little trip, feel free to offer it up. I don't exactly like giving up what's mine, but if it'll keep you idiots alive, I don't have too much of a problem with that. What an incredibly kind leader we have. Amelia said with that same sarcasm as she went to look through the rations they had, frowning. Man, I have to say, I'm getting really sick of all this canned stuff. I can't wait until we get some actual food again. That might not be for a while unless we can stop someplace long enough to find work, Darius said, as Heinkel began to close the bag and put it over his shoulders. If we head near a mining town, we can probably join for a day's wages without too many questions. Yeah, but we're a little too focused on refugee camps right now. Edward sighed. I don't think we can afford to make the trip if we want to meet up with Al and get a cohesive plan together. Yeah, it really sucks though. Amelia sighed. You have any idea what I would do for just a sandwich right now? Like an actual sandwich I made myself. Greed grinned. Well, we might be able to get some sandwiches if you're up for it. That caught Amelia's attention instantly, and Edward looked over at him suspiciously. Yeah, how? He asked. There's this big party being held. Apparently a lot of folks in town are here just for that. We heard about it while we were out shopping, right? He looked over at Heinkel, who nodded in approval. We talked about it on the way here, but I personally think it's a little risky. What's risky? Amelia asked. We heard from the guy at the grocery store that there's this big celebration going on at one of the mansions nearby for a family called the Hamburgangs. They're local legends from what we heard. Heinkel looked over at Edward as he mentioned this. They have an alchemist that works for their family that apparently successfully performed human transmutation. What? That can't be true, Edward said with a frown. Well, if it's not true, they're sure as hell throwing a huge party over a lie, Greed joked. It's apparently for the subject of their human transmutation, their daughter Rosalie. Lots of bigwigs are getting invited, and I'll bet we could easily blend into the crowd a bit, steal some food, maybe some cash, and get out before anyone sees us. He looked over at Amelia. Don't you think, Princess? She frowned. I'm not exactly the thieving type, you know that. No, but you are the only one here with any knowledge about etiquette for a proper party, so you could easily get us to blend in so the others would go unnoticed. He grinned at her. And you'll get to taste all those fancy finger food hors d'oeuvres they serve at those kinds of parties while you wait. She couldn't deny that the idea sounded very appealing to her after weeks of eating nothing but canned foods and dried meats. Maybe, she conceded, but I'd have to know what kind of party it is. The grocer said it was a debutante ball for their daughter Rosalie, Heinkel answered, and Amelia shook her head. Oh no, we're definitely not getting into that, she said. First of all, debutante balls are the worst. I can't even begin to tell you how incredibly sexist the concept is of introducing a bunch of young girls as new potential wives to aristocratic butthole men who just leer at you the whole time. Second of all, debutante balls are incredibly exclusive. I can tell you right now that all the girls that are going are all of the same age, all attended the same school, and all wearing the same dress that I seriously doubt I'll be able to get my hands on to blend in. There's no way we'd get in without an invitation. So we'll steal one, Greed said nonchalantly. No, we can't. Amelia insisted. They would know the difference between us and the people who actually have the invitation. Like I said, these people all know each other, and they're all probably from the same rich communities. Rich communities like the one you were born in? Greed asked, still grinning, and she scowled. We can't get in without an invitation, and we can't steal one because they would immediately know we're not the intended guests. End of discussion, she insisted. So, we won't keep it. We'll steal one just to know what it looks like. Then you and Blondie over here can transmute a fake one with fake names on it, Greed said. And you can use alchemy to make our clothes all fancy and stuff and make us presentable. I think you're putting a little too much faith in alchemy here, especially to make us do all the work like this, Amelia muttered. But it can work, right? Greed asked, and Amelia looked away from him, still scowling. Wait, hold on, what about this alchemist that successfully did human transmutation? Edward spoke up. Can we go back to that? Is that true? Word says it is on the street, but that value can only go so far, Heinkel said, shrugging his shoulders. She was supposedly transmuted back when she was a kid, and she's been living healthy and happy with her family ever since. Well, how long ago was that? I know for a fact that you can't bring the dead back to life, not even with alchemy, Edward said. Heinkel shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, I'm just repeating what I heard. He said, but in theory, it's possible, isn't it? Yeah, only in theory. There must be some kind of ruse here, Edward muttered, crossing his arms as he tried to think it over. Well, I mean, Amelia looked over at him, what if they had a philosopher's stone? It would be possible then, right? Edward's eyes widened. You think they made one? Hey, even more reason to go. Greed piped up. We go in, filch their stone, and flit off with a bag full of fancy foods to feast on. Amelia gave him an odd look. What's that alliteration for? If they made a stone, that would be pretty dangerous, but if they had one and the person they lost was young enough, it's true they might not know the difference between their kid and a soul from the stone itself. Edward muttered, ignoring Greed's strange joke, but even still, a body can reject a soul that it wasn't originally born with. She would just be a ticking time bomb. Greed rolled his eyes as he kept listening. All right, look, I'm getting tired of all the skeptical stuff, Greed said. Or are we all forgetting who the leader is here? We're just going to get some good stuff, we sneak in disguised as guests, grab some things to get some money, and then get out. Easy. Not easy, these people will all know each other. Amelia insisted again. Maybe, but how hard can it be to fake it? Greed asked. Like people haven't crashed weddings all the time just for the free food and beer, we can do it here too. And I'm willing to bet this isn't the first debutante party you've ever been to. You know exactly what needs to be done and when by the guests, right? Amelia frowned. Come on, you're the expert on this, and I know you can do it. Just because I can doesn't mean I should, Amelia replied. Still, Edward's voice got her attention. It might be better to take the stone away from their alchemist. I mean, if he's experimenting on people, it would be better to take it away. I'm hearing more reasons to go. You're the only one holding out here, Princess. Greed insistently said. Amelia looked over at Heinkel and Darius, who both shrugged at her silent question of whether or not they were okay with this. They were just going along with Greed, mercenaries who just followed the orders of whoever was leading them for money, food, and everything else they were getting out of this venture. She glanced over at Edward, who did seem concerned about what it meant for this family to have made a successful human transmutation, especially if they had access to a philosopher's stone. She couldn't deny that having one of those on their side would have proven incredibly useful in their upcoming battle on the day of the solstice. And when she looked to Greed, who was expectantly grinning at her, she let out a long, resigned sigh. Fine, but if this is going to work, I need to get information on the family. She said, was there some place in town that seemed like a popular hangout for the rich? After a little walking around, they managed to find the place that Amelia had been looking for, with her having spotted it just outside of the main square. It was a very well-to-do restaurant cafe with plenty of natural light from the windows and the sun outside, but almost exclusively filled with booth seating, and each chair was clearly made from a very rich leather. It was enough that Edward was a little worried about oil stains showing up from his automail, and he made sure to keep his metal arm on the table in front of them, only for Amelia to poke his elbow off of it, so it was just his wrist. She knew how places like this operated. They would see poor table manners from miles away, and they didn't want to draw too much attention to themselves. The restaurant wasn't very full when they arrived, only a few people scattered here and there. But their fine clothing was more than enough to tell Amelia their motley crew could afford little more than a cup of coffee to be shared between the 5 of them at this place. Amelia frowned as Greed kept looking at the server, nudging him with her elbow. Stop staring him down. He's just doing what he's been told to do. Why has he been told to stare at us? Greed asked with a scowl. What did we do wrong, huh? The last time we had a bath in an actual tub was a week ago. We look like we're homeless, and he's not wrong to think that way, because we are. Amelia hissed at him. This place is really nice, and even though they technically didn't deny us, it's not exactly normal for us to be in this place. She glanced around at the other people there, taking stock of their appearances, everything about them, trying to find the best group to talk with for information purposes. Well, maybe he should learn to treat his paying customers with more respect. Greed scoffed. We haven't paid for anything yet, Edward replied dryly. We'd be lucky if we can afford tap water at this place, Heinkel said, grimacing as he looked at the menu prices. They have good food here, but the cheapest food they have is 70,000 cents, and it's just a pastry. The coffee prices don't look too bad, Darius said, pointing to his drink menu. I mean, it's definitely pricey, but it's cheaper for sure. Take a look, a cup of espresso is only 10,000 cents. That's still more than we can afford right now, Heinkel grumbled. Well, how much do we have to spend? Greed asked. We only have about 17,000 right now, and we need to think about our ration supply, Heinkel answered, his hand subconsciously going into the jacket pocket where he kept the wallet that had all of their travel money. He was given responsibility of it after a long argument with Edward that he couldn't buy a spiked leather coat decorated in fake skulls with their money, and insisted on it after Greed started egging Edward on to create counterfeit money, declaring them both completely incompetent with budgets and several other things that don't need to be repeated. What about just a regular cup of black coffee? Even here it would be a bit pricier than normal but manageable, Amelia asked. Darius's eyes scanned over the menu, his brow furrowing as he looked over the list of drink options, both alcoholic and not, flipping it over and then back again. I'm not seeing. He trailed off as Amelia scooted closer to him in the booth, pointing down to the smallest print at the bottom that listed the basic coffee and price. Oh, 1,000 cents is still expensive for one cup, though. It's better than the other prices I've been seeing, Heinkel sighed, putting down the food menu. We should at least buy a couple cups so as not to look too suspicious, Amelia suggested. Trust me, the more we look like we belong here, the easier it'll be to communicate with everyone, especially with the staff not giving us the side eye. If it makes them stop, I say do it, Greed agreed. Fine, Heinkel sighed resignedly, making his way out of the booth. Who all wants a way too expensive cup of coffee? Darius, Greed, Amelia, and Edward all raised their hands, and that's 4,000 cents gone to waste. It's 4,000 cents for intelligence gathering, Edward said, trying to make him cheer up, but the mustachioed man just glared at the blonde boy before turning to make his way, but not before giving one last glance to Darius that Amelia picked up on. She looked over at Darius as Heinkel went to the counter to place their order, seeing that the ape chimera's gaze was pretty firmly set on Heinkel. As she looked between the two men and seeing where Darius was looking at Heinkel, his broad shoulders, the seat of his pants, his hands as he gave the server the money, something started to click in her mind. Then, as he was waiting for the drinks, Heinkel turned around, looked back at Darius for just a moment or two longer than what would have been normal, the corners of his mouth turning up into the faintest smirk before he turned to look away, trying to be casual. It was too obvious, but Edward and Greed were completely oblivious to it as they both looked over the menus to see what all the fuss was about the prices. Oh my God, Amelia quietly muttered as she realized so quickly what the connection was. Darius and Heinkel had always traveled together. When they were working with Kimberly, they had been paired together, and that didn't seem to be a coincidence. And now, as they traveled with the former mercenaries with Edward and Greed, her mind seemed to be recalling how the two men were rarely alone without the other except for trips into town, and often they would go to town together. Oh my God. As she realized their connection, Darius looked over at her, his eyes wide as she looked up at him, and he went pale. It was a very brief moment of communication, but he was clearly silently pleading with her not to say anything. What is it? Edward asked, looking up somewhat worried. Amelia glanced at Darius, who was still begging her with his expression not to say anything. She had no idea how same-sex relationships were seen in Amstress, but given the time they were all in, and the fact that she hadn't seen any in Central City that she had noticed or heard anything about it from Edward or anyone, really, it wasn't hard to guess that it might not be seen in the best light. She turned to Edward. I just realized how much of our budget we're spending. We probably could have rented a cheap motel for 4,000 cents. That's a whole night in a bed wasted on some expensive coffee. Darius's shoulders just barely slacked in relief. He was doing his best to hide his feelings, but clearly he and Heinkel had a connection that went beyond brothers-in-arms that the two of them had been keeping a secret for weeks, and she had never noticed. Then again, her attention had been pretty heavily focused on Edward for the last few weeks. So she blamed her obliviousness to the situation on that. Edward rolled his eyes. You can make your own bed just fine if you really want one that badly. He scowled down at the menu, but Heinkel wasn't kidding. The prices here are sky-high. That's how you know this place services the rich and the rich alone. It's probably owned by that family near here. That's how they keep running with these ridiculous prices. Amelia said, looking over the sparse gathering that was already there. It looked like, for a debutante party, a few people were making a trip of it and staying the night in town since it was clear the cafe was a little understaffed from the one server going back and forth between tables to deliver various things. There were just a couple of tables that were occupied aside from their own. One had one singular man dressed in what was clearly an expensive suit reading the local newspaper while sipping his coffee. Another was a small group of men also in expensive suits, but with a much more intimidating feeling to them, most likely either security employees spending their well-earned money on a nice break, or some kind of local drug-running gang. She had no idea if Aimstress even had a policy for drugs and what's illegal. And finally, the last was a group of young women with 2 security guards standing at either end of their booth keeping watching over everyone else. 3 well-to-do young bachelorettes that were likely due for their own debut if they hadn't made it already. Well, we came for information gathering, and I think I found the best source, she said as she looked over the other patrons. Yep, we'll corner that old guy in the alley and make him tell us everything he knows, Greed said with a smile as he eyed the older man reading the newspaper. What? No, this isn't an interrogation, Amelia replied. But you said you needed information, Greed said, a little confused. Who else will give it to us better than a rich old man traveling alone? That rich old man has connections to the family we're asking about. Unless you plan on killing him after the interrogation, a man who's clearly got an empire under his thumb and whose absence they will definitely notice, we're not getting information from him, Amelia replied. How would you know if he's got an empire under his thumb? Ling asked. You see that bracelet on his left hand? Amelia asked, the group looking to see the bracelet he had on as he flipped the page of his newspaper. It's a wristwatch, which I've seen only 3 of in my time here in Aimstress. Amelia held up 3 fingers to illustrate this, putting each finger down as she began to list each time she saw one. The first time was on the wrist of one of Fura Bradley's higher-ranking generals when I was doing investigations with Major Armstrong. He had a photo taken with it to show it off. The second time was on the hand of the man that owned the hotel where Edward and Alphonse were staying in on a government check. And the third was him. You know what that tells me? Greed paused. That he's rich. Not just rich, powerful. Men with wristwatches in this country are either exorbitantly rich enough to own a long string of valuable properties or manage a replaceable but massive workforce that he exploits ultimately for his profit, or both. The fact that he came here alone to read the newspaper also says that he was invited to this place, probably by the Hamburgangs to turn their daughter's social event into a business opportunity that they can't afford to give up, and he's staying either in their home or in a hotel room that they're paying for. And either way, it's probably not fun to stay there all by himself, so he came to a cafe to read in relative silence, but with just enough activity that he can watch a group of pretty young girls without arousing too much suspicion. Amelia finished, crossing her arms as Greed looked back over at the man, seeing his eyes going over the edge of the newspaper to look directly at the girls at the other booth, just like Amelia had said. Damn, you're good, princess. He was thoroughly impressed, grinning as he complimented her. It's a skill you pick up after a while, Amelia brushed off. So, what about the other guys? Darius asked, pointing over to the table of men. First of all, don't point. Darius put down his hand as she mentioned it. Second of all, you'd probably have a better chance getting information from them than I would, but I'm not sure outright lying is a good specialty of yours. She glanced between him and Heinkel. Obviously you're good at concealing secrets when you need to. 2 big, gruff guys that no one really wants to stay around too long to ask too many questions, but because of that very intimidation factor, neither of you really have a whole lot of experience with subtle lying. Who says we don't? Heinkel replied, frowning a bit. Me, the person who got pulled into your fake kidnapping back in Briggs, because you couldn't find a way to sneak around the soldiers. The soldiers who found us because you 2 took so long arguing. Heinkel reminded her with a bit of an annoyed bite in his voice. That's not the point. You think quick on your feet for sure, that's your talent as a soldier, but subtle lying? Not your best bet. Besides which, they're security guards on break. They wouldn't know anything about any families they don't work for, and we can't guarantee any of them work for the Hamburgangs. Amelia explained, Our best bet for information gathering is going to be that group of girls. How is that better than the employees of the rich families around here? Darius asked. Because those guards aren't necessarily the types to gossip about families they don't already work for, and with a debutante ball and plenty of people in town, they're more likely here for the guests than that one family. She started to stand up from her seat, besides which, I don't think you would know the right questions to ask. She made her way out of the booth and out the other side. I think our best bet is for me to go talk to those girls. She paused as she looked at the security guards at the other end of the booth, with Darius. The rest of you stay here. I thought you said that I wouldn't ask the right questions, Darius replied, not standing up. Yeah, that's why you're playing the part of my bodyguard and not saying a word. Trust me, it'll help sell it all the more. Now walk behind me and look mean. Darius sighed, but went along with it as he followed her to the table, the other 3 men watching curiously as she went over to the group of girls. Greed glanced over at Edward, who seemed to be just as curious, but a bit more relaxed. They watched as Amelia went over there, chatting with the girls, complimenting the girl on the far end on something, and the table erupted into girly giggles. She calls this information gathering, Greed scoffed. She can do it, Edward said, his confidence surprising both the homunculus and the chimera at the table. I've seen her do it. It's really subtle, but she's working. He said as he went back to the menu, put it back down. She knows people pretty well. I'm willing to bet she knows enough about those girls and everything wrong with them just by talking to them. Greed raised a curious brow as he glanced back at the table, seeing that Amelia had been invited to sit down at their booth and talk, all girlishly giggling about something they couldn't hear, while Darius stood guard with the other 2 bodyguards on either side of the booth. You think so? Greed asked as he looked back at the group of girls. You know, if it wasn't for the fact I knew her, I would say she's been a part of that group for years. Edward nodded. I can't say I've ever seen her do this much of it, though. The only other time I've ever really seen was with this old lady. He sipped at his coffee, letting out a small hum at the taste. This isn't too bad. He sipped at it again, and Greed looked over at him. What'd she do with the old lady? Make her the new inheritor to her will, he joked. No, she made her leave us alone when we were doing our own intelligence-gathering mission. Edward said, I didn't think much of it at first until she talked about how her house was spotless despite having a cat and all that. Al and I hadn't noticed it, but she saw that and knew the woman was eager to be complimented, and that would get us to leave without making her upset. He shrugged. It was something small, but I think it says a lot. She's really observant. Just how observant do you think she is? Heinkel asked, sounding a touch nervous as he remembered her pointed looks from moments ago, wondering if it meant he and Darius had been found out. Edward shrugged. I don't know, but I think when it comes to other people, she can figure out how to get what she needs from them pretty quickly. Heinkel didn't seem soothed by that, going to drink his own coffee, and then letting out a hum at the taste, bringing it down and looking into the cup. Something wrong? Greed asked. Heinkel shook his head, bringing the coffee back to his mouth for another sip, that turned into a gulp, and then another, Edward looking at him with wide eyes. Isn't that steaming hot? Ed asked, incredulous and amazed the man was gulping it down. Yeah, and it's the best damn coffee I've ever had, Heinkel said, putting his cup down and revealing it was empty. You gonna finish yours? Without a word, Edward pushed it over to him, watching as he sipped at it more slowly this time, as if to savor it. Edward shook his head in slight disbelief. I can't believe you just didn't that burn your tongue. Probably, Heinkel replied. Don't just say that like it's normal, Edward snapped. As he was talking, Amelia made her way back over to the booth, smiling proudly. You got information. Even better, I got an invitation, Amelia said, proudly showing the envelope in her hands, shocking all the men at the table. We should probably get out of here before we attract too much attention, she said, reaching for her coffee cup and taking a couple sips. Anyone want the rest? Without a word, Heinkel took it and they started making their way out of the booth. We're going to need to do a little bit of prep work before we get into this, though. I can't believe you got an invitation, Greed said, bringing his arm around and patting her shoulder heartily with a wide grin. This is perfect. How the hell did you manage that? Well, that girl in the middle there. She's Rosalie's classmate of 8 years. She barely knows the girl, but that's not entirely surprising when you send a girl to a well-to-do boarding school. There are so many girls in the school that it's easy to get overwhelmed and lose track. Anyway, her father has been looking to do some kind of business with the Hamburgangs for years now, and he sees this debutante ball as the perfect opportunity, so of course he gets her an invitation. Lucky for us, she's in the middle of her rebellious phase right now, so she was planning on taking her boyfriend as her chaperone with every intention to run off in the middle of the night with him and abandon the party. This is where her little minion friends come in, the two girls she was with. One was her cousin who's clearly idolizing her for God knows what reason. The girl was horrible and absolutely the peak mean girl, but maybe she's seeking power. Anyway, she was planning on being her replacement so that her parents won't get suspicious, but she's not thin enough to really pass for her according to the middle girl, whose name I choose to forget. So, since we've basically been eating nothing but foraged foods and canned goods for the last few weeks, I've got a perfect figure but the wrong hair color. When I told her I could use alchemy to change it, she jumped right on board and told me that I could go to the party as her, with my chaperone of choice, and that her parents would be too busy to even notice I'm not her. She pointed to Edward. So you're gonna have to be my chaperone. Any chance you can transmute your clothes into a nice-fitting tuxedo? What? Edward asked, his head still spinning a bit as she spat out all that information at once. We're taking her place as guests as the debutante ball, and I can't go in without a chaperone, and they're usually around the same age as the girl, Amelia explained. Also, I'm going to need you to teach me to dye my hair with alchemy. What about me? Greed asked. I still want in, how are we all supposed to get in? She shrugged. We could probably sneak you in through the back, if we manage to figure out where that is, but the Hamburgangs are surprisingly secretive. For all the talk I had, Rosalie's classmate had next to no information about them at all. Only that they're massively successful and have a very good alchemist working for their family because he successfully performed human transmutation. We'll have to do some recon on the mansion then, Greed said. Easy enough, we can head there now and get that done. And in the meantime, Ed and I can work on getting the right clothes and learning how to dye my hair. She turned to him. Do you know how to waltz? No, why would I need to know that? Edward replied. Because you're my chaperone, so you're gonna have to learn. Amelia said, looking down at the envelope. We'll need to be there right around 7, so if you're going to do recon, you need to be back by then. Easy, it's not like it's a fortress. Greed replied. We'll be back real soon. Ow, Jesus, Ed. Amelia grumbled, letting go of Edward's hands as she stepped back to soothe her foot yet again. You have to watch what you're doing with your automail foot. That's the 4th time now. I've never done this crap before. I'm gonna mess up. Edward snapped back at her. How was I supposed to know your foot was still going to be there? Because you're supposed to be leading. If you weren't trying to follow me, that wouldn't have happened. Amelia snapped back, readjusting herself as she put her foot back down on the grassy and sighed. I don't know how to lead, Edward said, though his voice was quickly silenced as Amelia took his automail hand again, placing his flesh hand around her waist, his cheeks warming a bit as she did so with no warning. This isn't that hard, Amelia said, her voice calm again as she got them ready. You just follow the beat, okay? And since you lead, you decide where we go, I follow you. The guy is supposed to lead anyway. Edward was still a bit flustered but nodded. We'll start slow this time and then we'll speed up, okay? Amelia offered, and he nodded again. All right, so it's just 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. She led him through the steps carefully, and Edward seemed to be able to follow along. See, you're doing fine. Yeah, I guess, Edward replied. It's just kind of weird to have to move to a beat. I guess that just means your sense of rhythm sucks. Amelia joked, smiling at him. Plus, waltzing isn't so bad, is it? We're just moving in a little circle. The term sparked a thought in her mind. Think of it like drawing a super simple transmutation circle, only instead of using your hands, you're using your heels and feet. Edward grimaced at her description. That sounds horrible. You have any idea how much detail goes into creating a transmutation circle? And now I have to do that with my feet. She rolled her eyes. Okay, don't think of it like a transmutation circle then. I was only trying to help you figure it out. She watched how his eyes went down to their feet again. And don't look at your feet, I know you're nervous, but you can't keep staring at your feet when we dance. Edward grumbled, lifting his eyes up with his brow furrowed. You have to look at your partner. We have to look like we know what we're doing at least a little bit. As she said that, Edward blushed a little as he looked up at her, not at all used to being so close to her and feeling his heart racing a little more. He wasn't paying attention, and his foot stepped in the wrong direction, right over her own foot again, making her jump. Ow, damn it, Ed. Well, if I don't watch my feet, how am I supposed to tell if I'm about to step on yours? Edward snapped, pulling away and throwing his arms up. How do you know we'll be asked to dance anyway? Isn't this that Hamburgang girls' party? Just because she's the debutante doesn't mean that other girls won't be required to dance in some kind of performance. We have to be prepared for it, she said, taking a breath. Here, I think I know what the problem is. She reached for Edward's hands again. Instead of putting your hand on my waist, put it on the small of my back, she said, stepping a little closer, Edward's face growing a little redder as she brushed her body up against his. See how it fits. Now try again, she looked up at him, ever serious and focused on teaching him how to dance. Remember, 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3 and... She set up the beat and Edward slowly started to move, keeping his hand at the small of her back while his automail hand held onto her other one. There, you see? You feel how you can kind of lead me. Edward nodded wordlessly, his heart racing as he glanced away from her. Come on, Ed. Eyes on me, remember. Edward looked back up at her. I know this is a little different, but this is going pretty well for your first dance lesson. Yeah, well. Edward grumbled something under his breath as they moved, and she tilted her head. What was that? It doesn't weird you out, Edward asked. What dancing? I've been doing ballroom since I was like 7. My mom insisted I learn, Amelia replied. No, I mean the whole being close and... He trailed off, his face getting red again as he looked away to the side of them as they danced. Never mind. Amelia tilted her head to the side. All right, whatever, she said with a small laugh, letting it go as she continued dancing with him, smiling. You know, I think that's been the problem. What problem? We've been dancing and talking this whole time and you haven't even grazed my foot. Amelia answered with a bit of a proud smile. I think we just needed to teach you how to lead in dancing, which is kind of surprising, but yeah, you just needed to get your hand on the small of my back like you did. Edward blinked, not entirely realizing it until that moment, but she was right. He glanced down at their feet and saw she was following his lead very easily. I would have thought a guy like you would have no problem with leading, but I guess that was the main issue. Why would you think that? Edward asked. Well, you're kind of thick-headed and stubborn, and even if no one says it, you're kind of the unofficial leader, even if Greed is the one technically with that title right now. Amelia said, I mean, we wouldn't all be together if it wasn't for you, you know? But I guess you just had no rhythm, and that's why you couldn't dance. She snickered, teasing him a little. I'm still your teacher, you know, Edward snapped. Don't go making fun of me. Yeah, my mistake. Oh, great alchemy master. Amelia sardonically replied with a well-natured roll of her eyes. Now try and spin me out. What? Spin me out, hold onto my hand, and let me spin out. Edward nodded, releasing her hip as she instructed. Amelia did twirl out, and then came all the way back into his embrace, a little too quickly as she ended up with her back against his chest, looking up at Edward briefly as they came to a stop once she met his body. She realized there had been a bit of a difference in his body since the last time she had been this close to him, mainly that he had actually grown a bit and he was taller than her. She had hardly noticed it, but now that she was up close to him, she could really see it for the first time as she stayed with his arms wrapped around her. You know, I could get used to the title of Great Alchemy Master, Edward said with a grin. Don't tempt me into making you say it all the time. She couldn't help blushing a little. Seeing that grin and being in his embrace like that, it made her heart start thundering. She released herself and stepped back into their waltz position. Oh, please. I wouldn't call you that even if you paid me, she replied, having learned to recover from those brief moments of attraction a little better in all the time she had spent traveling with him, even though her heart was still beating away in her chest. She only took a few more steps before she let go. I think you've got it down for the most part. We should be fine if we're made to dance at the party. We should work on getting our transmutations done before it gets too late. Yeah, probably, Edward agreed. So, what all did I need to change my hair? Just get some water, a little bucket's worth should be plenty. You mostly just need the hydrogen. From there, you can work with that and the oxygen and be able to change the pigment in your hair strands. Edward said as he started to get off his coat to work on transmuting it into some better material. Amelia left to get some water, heading to the river they had camped beside to get what she needed. A bucket was easy enough to make from the clay and the dirt, and as she carefully carried it back to the campsite to do the transmutation under Edward's supervision, she saw Greed, Heinkel, and Darius returning. "Hey," she greeted them as she came up, seeing they were already talking to Edward. "How did recon go?" "Not great," Greed replied with a scowl. "I know I said the place wasn't the fortress, but damn if security's not tight." "How tight are we talking?" Amelia asked. "The estate is walled up pretty high and almost constantly monitored by someone," Heinkel explained. "At first we thought it was just a coincidence, but there seems to be staff members around the place at all times." "They have a whole army of security guards?" Amelia asked, surprised they kept such high security. "Not just armed guards, staff. Gardeners, maids, even a couple masonry workers and carpenters to clean up the walls and take care of any cracks in the foundation. There were plenty of places that could have been left until later, but they were constantly improving on it." Heinkel continued, "We think they could be doubling as security in a more covert way." "That does make things a bit tricky," Amelia sighed as she put the bucket down on the ground. "That means, at best, Ed and I will probably be the only ones able to get in really." "Yeah, I need to get in there too," Greed insisted. "You two will just be looking for a philosopher's stone. I need to find the goods." Amelia frowned, crossing her arms over her chest. "Debutante balls are exclusive events. And if security is as high as you guys said, it's going to be next to impossible for you to crash it." "Unless you know a way around it." Greed asked with a grin. "Come on, you know how these rich people work. You can get me in somehow, right? Sneak in a disguise from a dish boy or something." "I seriously doubt it," Amelia replied. "These are Amestrians, and as much as I don't like to admit this, a guy with a Zingi's look to him is going to stick out like a sore thumb. You'll be noticed right away. Heinkel and Darius might be able to get in as bodyguards, but I don't really think stealth is their strong suit, so they wouldn't be much good for searching the place." She turned to the two older men. "No offense." "None taken," Darius and Heinkel replied at the same time. "But yeah, I don't know that you're getting in there unless you want to play the part of a Zingi's diplomat that just happens to be in town and heard about the party. And even then, that's not an easy story to sell." Greed took a moment to think, crossing his arms as one hand went up to his chin. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to dye my hair the right shade of black." She marched over to Edward, who was working on calculating how much fabric he would need to make a believable tuxedo as she came over. "Okay, so how do I do this again?" Edward led her through the steps, keeping his attention on her while Greed was still deep in thought, considering what she had said. It would be a hard story to sell on his own. But then again, he technically had a Zingi's diplomat with him. And as he thought about it more, Greed could hear Ling say he could use the trip out for a little while, and he could be incredibly convincing, especially since he already spoke Zingi's and knew the proper dress to wear to look like a member of a formal Zingi's court. As Amelia was just about to begin her transmutation under Edward's instructions, Greed spoke up. "Hey, how about this?" She frowned as the homunculus made his way over to her. "If I tell you what kind of clothes to turn my clothes into, will you do it? I think we can sell the Zingi's diplomat thing." "You've got to be joking," Amelia replied dryly. "Oh, come on, you can do it, right?" Amelia glanced over at Edward, silently asking for his opinion, and also silently telling him how much she hated this idea of his already. "Yes, we can do it." Edward sighed in resignation. "What would you need?" "I'll get a paper drawn up, just a sec," Greed replied with a grin and went to do just that while they were left alone again. Amelia noticed that Darius and Heinkel seemed to be going over their ration count, ignoring everything else going on for the most part. "All right, let me see if I got this right," Amelia said, letting her hair loose from the ponytail she had been wearing, bringing it down so that the ends were in the water, clapping her hands and bringing them to the bucket and in the water, watching as the liquid changed to a much darker tone that quickly spread up from the ends all the way to her roots. "Whoa." She smiled, impressed as she looked at her hair, pulling it up and running her fingers through it, seeing nothing left behind to suggest that the hair color was faked. "Oh, this is perfect. How do I look?" "Like you, but with dark hair." Edward replied. Here, come help me figure out how to make my clothes look like a tux. I've barely ever worn them. Amelia nodded and went over to him, talking about the measurements he would need to switch his fabric to, as well as just making sure it was all the right colors. They spoke about it at length for a few minutes before he went forward with the transmutation, Amelia stepping back as she watched the tan, dirty coat he had been wearing for the last few weeks shifting around into a black tuxedo jacket, his shirt changing to a more refined white collar button-down, and his leather pants taking on a more pleated look to them. When it was finished, he looked up at Amelia. "What do you think?" Admittedly, she took a few seconds longer to admire him than she probably should have. He looked surprisingly good in a tuxedo. It was fitted in all the right places and made him look that much more mature. If she were seeing him from across the room at a party, she would have thought he was a very handsome young bachelor looking for a potential wife. It looks great. Just one thing you should add." She pointed to his shirt collar. "See if you can't make some kind of bow tie, and I think we'll be good." Edward groaned. "Do I have to? I always feel like I'm choking when I'm wearing one," he groaned. "Yeah, you kinda do. These things have a dress code for a reason." Amelia said apologetically, coming over to him. "We can probably use one of your socks for it, or—" She trailed off when she saw he was still wearing his boots. "I don't suppose you could transmute those into something else." "Oh, don't tell me these break dress code, too." Edward whined, looking down at his boots. "I like these." "Well, yeah, you kinda have to. These people will notice if you don't look the same as all the other chaperones. You think I'm the only one that's this observant?" Amelia pointed out. "I grew up in this society. I learned how to think from watching these people. They'll notice. We can't leave anything to chance here unless you want the Hamburgangs calling us out for crashing their party and blowing the whole search for that stone." "Okay, fine," Edward groaned. "I'll change the shoes too, but later, okay." "Fine," Amelia said, reaching up to fix his shirt collar, "and you'll get a bow tie later." Yeah, Edward grumbled, his arms crossing over his chest. As they finished, Greed came over. "Here, transmute this for me." He grinned widely as he showed them the picture of what he wanted, showing a somewhat poorly drawn Greed in what looked like very oriental formal wear. "You don't seriously expect us to transmute silk from a leather jacket?" Amelia asked, glancing at Edward, who shrugged in response. "Yes, I do. I'm getting into that party one way or another. Sneaky is best in your opinion, so you'll transmute it." Greed insisted, and Amelia sighed, taking the drawing from him. "I mean, we can try, but I can't promise much in terms of accuracy," she said. "How would you even know what this stuff looks like anyway?" "Oh, the kid just recreated the outfit he has to wear to court or whatever," Greed said, pointing up at his temple, referring to Ling. Amelia frowned a little, knowing she had seen so little of Ling in their time traveling. She had to wonder if he was okay with all of this. "Fine, we'll get to work on this, and then we'll need to meet up with Rosalie's classmate so she can give me her dress," she said with a resigned sigh, showing the drawing to Edward. "Which part do you want to work on first?" "Let's see if we can't get these long sleeves done first, and then we'll work on the rest of this. Skirt. It's called a changshan." Ling's voice popped out of Greed, making both teenagers' heads bolt up to look at the homunculus, who just looked back at them with a raised brow, Greed's own voice coming through clearly. "What? Let's get started already." The two teenage alchemists sighed and got to work, talking over the measurements they would have to make in different places to figure out the distribution of mass for Ling Greed's outfit. Soon enough, the work was finished and everything was ready for them. As sunset came to the town, Amelia led the others to the designated meeting place she had arranged with Rosalie's classmate. The dark-haired girl looked over at her as she came over with her friends, her eyebrows going up at the sight of her hair, but having no real reaction other than that. She stood beside a rather rough-looking guy, tattoos on his arms, and very much looking like the rebellious fling that would piss off a well-to-do mom and dad who wanted their daughter to be in the same lifestyle as themselves. Not bad," she complimented before handing off the white dress. "Thanks again for doing this. I had 1,000 different things to do with my Reggie." Amelia gave her a sickly sweet smile, her voice shifting higher to fit into that sweet tone to match hers. "Not even a problem. Thanks again for letting me have some actual fun on this stupid trip." She rolled her eyes. "I swear, my parents have no idea how much the outdoors suck." "Right? The dark-haired girl let out a snort of laughter. All right, well, you have fun. And keep the dress, I'll just get a new one made. She turned to her boyfriend, who grinned and wrapped his arm around her waist. Don't wait up, she called back with a giggle, and Amelia giggled in return until she was out of earshot and her smile fell. God, what a bitch, she sighed. All right, let me get this on. She went over into a darker area of the trees to change, leaving the rest of the boys behind. Edward stood there in his tuxedo, hating every second of wearing it, while Greed stood in his Changshan looking somewhat pleased with himself. Nice to know we have a perfect spy to help infiltrate the richest house in town, he said with a grin. We'll be in and out in just a few minutes, Max. Assuming we don't find the Philosopher's Stone he supposedly has in there, Edward replied. Greed shrugged. I mean, hell, I'm a Philosopher's Stone if you guys really need one. Edward looked up at him dryly. Yeah, and I doubt you'll let us borrow that in a fight. Well, no, but I'll lead the fight. Greed replied with a grin. Edward didn't say anything and just sighed. It was only a moment longer before Amelia stepped out with her own clothes on her arm, her body covered in the beautiful white dress that hugged at her body, the skirt flowing out elegantly all the way down to her calves. Edward's eyes widened a little as he watched her coming out in it, never having seen her look quite so feminine before. Here, would you hold this for a second? I need to get my hair up, she said, handing her clothes off to Darius, who took them without a word. You look lovely, Amelia, Heinkel complimented her. This has to be the girliest I've ever seen you. Amelia laughed as she started to pull her hair back, being careful to pull it up into a kind of bun that looked elegant without having to use a hair tie. Yeah, well, when you spend a few weeks traveling and camping, there isn't much use for skirts, she joked. Soon enough, her hair was tucked back and she tried to make sure everything was in place, smoothing out any wrinkles in the skirt. Okay, how do I look? She asked, turning to Edward. You look beautiful, he replied without really thinking, his face turning a bit red when he realized he had just blurted it out. I mean, it'll be great. You should fit right in. Amelia smiled, a little bit of a blush on her own cheeks as she realized that was a genuine compliment. Thanks, Ed. She looked up at Greed, frowning. You sure you can play the role you gave yourself? You're going to end up being kicked out, you know. Relax, I've got this, Greed assured her, and Amelia sighed. Okay, well, she looked over at Darius and Heinkel. We'll try to find what we need and get out. Hopefully it won't take too long. You guys will be okay waiting on your own? She glanced between the two of them, knowing that their being alone might have other things going on. We'll be waiting right here, Darius assured her, giving her a pointed look right back, silently telling her not to say anything to the other two that hadn't caught on yet. All right then, we'll be back soon. Amelia went over to Ed, taking his arm. Come on, let's see if we can't properly crash this party. As they stepped onto the Hamburgang estate, they could see cars already lining up around the block. Amelia held onto Edward's arm, the two of them staying together as Greed walked behind them, seeing very well-dressed people walking in as the cars were valeted away. The estate was clearly well cared for, with topiary bushes surrounding the road, a well-manicured lawn surrounding the building, and decorative flowers that currently weren't in bloom, but their sweet perfumes still lingered in the air of the evening light. The mansion itself was massive, easily showing windows to fit 20 or 30 rooms, maybe even more since they were only looking at it from the front. It stretched out before them along with a long, circular driveway that modeled itself around a lovely fountain. Geez, I don't know that I've seen so many cars in one place. Edward couldn't help commenting. Cars were few and far between, even in a big city like Central. Not everyone had one because of how expensive they were to buy and maintain, but here there were so many that people were running out of places to park. It was a little new for him, but it was hardly new for Amelia. All debutante balls are like this, she replied. Everyone comes in their nicest clothes and nicest cars to be their finest selves for an evening of schmoozing and drinking, while their daughters put themselves on display. She frowned a little as she walked with him past the many cars around their long driveway. I always hated parties like these, but at least me pretending to be one of the girls should get us access to the Hamburgangs and their family's alchemist. Edward nodded. I guess I shouldn't be using my real name, should I? He asked, wondering if it was smart. Probably not, Amelia smiled at him, but you can say you're a fledgling alchemist or something. I'm sure they'd buy it. Aren't you supposed to be Rosalie's cousin? Edward asked. You don't think she'll notice, do you? If we keep our distance, we should be okay. Worst comes to worst, I can tell her that her cousin Lily hired me to take her place, and she'd probably believe it. Honestly, that girl just reeks of egotism and selfishness, so I'm sure Rosalie wouldn't mind if I told her that we're just here to satisfy her aunt and uncle. Edward couldn't help chuckling. Sounds like a brat, kind of sounds like someone else I know. Amelia narrowed her eyes at him as they walked up the stairs to the estate. If you say that she reminds you of me, so help me Edward Elric, I will throttle you right here and now. He laughed again. Relax, I was only kidding. You're hardly the brat you were when we first met. Amelia stayed quiet as she walked up with him to the front, where a butler was waiting, holding out his gloved hand to the pair. Invitation, please. Amelia reached into Edward's pocket to pull out the invitation she had been given. Lily Henneberg and her escort, she introduced them to the butler. Welcome, Lady Lily. Your family is already inside waiting for you, the butler said, accepting the invitation without question. We also found this man, he's an emissary from Zing, Amelia said, gesturing to Greed, who had been oddly silent through their walk into the estate. He's eager to meet my father and Rosalie. The butler looked at him. I'm sorry, sir, but this event is strictly invitation only. I'll have to insist you leave the premises. Amelia and Edward both looked back at him. You're sure? The two teens were shocked when a voice that was distinctly not Greed's left his mouth. You see, I'm only visiting the land of Amstress, and I'm eager to speak with the Hamburgang's alchemist. I am Prince Ling Yao, 12th son of the Emperor of Zing. I'm sorry if my arrival was unexpected, but I'm really very eager to speak with him. Is there any way you could at least ask him to give me a moment of his time? The butler paused for a moment. I'm afraid not, Your Grace. Miss Rosalie's debutante party is very much a family and friend affair. Ling sighed, and Amelia had to stop Edward from saying something, shaking her head subtly to remind him that they were here to play a role. Getting excited about seeing Ling again would unfortunately give them away. Will you at least pass along a message to him on my behalf to see if he changes his mind about meeting with me? Ling asked. I simply want to ask about the Philosopher's Stone. I know it's a tool used in Amstrian alchemy, and it's very important to me. I can wait outside of the estate. The butler let out a small huff. I'll see if I can do so, Your Grace, he said. Ling smiled and gave a polite bow before turning to leave. Once he was gone, Amelia pulled Edward along with her inside the estate. That was a bold move. She couldn't help muttering. He just denied Zinji's royalty like that. Security in this place is tighter than I thought. That's what you're thinking right now? Edward asked, a little surprised by her. What about Ling? We haven't heard from him for months, and now Greed decides to let him suddenly take over. Amelia shrugged. Well, he did want to play the role of a Zinji's noble, and Ling really is one, so it would make sense that he would let him be in charge to play the role right. She said, frowning, although, I wish they'd let him in with us. I would have liked to talk to him a bit more. Me too, Edward said as they headed into the main hall. They saw groups of people, young and old alike, mingling and talking, drinks or hors d'oeuvres in hand, the chatter filling up the large ballroom alongside the music from the live band of cellists, violinists, and a pianist. Two beautiful crystal chandeliers hung up on the ceiling, the room lit up brightly in warm colors to match the white walls and the wood-stained floor. Everything looked like the pinnacle of elegance and luxury. Edward looked around the crowd, noticing there were plenty of young women all wearing the exact same dress Amelia had on, and all of the adults were dressed in distinctly different colors from their daughters. Geez, this place is richer than the Armstrongs. He chuckled. It's about the same. Amelia replied as they made their way down into the crowd. Their family reunion was held in a ballroom almost exactly like this one. She looked up at the ceiling. Oh, slightly less actually. She pointed it out to Edward by nodding her head. Look up, you see that plaster design there? She pointed up to the ceiling that had plastered flowers and leaves surrounding the fixture for one of the chandeliers. That's horsehair plaster. Pretty simple to make, even cheaper to buy. The Armstrongs have ceiling decor made of some variant of marble. Geez, Edward muttered, grimacing a little as he realized how rich these people were. He sighed, shaking his head. Okay, whatever. Let's just find this alchemist and see if we can't figure out what's going on, he said as he looked around. I found out his name is Judo. He's been with the Hamburgang family for years, long before Rosalie was born. She informed Edward, and since Mrs. Hamburgang's husband died, he's kind of assumed the role of a father figure. Edward looked over at her. You get all of this from Lily? She nodded, pulling him into the crowd. Yeah, but apparently he suffered some kind of injury a while ago that scarred his face. She mentioned that it creeped her out, but that should make him relatively easy to spot in this crowd. She looked around and she spotted him, nudging Edward with her elbow as she pointed him out again. Judo was a fairly tall, slim man with silver hair, with 2 huge scars over his eyes and cheeks, leaving his eyes seemingly shut. He stood next to an older woman with silvery red hair who looked a little on in years, but still radiating a kind of elegant beauty. I think that's them, Judo and Mrs. Hamburgang. Okay, Edward grumbled. He looked over at her. Do you think she'll recognize you as Lily? We won't be approaching as Lily and her bad boy boyfriend escort. She smiled. Relax, I know these rich folks. They know names, but they don't know faces. She gave his arm a gentle squeeze as they started to make their way over to the couple through the crowd. Excuse me, Lady Hamburgang. As they came closer and people moved out of the way, they could see the couple was talking with someone else, but there was a young lady with them. She was about Edward's age, with long red hair and a gentle face, but with eyes that spoke of a glimmer of mischief and a love to laugh. Pardon me, she gave the older woman a curtsy, releasing Edward's arm, and he followed her lead by giving a bow. I wanted to come and introduce myself and thank you for inviting us to this party. I'm Rachel Graff, Lily's friend and Rosalie's classmate. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Rachel, Mrs. Hamburgang replied. Rosalie tilted her head slightly in curiosity but still smiled. Thank you for coming to my party, Rachel. She greeted her with a small curtsy in her white gown. Of course, it's a lovely affair. She reached for Edward's elbow again, and this is my escort for the evening, Garrett Schulz. Edward smiled at her. He's a fervent student of alchemy. At the mention of the science, she could see Judo's head turning to look their way, though his scarred eyes remained closed, and I thought it might be good for him to meet with Mr. Judo. The older man faced them, and as he did they noticed his hand was on Mrs. Hamburgang's forearm. You said it was Garrett Schulz? He asked with a friendly smile. Yes, Edward replied. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yes, it's good to meet you as well. I am Judo. He brought his hand up to one of his scarred cheeks, just below his eye. As you can see, I am no longer capable of using my eyes, so it's rather rare that I get to meet other alchemists, and it's quite the treat. He smiled again, holding out that same hand to Edward to shake. It truly is a pleasure to meet another student of such a prominent and promising science. Edward took his hand and shook it with his automail arm, and Amelia could instantly notice the difference in how Judo responded to the touch. Looks like my hand surprised you, he joked. No, I wouldn't exactly say that, Judo replied politely as he released Edward's hand. You know, I've heard rumors about you, Mr. Judo, Edward said, and I'd like to have a nice, long conversation about alchemy with you. Really, rumors? Judo repeated curiously. Nothing too scandalous, of course, Amelia said. Mainly just about your achievements, your incredible loyalty to the Hamburgang family, and serving them for so many years. Mrs. Hamburgang and Rosalie smiled at that. And, of course, about how you used your enviable alchemic skills to help save the family from a rather terrible tragedy. Judo smiled at the praise. Yes, with human transmutation, Edward added, and Amelia watched as the couple's smiles instantly fell, but oddly not Rosalie's. Judo's expression shifted, chuckling a bit. Do you believe every rumor you hear? Well, you can't blame me for wondering why someone would start a rumor like that in the first place, Edward said, and as Amelia read the expressions of the others, how Mrs. Hamburgang only looked worried and Rosalie looking very much like the cat that ate the canary as she looked at both of them, she gave Edward a pointed nudge with her elbow. But of course, as eager as my chaperone is to talk about this, we understand we won't have the time with Rosalie's party going on, she said, trying to bring some manners and remind Edward not to get too worked up. We just wanted to come over and introduce ourselves, and hopefully see if we could find any published copies on your notes on human transmutation. After all, so little is known about the field, and Garrett is incredibly curious after hearing about your success. There was a pause of silence between them, and Amelia noticed how Judo gently squeezed around Mrs. Hamburgang's forearm once. Well, the party is starting to get into full swing, and I'm sure Lady Rosalie has plenty she would rather do than stick around with us old folks chatting about such a subject. He turned his head slightly in Rosalie's direction. Why don't you go and introduce yourself to the new guests? I can hear them coming in droves. Yes, why don't you go get your chaperone, Rosalie? Her mother said, and the woman frowned, pouting a bit. But James is such a boring boy, all he ever wants to talk about is food. She whined. Rosalie, James is a nice young man, and we've asked him to be your chaperone. Go find him and introduce yourself to your guests. Her mother insisted, and Rosalie let out a long, exasperated sigh like any teenager would when being bossed around by their parents. Fine, she grumbled before she walked off to go find the boy in question, leaving them alone. When she was gone, Mrs. Hamburgang looked at the two of them. I'm afraid that isn't going to be possible, Mr. Schulz. Judo is an employee of this family, and as our employee, his skills are intended to service our family alone. He has never published any copies of his notes on alchemy, nor anything regarding human transmutation. We can't share our secrets with any outsider that asks. But, with his success for human transmutation, it could bring so much to the field of alchemy. Amelia said, why wouldn't you publish such a historic achievement? No alchemist has ever been able to successfully perform human transmutation. You must understand, Mrs. Hamburgang spoke in a gentle but firm tone, these were the wishes of my late husband. Edward looked over at Judo, but, as a scientist, you'd make an exception, wouldn't you? This would be an incredible progress to the field of alchemy. Judo shook his head. I'm afraid I need to respect the wishes of my employers. My research is not to be published or seen by anyone but them. That information caught Amelia's attention, but she knew better than to keep asking questions. Well, it's a little disappointing, but we understand. Edward turned and frowned at her. We'll leave you to it, and thank you again so much for inviting us. When will the dancing start? Rosalie's debut should begin in about a half hour or so. Feel free to enjoy the food and drink while you wait, and even dance yourselves if you like. Mrs. Hamburgang replied. Of course, thank you. Amelia pulled Edward away by the elbow and back into the crowd. Once she was sure they were out of the Hamburgang's earshot, she spoke again. Okay, this is going to be a little trickier than I thought. Yeah, he's got to have a philosopher's stone somewhere. Edward said, there's no other way the transmutation could have been successful. Yeah, but where would they get the people? Amelia asked. We know the military used prisoners, but regular people have to go and find them. It's not like we know of anyone going missing in this town. No, I suppose not, Edward muttered, crossing his arms as they walked closer to a buffet table, but we need to go and find it. I don't like the idea of using a philosopher's stone, but maybe it could help us. Amelia's eyes widened. Really? I didn't think you would have considered that strategy, she said, a bit surprised. We're going up against a bunch of superhumans, not to mention an alchemist strong enough to perform transmutations just by thinking about it. I don't know that we'd have a chance without a stone, Edward admitted. And then, he paused as he looked down the buffet table. Ling. Amelia looked, and he was right. There was Ling at the end of one table, devouring the last of what looked like some tasty seafood hors d'oeuvres. He waved at them cheerily. Hey guys, you got to try this stuff, he said with full cheeks, holding out the last two on the plate to them before he began to reach for another one. Wait, I thought they turned you away? Amelia asked as she took one of the offered hors d'oeuvres, which looked like just some fried shrimp to her, and Edward took the other. They did. I snuck around back and came in through the kitchen. Ling replied, stuffing his face with what looked like little pieces of cake. They're making a whole 5-course meal there. It smells great. Amelia smiled. It's really good to see you again, Ling, but are you just going to stuff your face the whole time we talk? Well, I'm going to eat if I'm hungry, Ling replied, taking another piece of cake and shoving it in his mouth before offering her one. She took it and bit into the piece of shrimp as she watched the Zinji's prince go to town. It didn't take long to come to a specific realization as she watched him eat. This was why you wanted to crash the party, wasn't it? She asked. You just wanted the food. Ling smiled as he chewed up his bite before speaking again. It's really good food, though. Amelia and Edward couldn't help laughing a little. Even though it had been weeks since they had last seen him, Ling was still Ling, ever ravenous and with that upbeat attitude. He finished off the little sweet cakes and turned to them, but the rations help keep me going too, thankfully. Just wish we could get something other than that canned stuff sometimes, he said as he patted his stomach, seemingly full. Amelia glanced over the table and saw that behind Ling, there were about 4 or 5 other platters that had been licked clean, most likely by him. Yeah, we all do, she agreed with him, but it's still good to see you again. Seriously, I kind of miss your annoying ass. I prefer you over greed any day, Edward said. Ah, be careful, Ling warned, pointing to his temple. He's still in here, and he can hear everything you're saying, just like I can hear it when he's in control. He relaxed a bit. Besides, he said I could keep control while I do a little bit of sneaking around on the side, find some things here and there for us to take out. Right, the filching? Amelia sighed. Well, we probably aren't going to get far asking Mrs. Hamburgang or Judo about his transmutation, and I doubt Rosalie would want to talk about it either. She glanced out into the crowd, seeing Rosalie among another group of girls, happily chatting and talking. I'm pretty sure she didn't recognize me when I introduced myself. She might know we're faking. So now what? Edward asked. We just leave? Not exactly. We just need to find where Judo keeps his stuff and go through it, Amelia said, but this mansion is pretty huge, and I can't imagine where it might be. Maybe it could be the East Wing, on the 2nd floor, Ling asked, getting their attention. I heard one of the chefs asking about it in the kitchen. Apparently it's off limits to all of the staff. Amelia tilted her head curiously. Well, that's unusual. I can understand not letting the cooking staff out of the kitchen or too far away, but all staff is to stay away from the 2nd floor? That's suspicious. Amelia looked to Edward. Could be where they're hiding a philosopher's stone, assuming Judo doesn't keep it on him at all times. She glanced back at the couple, seeing them still standing and talking with guests through the crowd. I wonder how he lost his eyes, though. Those scars look pretty intense. I don't know, Edward replied, but it's the best lead we have, right? We should go for it. Amelia nodded in agreement. Yeah, but now the question is, how do we get to a room we're not allowed to go to in the middle of a party like this? She asked, looking around. My dress isn't exactly conspicuous. It'll be clear I'm supposed to be part of the ball to anyone that looks. I'll go ahead of you then, Ling said. A lot of my childhood was spent learning to hide from potential assassins and fighting back. I can lead the way and make sure it's clear for us. Ling's plan was as good as anything and ended up working. Amelia and Edward made their way into the dining hall early, and Ling led the way through the door that led into the hall. The rest of the mansion was dark, showing that there wasn't much activity going on outside of the party itself. For the most part, the mansion's insides didn't seem nearly as heavily guarded as its outsides, which worked surprisingly well for them. The 3 of them quietly made their way around, and although there were some staff moving here and there, it wasn't anything too concerning that would risk them getting caught. As they moved, it was mostly in silence until they came up to the 2nd floor of the East Wing. They poked their heads into different doors, finding mostly guest rooms until they came to a large pair of double doors. When they opened it, they found nothing except a small section of the room. Against the walls were some boxes and bookshelves, but in the middle was a covered bed. Okay, what's this? Storage? Edward asked as he looked around. Amelia poked her head in. Looks like men's stuff. We might have found Judo's storage, she said, pointing to a small rack of men's clothes that had been pushed off into a corner. Let's see what we can find, Edward said, going directly for the bookshelf whereas Ling wandered around, looking over everything. Mr. Judo doesn't really keep his room very tidy. Ling couldn't help commenting as the 3 of them split up to look around, glancing over at Edward to see him pulling book after book off the shelf, letting out a hum as he looked over the titles to see if they were anything that might have something to do with the Philosopher's Stone. I think this might be where he just stores his extra stuff, Amelia replied as she looked through the other boxes, not finding much. Meanwhile, Edward picked up a book off the shelf that had a blank spine, opening it up and seeing handwriting inside. I found a journal. This looks promising, he said as he began to read through it, checking the dates inside. Awesome, let's see what else we can find, Amelia said, still rifling through the boxes. Ling would join her, the 2 of them going through everything to try and find something that would point them in the right direction as Edward kept reading through the journal in the dim light of the room's few windows as the moon rose higher in the sky. The other 2 kept searching, Ling finding some cufflinks or a small pocket knife, things of value, and putting them inside of his sleeves. Whatever trinkets looked like they might be expensive or worth something at a pawn shop, since that was their main way of making any kind of money on the road. Amelia kept looking through the boxes, not finding anything that pointed to judo. None of it looked like the belongings of an alchemist, a scientist, a person passionate about their work and the hunt for knowledge. She was starting to wonder if this was his stuff as she went over to the draped bed to see if there was a mess left behind, something that might point to some other kind of storage of judos, but what she saw was nothing like that at all. It wasn't a bed inside the white drapes, but rather a large collection of flowers, plush toys, and stuffed animals. But before she could even comment on how odd it was he even had that, he noticed that it was sitting around a single chair, and there was someone in it. Her heart skipped a beat as she gasped, jumping back from the curtain as if it had burned her hand, watching it shut. The two boys looked over at her. "What's wrong?" Ling asked. Amelia wasn't sure what to do, her face getting pale as she looked at the curtains. I need some light. I'm not sure what I just saw." Ling glanced over at Edward, who went rifling through the pockets of his transmuted tuxedo, but they were empty. Ling reached into the sleeve of his changshan and pulled out a small lighter, one that Greed would use occasionally when the group found themselves in a bar, and he would use it to light a girl's cigarette. Amelia took it, the three of them making their way over to the curtains, and she pushed it inside, looking in to see that she had been right in seeing a figure sitting in that chair. "Oh, my God." The other two looked on, eyes widening in horror as they saw what she did. Sitting in the chair among all those stuffed animals was a corpse, rotting and gray-skinned, but not enough to stink. The eyes were hollowed, and the skin barely fit around the bones. It was dressed in what looked like a red wig and a beautiful dress, the body of a girl who couldn't have been more than 6 or 7 years old. "What the hell is that?" Ling asked. "I think I might know," Edward said, the other two looking at him as he held up the book. "This isn't Judo's journal, it's Mr. Hamburgang's. Listen to this." He opened up a page and read aloud from it. March 14, 1905. "Judo says that his theory for human transmutation is complete. We have kept Rosalie's body from being buried as he asked. My wife and I can hardly contain our hope, but she is also very worried. Judo has poured himself into his research for days and has hardly eaten or slept. We worry that Rosalie's death may have affected him worse than we thought, and that may have affected his research efforts." He flipped another page, and Ling went a little closer to the corpse in the chair. March 17, 1905. "The transmutation is finished. What we have left is all we have. Margaret will go to the orphanage tomorrow, and Judo is still on bed rest. His injuries are heavy, and the doctor has confirmed our fears that his eyes themselves have completely gone. When he returns, we'll tell him Rosalie has made a recovery and hopefully, this will sustain him." He looked up at the other two. The transmutation was a failure. The real Rosalie must have died and, maybe this is her. Ling took a closer look at the corpse, watching as the jaw slowly opened and he jumped back fearfully, his arms up. "It moved," he exclaimed. "What?" Amelia jumped behind Edward in fear. "It didn't move," Edward sharply replied. "I swear she just moved," Ling said. Amelia looked over Edward's shoulder to see some of the writing in the journal as Edward argued with him. "That's clearly a corpse. How could it move? Look at it, she's practically mummified," he said, looking over at the little collection of skin and bones that sat on the chair, clearly placed carefully with tender love and affection to be surrounded by so many toys. "Wait, look," she pointed to the journal, "there." Edward looked down at the page where she was pointing, the entry following the one he had just read. "As Margaret asked that we put Rosalie to rest, I found something strange. Her jaw and fingers could barely move, but they moved. It wasn't something easily seen, but as we look at her more closely, she's not rotting." He repeated the word with some hesitation from disgust. It seems his transmutation was indeed a success, but this is hardly a life. "Still, we can honor our daughter. We will bring her the fresh flowers she's always loved, and give her every toy she could ever ask for, though I do not know if this is truly our daughter or something else." He looked up at the corpse. "So, is she alive?" "I wouldn't exactly call this a life," Amelia muttered as she looked at the corpse, stepping closer to her, "but, it's right, she's not rotten or rotting." She looked back at him. 1905 was 10 years ago, wasn't it? Think about it, any corpse couldn't last with skin or any kind of flesh on it for that long, not without stinking up the place. Edward looked a little uneasy, so, what does that mean? They're just lying to Judo. How far back does that journal go? Amelia asked, and Edward began to flip back to the beginning of it. 1897. It says here that they celebrated their 2-year wedding anniversary. Edward's eyes scanned through the rest of the page. Oh, here. Judo is an incredible alchemist, finding all the little things that can be fixed in our dining room. The scratch on the table, made by one of the maids, vanished before my eyes. It was an extraordinary display, and I can see why my wife's family has kept him employed for so long. He paused again. So, he's been with this family since Rosalie's mother was young, Ling said. I mean, with that much time spent with them, living with them, it would be easy for him to get attached. Amelia said softly, if he's been here that long then, he could have easily thought of Rosalie as his own family, and when she died. Yeah, Edward closed the journal. I guess they must have been doing this for a long time. Lying to him, adopting an orphan girl to play Rosalie, and she's done it for the last 10 years. He looked up. You'd think she would have said something to him so she could be herself instead of Rosalie. I doubt it, Amelia said. Orphanages aren't exactly fun, and this place would probably be paradise by comparison. She glanced back at the corpse. She probably didn't mind, and I imagine there is part of her that's still acting like herself. After 10 years, I doubt Judo would have noticed that much difference between a child pretending and a teenager morphing into herself as a young woman. The three jumped as they heard the doors open. On the other side was Rosalie. I thought I heard voices in here. She stepped forward towards them, turning on the light, looking at what they found. I see you found Rosalie. So, this is really Rosalie? Amelia asked, the real one. Yeah, that's the one that Judo brought back with alchemy, she said, stepping forward, smiling at her. Also, I know you're not really Rachel. I just talked with her a minute ago. You're taking the place of my cousin Lily, aren't you? Amelia wasn't sure what to say now that they had been caught. It's okay, I don't really get along with her anyway. She kind of hates the whole story behind this, she said as she came towards them. Mrs. Hamburgang used to just keep this room empty, but after some renovations, she moved some of Mr. Hamburgang's things in here, too. She held out her hand for the journal in Edward's hand, and he handed it to her silently. I read through this when I first got it. I heard most of the story from them when they adopted me, but reading from the father's point of view was something else entirely. She flipped it open, scanning through the pages for a few moments before closing it again. So, what are you guys? Party crashers? Well, we thought. Amelia wasn't sure what kind of excuse to make. We heard that Judo performed human transmutation. We wanted to see if that was true or not, since it's not really possible by what I know of alchemy, Edward said. Rosalie looked over at him, glancing at the hand he had used to shake Judo's hand before. You know, some of the metal from your arm showed up under your glove. You should have gotten a better fitted tuxedo, Rosalie commented, looking over them. This is probably the Hamburgang's worst-kept secret, that the human transmutation was a kind of failure. She glanced back at the other Rosalie on the chair. She never moves or eats, but as far as we can tell, she's still alive somehow. She doesn't grow, but she's still here, even after 10 whole years. She doesn't freak you out? Ling asked. No, I got used to her after a couple of weeks of living here, she said. My real name is actually Emmy. The Hamburgangs changed it to Rosalie after I was adopted. She tucked the journal under her arm. And you're right, the entire mansion is lying to Judo about his transmutation. They have been for years. You heard us talking, Amelia said softly, wondering just how long Rosalie had been listening in. Why? Edward asked. I mean, is it just to spare his feelings? From what I gather, yes, she replied. Judo watched Mrs. Hamburgang get married, played, and took care of Rosalie. Even after they adopted me, I remember Judo still trying to play games with me and read stories to me, as if I really was Rosalie. He lost his eyes in the transmutation, so it wasn't hard to get him to believe that I was Rosalie after he got out of the hospital. He couldn't see me at all, but I look and sound just like her, apparently. You're calling her Mrs. Hamburgang, Amelia couldn't help noticing, but she's your mother, right? Not really, she replied, her expression changing to a more melancholic look. Not when they have the real Rosalie still here. I'm just a fake, always will be. Amelia frowned, knowing that couldn't be easy on her, but it's fine. I'd rather be a fake Rosalie than go back to being Emmy the orphan. This place is much better than the orphanage, and besides, once I'm an adult, the Hamburgangs will still take care of me, and by the time judo passes and the lie doesn't matter anymore, I'll probably be fine on my own. She looked back up. Is that why you all came here? To try and find the truth? Something like that, Edward said, but I guess there's no real point in snooping anymore. He knew that being caught by her could carry some serious consequences, and she could easily have them all kicked out or even arrested if she really wanted. Emmy smiled at him. It's all right, more people find out now, and then when Mrs. Hamburgang hires them on. Everyone in this house is in on the secret. Not all of the guests, though, which is why I thought it was odd you three made a beeline for the East Wing. That mischievous glimmer was still in her eyes as she looked at them. I couldn't help but be a little curious. Sorry, Amelia said. We're alchemists. When we heard the rumors, we just thought. I'm not worried about it, Rosalie shrugged, but you should probably get out of here. Lily's parents are looking for her, and they'll know you're not really her. There's a way around back I can show you. She gestured for them to follow her, and they did without much question. That's kind of you to help keep your cousin's secret, Amelia commented. Emmy just laughed. Hardly, she's always rude to me. If they think she left the party early, they'll be furious and give her an earful. She looked back over her shoulder with an impish grin. I kind of want to make her squirm a little. Amelia let out a small chuckle. Fair enough. They followed her down and out the door into the backyard. She brought them to a back gate that led them to a secret trail. She told them that if they followed it, it would take them back to the front entrance, and they could go on their way, which is just what they did in the quiet of the night as the party continued inside the massive mansion. It's kind of sad, Amelia said. I mean, that's really kind of them to go to these lengths just for judo, but... Yeah, Edward agreed. They're kind, but their family is broken. Amelia let out a somber hum as she agreed with his words. They walked on in silence for a little while longer. You know, maybe we should have stuck around for a little longer. Put those dance lessons to good use, she said, trying to end the evening on a lighter note. Edward let out a small laugh. Maybe next time. Amelia smiled a little to herself as he said that. Yeah, next time. Chapter 37. Amelia sighed as she looked over the map, marking off the places they had been along the edges of each town. They had followed lead after lead, and hopefully this was the last one they would need, but it was still a little frustrating. She let out a frustrated groan as the carriage they were all riding on went over a large bump, messing up her X mark and turning it into more of a crooked Y. She turned the pencil over to erase it, muttering to herself as she fixed it. I know it's not something that's supposed to be on maps, but you'd think people would mark where their slums were in Amstress for Ishvalans. Darius looked over at her curiously, the two of them sitting beside each other in the back of the wagon. Across from them sat Heinkel and Edward, with Edward napping away against the wood, tired from having stood watch early that morning, and Greed laying back on the tarp, crushing the goods underneath. Why would they? Darius asked her. For the same reasons they put "Do not enter" signs on doors. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I'm saying it would be convenient so we wouldn't have to rely on word of mouth to figure out where we're going, she said as she looked down at the map before folding it up. Do you know how close we are? She asked as she tucked the map away into her jacket, something she had transmuted herself after using the dress she had borrowed from their last venture. It had plenty of inner pockets to make use of, and she was quite proud of it, even if it was a little bulky, and a little eye-catching since it was so white. Heinkel glanced through some of the fencing around the wagon. We're getting close to the mountains. He said he'd take us to the road and drop us off, so it shouldn't be much longer. God, I wish we hadn't lost the car. Amelia sighed, leaning back against the wood of the wagon. This would be so much easier if we still had the car. There wasn't anything we could do, Greed said, his voice and personality once again having become dominant after the night Amelia and Edward spent with Ling. Once the soldiers found the license plate, we were screwed anyway. Even if he said there was nothing to be done, he didn't exactly sound happy about the loss of the car either. Amelia hummed, glad they had been able to get a ride from a local, a farmer making a delivery of some kind somewhere. They weren't sure what exactly, but it was kept safe under the tarp that Greed was laying back on, a large pile of something that he claimed was perfectly comfy, but there wasn't enough room for everyone to join him. Still, making the trek back into town after this isn't going to be easy, and I'm not looking forward to having to choose between finding an inn after a few long hours of walking or just camping for the night. You'd think you'd have gotten used to camping by now, Heinkel said with a small chuckle. Yeah, used to it enough that I don't hate it, but I definitely prefer a bed over the ground any day, Amelia replied. She and Heinkel jumped a bit as a loud snore came from Edward, slumping over slightly, and Heinkel reached to pull him back up, so his head was leaning against the wall post of the wagon again. Geez, kid's dead asleep, Heinkel said. You could probably throw him off the wagon and he wouldn't wake up. Amelia let out a small laugh of her own, smiling a bit as she looked at Edward asleep. Yeah, he's always been a kind of heavy sleeper, I think, she said, taking the time to look over his face since she had the opportunity. It was rare for her to catch him like this, completely at peace even if his occasional snores were almost comical, smiling a bit to herself as he really showed more of his age when he was like this. It was easy to forget that she was a year older than him when he was awake and drilling her for alchemy, or putting up one hell of a sparring match that knocked her on her butt more times than she could count, but not when he was asleep. She could see that little bit of color in his cheeks that reminded her of that little age difference, and the reminder that she and he were both very young to be a part of this huge fight that they had ahead of them in just over a week. Thinking about that impending date just created a sense of dread in her stomach, so she tried not to think about it too much. As much as Edward was ready to fight, she couldn't help but feel they were still woefully unprepared for what lay ahead. You know, Darius's quiet voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Maybe you could switch places with Heinkel before we get there. Amelia looked up at him curiously, before realizing he probably wanted to sit next to Heinkel. Oh, sure, she said, looking over at the other chimera. Heinkel, do you want to trade spots? Right now, Heinkel asked, looking over at Darius, who gave him a silent, firm expression, giving a pointed glance between Amelia and Edward. Fine. Heinkel got up, the wagon still moving slightly as he shifted his weight, and Amelia got up to walk over to where he had been sitting, and Heinkel went to sit where she had been. She saw how Darius's hand seemed to slide right up next to Heinkel's once he was close enough, though neither of them took each other's hand just yet. Amelia looked over at Edward, the wagon going over another bump that jostled his body and moved his head onto her shoulder, her cheeks turning a bit red from that brief contact. She tried not to think about it too much as Edward rested against her, snuggling up closer to her body in his sleep on the bouncing wagon, that blush growing a little darker as she reached for the map again to pretend to look it over so the others wouldn't see. It was a little hard to ignore, though, Darius looking over at Heinkel, pointedly glancing at Amelia and Edward, asking a silent question. Heinkel looked over at the teenagers and then shrugged, nodding his head with a small smile on his face. Darius looked back at her. You know, you and he make a nice-looking couple. Amelia's eyes widened as she looked up at Darius, and Greed's head popped up from where he had been lounging on the supplies from their borrowed ride. He looked over at Amelia and Edward together and let out a long sigh. Oh, for goodness sake, this again? He groaned. It's bad enough with all that quiet staring, but now you two are snuggling up together. It's not like I made him do this. Amelia huffed out in her defense. He did this on his own. She looked over at Heinkel. He was doing this to you when you sat here, didn't he? Nope, Heinkel replied with a bit of a sly grin. He must have known it was you. Her blush grew worse and she looked away as she opened the map again. Well, don't go thinking it's going to be a thing. Darius chuckled a bit. Seems like you want it to be. Greed's eyes narrowed as he looked at the chimera as he spoke to Amelia. Well, it's not going to, she replied. Things are more complicated than just. She trailed off and folded up the map again. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Maybe you should tell him how you feel, Darius said gently, Amelia's eyes widening again, feeling a bit of an anxious dread filling her stomach at the idea of telling Edward how she felt. Who knows? It might not be so bad. And with the promised day coming up in a week or so, you don't want to go in with anything left unsaid. Heinkel said, if we're going into this, it's all or nothing. You don't want to risk dying and having any regrets. I guess, Amelia said softly, looking over at Edward as he slept on her shoulder, reaching up to close his mouth as he started to snore again. I don't know that. It would be that good of an idea, though. Just do it and be done with it, Greed said, surprising Amelia that he was encouraging this when he usually was the one encouraging her to argue with Ed. At the very least it would stop that annoying puppy dog stare you do at him. When he wakes up, just tell him, and that'll be it. Amelia frowned as she looked at the three other men. Wait, just how long have you all known about this? She asked. Darius and Heinkel looked at each other before looking back at her. Honestly, probably about 2 days into traveling with the two of you. Heinkel replied. It was kind of obvious. Really? Amelia was surprised her feelings were seen so plainly by the two older men. But then again, she supposed the two of them were pretty good at picking up on body language and quiet signals that told someone they were interested. They had to be, since it seemed they couldn't really talk about it much among others. Greed shrugged. Yeah, pretty much. You're not as subtle as you think you are. She blushed a little more. So you guys basically knew this whole time. So you think he knows? She asked, looking over at the still sleeping Edward. The kid's skull is thicker than concrete, Darius replied dryly. I doubt he would notice anything like that unless you told him outright. He's not as perceptive as you are. She let out a hum, not really saying more than that as she pictured how it would go. She could stand in front of him, tell him how she felt with him, that he inspired her to do better, that she thought she was a better person for knowing him, and how she treasured their time together, that she was in love with him and wanted to try and see how well they could love each other. Only for him to awkwardly look away, clearly uncomfortable, flesh hand going behind his head as he apologized and said he didn't feel the same. That he was in love with Winry, and he wanted to be with her and couldn't return her feelings, asking instead to be friends as they had been. But they wouldn't be, nothing could be the same after that. I don't think it's the best idea, she muttered. Before anything more could be said on the subject, the cart slowed to a halt and Edward lifted his head. What, are we there? This is far as I can take y'all, the driver said, and everyone started to make their way out of the cart, Edward sliding off of his seat first, jumping down onto the ground and turning around to face Amelia. You want any help? He asked, offering his hand, which she wordlessly took as he helped her down from the cart. Darius and Heinkel came off and Greed was last. Thanks for the ride, Heinkel said, coming up and offering him some money, which the older man took. If you want to find that slum, it's over there. He pointed out the path. Just follow the dirt road to the river and follow it upstream. The Ishvalans took up space in the old mine settlement there. No one's touched it in ages. Ran out of ore decades ago. Thank you, sir, Amelia said. We really appreciate it. Just be careful up there. Those Ishvalans get up to who knows what this far from town. Little ladies like yourself ought to be mindful. Don't stay alone too much. Amelia frowned, knowing the man was well-intentioned, but at the same time he was very much misguided. The past few places they had been were full of friendly people, a little stiff and stern maybe since they were intruding in their spaces to find information, but good people. Rumors of the worst kind always seemed to pop up about any Ishvalan slums or refugee camps in nearby towns, fueled by fear and racism. Y'all make sure to look after each other now. Good luck, the old man said before he nudged the reins and his horses started to move forward again. The group turned to start to make their way up the path, Greed taking the lead. Great, how long of a trek is it from here? He asked Amelia, who reached for her map again. She looked around the area for a path leading to a river, finding it and pointing it out on the paper. I think we're about here, so if we follow the river upstream. She traced her finger along the drawn riverbank. It looks like it'll be a little bit of a walk, but we should make it to the foot of the mountains before it gets too late. That's probably where the mines are. She looked up at the path ahead of them, seeing how it twisted and disappeared in the hills. It'll probably be a little bit, but we should get there before it gets too dark. Guess that means we'll be sleeping outside again, unless someone decides to give us a place to stay. Heinkel sighed. Well, if we're lucky, we'll have caught up to them this time and it won't be a total waste. Amelia replied, we can all handle sleeping outside again if we need to. Heinkel gave her a pointed, questioning look, and she felt her lips curling into an angry pout. I can handle it. I'm allowed to complain if it sucks. Heinkel just sighed again, looking over at Darius, who gave him a subtle shrug and a smile, the two having a silent conversation that ended with Heinkel rolling his eyes, and they all started up the path with Greed leading the way. The trek was a bit more arduous than Amelia had been expecting. The hills made for plenty of steep spots where they climbed up and down and up again, but they never made a stop to rest, at least not for too long. She was a little impressed with herself when they finally made it over one of the hills and they were able to see the lights of the refugee camp. They were able to make out the canvas tents, though some people seemed to have taken up space in the buildings that had been built back then as well. It was a sign of how close they were, and she was all the gladder to see signs of their progress as they continued up the mountainside. As they came closer, they started to notice something was different about the camp. The lights seemed more plentiful than they had been in previous towns, people having created little paper lanterns on strings hanging between trees and buildings, none over any tents that could potentially catch fire if they fell. As they approached the camp, they could hear music and laughter that grew louder as they grew closer, and they were able to see Ishvalan children running around holding little streams of paper or flimsy fabric behind them as they ran. "This place seems oddly festive," Amelia commented as they came into the village. "Yeah, is something special about today?" Edward asked curiously, looking around. As the five of them came in, Amestrian and Zinges, they were quick to catch the attention of some of the locals. One was an older Ishvalan man who approached them. "Hello there," he greeted them civilly. "Can we help you folks?" "Yeah, we're looking for a couple of people that we heard might have passed through here," Edward said. "One is an Ishvalan with an X-shaped scar on his face, and the other is a doctor." The man didn't say anything at first, looking over the five of them warily, mainly focusing on Heinkel and Darius since they were so massive and intimidating. "I'm not sure if they're still here. You might have better luck finding them in town." "We know they've been going from slum to camp to look for people," Amelia said. "We don't mean them any harm. We're friends of Dr. Marco." She could see his eyes flash with recognition at the name. "Please, if you know where they are, can you tell them Edward is here to see them? They'll know why." The man looked uneasily at the others with them, but looked back to Amelia, seeming to trust that they were telling the truth. "I'll take you to them. Follow me." He started to lead them through the slums, and they could see more of that festive environment that was around. The smell of delicious food was wafting through the air, Heinkel lifting up his nose to take in the scent and letting out a long sigh. "Something smells really good," he couldn't help saying, the others nodding in agreement. "So what's the deal here?" Greed asked. "Some kind of festival going on?" "You've arrived at our New Year celebration," the man explained. "So we're celebrating as best we can, given our circumstances. If you're friends of the doctor, you're welcome to stay and join us." Edward's head tilted to one side. "Isn't the New Year supposed to be in winter?" he asked. "Ishvala works from a different calendar than what you Amestrians use," the man explained. "Ours is based on a lunar cycle, and our calendar says that tonight is the last night of the year." As they walked around the camp, they could see other people gathering firewood for a bonfire, setting it up in a massive triangle of branches and wooden planks. "So we celebrate it, same as you do." The conversation seemed to end there as they were brought around a corner to a building wedged into the wall of the mountain, looking to be an old mining office. There were lights inside and figures moving about from what they could see from the small window. "Wait here," he ordered, leaving them some distance away from the door as he went to knock and speak to someone who cracked it on the other side. After a moment, the door closed again, and the man made his way back towards them. "Someone will get you in a moment," Word said in passing as he went back to the festivities and celebration with others. So it's an Ishvalan New Year," Greed spoke up. "Maybe we can grab some festival food before we head out. Some of that stuff looks damn good." Amelia put her hand over her stomach, feeling it grumbling eagerly at the idea of eating something that didn't come from a can. Maybe. That would be really nice. The door of the office opened, showing Scar on the other side looking over towards them and beckoning them inside. Amelia and Edward were the first ones inside, and they could see Dr. Marco at a table with a few other Ishvalans. "It is you." Dr. Marco stood up from his seat, smiling as he saw them. "It's good to see you, Edward." He came up, shaking his hand, and Edward returned the gesture. "It's good to see you too, Doctor," he greeted. Marco went to shake Amelia's hand and looked up at the others that had come with them. "You two were at Briggs, weren't you?" "Yeah, we used to work with Kimbley, but somehow we ended up working with these kids," Heinkel said, holding out his hand. "I'm Heinkel. We've been looking forward to this meeting for some time, Doctor." I'm Darius, he introduced himself, offering his hand to the doctor to shake as well. Marco nodded at the two of them, looking over at Greed. Well now, and who might you be? He asked. I don't remember seeing you at Fort Briggs. Probably because I wasn't there, he replied, crossing his arms, but we're all the more interested to meet you, Doc. He turned to look up at Scar, grinning at him, and you too, big guy, heard a lot about you. Scar only scowled at him. This is Greed, he's a rogue homunculus, Amelia said, already prepared for the shock that showed itself on Scar and Marco's faces. He's really on our side, I promise. He had some kind of falling out with the other homunculi and he's looking to take the guy down. He's also inhabiting the body of our friend Ling, so if you hear a different voice coming out of him, that'll be him. She could see the shock shifting to confusion. Believe me, I know how it sounds, but I promise he's on our side. Marco looked up at him warily, but then focused his gaze on Edward. Well, if nothing else, it's good that we've met. I'm sure you have a lot you need to know before the promised day. Yeah, where's Al? He asked. I know he's not with you, so what happened? We separated some time back, Marco said. Here, let's talk about this elsewhere. He looked back at the other Ishvalans. Will only be a moment. The others nodded, going back to looking over a map of what looked like Central City, seeming to try and find something on it, comparing it to another document they had with them. Marco led them into the next room over, which seemed to act as a gateway between the office and the rest of the mine itself, with an open entryway leading into a dark tunnel. Scar closed the door behind them as Marco went to take a seat on a nearby stool with a heavy, gravelly sigh. After we met with Alphonse, we moved on to another location in the hopes of continuing our research and decoding, as well as have May try to teach him alchemy in an effort to gain some advantages over our enemies. Edward and Amelia looked at Marco expectantly, wanting to hear more about how things went. It took some time, and a bit of creative thinking on May's part, but we did manage to discover some interesting information that we plan to use against our enemies, and we've made the first strike towards them as well. Already? Amelia asked, shocked. How? Edward asked, equally shocked. We managed to lure out Envy with the promise of capturing me, but instead we managed to capture him. It was an exercise in the practice of alchemy for Alphonse, since he and May didn't seem to be learning well together. The doctor looked down at his hands, and in the end, because of my knowledge on how to make philosopher's stones, we were able to undo Envy and bring him into his true form. Edward's eyes widened. His true form, he asked. Yes, the form he takes when he can no longer create disguises for himself or turn himself into monstrosities when his stone is completely tapped out. Marco grinned. It was somewhat amusing. He's really no bigger than the palm of my hand. He was an ugly worm, Scar agreed. Marco chuckled. Yes, indeed. We planned to interrogate him for as much information as possible, but he wouldn't tell us much beyond the details of the mine shaft collapse in Bascule, where you went missing, and how Amelia was left in the care of Fort Briggs following their new leadership. Amelia looked over at Edward at this news, a grim expression on his face. We were thinking we should go back to look for you, but it was your brother who insisted that we move forward with our plans to use the information we found in the decoded notes to our advantage. What did you discover? Amelia asked. We discovered a second countrywide transmutation circle. All eyes in the room widened, but one that was based in alchemy. In theory, it should reverse the unusual barrier that lies between us and our energy source. Barrier? Amelia questioned. It's something I felt when I stepped into this country. Ling's voice piped up out of his body, getting everyone's attention. Marco's and Scar's eyes widened as they heard a different voice speaking from what was supposed to be the homunculus. In Xing, we're taught to read the dragon's pulse. It's an energy that flows in all living things, and it's how alchemy works. It's what allows for our medical specialties, as well as long-range transmutations. But as soon as I stepped into this nation's borders, I found that I wasn't able to sense it as well as I could outside of it. Something about this country, something under the ground. It was as if there was a swarm of people wriggling under the earth. Gross, Amelia grimaced at the description. Yes, we believe it's some kind of extension of a philosopher's stone, so that description may be somewhat apt. Marco said, but once we realized we weren't going to get any more information out of Envy outside of that incident, We instead gave him to Mei to take back to her clan in Xing. Ling's eyes opened for just a moment at this news, but said nothing as Edward and Amelia kept listening. Apparently her clan is one of the lowest-ranked clans in their dynasty, and Scar thought that her bringing back the living remains of a once-immortal being would be enough to help save them from the fate that waited for them. "I see, and what did you do then?" Amelia asked. "Scar and I separated from the group from there," Marco said. "It was his idea to recruit Ishvalans to help us in our plan to outline the alchemy circle for the nation. 5 of the most critical points will be in Central. We've worked to narrow down their locations exactly, but there is still a great deal of work ahead of us, and we've recruited as many as we can. Often, in exchange for medical treatment, there are a great deal of people in Ishval who are willing to help us." "And Al," Edward asked, "what happened to him?" "As I understand it, he wanted to see Lior with your friend and the 2 chimeras who came with us, as well as Yoki. That was the last we had heard of them, but we agreed to meet with them there before the promised day arrived to prepare for everything," Marco answered. "I see," Edward replied. "He probably wanted to investigate if Lior had part of the tunnel running under it." "That was also my assumption," Marco agreed. "I don't know if he intended to do anything, but as far as we know, there hasn't been any change from our enemies. Our messages back and forth with them have been very brief, but you can rest easy knowing your brother is safe." Edward's eyes widened. "Your brother reached out to a few people to help prepare them for the promised day, including the men at Fort Briggs. I believe they're working now to carefully smuggle Alphonse outside of the enemy's reach, as well as return your friend back to her home in Resemble." Edward let out a sigh of relief, not realizing how tense he had been until he had heard that they were both safe. "Who else did Alphonse reach out to?" Edward asked. "He sent messages to a great deal of people in the hopes of getting as many allies as possible. He sent one to the men in Briggs, as well as one to Colonel Mustang so that we might recruit him, General Armstrong, Major Armstrong, and the Briggs soldiers." "That's a lot of people," Amelia said, surprised. "Nice sounds like a whole army to command," Greed chimed in, only to be met with a fierce glare from Scar that made him quiet. "Yes, and he wanted to make sure I passed a message on to you, Edward, should we ever cross paths." Edward's eyes widened. "He wants you to go to Kanama. It's a slum village just outside of Central City's borders. Your father is waiting for you there." "Hohenheim?" Edward immediately tensed at the mention of the man. "Yes," Marco nodded. "What the hell for?" Edward snapped. "Hey, easy," Amelia put her hand on his flesh shoulder, getting him to calm down. "I'm sorry, doctor. Edward doesn't exactly have the best history with his father, so he's not very fond of the man. Why do we need to meet him?" "I'm not sure of the exact details, but apparently your father has crucial information that you need to hear, Edward, and he also claims to know the enemy's most crucial weakness," Marco said. "As it turns out, he's been aware of this much longer than any of us have, and he has his own plans to stop the leader of the homunculi." Edward was still scowling, but his expression relaxed slightly as Amelia squeezed his shoulder again, reminding him to stay calm and collected. "He didn't tell them to you." "No, I'm afraid Alphonse didn't pass that on to me. I'm sorry," Marco said. "When we finalized our movements on the promised day, it was determined that information was need-to-know for those who might be facing him. Scar and I plan to organize the Ishvalans going into the city to work with Mustang's men and the Briggs soldiers in creating a powerful distraction." "What kind?" Edward asked. "The promised day happens to line up with quite a few events, including the war games practice between Fort Briggs and Eastern Command soldiers. He spread the rumor that General Grumman is planning to use the Eastern forces to stage a coup, though it will ultimately just be a distraction," Marco said. "He plans to lure out whatever surveillance they have on him and the Northern forces with this rumor, and potentially use it to our advantage to take them out before they can reach Central." Amelia's eyes went wide. "And in Central, Colonel Mustang and his men will be working with the Briggs soldiers to create a real coup under the guise of the higher-ups trying to take advantage of the Fura. He plans to turn the people onto his side through a little manipulation, though I have no idea exactly what." "So, is there really going to be a coup, a real one?" Amelia asked, a little worried. "Like, a bloody one?" Edward's eyes widened, his face getting a bit pale at the idea. Colonel Mustang assured me that they plan to have as few casualties as possible, Marco said, smiling to Edward. He used to be your commanding officer, didn't he? I'm not surprised that he would take your feelings into account for his plans. Edward relaxed a little, but he frowned. Yeah, he's still my commanding officer, I guess. He grumbled, but he's getting all of his people together. They plan to storm the front gate and do what they can with General Armstrong inside to work from within to find a way to take over Central Command. All of this, of course, will be a distraction so that the higher-ups won't be able to send any forces to stop the rest of us from doing what must be done to create the alchemy circle, and you from fighting the leader of the homunculi. Edward's expression steeled with an eager determination at the mention of the fight. I imagine your brother will be joining you for such an event. All of those who are labeled as sacrifices, such as the two of you, will be critical to this. Edward's eyes widened, knowing they weren't the only sacrifices the enemy had. Wait, what about a woman named Izumi Curtis? He asked. Do you know anything about her, or where she is? He knew that she had been sent to Briggs to deliver a message to Miles and Buccaneer, but beyond that he was hoping she wasn't around too long. These people clearly needed a certain number of sacrifices. Getting as many of them out of there as possible would help a great deal. Izumi Curtis. Marco repeated the name, trying to remember. She's acting as a messenger. Scar spoke up, but at the moment, I believe she's working to find her way out of the country. Good, Edward said, sighing with relief at the news. Okay, that's great and all, but it still leaves some questions, Amelia said. If we're making an opposing circle based on alchemy, who's going to activate it? Edward isn't an alchemist. The only one we knew was May, and she's gone. Scar moved to step beside Marco, shedding his jacket to expose the tattoos on his arms. Where one had been bare, it was now covered in a style similar to the other arm, though there was a great deal more to it. This was part of my brother's work, Scar explained. He combined alchemy with alchemy, my right arm deconstructs, and my left arm reconstructs. He tightened his hands into determined fists. I'll be the one to activate the circle using my brother's alchemy. This was his design, and I made sure to get it right to the last detail. Amelia's and Edward's eyes widened, surprised that he would take on such a task, given that he was the one killing alchemists for going against Ishvala and his religion. They both looked up at him, a little uneasy as they wanted to ask this question about how this worked with his faith that he held so dear to himself, that he became the mass murderer they knew, but couldn't bring the words out of either of their mouths. Scar noticed their faces as he put his jacket back on. I no longer want to achieve vengeance for what Amstress did to my people, but I want to change the nation so that they can rectify what was done. Give my people the treatment they deserve after being annexed into the nation. We are ready to make what sacrifices we must to prevent them from creating this philosopher's stone, Marco said. And this plan has many moving parts, which should be enough to stop our enemies from going forward with their own plan at the sacrifice of our nation. Good, this is really thought out, Amelia said, relieved. It's complicated and a little crazy, but there's a plan. So, we'll just meet you in Central, Edward asked, all of us. That's the plan. We all need to make sure we can hurt the enemy where we can, although, admittedly, I'm not certain of the location of where he is. Marco said, we were hoping you might know. I went there once, Amelia admitted. Gluttony led us there after. Well, the swallowing incident, she looked over at Edward as she mentioned this, it was the most direct path, but it was heavily guarded by a ton of vicious chimera. And I'm sure they would hear us coming anyway. So, we'll find another way in, Edward said. Marco nodded, seemingly satisfied with this. Good, then it seems all the pieces have finally come together, he said, pleased. Okay, and that's great and all, Greed spoke up again, getting everyone's attention. But since you guys have got everything covered, maybe we can get a little extra muscle to travel with us. Greed grinned up at Scar, who didn't make any expression towards the homunculus. How about it, big guy? There will be plenty of monsters to beat up. I will not, Scar said firmly. Marco and I still need to rendezvous with the other chimera that were left in Lior, as well as the other Ishvalans that will be joining us in Central. Their presence will cause enough of a stir to get the attention of the military, Marco said. They'll likely believe it's a terrorist attack, something that will further our work in spreading their forces as thin as possible. using their own racism against them. Smart, Amelia praised, though I hope that means the Ishvalans you end up recruiting won't be part of the fighting. We also hope it won't come to that, but we are prepared if it does. Scar replied to her concerns, if we are to change how Amestrians view my people, we must work with the Amestrian allies we have in order to help change things. Amelia nodded, knowing that he was right, and she was glad to see that he had turned away from his more murderous ways of dealing with Amestrians. She looked up at the older man, about to ask him something when Marco spoke up. There's a few things I want to make sure we go over before then, though, Marco said. The details of the circle and the location of the fight. Excuse me, Heinkel spoke up for the first time since they had come in. I understand this information is pretty need to know, but we've also just spent a full day traveling to be here. Is it all right if we take a breather while you two talk it out? Oh, sure, Edward said, looking up at Amelia. Why don't you go with them? She looked down at him, a little surprised. I'll fill you in on the details afterwards. I'll stay, Greed said. Considering I'm the leader of this little party, I'm pretty sure I need to know this stuff, he said, coming to stand beside Edward. All right, I guess, Amelia said, going to join with Heinkel and Darius as they made their way out. Scar followed behind them, leading them to the door of the office where everyone had been meeting. I guess this gives us a chance to look around and see what this New Year's event is all about. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Darius smiled. Maybe we can talk someone into giving us some real food. I'm starving for something that didn't come out of a can. Same here, Heinkel said, smiling up at Darius. Let's go see if we can find someone willing to teach us how to cook this stuff. I can smell all the food from here. As the two walked off together, Amelia hung back a moment. She looked back up at the Ishvalan man who was still holding the door, not able to close it as she stood in the doorway. She wasn't sure how to ask this at first. Do you remember when we first met? She asked him. Scar gave her a curious look as she brought it up. Back that day in East City, we were both hiding. He nodded, showing he remembered. If I hadn't said what I did back then about that alchemy textbook, would you have? She trailed off, not sure if she could actually bring herself to ask if he would have killed her over the fact that she was learning alchemy that day. The man's expression shifted ever so slightly, something she couldn't quite read, though she could see a resemblance to how he looked when Winry confronted him for killing her parents back in Briggs. That same sort of steely expression when he admitted he knew what he had done and accepted responsibility for his actions, but this time he hadn't done anything to her. Hey, Amelia, Darius called out to her. Come on, let's see if we can't find something to eat. Coming, she called back, turning back to Scar and bidding him a brief goodbye with a wave before she went to join the happy couple, seeing the two of them holding hands as they walked. Since when do you two do that? She asked, watching as Heinkel's hand slipped away as soon as she mentioned it. Wasn't really thinking about it, the mustachioed chimera replied, a bit of pink in his cheeks, whereas Darius just seemed to smile. Come on, I think I saw someone selling some food, Darius said, leading the three of them through the tents and housing to see what there was to be found at this festival. The three of them did manage to find a vendor, someone running their own little business for the refugees. The food was very cheap and delicious. Amelia wasn't quite used to some of the spices on it, but she adjusted as they ate their meal, sighing happily once her stomach was full. Oh man, real food tastes so good. She happily commented, I think eating all that canned food just made me appreciate real cooking that much more. As it should, Darius chuckled. Back when we were at war and all we had were ready-to-eat rations, I practically had a buffet when I came home of as much real food as I could get my hands on. Yeah, we'll need to make sure to save a plate for Ed, Amelia said. I'm sure he'd enjoy this stuff too. Darius and Heinkel sat on either side of Amelia, both of them sharing a glance as she mentioned the blonde-headed alchemist they were traveling with. Heinkel nodded and looked back down at Amelia as he watched her take her flatbread to scoop up the last bits of sauce from her plate. You know, you really should go about telling him how you feel. Amelia stopped mid-bite, sighing as she started to put her bread down. This again? I already told you I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, come on, what's the harm? Darius asked. The promised day is only a week away, and for all of our planning, our enemies could still have something going on. Do you really want to go into battle knowing it could be your last moments and still have that on your mind? Amelia's expression shifted uncomfortably at the mention of how close the promised day was. Besides, the kid likes you, Heinkel said, trying to encourage her too. Yeah, as a friend, Amelia looked up at him. Edward has feelings for someone else. Who? Winry, his mechanic. Amelia went back to the piece of bread, stuffing it in her mouth, exhibiting some surprisingly poor table manners as she started to talk with her mouth full. They've basically known each other since they were babies. She's been one of his best friends since he could remember. They're basically made for each other. So, what are they dating? Darius asked. Well, no, they're not, Amelia conceded. Has he said that he's in love with her? He asked again. No, Amelia conceded again. So, it sounds like he's not in love with her. Amelia frowned. Okay, but you haven't seen them together the way I did. Did you see them kissing? No, but... Were they cuddling, holding hands? Okay, I get the point you're making, but you didn't see the way they looked at each other? Amelia snapped, her voice rising high enough to get the attention of the vendor they had bought the food from, as well as a few passers-by. She sheepishly quieted herself before she spoke again. I'm positive he's in love with her. He has to be. It was how the story ended. Winry was made to be his perfect person that he had his happy ending with, having children in their home and resemble living out perfectly happy lives. You're positive, huh? With no evidence? Darius asked in a doubtful tone. That doesn't really sound like you, Heinkel agreed. You're usually the one with sense around here. The kid has a skull thicker than concrete, so he can't know anything about people unless you or someone else tells him. And with that hard head, he's stubborn and rash. And greed is, well, greed. He shrugged, and Amelia nodded in agreement with him, as did Darius. And Darius and I aren't without our own misgivings here and there. We're certainly no geniuses like you and the kid are. So to hear that you're not even going to try when, as far as you know, there's nothing holding you back except the fear of rejection. Amelia's grip tightened, and Darius noticed. She didn't say anything as Heinkel trailed off, waiting for Amelia to snap back and make a remark, but instead she just looked down at the empty plate in front of her with a frown. Is that it? Darius asked in a gentle tone. Are you afraid he'll reject you? Amelia was quiet for another moment before she admitted in a very soft voice, I'm terrified of it. She was no longer the person she was when she first came to Amstress. The person she was wouldn't have given two shits about what Edward thought of her, that he wouldn't have deserved her, all very self-serving thoughts that protected her ego, shielded her from the reality around her. By not caring, she could ignore her mother's vanity, her father's neglect, all the people and the lives around her that were using her as a means of networking and connection to her parents. She couldn't do that in Amstress, not when Armstrong bared his soul to her every day they lived together, not when Edward and Alphonse genuinely wanted to see her progress and get better at what she was doing. And the idea that she cared more than he did, that he wouldn't accept those feelings, or worse turn her away for it because he wanted someone else. She wasn't sure that she could bear it. I've never liked someone the way I like Edward, I don't want to mess things up. She was certain she couldn't have him, so she could only settle for being friends, which she was fine with since that was all she had ever really known. Though she couldn't deny she wanted more. The couple looked up at each other, sharing yet another knowing look as the two men both put their hands on her shoulders and her back to comfort her. Come on, let's walk and talk a little, Heinkel said, the two of them standing up with her, and she followed them as they all began to walk around the camp, hearing cheers as they were about to walk on. They watched as people began to gather around a growing bonfire, hearing music start to play as the flames slowly started to grow taller. You know, Heinkel and I didn't exactly start out like this, Darius began as they all started to walk together behind tents and away from the general public, his hand going into Heinkel's as they walked side by side with her. Back when we first met, we just happened to be part of the same platoon together. We had never met before then, but... Amelia saw him gently squeezing Heinkel's hand. I was sure he was what I wanted when we first met. Heinkel's cheeks were a little pink, and he kept looking ahead of them, but Darius looked at him with an immense amount of love that she had never seen him show before. But I was scared at first, too. After all, he was another man. I had no way of knowing how he felt for sure, and it wasn't the first time I'd felt like this about a comrade in arms, so I kept everything to myself. He looked over at Amelia as they kept talking. It wasn't until about maybe a month or so into fighting together, back during a skirmish on the border with Creta. One of the cannons fired into the trenches as we were running through and knocked me straight on my ass. He brought his free hand up to his head. There's still a bit of me missing from where it almost took me out. An inch deeper, and I would have been a dead man. There was shrapnel there, and I was on the ground. My ears were still ringing, and I thought Heinkel's were too. He looked back at him. He was hauling me over, trying to get me somewhere safe and tend to me before he could get everything together to take me to the medics. I could hardly hear anything he was saying, but I could see he was trying. And just before I began to pass out, I thought to myself, I have nothing to lose, I'm going to die. He stopped walking, making Heinkel stop with him, the blonde chimera looking at him. So when he was trying to stop the bleeding, I took his hand like this. He pulled up the hand he was holding, encircling it with both of his, and I brought it to my heart. He pulled Heinkel's hand to his chest, and I looked him right in the eyes, or what I thought was his eyes since my vision was getting blurry. He chuckled, and do you remember what I said? Heinkel had a bit of a pout on his face, though Amelia could just barely tell from under his mustache. You told me you loved me with all your heart and soul, and you were glad to die in my arms. Ah, Amelia couldn't help a little coo of adoration, watching as Heinkel's face seemed to only get redder. That's so romantic. Heinkel moved his hand out of Darius's grasp, the blonde chimera a bit embarrassed as he crossed his arms. Darius only smiled and looked back at Amelia. Yeah, I was a bit of a hopeless romantic back then. And as you can imagine, when I came to after Heinkel had managed to carry me back to the medical tent to get fixed up, he was in the bed right beside me. Another cannon had hit the trenches and nearly took out his arm, but he had managed to bring us both there in time. Darius said, and he told me that he never knew I felt that way, and because I told him that, we're here together now. He reached for Heinkel's hand again, and the man silently gave it, glancing down as he watched Darius's fingers interlocking with his. So I understand why you're so afraid, Amelia, but I really think this isn't a better time to tell him how you feel. I mean that story was very romantic and a little dramatic, but I'm not about to die in Edward's arms. Amelia noted, I don't really think I could successfully get my feelings across like that. What I mean is you won't know how it will go until you try. You think I wasn't incredibly nervous to know that not only was I still alive, but Heinkel was my bedmate? Darius chuckled again. It wasn't until I was sure he accepted my feelings that I could relax. And you don't know for sure that he'll deny your feelings. Just because you think he might have something for his mechanic doesn't mean that he does. You could be seeing something that's not there. Amelia frowned, putting her hands on her hips. Have you ever known me to not see something about a person? Darius's lips pursed as he realized who he was talking to. All right, fair point, but I think I'm still right. He insisted, what do you plan on doing once all of this is over anyway? She shrugged, well, the story would be over after the big fight, right? So then maybe that means she would be able to find her way home. I'd work on figuring out how to make my way back home, I guess. And how would you do that? Darius asked. I guess I'd have to consult with some smart alchemists to figure out how the gate and everything worked, test some theories and experiment a little. It wasn't just her that needed to get home, after all. There was Katie, too. She had a life back home that she sacrificed so that Amelia could be where she always wanted to be. And who's the smartest alchemist you know? Well, Ed, I guess, but she paused, her expression falling. Oh, I see your point now. It's not like you can just go about your life once this is over, can you? Darius asked, grinning a little. Why not tell him? She shifted uncomfortably. I really don't want to risk making things awkward. Hey, if anyone would be able to recover from making an awkward mistake, I imagine it's you. Darius encouraged. After all, you're the person who knows society so well, you can pretend to be someone else completely and get away with it, remember? And the kid's skull is so thick that if you tell him everything is fine and you can still be friends, he'd probably believe it. I don't think he's that thick-headed. But things would still continue as normal, wouldn't they? Not like we can afford to do what we're doing and be worried about if saving someone makes things awkward. Heinkel agreed. Darius is right. The worst he can do is tell you no thanks, and you two continue on as friends. And you've already said you'd be okay with that, right? I guess. She was still a little unsure as she walked with them. She watched as the couple released each other's hands as they came around the corner to the cliff at the side of the mountain. The camp was right next to the river that flowed down from above, creating a somewhat noisy but still beautiful waterfall that everyone seemed happy to have. The bonfire wasn't too far from it. There were people playing music and having fun celebrating their Ishvalan holiday. They all started to walk towards it, seeing that the festival was really starting to get in full swing now. I suppose you have a point, and it's not like it would be the worst thing I could ever say to him, but when am I supposed to do that? Whenever it feels right, Darius encouraged, glad to hear that she was giving way to their point of view. And you'll know when that is, just trust your instincts. If you say so, she said, looking over at the mining office where they had left earlier, seeing Edward and Greed stepping out with Marco and Scar, still talking over their plans a little. Oh, they're done talking. She went over to go join them, not realizing how close she was to the crowd of refugees and didn't see one come over her way, bumping into her shoulder. Oh, I'm sorry. Ah, it's all right. The Ishvalan stranger looked up at her, red eyes meeting hers for a moment. She looked him up and down for a brief second, figuring he must be right around her age, and he wasn't bad to look at either. He smiled at her. Hey, you wanna dance? What? She was a little shocked at the sudden question. It's good luck to dance under the light of the full moon on the new year. The stranger insisted, reaching for her hands. Do you know how to dance? Well, yeah, but So come dance. The stranger pulled her into the growing circle of people dancing around the bonfire. He was clearly enjoying himself enough during this celebration to forget about the fact that not only was she an outsider, but she had never said yes, and pulled her along into the crowd. She was about to politely decline as he brought her into the growing circle of people, hearing clapping hands joining the music as the song changed and she could hear the strings picking up. The boy in front of her grinned, taking her hands. Just follow my lead. He had her spin out and back into his arms, both of his coming around her body as she was pulled back against his chest, and she suddenly realized how much taller he was than her. I'm Raffi, by the way. He introduced himself with that same friendly smile. Amelia, she looked up at him as he released her, spinning her back in front of him and taking her hands. Here, like this? He opened his arms, one hand in the air, and she copied him, their other palms pressing together as they walked opposite each other in a circle, moving amongst the other couples around the warm bonfire. She could hear the lively music thrumming through the air, her feet moving with him effortlessly. Well, look at you, you really can dance like you said. She smiled a bit at the compliment. Well, I didn't take all those dance lessons for nothing. Ah, a student? Then we can step it up a little. He took both of her hands, the two of them moving around the bonfire, him moving her around him in circles, putting her on display to anyone that was watching. She found herself actually having fun as he brought his hand around her waist, his palm resting on her stomach with his arm and shoulder around her back, his other hand taking her left hand to lead her around the dance floor, her other hand free in the air as he moved her body in time with the melody. It was an exciting new way to move, her feet barely stumbling as he led her with the expertise of someone who loved the act of dancing itself. He was beaming as she smiled and laughed, unable to help letting out a delighted squeal when he brought his hands up at the climax of the song, lifting her up into the air before putting her back down on the ground as the music stopped. The crowd around them applauded the musicians, and Amelia joined them with Raffi. Hey, she turned around when she heard a familiar voice, looking to see Edward walking over to her with a stony expression on his face. Hey, she smiled at him as he came over. Who's your friend? He asked, looking over at Raffi with a pointed stare, who looked right back at him. Oh, this is Raffi, Amelia said, introducing him. We just had a dance. Okay, but who is he? Edward asked again. Okay, Raffi, you made your point. The two of them looked over as an Ishvalan girl came up to lock her arm with Raffi's. I can keep dancing with you, but I want to get something to eat first. All right, Sadia, Raffi beamed at her, the two watching as the other couple walked off. Did I make you jealous? He asked her teasingly. Oh, hush. She brushed it off, and the two were left alone by the bonfire as the chatter around the crowd kept going. Edward relaxed a little as he watched them leave, looking back at Amelia. I guess you didn't know him. No, he sort of just pulled me in for a dance, Amelia said with a small laugh, but it was fun, though. She heard the music starting up again, and she decided to follow the impulsive ways of the boy she had just met, reaching to take both of Edward's hands. Hey, you want to dance? What right now? Edward asked, a little flustered from the sudden request. You know how, I taught you, she said, bringing his hands up as if they were waltzing, hearing the song begin again. Come on, it won't be hard and it's fun. We could use a little break from all this end-of-the-world stuff. Edward's cheeks turned a bit red as he was suddenly brought in such close quarters with her. I guess. Just don't complain when I step on your feet, he grumbled. You'll be leading, so you won't, Amelia said, smiling as the music started and she encouraged him to take those first steps. Remember, 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. She watched as Edward mimicked the steps well, slowly moving them around the dancing crowd of people around them. He relaxed a little as she kept encouraging him. See, now just go a little faster to keep up with this music, she said, and he nodded, the two starting to move a little quicker, their steps becoming lighter as they moved across the ground around the bonfire. She could feel the heat of the flames as it moved around the two of them, spinning around this way and that with Edward's coat and her own fanning out around them, not unlike the way a dress skirt would on a ballroom floor. She was smiling all the while, and as Edward started to relax more, he started to smile and enjoy it as much as she did. For a moment as they danced around to the song, her right hand in his flesh one, feeling his automail arm keeping her close as they kept moving together. It was very different from what she had just experienced before she could hear the crowds clapping and snippets of words being spoken from people around them, looking ahead of her as Raffi kept himself to her side or behind her. With Edward it was different, neither of them looked away and her focus was completely on him. It felt like it was just the two of them together, and she could feel her heart racing, her body felt lighter when she was with him like this. She felt like everything was suddenly becoming better now that she was with him. She could forget about how sore her feet were from all the walking. She couldn't care less if the Ishvalans around them were a little unsure of these Amestrian newcomers. It was just her and him. Edward seemed to be in a similar state, the two of them finding themselves laughing and giggling as they moved around together. As he spun her out and brought her back, she couldn't help but notice something different. She didn't have to just look back over her shoulder to see him, she had to look up. She was sure he would be thrilled to know that he had grown taller than her. As the song started to come to a crescendo, Edward kept dancing, and he moved his arms around her waist. Let me try something, he said, and lifted her up, making her squeal in delight again as he spun her around twice before putting her back down and the music stopped. She laughed as she stayed next to him, hearing the applause for the musicians as they both began to relax. I didn't teach you how to do that, she said between giggles, feeling giddy and so excited. It wasn't hard to pick up, Edward replied, grinning as the two of them started to walk away from the bonfire. Besides, you're not all that heavy. You're such a liar, she said, her laughter dying down as they went back to the others, seeing knowing smiles on Heinkel and Darius's faces, whereas Greed just seemed to have a neutral frown on his. She looked over at him, a bit more serious. So did you get everything sorted out with Dr. Marco and Scar? Yeah, we have the details a bit more pinned down now, Edward said, but apparently Hohenheim is more directly involved in this than I thought. We'll have to meet him before we make our way back to Central and meet with them. He obviously wasn't pleased about it. I see, I'm sure it won't be so bad. She tried to reassure him as they rejoined the others. So will Marco and Scar meet us there? Yeah, they'll be leaving in the morning. Scar can't stay in one place for too long without attracting bounty hunters, apparently. Edward said, looking up at the others, but we should be able to find a place to sleep for the night. Scar said we could ask around for someone named Rio, and he could offer us a place to stay. A belly full of real food and a roof over our heads, Heinkel jokingly asked. Sounds like it'll be a good night then. You guys already ate? Edward asked. Yeah, there was this vendor over there we got some food from, he said, pointing Edward in that direction. He glanced over at him and Amelia. Hey, why don't you go show the kid where it is and we'll go looking for this Rio guy? We'll come find you once we know where it is. Amelia grew a little nervous, knowing what he was trying to do after all that time they spent trying to talk to her and encourage her. She glanced over at Darius, who smiled and gave a subtle nod. Yeah, they were definitely trying to set her up. Good, I could use a little grub to eat, Greed said, only to be met with Heinkel's hand on his shoulder. First, let's make sure you find this Rio guy. You'll want to claim any beds first, right? Heinkel said, trying to appeal to his avarice for luxury and comfort to get the two teens to be alone together. Yeah, I suppose so. He looked over at Amelia and Edward. I'll come find you two later. Sure, Amelia nodded, looking over at Darius and Heinkel, who both gave encouraging smiles to support her before they left with the homunculus. She looked over at Edward, who seemed a little curious that they had all left just so it was the two of them, but he didn't seem to question it. Come on, I'll show you where we got some good curry. Curry sounds so good right now, Edward grinned, eager to get some kind of food that wasn't from a can. The two of them began to walk together, Edward taking in a long breath through his nose and letting it back out, smiling as he brought his hands up behind his head casually. Man, I think I can smell it from here. It feels like it's been ages since we had real food. Right, Amelia laughed a little. It was so refreshing after eating canned this and vacuum-sealed for, 3 weeks now? Has it been that long? It feels like it's been longer. It didn't take them too long to approach the booth, with Edward ordering the curry and the two of them taking a seat by the bar and waiting for his food to be made. It really makes you appreciate the hard work that goes into cooking when you've been eating all the pre-prepared stuff. Totally, she voiced her agreement, looking over at him. So, what were the details Marco wanted to go over? Edward shrugged in response. Mostly just seeing where we would meet up. We actually decided to change the rendezvous point to Kanama. They'll meet us there after finding everyone else. Edward said, apparently since that place isn't too crowded outside of whoever lives there, it shouldn't be too difficult to get all of us together and then head on to Central. I see, Amelia replied. Still, I'm really glad there's a plan. Me too, Edward nodded. It's nice to have so many allies on our side going forward. It's kind of a shame about Al, though. She looked over at Edward. I know you were really hoping he was here. Edward's expression shifted, a little distant as he thought about it, but then shrugged again. Al's smart enough to know what he's doing. I trust that he's working well with everyone else. He smiled at Amelia. Besides, it's not like us traveling together is terrible. Yeah, I think this is the first time we've been alone together since your teacher dropped us on that island. Amelia commented, thinking about how rare it had been for the two of them to have a moment alone together, if alone at all. Is it really? Edward thought back for a moment, trying to recall any other times they had been alone together with just the two of them. Before he could collect all of his thoughts, the vendor came over with the curry he had ordered. All right. He happily grabbed his spoon and started to dig in, thoughts about the two of them left behind as he eagerly devoured his meal. Ah, it's so good. Don't talk with your mouth full, Amelia chuckled, giving him a light nudge with her elbow. Edward gave her a sly look before deciding to open his mouth and show her the chewed-up food inside. You! God, what are you 5? She shoved his shoulder and he laughed to himself as he continued to eat. She laughed a little to herself, watching him eat for a bit as she enjoyed the comfortable quiet as she looked around them. She glanced back over at the bonfire, remembering that brief song they had shared together, the feeling of his arms around her, remembering the difference in sensation between his flesh hand and his automail one. The smile she must have worn the entire time they were dancing. And she remembered seeing one on him too. Did you enjoy dancing just then? Edward looked up from his meal as she asked. I kind of just pulled you in without giving you a say, so I just... Yeah, it was fun, he said. Not really used to it, though. Not much of a dancer. He went back to eating, shoveling the curry and rice in his mouth and enjoying the taste. You're not bad at it. I'm glad you remembered the waltzing lessons at least, she said, glad to hear that he had enjoyed himself despite her just suddenly pulling him into it and barely asking for consent to do so. She was quiet for a moment longer, reflecting on what to say to him now that she had the opportunity while they were alone. How long has it been since we met? Edward's head popped up from his plate, letting out a thoughtful hum as he tried to think, slowly bringing up one of the last bites of fried rice up to his mouth. Maybe. The incident with Isaac was a while ago. That's where we met, I think. Geez, was it then? Amelia was a little shocked. That feels so long ago. But if we count back... Edward counted on one hand for a moment, his spoon in his mouth as he counted backward. Yeah, it's been more than half a year now, maybe 7 or 8 months. She slumped slightly in her seat as Edward put his spoon down, picking up the bread on his plate and running it through the remains of the curry to eat. Thinking about that, it feels like it's such a short amount of time when you say it like that, but it feels a lot longer, doesn't it? Edward nodded in agreement, stuffing the last of his bread into his mouth, showing a clean plate left behind. Did you think we'd ever be friends then? I think all I did was yell at you. Edward chuckled. Yeah, I remember you swore a lot. God, I did, didn't I? She laughed with him. I used to drop the F-bomb a lot. She paused. I don't really do that anymore, do I? Not unless you're really pissed or you hurt yourself. Edward said, you say it plenty when we spar. She let out a small hum, the two of them sitting together at that little table off the side of the vendor's little booth. She looked over at him. I guess you didn't really think we'd be friends then, huh? He shook his head. Nope, if anything I figured you would always be with the Major, be his headache to deal with. You were a little shit back then compared to now. I'm still a little shit, I don't know what you're talking about. Amelia joked, the two of them sharing another laugh. God, I was a spoiled little thing, I still am, but I feel like I'm not as much as I used to be. I'm more of the person I always wanted to be. Oh yeah, and who is that? Edward asked curiously. She shrugged, struggling a little with putting it into words. Well, I mean I always wanted to be the popular girl, I guess. The girl who was friends with everyone, or at least had a little group of friends she could call on when she needed it. Like all those main characters in books and movies and stuff. I wanted to be like them. She looked over at Edward, and here I am, sitting with an actual main character, knowing damn well I'm not the star of your story, Edward chuckled, but I feel better for my time spent with you. And the Major, too. That's good, he said. I'm glad you could find your way there. Well, I'm not there yet, Amelia specified. I will be, I'm getting closer, but not yet. She looked up at Edward, her brown eyes meeting his golden ones. What about you, Ed? Me? Yeah, did you ever want to be someone you weren't? Edward took a moment to think about it carefully, his automail hand coming up to his chin as he took the time to process her question. As she looked over his profile, she had to wonder if Edward had noticed how much more manly he looked at that moment. His profile had changed, his cheeks didn't seem as round as she remembered them, and seeing him sitting there stoically. God, it was like looking at a statue. I don't think so. I mean, I guess there were times when I was a kid that I thought maybe I shouldn't be a jerk, but at the same time I was only a jerk because people were dumb. Amelia laughed. It's true. Everyone else I knew was so stupid, and that would just make me mad that no one else could understand what I did. Yeah, that sounds like the most genuine version of you, Amelia said as she thought about what a young Edward would have been like, angry at kids that were crying for one reason or another. I guess you never felt like you had to work to an ideal person. That's good. Well, he rubbed his hand on the back of his neck. I mean, it's not like I've never wondered what things might be like if I was different. She listened as he went on, like, if I was more of a gentleman and a bit more suave, maybe I could be seen as cooler instead of just some hot-tempered kid. I think you're cool, Amelia said, her cheeks turning a little pink as she realized what she had just said. She watched as Edward grinned at her. Yeah, thanks, that's actually nice to know, he said, smiling with all his teeth, and while she had just seen the maturity in his face a moment ago when he had been deep in thought, now he showed his age. He wasn't any older than her, and seeing him beam like that so genuinely, she could feel her heart twisting up. He looked around. I guess we should get around to finding where the others are staying. Don't want you to miss out on getting a bed if Greed hasn't taken the only one. He turned and hopped out of his seat, waiting for her to join him. She followed him up. All right, so where did they go? He was talking to himself, leading the way, and she followed behind him as he tried to remember vaguely where the others had gone off to. She walked behind him, feeling her heart racing as she looked at his back, seeing the broadness of his shoulders in the white coat he had worn since their time escaping Fort Briggs. She walked with him past a few other homes and people chatting happily, singing, eating, enjoying the festive night. It felt like everything she had for him inside of her was boiling up, threatening to boil over and spill out of her if she didn't take control of herself. She could feel their bond more strongly now after that brief little talk, knowing more about Edward as a person and a little of how he came to be who he is now. She wanted to tell him. She needed to tell him. Hey, she reached out and gently tugged on his sleeve. There's something I need to talk to you about. Okay, what is it? Edward asked, turning to face her, grunting a little as a pair of running children came by, accidentally bumping into him as they ran off, laughing and giggling with a pair of pinwheels flying with them in the air. Let's talk over here, she said, pulling him by the sleeve over to one of the old buildings left behind from the mining. She couldn't hear anyone inside, and the area was relatively private, so I've just been doing a lot of thinking lately, she began, feeling her nerves threatening to get the better of her, but she tried to ignore them about all of the stuff we've been through since we started these lessons and since I came here, and I keep thinking about you and how things have just continued to kind of get better in their own way when I was traveling with you and, it felt like the words were building up in her throat, blocking the way and making it impossible for her to get them out. As she kept speaking, she found it harder and harder to look him in the eyes, her hands starting to fidget with the sleeves of her coat as she looked at him. And I think I've definitely become a better person for knowing you, Ed. Like being with you and knowing you has turned me into a better person than who I was, and in that time I've learned more about you, and She looked down at the ground, feeling her cheeks getting hotter as she knew she had to be blushing as she was getting so worked up. I think. Because of that and other things like your determination and the way you always seem to think of the best of me and everyone else, the way you work to do your best and refuse to hurt anyone if you can, She could feel the build-up in her throat again, and she swallowed it down, taking a moment to take a quick breath. You're one of the smartest, bravest people I know, and with the promised day coming up soon, I wanted to go into it without regrets and tell you, she looked up into his eyes again, that I love you. She watched as Edward's eyes grew wide at the confession, his cheeks turning their own shade of red. And I wanted you to know that. Her voice had gotten softer with those last words, feeling like the sound was being drowned out by her thundering heartbeat in her ears. She saw Edward look away from her, eyes still wide, clearly trying to figure out how to process this. He was quiet. She could see how he tried to look at anything and everything that wasn't her eyes, clearly getting nervous as his fingers fidgeted at the end of his sleeves. Why wasn't he saying anything? The seconds ticking on felt like minutes, standing there awkwardly as she waited for him to say anything to her after hearing this. But instead, he just stood there, trying to piece the words together in a way that she was sure he was trying to do to be gentle with her. She could feel that anxiety and nervous energy she had from confessing sinking into her stomach. She was right, he didn't feel the same. She swallowed the intense feelings building up in her chest and put a smile on her face, stuffing her feelings down. It's okay, you don't have to say anything, she said, getting him to look at her for the first time in what felt like a small eternity in that awkward silence. I just didn't want to go into our final battle with any regrets. And now that you know, that's the end of it. It is, Edward asked, a little surprised that she was handling it this way. Yeah, we can just go on as normal, don't even worry about it. She reassured him. Hey, how about we split up to look for the guys? Split up, Edward repeated. Yeah, I'll go over that way and ask about Rio, and you head over that way. I'll meet you back at the bonfire in a couple minutes if I haven't found him, okay? Before she could get his answer, she walked around him briskly. Edward watched her go, a little stunned as he stayed in place, but she kept walking. She never turned back once, feeling a heavy weight in her chest that seemed to reach up into her throat, creating a lump as her eyes started to sting with tears. She knew this would happen, she knew. That's why she didn't want to say anything. Why did she listen to those lovesick chimeras? She knew better, this was Edward's story. He was in love with Winry, the girl who was literally made for him. She knew better. Why did she let herself get swept up in the romantic stories? She wanted a happy ending for herself that she hadn't earned. She knew better. She knew so much better. Why did she do it? Her vision blurred as she kept walking straight on, not even paying attention to the people she was passing, as she could feel those tears starting to roll down her cheeks. She hadn't realized that she had passed Greed as he waited outside one of the shabby old buildings. He watched her pass him with wide eyes as she walked straight on through the people, arms stiff at her sides, her shoulders shaking as she was trying to hold back the worst of it, keep herself calm and keep herself from breaking down right then and there in front of everyone who could see. She eventually found herself at the side of the river, watching the water rush by from the waterfall near the camp. There was nowhere else for her to go now unless she wanted to turn around. She couldn't hear anyone nearby, the sound of the water rushing by was too loud, and when she looked to make sure she was alone, she brought her hands up to her face, hiding herself as she knew she wasn't a pretty crier by any means. She hid behind her fingers as her shoulders shook and she quietly cried, standing there by the river that flowed off the side of the mountain. She let it all start to flow out of her as the river floated down the stream, wiping at her tears as they didn't seem to stop falling. She knew better. She definitely knew better than this. She didn't know how long she was standing there, unable to hear the footsteps of someone coming up next to her until she felt their presence beside her, a hand reaching out to gently touch her shoulder. She looked up from her hands, face red and skin splotchy from her tears as she met the eyes of a gentle-faced greed. But no, it wasn't him. "Ling?" she asked in a hoarse voice, reaching up to wipe her nose as she looked up at him. "Hey, are you okay?" Ling's voice came out of the body, and she was sure it was him. "What happened? Why are you crying?" She sniffled as she tried to clean herself up, suddenly finding it easier to calm down as he spoke to her. She didn't want him to see her crying any more than she already had. I'm fine." "You're clearly not, don't lie to me," Ling said, gently squeezing her shoulder. "Hey, tell me what's wrong." She wiped at her nose again, her breath quivering a little, but she was calming down. It's really stupid, but I told Edward how I feel about him." "Oh," Ling said gently, able to understand the rest without her saying it. "I'm sorry it didn't go well." "No, don't apologize." She wiped away the last of her tears that seemed to be forming in her eyes, though the weight in her chest didn't leave her. As much as I liked him, there was no way it was going to work out." Ling's hand slid off of her shoulder as she brought her arms up, crossing them in front of her chest. I knew he didn't feel the same, but Heinkel and Darius talked me into telling him, and I got a little carried away." She sniffled a little, looking up at Ling. "It's kind of dumb, isn't it? Telling him knowing he wouldn't return my feelings." "It's not dumb," Ling said gently. "It's important to tell people these things." "Yeah, but now things just..." She brought her hands up, trying to articulate how it complicated things between them more now that she had revealed it. "It's awkward and..." He didn't know what to say, I didn't know what to say. I never not know what to say. She sighed, her hands going up into her hair in frustration. "I should have never let myself get carried away like that by all those stories. I knew better. Why did I do it?" Ling stood by her, listening as she kept going. "I knew it wasn't going to work out. I knew Edward and Winry were basically made for each other, but I told him anyway. God, I feel so stupid." She gently tugged at her hair, letting her fingers slide through it until her arms flopped at her sides. I told him we could pretend like nothing happened, but I don't know that you know how he is, he's not exactly great at." She trailed off, looking down at the river as it kept rushing by. "I feel like such a dope, saying all of that to him. I am, aren't I? A stupid, idiotic little dope." "You're not a dope," Ling said gently. "You needed to say those things to him. What else could you do with your feelings?" He looked over at the river with her. "And it's not as if you had no chance at all, there was still a chance he might have returned them. I think you should be happy for that." "Happy for that chance that didn't happen?" Amelia asked. Ling was quiet for a minute. "You remember Lan Fan, don't you?" She nodded. "Her family has served mine for generations, creating loyal bodyguards to service and help our royal bloodline continue to succeed." He put his hands in the pockets of Greed's coat that he wore. "And Lan Fan is also a very special person to me. We've known each other since we were very young. She means a great deal to me as both my bodyguard and my friend." He looked over at Amelia. "But no matter what happens in Xing, no matter if I return with my Philosopher's Stone, I can never act on those feelings." Amelia's head tilted, and Ling went on to answer her silent question of why not. "Because we're from separate clans of different placements, my family is placed much higher than hers, and therefore considered superior. Her family serves as a servant clan, creating expert bodyguards whose only purpose is to sacrifice their life for mine because they're seen as lesser." He frowned, looking back to the river again. "Even if I became emperor, that status wouldn't be changed. Lan Fan wouldn't be among the women brought to me to bear one of my children should I succeed the current emperor and come to a place where I would be able to do that. She must always be ready to sacrifice her life for me, even when I don't want her to. Even when I would rather she would be at my side as my queen." There was a moment between them. Amelia had never seen this part of Ling before. He had always been a little goofy. Whether that was on purpose, or if it was because he wasn't familiar with things around Amstress had been anyone's guess. But to see him so serious like this when they weren't in a very serious situation was a bit shocking to say the least. Still, she could see where he was coming from. "I guess being emperor doesn't allow you to change the way status works." "Not really," Ling chuckled dryly. That was put in place ages ago, trying to upheave that so that servants and their lords could be together without scandal would be next to impossible, especially considering the duty they have to their clan and their wives. Amelia nodded slowly. I'm always grateful for when she's by my side, but no matter my feelings, it can never be acted on in a way that I want. He looked over at her. I'm jealous of you, in that regard. You could still tell him. Yeah, even though I knew it would blow up in my face. She muttered, her foot coming forward to kick a loose pebble into the river rushing by. She let her vision blur as she watched it rush on, the stream and light coming together as she looked at it, relaxing a little as she stood there with another lovelorn soul, the two of them sharing that moment and those feelings together. It's really silly. I knew it would turn out this way. I don't know why it still hurts so much. She said softly, her voice just barely heard over the river, but still Ling responded with a nod of the head, the two sullenly looking down into the water. She stood there with him for a moment before lifting her head up. Also, why is it you talking to me and not Greed? Greed saw you rushing by, Ling explained, but he's not really the best at handling woman problems, as he said. Amelia rolled her eyes a little at the mention of it, so he sent me to help instead. Yeah, that sounds like him. She let out a small sigh. Well, thank you for talking with me, at least. I think I've calmed down a little. Good, Ling smiled. Glad to hear you're doing better. Well, not better, but, she shrugged, it's better to have someone to talk to about it than not to, I guess. Ling nodded in agreement, glad to be of use for his company if nothing else. He turned to her. Well, what do you think you'll do now? She let out a long breath as she tried to think about it. I told him to forget about it. Hopefully he will and nothing will come out of it. She said, I'm sure that was just as mortifying for me as it was for him. He'll leave it alone. Probably. Hopefully. Ling didn't respond to that, simply letting her speak or be quiet as she needed. Love is weird. Yes, it is. Ling agreed. Have you never felt this way before? She shook her head. It's not like I've never been flirted with, but I never really liked anyone not like this. She said softly, I really like him. Like he makes me want to be a better person, a better alchemist, someone he'd be happy to be with. Ling nodded along as she spoke, listening as she dealt with the tumultuous feelings inside of her, and for all of that, she sighed, I feel so stupid, I don't know how to do this right. Ling took a moment to think, unsure if there was anything he could say to make this situation better. She was in a difficult place, trying to console her own feelings while acknowledging they wouldn't be returned after coming clean to Edward. He had always gotten the impression that Edward would like her, but he supposed he had been wrong. He turned to her, about to ask more about what happened when a sudden bang and rumbling sound caught their attention. They turned to see a plume of smoke rising up from the entrance of the camp, separate from the one the bonfire was making. What is that? Amelia exclaimed as she saw it, hearing the distant screams of people becoming louder as she could see the crowd starting to run. She heard Ling grunting, seeing his hand coming up to his head and his eyes opened, revealing Greed's purple irises. Looks like trouble. Go find the chimeras and the little guy and get out of here. Greed ordered, and Amelia nodded, running back into the camp as Greed took off towards the smoke. Heinkel and Darius weren't hard to find. The two of them were well over 6 feet and built like refrigerators, easy to spot amongst the moving crowd. Guys, she called out to them, getting their attention, and they made their way over to her. What's going on? Heinkel asked. I don't know, but I think we need to get out of here. Amelia said, Where's Ed? Wasn't he with you? Darius asked, and Amelia's stomach dropped. She looked over at the plume of smoke, seeing a group of Amestrian men coming in. Her eyes widened as she saw they were all wearing animal masks, one of them wearing a dog mask carrying a Molotov cocktail that he threw onto one of the tents. She knew Edward well enough to know he wasn't about to just let them do this. Shit, she glanced over at the mining offices, seeing the Ishvalans that were inside making their way out, Scar coming out and looking over at the group, his hands tensing as his brow creased in a deep rage at the sight of them. Scar! Her voice caught his attention, and she rushed over to him with Heinkel and Darius just behind her. What can we do to help? It was a simple question, and one that seemed to direct his attention away from his rage that there were Amestrians attacking them unprovoked. He glanced over at the men, and then at the crowds of running people. Do what you can to evacuate everyone. There's a path alongside the river that leads back into town. He told her, try to get them somewhere safe. Okay, she turned back to Heinkel and Darius. Do you guys think you can handle that while I go stop Ed? By yourself, Darius concernedly asked. Oh, Greed's already over there and I'll go with Scar. Just help these people as much as you can. You're both big and tall, you're easy to see. People will come to you if you say you're helping. Go with Dr. Marco. She explained briefly, I'll get our boys and then I'll meet you by the river, okay? She turned to Scar. Ed's going to try to fight these freaks. I need to grab him and our homunculus. The sooner we get everyone out of here, the sooner you can do what you need to without hurting any innocents. Scar nodded, the group splitting as she left with the Ishvalan man. The Chimera couple didn't seem completely on board with this, but there wasn't exactly time to argue, calling out to the running crowd to try and direct them down the path that should hopefully get them out. Amelia and Scar ran towards the masked man she had seen with the Molotov cocktail, who seemed to be working on lighting a second one as they started to close in. He looked up at them, and she jumped up, shouting as she sprinted and jumped up to dropkick him before it could light, taking a little satisfaction in how she could feel the weight of her body on his chest as she knocked him to the ground, managing to land standing up while he had the wind knocked out of him. She jumped off of him, taking advantage of his state to kick him in the back of the head, watching as he slumped to the ground afterwards. Edward had taught her that if she wanted to knock anyone out, she needed to aim for the back of the skull towards the bottom, try to hit the part of the brain that controlled sight. She was glad to see his advice worked. She kept running towards the front of the camp, seeing that a fire was growing, wincing a little as she could feel the growing heat as they rushed by some of the old buildings that had been lit aflame. Among the bodies, she could see about 7 or 8 adult men, one of them getting their asses handed to them by Greed as 3 of them tried to take him on, and she could see Edward's hands moving to throw punches at one man that was hitting back just as hard. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw something moving and stepped back in time to avoid another masked man bringing down an axe where she had been standing. Scar stepped in immediately as she stepped back, bringing his hand up to the man's face, and she watched as a transmutative light surrounded him, and blood spewed forth from under the mask. Scar, she called out in shock. He's not dead, Scar called back, watching as the man cried out under his mask, taking it off to reveal that the skin underneath was what had been broken as he screamed in pain. Amelia couldn't look at it for too long as she saw the blood dripping down from the muscles on his face, feeling nauseous. Can you make a barrier? A what? She looked up at Scar. Make a barrier to cut off these men from the rest of the camp. As she looked around, the fire was mainly in the forest and only reached a couple of buildings. If they cut it off, it wouldn't spread to do any more damage to the refugees and the homes they had made. She nodded, yes, but you have to get Edward back on the side so we can go, she said. Scar nodded in agreement and went to go get the teenager in question. She clapped her hands and brought them to the ground, watching as the light from her transmutation spread forward, watching as the ground caved in around the growing fence as she brought it up higher and higher until it was roughly 10 feet up, watching as it slowly started to build, hearing the sounds of fists and feet meeting bodies and skin until Scar managed to come back over, dragging a raving Edward and Greed just behind him as she managed to get the barrier all the way up, cutting off the fire from doing any more damage, though that didn't stop the men from walking around. Edward was put back on his feet by Scar, already sporting what looked like an open cut on his forehead. Come on, Amelia shouted at him, running back to lead the others, knowing the men were right behind them. Edward ran up next to Amelia. What's the plan? He asked. We have to stall so everyone can get out safely, Amelia said between breaths. I think the 5 of us can take them, yeah. Edward looked a little uneasy at the thought of her joining, but nodded. Okay. He looked back to see the masked men were still following behind them. Where do we go? The middle of the camp. They won't be able to follow everyone else. Edward nodded, and as they kept running, they could see Heinkel and Darius make their way over to them, Darius's taking the time to transform, his shirt ripping apart as he let out a deep rumble of a roar that scared the men to stop in their tracks as he ran forward and charged 2 of them. The bonfire was still burning, but no one was around save for their little group. Did everyone get out safely? Amelia asked as she ran up to Heinkel, turning around to face the others as they started to come their way. The doctor's leading them into town, Heinkel answered. Who are these guys? They called themselves the Amstrian Avengers, "Think you can let loose and take 'em?" Edward asked, and Heinkel nodded. "Shouldn't be too long," he said, and she watched as he transformed in front of her. His skin shifting as the hair grew thicker on his arms and face, his hair lengthening into a mane, his nose growing wider as he took off his glasses, depositing them into the neckline of his shirt, letting a massive roar before he went after the others. The two chimeras taking on about 3 each at a time, Scar going up against one other, the other 2 coming straight for them. "Move, princess," Greed shouted at Amelia as he knocked one guy down with his shielded hand, though the man was quick to get back up and come back after Greed. The last still came charging towards them, and Amelia took a stance with Edward, the 2 of them bringing up their legs in a high kick to knock him back. The man stumbled, Amelia charging forward to take advantage of his misstep and bring her hand up right under his jaw, knocking his head back. Edward came to finish him off, hitting him hard with his automail hand and watching him crumple on the ground. As he fell, another man charged forward to take his place, Edward knocking him back. "Arm yourself," he ordered Amelia as he took him on. Amelia looked around her, finding a stone on the ground and running with it. It was limestone, and the conversion of stone to metal wouldn't be too difficult, though it wouldn't be very strong. She clapped her hands together, watching as the rock transformed into a blade in her hands. A simple double-edged short sword. She wasn't too familiar with wielding it, but it would have to do. She gripped it with one hand, seeing one of the bigger ones charging right for her with a machete. She brought the blade up to block its path, and again and again. The man was relentless, and she found herself moving back to try and put some space between him and her as the fight raged on. She could feel the metal in her sword giving way to his machete. His blade was designed to last through all kinds of things, but hers was a haphazard transmutation from a rock of limestone. It wasn't made to last for too long, so she had to find something else. She started to run, though not too far, watching as the man swung his blade back and forth towards her, doing everything she could to dodge him. She had remembered all of her training with Edward, and she blocked him where she had to, but she could feel the integrity of her sword giving way with each hit. She had become faster, and she had learned to think faster, on her feet in a fight like this. She thought how it would be easier to take him on where he couldn't call on his friends to back him up. She started walking, being careful as she started to lead him away from the others, focusing entirely on him as all of the boys worked to get the rest of the men incapacitated. Edward knocked down the third one in his way, watching as the fox mask he wore came apart, falling back with what was definitely going to be a bad black eye. He looked around at the others, seeing Heinkel and Darius were standing, slowly transforming back into their human selves with bodies of unconscious men that had been taken out one way or another. Greed seemed fine, and Scar was looking around at the number of them. "We had been having issues with some of the locals, but I didn't think it would reach this point," the Ishvalan said. Edward looked around the camp, seeing the damage done was minimal, but that wasn't where his gaze was focused. "I heard them shout something about Amestrian Avengers or the like. These are all the kind of nuts people that think any change is bad in this country," Heinkel said as he looked around, finding his glasses again and putting them back on as he started to smooth out his blonde hair so he looked like his normal self again. "We should tie them all up and send them back home. I'm sure there isn't much else we can do here." "I agree," Scar replied. As Edward kept looking around, he noticed she wasn't there, he didn't hear anything, and his heart began to drop into his stomach. "I imagine my presence here helped escalate things as well. We should be moving on anyway." "Where's Amelia?" Edward asked frantically, and the other men all looked around, not able to find her. He snapped his head around. "Lioness." "That's not my name," Heinkel barked. "Where is she? Can you smell her?" Edward was starting to panic. He knew she had been fighting, but what if something had happened to her? For all the improvement she had made in their training, she was still nowhere near his level, and he was afraid she might have got overconfident. Heinkel saw the clear worry, bringing his nose into the air, Darius doing the same as he tried to see if he could smell her. "I think she went this way," he pointed out the direction, and Edward took off without another word. "Hey, hold on a minute, kid." He and Darius ran after him, Greed and Scar not far behind. He had pointed towards the river, and as they rounded the houses and tents that had been made that had thankfully received very little damage in the skirmish, they could hear the sounds of metal clashing as they came closer. As Edward rounded the corner of one of the buildings, He could see Amelia backing up towards the river as she still held up a short sword, taking swipes at another man with a machete that he kept bringing down on her. He had at least a foot in height and easily another 70 pounds in weight. He was hardly a fair opponent for her to fight. Edward watched with wide eyes as the blade she was using to defend herself, trying to swipe at the man and get him back, but he kept managing to get just out of reach or didn't seem to care about a scratch or two that she would manage to land. He could see she was getting closer to the rushing water of the riverbank, and he wasn't about to watch her fight on her own like this. "Bastard," he growled out, clapping his hands together in his transmutation, planting them on the ground, watching as the lightning shot forward between the two of them, Amelia's eyes wide as the ground suddenly jutted up as a fist that came straight to uppercut the man's jaw, knocking his mask back as his machete came down on Amelia's arm. She cried out, jumping back and not realizing that she didn't have a place to stand. Her heel went over the edge of the riverbank and she lost her balance. Watching her fall into the river, it felt like watching it in slow motion, Edward catching Amelia's terrified eyes as she fell back, the splash the only sound he heard as he rushed to the water. Amelia. As he came to the end, he could see she wasn't there. Looking down the river, he saw her head pop up as the water rushed on, the current pulling her further downstream. He started running down the water's edge. "Hang on," he called out, looking around down the river for anything she could use to stop herself, but there weren't any low-hanging branches. He could see stones, and he tried to point them out to her. "The rocks! Hold onto the rocks." His voice was unfortunately drowned out, as all Amelia could hear was either the disturbing silence of having water in her ears when she dipped under, or the rush of the river as she kept moving through it. She could swim just fine in normal conditions, but fully dressed in her coat and shoes, it felt like it was getting harder to keep her head afloat. She kept trying to swim in the current, but she had fallen so suddenly, and she could feel her throat burning as water kept falling into her mouth when she tried to breathe. She was panicking and afraid, her hands trying to reach out to Edward, but her terrified mind couldn't think straight, the adrenaline rushing through her as she tried to find any quick solution to get her out of the water without thinking it through, flailing in the river as it carried her on. She was coughing and trying to breathe where she could, but it was starting to turn into a losing battle, and she slipped under just before the rocks could catch her. Edward was starting to panic himself, shouting out Amelia's name desperately as he ran harder, his hands clapping together in transmutation as he saw her form slipping under the water. Bringing his hands down on the ground, watching as the lightning from his transmutation shot forward past where her body was slipping, the ground pulling itself up in a thin wall that blocked the flow of water for just a few seconds, but not for long. It was done at the last second, made of the sediment and mud and dirt from under the river, slowly collapsing as Amelia's body was brought up against it by the current. "Shit!" He jumped in the water, grabbing her body as it still stayed under the water, yanking her up and pulling her to the riverbank as the wall he made started to collapse. He was frantic, swimming up to the riverbank as the others all started to catch up with them, Darius and Greed grabbing onto Edward and Amelia to yank them out of the water as the wall completely collapsed and fell away. Edward was panting for breath, and Darius put Amelia on her back. She was soaked to the bone and not breathing. He went straight for her, ignoring Heinkel's question of whether or not he was okay as he brought his mouth onto hers, blowing air into her throat and plugging her nose, hoping to get some kind of movement. It didn't take much after that, Amelia coughing up a mouthful of water that sputtered up past her lips, turning onto her side as she started coughing out the rest that had fallen into her lungs. Edward sat back, panting for breath as he felt relief rushing through him. Darius's hand came up to rub at her back, patting it to help her cough out the rest of the water until she was able to take a gasping breath again. "Oh, hell," she swore in a hoarse voice, starting to push herself to sit up. "God, my throat hurts." She brought her hand up to her throat as she started to come back to herself. And hearing her complain about the pain in her throat, Edward couldn't help but feel a burning rage building up in his chest as he looked at her. "What the hell were you thinking?" he yelled, catching her off guard. "Why did you try to fight him by yourself? What the hell is wrong with you?" "Ed, what?" "Shut up," he cut her off. "You're not about to just play innocent to this, you knew better. I taught you better, you idiot. You had a whole team behind you, did you lead him away? You know good and well I'm the one that's usually this reckless, not you." He gestured angrily at her. Look at you. You nearly drowned because you didn't know what the hell you were supposed to be doing. Hey, you nearly died. It wasn't on purpose. Idiot, you don't go telling someone you love them and then almost die. What the hell was I supposed to do? Huh. Amelia was stunned into silence as he brought it up. I'm not about to let you die before I can even talk to you about that. And you're sure as hell not stupid enough to fight someone on your own when you can fight with a team. You know better. So don't go dying on me before I can tell you how I feel. He finished, panting from the effort it took to save her, as well as the effort he had put into screaming at her just then. She looked over his body, seeing that he was soaked from the shoulders down, and she knew she was completely wet. It wasn't hard to figure out what had happened. She glanced up at the others who were all staring down at them with wide eyes. She couldn't help feeling just a little embarrassed now that everyone knew about that moment, but also seeing the trouble she had caused for Edward. I'm sorry, Ed, she said in a small voice. He looked like he was still ready to tear her a new one again, but he calmed down as he realized they weren't alone. His cheeks grew a little red as he realized he had just said something that was meant to be private out loud for everyone to hear. Just stay with us next time, all right? He pushed himself to stand up with a bit of a sheepish expression, still trying to retain a look of disappointed anger, reaching a hand down to help her. She took it, letting him help her up again. As she was back on her feet, Edward noticed something right away. Your arm. She looked down at the mention of it, seeing a watery red trail of blood painted onto her skin, reaching up and wiping it away to reveal a small cut. You okay? Darius asked. It's nothing too deep, I think, she murmured as she looked at it. It looks worse than it is. She smiled up at Ed. I'm fine. He didn't look so sure, but he didn't press the issue if she was sure that she was fine. The doctor can probably patch you up back in town. That's where everyone was heading, Darius said. You think you and the kid are good to go on your own? We, should probably get back and round up those guys. Turn them over to the MPs if we can, or someone, Heinkel said, looking back at the path behind them. It'll be easier to leave them to their own devices, Scar said, but there are some things I need to get. With all of this attention, it's best that Marco and I leave immediately with the information we need. We can give you a hand, make sure those guys don't bother you so you can get out of here, Darius said. All right, then I guess we'll meet you down in town when that's finished, Greed said, looking over at Amelia and Edward. Let's go, lovebirds. Edward's face flushed. Wah, shut up, he snapped at Greed, who just chuckled and started down the path. Amelia looked over at Edward, smiling a bit as she started to follow behind Greed, though Edward quickly picked up the pace to walk in front of her. Come on, let's go. He took her by the soaked sleeve of her jacket, the two of them walking with squishing footsteps in their wet shoes as Darius, Heinkel, and Scar started to make their way back to the mining office to make sure they got what they needed for the upcoming promised day. Ed, we can dry ourselves off with alchemy, right? Amelia asked, not really wanting to walk all the way back down the mountain with wet shoes and socks and risk getting a blister. Edward didn't say anything and kept pulling her down with him by her sleeve. She was a little confused. Ed. He didn't respond, just kept walking. Greed was already walking a little further ahead of them, unknowingly giving them space to talk as they kept moving. Look, if you're still mad, I'm sorry. I just figured it would be easier to take him on if he was alone. Edward still didn't say anything, just pulling her along by her sleeve as they continued walking downwards past the river. She wasn't sure what else she could say to help with this. I've hardly noticed it, but I think you've gotten taller. He stood up a little straighter as she mentioned it, but still kept walking in silence, still pulling her with him. She frowned as he still refused to say anything. Can you just talk to me, Ed? I know I was reckless. I'm sorry, but don't just yank me along and give me the silent treatment. She would rather he yell at her if he was angry. You can't hold a grudge against me for doing something we both know you would have done. He finally stopped, letting out a small sigh as he released her sleeve from his hand. He turned around to face her, and she could see the determined expression on his face. She wasn't sure what to make of it, looking up at him as he kept his gaze focused on her. She watched as his cheeks seemed to grow redder as his lips curled slightly. She blinked confusedly as she looked at him. What is it? He opened his mouth to say something, and then closed it with a wordless grumble that almost made it sound like he was choking on his words. He tried again, but he only grew more flustered, standing there with his shoulders tensed and his fists at his sides. I'm not good at this. he said haltingly, as if he had to force every word out. Good at what? Amelia asked, confused. This, he gestured frantically between the two of them. The talking, the words, and he only grew more flustered as his words seemed to disintegrate in his throat with a frustrated grumble. He looked away from her, looking back at the river as he still tried to get his words together, fidgeting a little where he stood. I'm not good at it like you are. Amelia's head tilted to the side, still not entirely sure what he was talking about, though she was starting to understand. Are you talking about earlier? He nodded. When I told you that He nodded fervently. So, you're saying that you're not good at talking about stuff like that? He shook his flushed head, glancing down between the two of them as she slowly nodded. I see. And you left really quickly. Edward added on. She blushed a bit as he mentioned it. Sorry, when you didn't say anything right away, I sort of panicked. She felt a little silly now for being so quick to dismiss his silence as a rejection, but those seconds ticking by felt like a small eternity, though she had probably been standing there in silence with him for less than a minute. So, does that mean there was something you wanted to say to me? The blush on Edward's face only got worse as she mentioned it, but he knew he couldn't just stand here in silence the entire time again. He hadn't been able to find the words before. He could say 1,000 different things about 1,000 different alchemy theories, but when it came to more vulnerable things like this, it felt next to impossible for him to get the words out. He straightened up, taking in a deep breath through his nose as he looked at her again with that determined glare. If he couldn't say it in words, maybe he should just let his actions do so. But then again, that was pretty embarrassing, too. He wasn't sure what was worse, talking to her or doing what he was thinking of doing. As she looked up at him, a little concerned but her brown eyes holding onto that hopeful gleam as she met his gaze. Finally, he gathered all of his courage, stepping forward and putting his hands on both of her shoulders, leaning in and pressing a quick, flustered peck to her lips. Tea there, he said as he pulled away. Does that help? Amelia's eyes were wide, not at all having expected a kiss, one of her hands coming up as her fingers ran over her lips. Her heart started to race quickly in her chest as she started to realize that she had been too hasty. The others were right. Edward did feel something for her after all. She almost felt like she was soaring at the news. Edward felt the same way she did. He wanted her like she wanted him. She couldn't help smiling a little as she looked up at him. Seeing that he was still flustered from before, that determined glare melted into a look of a kind of hopeful but remorseful man. He wasn't very good at being vulnerable. Any secrets she knew about him, she knew from talking to others, or just being nearby when they were revealed as a necessity to keep moving forward. She smiled a little as she looked up at him, her hand moving away from her lips as she moved to rest it on the crook of where his shoulder met his neck. It helps, she said in a soft voice, smiling as she saw him starting to relax at her words. But, can you do it again, so I can make sure, she asked coyly, a little excited that she had the chance to do it again. Make sure. Edward grew a little flustered again, looking away out of nervousness. I can do it this time if you want, Amelia said, moving just a few inches closer to him. Just close your eyes, okay? Her heart was racing a little bit, and he looked to be just as nervous as she was feeling, but he closed his eyes like she asked. She realized she had to move up on her toes a little to meet him, but she did just that. His hands were still holding onto her shoulders, whereas she had one on the crook of his neck and the other coming up to his chest as she moved up to carefully brush her lips against his, giving a bit more of a proper kiss than the one he had given her. She could feel his heart thundering away under her palm as she let her lips move slowly over his, giving him time to get used to the sensation and adjust. It was pretty clear that kissing wasn't something he was used to, but he was a very quick learner. The two of them stood there for a few blissfully long moments, exchanging kisses that were somehow chaste but passionate at the same time. Hey, Greed's voice in the distance snapped them out of the moment, both of them breaking away with flustered blushes. You two can make out all you want when we find somewhere to stay tonight. Let's go. We're coming, just hold on a minute, Amelia shouted back, looking back up at Edward. The moment their eyes met, the two of them couldn't help exchanging giddy laughter as they realized what they had done. Here, let me help you with that first, Edward said, bringing his hands off of her shoulders, his palms coming together in transmutation before putting them back on her clothes. She watched as the transmutative lightning moved down her body, instantly drying all the clothes she wore down to her shoes. She smiled, seeing what he had done, and then bringing her hands together to do the same for him, her hands going onto his chest and drying off the water, alchemically removing the moisture from the fabric of the coat and shirt he wore all the way down to his leather boots. "Nicely done," he praised. "Now we don't have to worry about walking around like a pair of drowned rats," Amelia said, relieved. Edward laughed at that a bit, taking her hand in his flesh one and starting to walk the path back down the mountain, looking over at her as they walked. "Yeah, I guess I wasn't really all that worried about that." He looked over at her, bringing his automail hand up to his forehead, watching as it went right over the top of her head. What do you know? I did get taller." He beamed, suddenly walking with an extra spring in his step as they held hands together down the mountainside. "Guess my growth's not so stunted after all, huh?" "Nope, guess it just took a minute." Amelia laughed, seeing Edward ridiculously happy at knowing that he had grown taller. The two of them walking hand in hand down the rest of the path to meet up with the others before continuing their journey onward. Chapter 38. Amelia looked down at the map, and then at the horizon again to triple-check. "Okay, so? It should be just beyond here, and then there should be a river that should lead us straight to it," she said, pointing it out to Edward, Darius, and Greed that were all looking over her shoulder as she pointed it out on the map. She folded it up, "And then Ed, you'd be able to recognize anything from there, right?" "Should be," he answered. "Al and I always played by that river when we were kids, so it should be a pretty simple trek from there." "And you're positive this old lady friend of yours isn't going to call the MPs or anything?" Heinkel asked, standing off to the side as the group huddled around the young woman. Edward grinned. "Definitely, the last thing Granny Pinocchio would do is be nice to someone in uniform." He joked, "She's got a lot of issues with the military for a lot of reasons. Trust me, she's a bit of a hard-ass, but she'll help us out. She practically raised me and Al." Heinkel still seemed a bit hesitant, but he was willing to go along with it. "All right, let's go, boys," Greed said, leading the way as they continued to walk by the river, Amelia tucking the map away in her jacket as she followed them down, letting out a yelp as she stumbled over a rock, managing to catch herself before she fell on her face. Edward stopped walking, offering his hand to her. "Here, the terrain can be a little tricky if you don't watch your step." "Right," she took his hand, her fingers gladly wrapping around his palm as the two continued, hearing the rush of the water beside them as they made their way down the mountain trail. There wasn't much of a chance that Winry had returned home in all these weeks, assuming that since she and Alphonse were still traveling together, but they knew that Pinocchio wouldn't be going anywhere. Edward confirmed that the woman was as stubborn as she was loving in her own way, so she wouldn't have left home for anything, even the threats of homunculi. She was as talented as Winry when it came to automail, and they hoped she would be able to do some basic maintenance on the automail he had now. For the last few weeks, he hadn't really been keeping up with it as much as he should have, and he could feel there was something just slightly off with it when he moved his wrist. If Amelia listened hard enough in a quiet space, she would be able to hear the little metallic clicks from something shifting around inside of his arm that probably shouldn't be. With the promised day only 2 days ahead, they needed to make sure he was in the best possible condition to fight. Greed expressed this sentiment with everyone else, and Amelia expressed her own concerns. They had managed to get Edward to agree to meet with his father in Kanama before they made it to Central, planning to spend the night outside the slum before heading into the city the next morning as early as possible. They wanted to keep their ambush a surprise from their enemies before they met up with the others and made some kind of plan. It was nerve-wracking for Amelia to think about, so she tried to focus on the positive side of getting to see a familiar face for the first time in months. Still, her grip on Edward's flesh hand was just a little too stiff for his liking to think that everything was normal, and he gave her hand a gentle squeeze to get her attention. "You okay?" "I'm fine," she said, smiling as she tried to push back her worries and anxieties. "Don't worry, I know Granny likes you," Edward said, thinking her anxiety was about seeing Pinocchio again. "She thinks you're stubborn and spoiled, which you are." She rolled her eyes at his comment, though she smiled as she knew he was right. "But she likes you." "Thanks, Ed." Even though that wasn't at all what her mind was stuck on, she accepted his reassurance anyway. A part of her was starting to worry that her coming clean about her feelings may have put things in jeopardy for all of them, though that was more of a personal worry than anything. She knew that this was just supposed to be a story, with action and romance and comedy and overall, a good piece of entertainment, but it didn't feel that way anymore. It had stopped feeling that way a long time ago. Everyone here was real to her, and she didn't want them to lose the battle. And while there was a part of her that was sure the battle would end in victory, she had no idea who would be lost in the process, or if her involvement could make things worse somehow. She wasn't originally part of the story, and she was scared of what that would mean for everyone here. A part of her argued all of this was an excuse to stay out of it, stay home and leave the battle to the people who were supposed to fight it. But at the same time, with everything she had learned, and all that she had grown, and all that she had gained from her time there, she couldn't stand the thought of something happening to Edward and not being there to do something to stop it. She squeezed his hand just a little tighter as the two of them followed along with their companions to the small rural town of Resemble. She couldn't let her mind become too clouded with these anxieties, or it would just consume her. After all, they still had 2 whole days until the promised day. She doubted a lot could happen in 2 days. They came around the Rockbell house, being careful not to be seen even though the nearest neighbors were easily a mile away. Edward was a little nervous as he knocked on the front door, watching as it opened to reveal the short, older woman. She stood there in her apron and dress, her eyes getting wide behind her glasses as she looked up at Edward, who gave her an awkward grin as they saw each other again for the first time in months. "Hey, Granny," he greeted her casually as if they had just spoken yesterday. "Do you think you could give me a tune-up?" Pinocchio looked back at Amelia, who smiled politely and waved at her when their eyes met, the older woman's gaze moving over Greed and then Heinkel and Darius. She was quiet for a little bit as she looked over the group of people at her door, but she nodded. "Goodness gracious, you brought home 1 muscular jarhead the last time you were here, and now you have 2. Amelia laughed a little as she referenced the Major. "Well, as long as you're willing to help out, I won't mind the extra company." She stepped back, letting them all file in. Den was asleep in his doggy bed by the cold and empty fireplace, looking up as soon as he saw Edward's familiar face and barked happily, his tail wagging as he came over to his old friend, who gladly knelt down to meet him. "Hey, Den, it's good to see you, too," Edward said, laughing as the dog licked at his face with his tail rocking his behind back and forth from the strength behind his wags. "Where's Alphonse?" Pinocchio asked, Edward straightening up as he realized the question was for him. "We got separated a while ago. It's kind of a long story," he said, wiping at his cheeks to clean it of the dog slobber, Den leaving his side to go and investigate everyone else. Amelia was still a bit nervous, holding out her hand to let Den sniff it. As he eagerly licked it, she gave him a few pats before he moved on to Darius and Heinkel, Darius seeming all the more cheerful to welcome the dog into his arms, though Heinkel kept his distance with a bit of a grimace. "I don't suppose you can do some maintenance while I'm here, too?" he asked, showing the automail arm that Winry had installed. "I honestly probably haven't had it looked at since Winry gave it to me a few months back." "Well, at least you only waited a few months this time instead of years," Pinocchio said with a chuckle. She looked over at the others. "So, who are all of these men?" "Oh, sorry," Edward said, realizing he hadn't introduced them. "This is, he wasn't quite sure how to introduce all of them. This is Darius and Heinkel, they're friends of ours and former military." Amelia stepped in to take over. "And this is Greed, he just likes to be called that. He's been kind of our leader for a little while as we've traveled and learned more about alchemy." She smiled at Pinocchio. "It's a weird set of circumstances, but it was all part of my alchemy training." Was it now? Pinocchio's expression didn't give away much to Edward or anyone else, but Amelia could tell she knew she was lying to her. Still, she didn't seem to call her on it as she looked back at Edward. "I'm glad you're doing all right if nothing else." She looked him up and down. "You look filthy. When was the last time you had a good shower?" Edward grimaced, and Pinocchio frowned as he didn't answer right away. "Long enough, I suppose. Well, you're free to take a shower while you're here. Get comfortable." She looked over at Darius and Heinkel. "You too." The men looked up as she pointed her pipe at them. "You mind giving an old woman a hand while you're here? I need some help moving the spare cots we have so you all can have a place to sleep." "We're not planning to stay the night," Edward said. "We'll probably be leaving once it gets dark enough. We still have a long road ahead of us." Pinocchio was stone-faced at the news, but, we could use some help before we go, that's all. I expect you plan to tell me why at some point, Pinocchio said with a small sigh, but I can't quite make do with what I have right now for any sort of food. You should at least get in a good meal before you leave. She looked back to Darius and Heinkel. I don't suppose you boys could come with me to the market. I could use an extra set of hands to get the food I need. Sure, Heinkel said. Not a problem, Darius spoke simultaneously. And you, she pointed at Greed, who looked down at her with a quirked brow, I don't suppose you know your way around a duster? I could use someone tall like you to reach some of the higher shelves. He frowned at the request. Excuse me, I don't do labor, Greed scoffed. She's giving us a place to stay without asking for money we don't have, Amelia said. The least we can do is help out a little while we're here. A man who doesn't work has no right to eat, Edward said, repeating the phrase he heard from Olivier back at Fort Briggs, and Greed grimaced. Amelia smiled a little to herself as she knew Ling was kicking up a fuss about not having anything to eat inside his head. Fine, he grumbled. I'll do a little bit of sweeping to help out, Amelia volunteered. That'll be fine, Pinocchio said, giving a small smile before she turned to the coat rack. Let me just get my coat on and I'll be ready to go. Sorry for the inconvenience, Edward said to her as she started to put it on. It's all right, food tastes better with company anyway. It's been a long time since I had a good-tasting meal. She went to take the 2 Chimera men out with her, heading to the nearest market to get some extra things. Greed, Ed, and Amelia were left alone together to look after the house. She looked over at Edward, glancing down as she realized neither of them had let go of each other's hands since they came in. Oh, she pulled her hand away, blushing a bit. Do you think she noticed? Edward's face was a bit red as well, not having realized like she had. Maybe not, he said, grinning at her as he led Greed to another room. I'll show you where the duster is. They both got to work with the homunculus, making sure to draw the blinds for every window they passed. Pinocchio didn't question it when she saw them doing so as she left with Heinkel and Darius. Amelia found it a little odd that Pinocchio didn't question who these men were beyond the introductions from Edward, but it became clear that it was just how close they were. If Edward needed a place to sleep and a place to hide, she was willing to give him both without question. Once they did their duties, with Edward repairing small things here and there with his alchemy, as Amelia cleaned up around the house with a broom while Greed dusted around the higher shelves, Pinocchio wouldn't have been able to reach. Eventually, everything finished and Edward went into the kitchen as Amelia put away the broom and duster, looking up at him as she watched him grab some bread and a few other things. You'll spoil your appetite if you eat too much, Amelia warned, sure that Pinocchio was working on creating a good dinner for everyone that she would want to share. He laughed a little as he kept constructing his little snack. For Granny's food, I could never have a big enough appetite. He joked, you want one? Amelia shrugged, coming over to him at the counter. I'm okay, I'll wait until dinner, she said, watching him spread mayonnaise on the bread before he put a few more ingredients on it, seeing him getting comfortable and a bit more relaxed as it came together, cutting his sandwich and putting it on a plate. Come on, he said, Amelia wordlessly following him upstairs into Winry's room, watching him take a seat at her automail work table as she came over to the bed and sat down. It feels like it's been ages since I was here. I think the last time we were here, Amelia thought back, it was when we dug up the person you transmuted, wasn't it? It was right after you agreed to let me be your apprentice. Was it that long ago? Edward chuckled dryly. I suppose it's better than waiting 2 years to come back here, he said, taking another bite of his sandwich. He looked over at her, his mind going back to that day, remembering when he and Amelia had made that agreement. That was 5 months ago. I think it's been about 6 months, Amelia corrected. It doesn't seem all that long when you say it like that, though. It feels like it's been years. Yeah, Edward agreed, glancing over at the window in Winry's room. The curtains had been drawn, but there was enough of a crack that he was able to see out into some of the grassy fields around them. It's not bad to be home, though. This place is pretty much your home now, isn't it? Amelia asked, and Edward nodded. She paused after a moment, glancing over at that little bit of light coming into the room. What was with all those sheep we saw by the station? The sheep festival, Edward said. They hold it every year. They have a big sheep shearing contest, find out who's got the best sheep, and it's just a big excuse to celebrate the coming of spring. It's nice, I haven't been in a while though. Well, maybe you can go next year after all this craziness is over. Edward grinned at the idea, though it faded away quickly. If we make it to next year, he muttered, and Amelia frowned, leaning towards him on the bed. Hey, your story has a happy ending, she said firmly, getting his attention. I don't know the whole story, but I know that much. You'll make it. Edward didn't say anything to that, though his brow furrowed as he kept looking out that little bit of brightness in the window. There was so much at stake for them, and for everyone else that had no idea of what was going on. Edward was sure that Pinocchio knew essentially nothing, but he would likely end up telling her before the night ended. He glanced over at Amelia for a moment, taking another bite of his food thoughtfully, carefully piecing together what he wanted to say as they sat together in a somewhat anxious silence. It's 2 days away. I know. When we wake up tomorrow, it'll just be 1 day. I know. Edward put his food down, letting out a sigh. Are you scared? Yeah, Amelia casually replied. I think all of us are. She looked up at him, seeing how his brow furrowed as they spoke of the impending doom, both of them feeling a sense of dread. Are you scared? Edward didn't answer her question, but his silence spoke volumes about his fear. She stood up from her spot on the bed, coming over to stand next to him, helping herself to sit up on the desk beside him, being careful of all the things left alone on the work table. Even though there were pieces of automail parts lying around, the room didn't have a speck of dust on anything. It was clear that Pinocchio had taken care of Winry's room while she had been away in Briggs and Rush Valley. We'll be okay, you know. We don't know, Edward said. I mean, with everything that we have, we're going up against someone we barely know, and all we do know about him is that he plans to turn everyone in this country into a philosopher's stone, and that he has the power to do it. He looked up at her. Do you know how much strength it takes to perform a countrywide transmutation circle? To act as that kind of conduit. Keep your voice down, Amelia hissed, not wanting him to be so loud they get Greed's attention or someone else's outside of the house. Edward's volume lowered, but he was clearly still entrenched in this thought process. I can't help but feel like we're bringing slingshots to a gunfight, Edward muttered. Amelia let out a small sigh, trying to figure out what she could say in a spot like this. It wasn't like he was entirely wrong. They were only human and only had so much strength between the two of them. Well, it's not just us coming to the front lines, she said. We have Darius and Heinkel and your friends from Central and Alphonse, of course. She looked down at him. We're not completely helpless either. Greed's on our side, too. Edward still didn't seem convinced, stuffing another bite of his sandwich into his mouth, chewing on it in his frustrated anger. He didn't like comparing their strength to that of Father, the man behind all of this madness. He looked up at Amelia as he swallowed the bite he had, seeing the concern she had there. You know, you could just leave. He said, her eyes widening at the suggestion. Get out of the country for a while. You'd have time if you left right now. I'm not going anywhere, Amelia said firmly, frowning at him. Don't talk like that. I don't want to hear this kind of stuff from the guy who's supposed to be the hero of this story. Even if I do all I can to try and stop it from happening, there's still plenty of chances that it might not work. Edward insisted. Yeah, and there's still plenty of chances that it will, Amelia insisted in return. Seriously, enough of that gloom and doom talk. You're like the strongest alchemist I know. If anyone can do this, it's you. Oh yeah, and how many alchemists do you know? Edward asked, crossing his arms as he looked up at her. She mimicked the gesture as she looked down at him, mocking him a little bit. I know plenty, thank you. You really should be more accepting of a compliment when you hear it. She teased, nudging his leg with her foot. Name 10 alchemists who aren't me, and I'll believe it, Edward challenged. Fine, she started to count them off on her fingers. There's Alphonse and the Major and, she blanked on another name. Well, Scar counts. And Dr. Marco is an alchemist, right? Edward didn't reply, waiting for her to finish her list with a raised brow. And, there's Colonel Mustang, so that's 5 already. I still need 5 more, Edward said, gesturing that she continue, and she stammered, trying to buy time so that she could finish the list as she looked at the 5 fingers she held out on her hand. Edward watched her getting flustered, smiling a little to himself as he looked over her face. In the time that they had started being more open with each other, He got to see more sides to her, and watching her like this, trying to prove her point by pulling out as many as she could name but not quite succeeding. He eventually chuckled, pausing her stammering. "It's okay, I don't think you've met that many." "Well, no, but I think my point still stands," she said, putting her hand down as he was clearly done with that little challenge. "The point is we're still bringing slingshots to a gunfight," Edward said, the smile turning wry as it sat on his face, going for the other half of his sandwich that Amelia snatched out of his hand. "Hey, if you're going to keep talking like you're going to lose, you might as well not eat, right?" she said, holding the sandwich out of his reach. He grumbled, standing up to reach for it, and she still held it out farther and farther, leaning over the side of the table. "Give me that." He tried to snatch it back, and she turned to take it out of his reach, jumping off of the desk. He turned to her with a determined expression, holding his arms out before he tackled her, though not enough to really hurt her, the two of them falling back onto Winry's bed with a grunt as he grabbed his sandwich from her hand. "Ha, it's mine now," he said, stuffing his face with a big, victorious bite as Amelia looked up at him, her body shaking with laughter as she stayed pinned under him. "Yeah, you got me," she conceded, staying under him and making no move to get up. As Edward started to stand, she reached for his shirt collar to pull him back on top of her. His face turned a bit red as he realized their bodies were pressing up against each other, half laying in the bed together, stopping his chewing as he glanced down at her. "You can stay here, I like it." He felt his heart racing a little faster, taking a hard gulp to swallow down all of the food in his mouth, though that was more out of nervousness than anything. He grew a little redder, and Amelia released his grip on his shirt. For all his talk of how he wasn't good at expressing his feelings through words, it was clear that he was very good at expressing them in his actions. He wasn't all that comfortable with the more intimate things yet, the two of them being pretty chaste physically, and she didn't want to push him too much, though it was fun to tease him every once in a while. "I'm kidding, you don't have to," she said, letting him get up, coming to sit by him on the bed as he took another bite of his food, though not quite as big as before as she shifted to be closer to him. "But you get my point though, right?" "I told you a while ago this is your story, you're the main character here," she said, "and your story has a happy ending. You should have more faith in yourself." Edward let out a small grunt, clearly not quick to agree, but he wasn't going to argue with her about it. She could be satisfied with that much. She sat with him in a comfortable silence as he kept eating, her mind going back to that list of alchemists she knew, surprised that she only knew of 5 in her entire time there, though as she picked through the recesses of her mind trying to recall other alchemists, one did finally come to her, and she snapped her fingers as soon as she remembered him. "Ah." "What?" Edward jumped, shocked. "There was that other guy," she said, and Edward just looked at her completely bewildered and confused. "What other guy?" The crazy guy, he was an alchemist too," Amelia said, turning to him. "You know that one freaky guy that turned his kid into a chimera?" Edward's eyes widened as she said that, flashing with recognition and suddenly met with memories as she brought it up. What was his name again? "Shu Tucker, the Sewing Life alchemist," Edward answered. "Yeah, him, he's number 6 of the alchemists I know," Amelia said, feeling a bit more satisfied now that she had added another name to her list. She saw how Edward's appearance had taken on more of a somber look to it, his hands moving down into his lap. "What is it?" "You met him?" he asked, looking over at her. "Well, no. The Major was assigned to his case after they found out what he did. I ended up going to his house and seeing all the chimeras he had," she said. "You remember when I didn't want to learn bioalchemy at all. It was because I found out about those chimeras. They really freaked me out when I saw them." "I see," Edward murmured, his legs shifting on the bed so that he could sit back and get more comfortable. "Did you know that Al and I were involved in that case?" Amelia shook her head, a little surprised to know now. "The Colonel introduced us. It was right after we went to Lior and exposed their phony priest. He was grateful to us and wanted to give us a talented bioalchemist to learn from." He leaned back, looking blankly ahead of him as he recalled his time there. It was just him and his daughter in that house and their dog. We got to know them. We were there every day for a week, and every day Nina would ask to play with us. He smiled as he recalled it. She was a sweet kid and really lonely. She was too young to attend school, so she just stayed home with her dad and played with her dog. She really liked having other people to play with. I think I've heard you say that name before, Amelia said softly. I don't remember when, but you've mentioned Nina before. Edward nodded. Yeah, that was Nina, a really sweet, innocent little girl who didn't at all deserve what happened to her. He put the last bite of his sandwich in his mouth, chewing it and swallowing it down. We couldn't save her. We had no idea that's what he was planning, and as soon as we found out. He looked down at his hands. I almost beat him to death. Amelia's eyes widened. Al tried to stop me, but what did it was Nina asking me to? She was a chimera, combined with her dog, but she still loved her dad, even after he had done all of that to her. Christ, that poor girl. Amelia couldn't imagine what that was like, and then, it was Scar that killed her, wasn't it? Edward nodded. I don't want to say that he did the right thing, because I don't want death to ever be the answer, he began, but if she had lived, Nina would have spent the rest of her life as a test subject being watched over by the government, trapped in a cage in that twisted body. His eyes darkened a little, but they lightened as they turned back to her. I've never forgotten how helpless I felt back then when we found out. We couldn't do anything. We were just two simple humans that couldn't see it coming. You can't blame yourself for that, Ed. Amelia said softly. You didn't even know. You can't claim responsibility for it. I know, and I don't blame myself for it, Edward assured her, but it's just always stuck with me. No matter what I do, or how much alchemy I use, or what I create, I'm always a human, just one single human. He looked away from her, straightening up in his seat a little bit, and now I'm a human that has to face down inhuman monsters to try and save every other human I can. Amelia wasn't sure what to say as she heard all of this for the first time. She remembered the Tucker house in the aftermath of the event. She had no idea that Edward and Alphonse were ever involved. Knowing the story of Nina made it all the more tragic than just thinking of it as an alchemist gone mad. And he had been carrying that around all this time, the weight of that guilt, that knowledge that he was only human, and how that title carried so many limitations. She wanted to say something to comfort him, but she couldn't find the words to even begin to encompass what he must be feeling. That loss had clearly scarred him inside, and she doubted that anything she said would have ever remedied that. Still, she didn't want him to feel so powerless, reaching for his flesh hand and taking it with both of hers, his gaze following her actions, moving up to her face as he silently questioned what she was doing. You're human, she agreed softly, and that's why we're doing this. She looked up at him, and she saw his eyes widen as she said it. It was just a very simple phrase, but looking into her eyes and seeing everything she had to give, the warmth of her comfort, the knowledge she carried to reassure her of their success, but most importantly he saw fire behind her eyes. One that he had seen in himself plenty of times, that determined energy to make things right, to follow through and create a better world than the one they knew. His expression relaxed, that determined fire showing in his own expression, nodding quietly in agreement as she said it. They were human, and that's why they were fighting to begin with. They were fighting for all the other humans who didn't deserve what would come to them if they didn't try to stop it. When he seemed to find that hope, that flame igniting in him, she smiled at him, her hands gently squeezing around his palm as she leaned her body on his, her head resting on his shoulder. He welcomed the gesture, his head resting on top of hers to feel that closeness. Even though that fire was there, the burns from before were still present, and to have her with him felt like a soothing balm over his wounds. His fingers threaded through hers, gently squeezing as he took in that comfort that she gave him. He let out a long sigh, letting himself relax and feel vulnerable with her as they had this private moment, showing his weakness and his fears and letting her keep him close, reminding him of that sensation of safety he used to feel when he would come to his mother in times of fear and anxiety. Edward, a voice got their attention, both teenagers looking up and seeing Winry in the doorway, her eyes wide as she looked over the pair of them. Winry, Edward called her name, shocked to see her. Before they could finish their greetings, they heard the sound of voices reaching them from downstairs. Drop your guns, all three jumped at the voice. Is that Darius? Amelia asked, getting up from the bed with Edward, Winry following them downstairs to see that Darius and Heinkel were standing at the front doorway with Pinocchio behind them, pointing them at two men who had guns of their own. They heard Den barking and growling, rushing up and biting Darius's leg, causing the larger man to cry out as Greed rushed in from the kitchen, pulling the dog off of him by the collar. Not that this action deterred Den in any way, still growling and barking at the intruders, but also at Greed for holding him back. What the hell is going on here? Greed demanded. Ling, Winry could hardly believe she was seeing him too. Wait, you guys are Kimberly's men, aren't you? One of the unknown men said. Amelia looked over at them, her eyes widening as she recognized the men as two Briggs soldiers. As Darius turned his gaze back on them, he recognized them as well. Hey, I know you guys, you're from Briggs, he said, calming down a little as he realized these men weren't the enemy, they were just out of uniform. Sergeant Pens? Amelia called out his name from the staircase, getting him to turn and see her, though he still kept his gun on Darius and Heinkel, his eyes widening as he saw who she was with. What are you two doing here? He asked. The other man he was with, Lieutenant Samuels, glared at Darius and Heinkel. Have you two been following us this whole time? He demanded. Meanwhile, Den was still barking, and Pinako was still standing behind the front doorway of her own home, holding a bag of groceries. As Amelia looked around Darius and Heinkel, she could see the dropped paper bags that they had been holding on the floor, apparently abandoned as soon as they saw Pens and Samuels in the house. Everyone calm down, Heinkel ordered, getting their attention. Lower your guns. You lower yours first, Pens demanded, refusing to let their guard down. How did you get here? Samuels demanded, still needing information. Did Kimberly come with you here? Kimberly's got nothing to do with us, Heinkel angrily responded, still holding a bit of a grudge against their old boss. Whatever, just put your guns down, Darius demanded again. Get out of my way? Pinako's voice caught everyone's attention, Darius and Heinkel yelling out as they were suddenly pushed aside, stumbling on their feet as the angry old woman glared up at the two men. Put your guns down. I'm not about to have a shootout in my own home. The two Briggs soldiers looked at her with wide eyes as she approached them fearlessly. Now tell me, just what on earth are you doing in my house? We were just helping deliver Miss Winry back home, Samuel said, he and Pens slowly lowering their guns, and Darius and Heinkel started to do the same, putting them away as Pinako looked around the two men to see her granddaughter standing at the middle of the staircase with Edward and Amelia. Her expression softened as she saw her for the first time in what was likely months. Winry, she called to her softly, and Winry started making her way down the stairs, a soft smile on her face as she came down to greet her. Welcome home. Hey, Granny, Winry said, coming to embrace her. I hope you weren't worried. I missed you. The reunion between them seemed to settle the tension in the room, everyone beginning to realize that they weren't in any danger aside from what they were doing to themselves. Greed put Den down, and he happily came to greet Winry with a wagging tail and doggy kisses, making her laugh. It's good to see you, too, Den, she said, happily scratching and petting her dog as he came over to her. Edward and Amelia made their way down the staircase. I'm glad you made it home safe, Amelia said, sincerely meaning it as she saw Winry getting comfortable in her own home again. Yeah, I thought you were traveling with Al, right? Edward asked, wondering what had happened since they had been separated at Briggs, only really getting vague details since then. Winry's eyes widened and she looked over at Edward. He's at the train station right now. He's with Miles, she said, Ed's eyes growing wide at the news that his brother was so close after months of trying to see him again. The train's going to leave soon, you might be able to make it if you hurry. Edward took a few quick steps forward towards the front door, but stopped just before his hand reached the handle, pulling away from it as he thought better of it, though this just confused Winry. Hey, what's wrong? Don't you want to see him? Edward's hands tightened into fists at his sides as he held himself back from just leaping at the door and making a mad dash for the train station. Well, technically, I'm a fugitive right now. I can't risk anyone seeing me, he said. But still, Winry insisted, knowing what it would mean to Alphonse to see his brother again after so many months, what it would mean to Edward. He didn't move, knowing it was smarter for them to stay there, hidden away where no one could see them, as much as it pained him to stay still and keep himself from rushing out to do what he had been wanting to do for months. Amelia came over to him, her hand reaching out to his automail shoulder, sliding along to his back where he could feel her touch. He looked over at her and she gave him a gentle smile. This wasn't the only opportunity he would have, they would meet again later. He relaxed a bit, his hands unclenching as his shoulders lost the tension they held, smiling in return to her, and he nodded. He turned back to Pinako. I'm guessing you got everything you needed for dinner, he asked her, and the old woman nodded. Yep, and I could use some help in the kitchen, she said. I'll help, Amelia offered. Us too, Penn said sheepishly. I'm really sorry about all the chaos earlier. Samuels nodded in agreement, a sheepish expression on his face. Good, I appreciate it, Pinocchio replied, but also just who are you? I'm Sergeant William Penns, and this is Lieutenant Liam Samuels, he introduced. Liam and I are both soldiers from Fort Briggs. We've been acting as Miss Winry's bodyguards, Samuels explained. Winry looked over at the other men that had joined Edward and Amelia in their travels. She made her way over to Ling, looking up at him while greed kept a content yet smug grin on his face that quickly vanished as soon as he realized she was coming to him. Hey Ling, you remember me? She asked, knowing it had been a long time since she and Ling last spoke. What? Oh, right, I guess you know this guy, he said, grinning again as he pointed a thumb at his face, though the action only further confused Winry. The name's Greed. It's a pleasure to meet you. Winry just blinked, a bit dumbfounded before letting out a confused, huh, tilting her head to the side as she looked at him. Oh, we have a lot of explaining to do, Amelia sighed, not realizing that Winry hadn't been told of Greed's possession of Ling's body. They had so much to catch up on. Over the next 2 hours, Amelia helped Pinocchio with cooking up dinner, Winry pitching in too with the 2 Briggs soldiers. As they cooked together, Amelia found out a little about what all had happened to Winry in the time that they had separated, hearing her tell her of the alchemy circle they discovered with Alphonse, catching her up on everything that had happened in Lior that she and Edward never knew about, though not everything as she didn't have the entire story that Alphonse did, but enough to pass it on to her so she could pass it on to Edward. While the food was being made, Edward took advantage of the time they had to take a well-deserved shower to clean up and feel a bit more human again. Darius and Heinkel did the same in another bathroom. Greed would just make his way into the kitchen to sneak food, calling it a tasting sample, until Amelia chased him out with a wooden spoon. When the food was cooking and all that was left was plating, Pinocchio let Amelia have her turn to get clean in the shower while she worked with the others. It was a welcome reprieve, the hot water giving her a moment to relax as she cleaned herself up and started to feel her energy coming back as they prepared for everything that was ahead of them. When she was finished cleaning, she came back downstairs to see that Pinocchio had set up a kind of makeshift dining table in the living room, claiming that it was better the lights be on there since that was where she had been taking her dinners alone of late and didn't want to arouse any suspicion. She helped to set the table, putting out the food that she had made for everyone and taking a seat beside Edward as they all began to dig in. As they ate, Greed started to tell the tales of all their travels when Winry asked about what all had happened to Ling. He didn't make it detailed, thankfully not telling Winry of everything that had happened, only the parts that involved him and the basics of how their little group came to be as he gladly chowed down on the roast chicken that Pinocchio had made for them. And after all that went down, these guys signed up to work for me, Ling said, gesturing to Heinkel and Darius. Why did you come to our house? Winry asked. We're trying to get prepared, Ling said, pointing his thumb at Edward. His automail's in serious need of maintenance, and I need him in peak condition. Give him a look-see after dinner, Pinocchio said, turning to Winry. It is your fine craftsmanship after all. I'm not really comfortable tinkering with it. Winry nodded, looking back over at Edward. Yeah, of course, she replied. She looked over to Amelia, glancing between her and Edward before going back to her meal. Have there been any problems with it? Nothing that keeps me from using it, Edward answered. Just a kind of funny feeling when I move my hand up and down. Winry nodded, taking note of that as she continued to eat. She looked back up at Amelia. What about you? Amelia looked up at her questioningly. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Yeah, it has, Amelia smiled at her. I've been fine, though. It's been a little weird being the only girl to travel in a group of men, but they're all good guys, she said, taking another bite of her food. And what's going on with you and Edward? The 2 teens jumped, cheeks turning a bit red as the question came up. Well, she wasn't sure where to begin, glancing over at Edward. It was a bit of a strange question to answer now, especially because she was essentially saying it in front of Edward's parental guardian. Was this the equivalent of meeting the family as his girlfriend? Oh, those 2, Greed spoke up. The little lovebirds have been going at it like rabbits. We have not, Amelia immediately blurted out. Well, you oughta. It was bad enough when you two were giving each other goo-goo eyes when you thought the other person wasn't looking. Amelia rolled her eyes, face very red, and Edward was in a much worse state. Now you just sit there and snuggle and kiss, and it's just as irritating. Just screw each other already. Amelia held her face in her hands as Edward was stunned into an embarrassed silence. I am very sorry, she apologized to Winry and Pinocchio. I don't know why he thinks that kind of talk is okay, especially at the dinner table. She gave him a pointed glare at the last words, and all he did was wink and grin, making her shake her head again. So sorry. She sat back a little, glancing over at Edward, who looked back at her, his hand finding hers under the table. But, we have kind of started a relationship. To Amelia's surprise, Winry smiled. I'm really glad to hear that, she said, seeming to be genuinely happy for them. After all that time you spent together, I was wondering when you two were going to become a couple. You were, Edward asked, a little surprised. Well, when we did maintenance back at Briggs, all you could talk about was the progress she had made as your student. Winry reminded him. Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't go out with her sooner. Amelia looked over at Edward, who was still blushing and pushing food into his mouth to keep himself from talking, looking away from her as he was a bit embarrassed to have it called out so quickly. He hadn't been expecting Winry to bring that up, and she was a little surprised to hear that he had sung her praises and almost nothing else when they had been together back in Briggs. She couldn't deny it was a little satisfying to know that he had expressed his feelings that way so long ago, around the same time she had realized her own. She smiled to herself and just continued to eat, not speaking further on the subject so Edward wouldn't be more embarrassed, filling her belly with the warm homemade food that she had been missing since they started this journey. After dinner, Pens and Samuels left early to hurry on to the meeting spot they had with the other Briggs soldiers in the east. Darius and Heinkel took on dish-cleaning duty, leaving Winry to tend to Edward's maintenance while Pinocchio went about her business. Amelia was relaxing in the guest bedroom, getting a few moments of rest before they had to move out again. She lay on her side, eyes closed in the darkness, her body tempted to drift away into sleep, but she couldn't let herself just yet. Winry would be finished with her maintenance soon enough, and they would be on their way out of there. The guest room happened to be right next to her bedroom, and she could hear the gentle murmur of their voices as she worked, and the quiet clinking of tools as she worked on his automail. Given the short time frame they had, Edward didn't want to switch out the new carbon automail for his old iron one. She imagined it was likely because he didn't want to hinder his growth anymore, so that's what she was fixing up for them. If she concentrated, she could just barely make out what they were saying on the other side of the wall, quieting her breathing to listen to their chat while she got what rest she could before the rest of their journey continued. You don't say? Lior's getting up and running again, huh? Good to hear. I was nervous they might not. Edward's voice leaked through, and she could hear the relief there. Knowing him, having held on to what happened to Nina for so long, she imagined he was likely carrying the burden of guilt from what happened in Lior too. So, why is Al traveling with Major Miles anyway? I'm not sure on the details, but the northern troops are hatching some plan in the east. Al figured he could help out, so he volunteered to tag along. Winry replied, though her voice was much softer. Amelia imagined she was likely cleaning up her tools that she had used on the other side of the room. I see. We ran into your father in Lior. He should be on his way to Central now. I think he's headed for some slum named Kanama. You ought to go there and get the full story from him. They already knew this, Marco had already told them, but Edward didn't bother to let Winry know that as she kept speaking on it. Amelia heard a thud, likely those tools being put away on a shelf somewhere, which meant Edward's maintenance was finished and she would have to get up soon. She let out a slow breath as she began to mentally prepare herself for waking her body up. You know, it's almost the promised day. Amelia's eyes opened as she heard Winry mention this. They knew that. They had been dreading that information for weeks now, and although she wasn't as scared of it as she was a week ago, there was still plenty to fear in the next 2 days. Ling and Greed told me all about it, Edward said. It could give us a chance to get our bodies back, but it's most likely going to result in catastrophe for Amstress. There was a beat of silence, and Amelia started to push herself up and stretch her tired limbs. She supposed she could sleep more once they found some vehicle to get them through everything. Listen, she turned her head as she heard Edward speaking again. What is it? Winry asked. I want you to take Granny and Den and leave the country for a while. Edward said. The only response Amelia could hear following that was a loud thud and a sharp cry of pain from him. I'm not running away, Winry snapped at him. You can't just send us off like that. I know you want to protect us, but you need to try to save everyone. Amelia grimaced at Winry's chewing him out. It was easy for her to say when she wasn't directly involved in what was going on. I'm gonna do everything I can to stop it, but there's a chance it might not work. Edward barked at her. I don't want to hear any doubts from you. Winry barked back just as loud, their voices coming through clear as a bell as they yelled at each other. Please, Ed, you can't let them go through with this. Just tell me you're going to stop them and save the country. Her voice of angered encouragement turned into a plea for hope from him. I want to hear you say you're going to protect the country and then get your bodies back. Do whatever it takes to make that happen. Amelia got up from the bed to open the door, glancing down the hall at the room as she heard no immediate response from Edward. It was shocking to know that Winry had so much faith in him, and she wanted him to have that same faith in himself. While Amelia felt that certainty on her own, that was more because she knew this was a story with a happy ending that her existence hopefully wouldn't jeopardize. Edward was the hero, there was no doubt there, but it was harder to have faith when you had so much weight on your shoulders. After a long moment of silence, Edward spoke again. Winry, you make it sound like it's easy. This isn't the time to start doubting yourself, Ed. Amelia could hear the footsteps of someone moving around, assuming it was Edward going to leave. Listen to me. Arg, Winry, you just don't know when to shut up, do ya? Edward groaned, opening the door and heading out into the hall. Edward, Winry gasped, hurt that he would say something like that as he shut the door in her face. He walked on, holding his shirt over his shoulder as he made his way down the hall towards the stairs. Amelia started to walk behind him, and he noticed her. His eyes were wide as he realized she must have heard everything that just happened. She looked at him with concern, knowing that Winry was still an important friendship to him. She didn't want him to ruin it. She was about to ask how he was feeling when they were interrupted. Greed's laughter came up from the stairs, the couple looking over as they saw the homunculus walking up the stairs to meet them. Oh man, she's a peach. Greed sardonically commented with a wide grin on his face. Sounds like she wants everything, my kinda girl. Amelia rolled her eyes as she could so easily see how this was just him teasing Ed again. That kind of wanting is dangerous. It's not how reality works, Edward replied in a serious tone, lifting up his automail to the homunculus. Take a look, this is what I got for wanting something unrealistic. I disagree, Greed answered, his words catching Edward's attention as he put his arm down. You want to bring back someone that you've lost. You want to be with someone who doesn't feel the same. You might want money, maybe you want women, or you might want to protect the world. These are all common things people want, things that their hearts desire. Greed may not be good, but it's not so bad either. As he spoke, Edward started to walk past him, not seeing a point in listening to this rhetoric that he had heard from the first incarnation he had met. Amelia started to trail behind him, also assuming this was just Greed's way of entertaining himself out of boredom, since there wasn't anyone else for him to talk to, the two making their way down the stairs to get everything ready. He continued as they kept walking. You humans think greed is just for money and power, but everyone wants something they don't have. Those last words struck a chord with both teenagers, and they stopped on the stairs for a moment. Amelia glanced at Edward, her eyes moving over his back and his shoulders, remembering how she had refused to let herself act on her feelings, even her subconscious refusing to let her recognize them for a long time. It wasn't like greed was wrong. There were plenty of things that people wanted that they didn't have. She wanted to go back to her creature comforts of a luxurious rich home where she had a space all of her own. Though, that image shifted in her mind from her old bedroom back home with her family to the bedroom she was given on the Armstrong estate. It was hard to know if she wanted to go back to them or go back to everything she knew. It was still her goal, if only because she was still fairly certain she didn't belong here and she wanted to set things right, but it would be hard to let go of. Not just Edward, but Darius and Heinkel, Ling and Greed, Major Armstrong, and all of his sisters. She would have to say goodbye to all of them. Not to mention that she still had to work on helping Katie, stuck in the gate all this time for her sacrifice that she had given so Amelia could be here now and live. Edward was in a similar state of mind, thinking about how he kept noticing Amelia and how she had grown on him. How he could see parts of himself in her, parts that he wasn't always fond of, but to see her grow so determined was still something to admire. She had become a welcome facet of his life, one that he never expected from her since it had just been him and Al for the longest time. And he knew that, for all their time spent here, there was still a chance that he could lose her just as easily as he found her, if not because of the promised day and the impending battles it would bring, but also because she still planned to go back home where he could never see her again. That day during the Ishvalan festival had ignited that fear in him, seeing her sinking helplessly under the water, unable to cry out, unable to breathe or swim. It shook him to his core to think that he could lose her again. It terrified him to think that he could lose all of his family, Alphonse, Winry, Granny, Den, and Amelia. He had a hard time coping with loss. That much had been made clear by the loss of his mother when he put himself into trying to resurrect her. It had been a foolish childhood hope that he had pinned everything on, and he wasn't sure that he could trust that feeling again, even if Winry wanted him to believe in it. All of these thoughts raced in their heads in the span of a second, and when Edward started walking again, Amelia followed after him. When he got to the bottom of the stairs, he waited for her to catch up with him. "You didn't have to yell at her like that," Amelia gently chided him. "She's only trying to help." Edward frowned, starting to put his shirt on as he went further into the house. "I know, but it's not that simple," he said. "Believe me, I know that." She reached her hand out to his flesh shoulder, stopping him for a minute as she smiled at him. "But we'll make it that simple, just like you told me way back when." Edward's eyes widened as she took his own words to give back to him, like he had done months ago when she expressed how she wasn't sure she was going to be able to get Katie back from out of the portal, back when they were preparing to meet an injured Lan fan at the safe house. "It seems hard, but your story has a happy ending. That's kind of why it's going to be so hard, so that the happy ending is that much more satisfying." Edward scoffed, though he smiled back at her. "Seriously, using my own words against me?" Amelia grinned at him. "I had to learn from someone," she teased, nudging him a little as the two kept walking together. "She's not wrong about you wanting to have faith in yourself. The Edward Elric I know makes the impossible happen." "Okay, now you're just trying to feed my ego," Edward dismissed her, but he still smiled as he enjoyed hearing her say it. "Maybe a little. I know we're only human," she said softly, reminding him of their talk from earlier, "but that's why we're doing this. It's not just for the people we love." "I know," Edward said, sighing. "I just want to cover all my bases." "I know," Amelia reassured him. "That's normal to want to make sure the people you care about are safe." She reached for his hand and threaded her fingers through, giving him a squeeze. "But she's not going anywhere, and I'm not going anywhere. We're going to stay here because Edward Elric is going to save the country, and we know that because we know you." Edward's expression softened as she said it, looking over at her as he could feel something welling up inside of him as he kept listening to her speak to try and encourage him. How was she like this? She was so smart, so pretty, and she knew exactly what to say to make him feel like himself again. Even now, he wanted to pay attention to what she was saying, but it was hard for him to focus on her words when he got to see her eyes light up, showing that she meant every word she was seeing. See the way that light spread through her whole face and seemed to reach him, too. She was so incredible. "You're determined and smart, and probably one of the most talented alchemists this country has ever seen. You're going to do this, and you're going to win, and we're going to save everyone." She was cut off as Edward's automail hand reached to cup her cheek, leaning in and pressing a kiss to her lips. She closed her eyes, silencing her voice as she gladly accepted the affection. She could feel her heart racing as his lips moved over hers for a few long seconds before he pulled away. Her eyes fluttered open, looking up at him as she saw a gentle smile on his face and a loving gaze in his eyes as he looked at her. "You're amazing," he said softly, Amelia's cheeks burning from the compliment. It was something so simple, but it made her heart soar to hear him say that to her. She wasn't used to hearing compliments at all, though she knew better than to try and refute them, especially from the boy she was in a relationship with. And Edward was so sparse with his words, hearing him call her amazing and genuinely mean it with that loving look and that sincere and gentle touch. She felt like she would melt into a puddle on the spot. "I know I need to have more faith in myself." His automail thumb gently ran over her skin, the metal feeling cool against her burning red cheeks. "It's incredible how good you are with your words. You've got me all fired up again." He leaned in, pressing one more soft kiss to her lips before pulling away, his automail arm coming to stay at his side. Well, if talking is all I have to do to get you to kiss me, I might just become a regular chatterbox. Amelia joked with a small laugh, feeling a bit bashful as she stood there with him in the hallway. The two glanced down in front of them, seeing that the kitchen door was in front of them, opened, with Darius and Heinkel peeking through. As soon as they were spotted, they looked away and pretended to busy themselves with something else by the sink, as if they hadn't been listening and seeing everything that had happened the entire time. Amelia's flushed face only got worse at the realization that their little moment had been seen, but Edward was just as embarrassed. Are you guys almost done?" Edward said. "We should get out of here soon." "Oh, yeah, we're just about finished. Just a couple more plates," Darius said, the two of them hearing the clatter of plateware as it was put back into a cabinet. "Yeah, great, let's get out of here soon," Edward said, looking away from the two men as he tried to hide his embarrassment at being seen. Amelia looked up at him, her hand reaching up and gently cupping his cheek, making him jump a little. His heart raced excitedly, wondering if she was planning on returning the kisses she had just gotten from him. He glanced over at the door, knowing this wasn't really the best place to show affection. She leaned in to give him one quick peck of her own before she pulled away, her hand gently patting his cheek. "Come on, we should get everything ready." Pinocchio had been kind enough to put some food to the side for them for tomorrow, so it would be something they definitely enjoyed before they made their way into Central tomorrow evening. It didn't take them too long to get everything set up for them to leave, Amelia volunteering to carry the little box of wrapped-up sandwiches for them to eat later. They found Greed and were joined by the two chimeras, heading out into the dark night of Resemble. As they made their way out, Granny and Winry came to see them off as well as Pens and Samuels. "You're leaving in the middle of the night?" Winry asked. "We were actually planning on leaving earlier today, and then we ran into you," Edward said. He smiled up at her. "It was good to see you, and thanks for the tune-up, Winry." He turned to head down the stairs, going to join the others. "If you happen to run into Hohenheim, you make sure to give him that message from your mother, all right," Pinocchio said as she bid him goodbye. I will," Edward sighed, somewhat reluctant to broach the subject too much considering his relationship with his father. Winry's brows knitted together, not wanting him to leave with their potential last words to each other having been a big argument. She went to follow after him, to try and apologize and try to instill just a little more hope in him, though she knew there was still very much a chance that he might not succeed like she had said. "Wait, Ed, I need to." "Just lay low until the promised day passes," Edward interrupted, turning back to look at her with that determined fire, having been lit after letting her words sink in as well as Amelia's encouragement. "We're gonna stop them, Winry, and Al and I will be home before you know it." He grinned up at her. "Have an apple pie waiting for us, okay?" Winry was understandably stunned at first, not having expected him to make a turnaround in such a short amount of time, but she was relieved and glad to see it. She smiled and nodded. "Okay, I will," she promised. Edward kept smiling, coming back to join the others, taking Amelia's hand in his automail one once he was close enough, the five of them walking off towards their destination. There weren't any running trains at this time of night, not this far out in the country, so they were confident they could get away with using a handcar to get a majority of the distance to Kanama to find Hohenheim and hear the full story about what was happening. Get all of the details from him about the upcoming plan that they needed to know. It took a little work, but they did manage to find one that helped them down the rest of the tracks. Amelia grunted as she pulled herself up onto it, reaching back to help pull up Edward as Greed hopped up with Darius and Heinkel. Darius took the first shift with the car, taking the controls and starting to push it up and down to move it down the tracks. They started to pick up speed after a while, but it still needed to be worked consistently and constantly if they wanted to keep moving down far enough to get to where they needed to be. Amelia yawned as they started their journey, Edward looking over at her, tired. "A little," she admitted. "I got a little rest back at the house, but I guess it wasn't enough." Edward nodded, moving around on the cart to make a bit of space before he reached his arm around her shoulder and pulled her into his body so that her cheek was resting up against the place where his shoulder met his chest. She looked up at him curiously, and he kept looking ahead of them. "Go ahead and rest a little." You'll need it." His cheeks were a little red, and Amelia knew better than to question him about it further when he wasn't used to this kind of stuff, but she appreciated it nonetheless. She looked ahead with him, her eyes focusing on the tracks before moving up to look at the sky, her eyes widening a little as she could see so many stars through the branches of the trees as they rolled on down the tracks. Even with the moon out, there were still so many she could see shining in the dark. It reminded her of that night in Briggs when they had caught a view of the landscape, before going about their chores in the freezing winter cold. "The stars," she said softly, Edward glancing at her when she spoke and then up to the sky. He smiled a bit. "Oh yeah, they look really good, don't they?" he said, his hand gently squeezing her shoulder as he looked up with her. "It's a shame we didn't get a better look before we got on the tracks. We'll have to come back to reassemble to stargaze once this is over." "Yeah, that sounds nice," Amelia said, looking up at the sky with him, her head resting on his shoulder and letting him hold her as he leaned back on his automail arm. There was barely enough room for all 5 of them to sit, but it was good enough for now. Greed saw the exchange and rolled his eyes. "You know, I think I preferred it when you two were silently pining for each other. At least then you didn't get so mushy," he groused. "Oh, let the kids rest and be quiet," Heinkel chided him, the other 3 not feeling all that energetic themselves. "We'll rest in shifts and work in shifts. We all need to make sure we at least get some sleep before we get to Kanama. Technically, it's the day before the promised day." It was the very early hours of the morning just beginning. They didn't have a lot of time left to prepare themselves, but they did what they could as the handcart rolled on down the tracks. General Armstrong filed in with the other generals of Bradley's council. An emergency meeting had been called in the early hours of the morning, with the sun just barely rising over the horizon. She took her seat, once filled by General Raven, as all others came in. Soon enough, they were met with General Edison, a somewhat portly man with gray hair and a thick beard around his jaw. He wore a pale expression as he went to his seat, standing as the others waited for him to speak. "We have received some devastating news," he grimly began. "Over in the east, Fura Bradley was informed that the plan to stage a coup with the Eastern forces was a lie." The other generals murmured their shock, though Olivier remained quiet as she observed the others. Instead, he was told false intelligence from General Hakuro that led him to make his way back to Central immediately. When the train was traveling over a ravine, they blew up his car. "What? The Fura's dead?" General Clement exclaimed, the other generals growing pale as they realized the implications of what this meant for all of them. Their leader was suddenly gone. "He can't be dead, this has got to be a mistake," General Fox exclaimed. "We're still waiting on confirmation that it's true," General Edison said, meaning that they had yet to find the Fura's body. "So have they even started searching yet?" General Smith asked. "Last I heard, they hadn't even reached the site," Edison answered. "What's taking them so long?" Smith demanded. "Gentlemen, this is no time to fight. Our commander-in-chief might very well be dead." General Jameson broke in, trying to cease the arguing. "We're aware of that," General Smith snapped back. Meanwhile, Olivier couldn't help but be silently amazed, withholding her amusement inside of her as she looked around at the group of men frantically asking questions. They start panicking the moment they lose their leader, like chickens with their heads cut off. She thought to herself, her eyes narrowing just the slightest as she realized what a massive opportunity this was, seeing the Fura's empty seat at the head of the table. This could be my chance. But before she even had a moment to think of saying something, she felt an eerie presence behind her, looming over her as someone stood behind her. She wasn't able to turn her head to look at him fully, but from what she could see, he was a tall, blonde, middle-aged man with a beard. His skin was pale, and his eyes seemed to bear that inhuman gleam that was shared in Fura Bradley. Behind him was an all-too-familiar face, that of the monstrous homunculus sloth that had once invaded her precious fort. She kept her reactions to herself, though she wasn't able to deny the chill she felt rushing down her spine as he came up behind her without her even noticing. As she glanced back in the room, she noticed the other generals all began to relax, breathing sighs of relief as their shoulders slumped. "Oh, it's a genuine honor to have you amongst us." General Smith welcomed him. This was the man she had only heard about the last few months, never met. This was the man that created Fura Bradley, the homunculus known as Wrath. This was the man that created sloth. This was the man that was the father of all the homunculi monsters that plagued their nation. He gave the generals a smile that they must have seen as calming and reassuring, but to Olivier it felt like watching a snake speak. Calm down, stop panicking. He advised them, bringing one of his hands to rest on Olivier's shoulders, seeking to calm her own tension with his presence, though starkly remind her that she was still at the disadvantage here and needed to continue to play her role as a double agent. I'm still here with you, and I'm watching over Central. A foreboding reassurance that Olivier hated, but she remained silent. She had learned from a very young age not to give away her emotions on her face. Only those trained in that same art would be able to tell she was forcing them down. Luckily, none of these male generals even bothered to give her a second glance as the man made his way to the seat that once was occupied by Fura Bradley. Apparently, the Fura was keeping the seat warm for him in his absence. Now, we have a great deal of work to do for tomorrow. Tell me what you know, and we'll begin. It wasn't the most enjoyable journey to travel by handcar. It was cramped, and a little cold as the night still held onto that chill of winter that seemed to stay in the dark spring nights. Still, when the sun rose and the world started to grow a little warmer, they had to abandon the handcar on the tracks. They got as far as they needed to, and their journey to Kanama would continue on foot from there. Amelia distributed the sandwiches that Pinocchio had made for breakfast, everyone taking their little meal as they went on to face the day. Edward took the basket from Amelia, transmuting it into a small bag for them to use to carry anything else they need for tomorrow. It was handy having alchemy to just transmute anything when they needed it. She shouldered the empty bag, walking with it into the simple slum of Kanama. Even though it was called a slum, and certainly it was clear that the people there were among the impoverished, shabby homes with plenty of people sitting out on the street with little else to do, it was among the largest they had ever seen, and one of the older ones. There was a warmth to it. There were people who lived here and made a life for themselves. It wasn't easy, and not a place to live if you couldn't handle hard work, but people here seemed more than happy to do their fair share to keep everything running smoothly for everyone. It was a community, and it very much showed that as they arrived. They could see people plowing in the ground, whether that was for growing their own food or creating an irrigation system was anyone's guess. Still, the community of homes stretched as far as they could see, a populous community on the outskirts of Central City. "Excuse me," Edward approached one of the men tilling the ground. "Is this place called Kanama?" "Yes, it is," the man replied. "Do you need help with something?" "We're looking for someone," Edward said. "He would have gotten here a couple of weeks ago, goes by Hohenheim." The man looked over the group of them, sizing them up, and immediately Amelia knew where his mind was going. "We just need to talk with him about something. We're not here to arrest him or hurt him." "Speak for yourself," Edward muttered under his breath, and was met with a harsh elbow from Amelia. "Ow." "This is his son," Amelia introduced, ignoring Edward's annoyed glare in her direction. "Is he here?" "Yeah, he's here," he said. "I don't know where exactly, though. You'd have to ask someone else." "Okay, thank you anyway," Amelia said, the group starting to walk on to keep looking for Edward's father. "Go ask for Jerry," the man called to them. "He's been housing the guy." "We will, thank you." Amelia smiled at the man, walking with Edward as they went further into the slums. She looked over at Edward. "I know you and your dad have a complicated past, but you could at least try to be civil. Don't try to beat up your dad." "I'm not gonna beat him up," Edward grumbled, "just maybe hit him once, in the face, as hard as I can." "Edward, I don't see how you expect me to just go into this calmly." He defensively shot back. "It was bad enough the last time I had to see his stupid face." "Just try to be nice, please," Amelia said. "I know you don't like him, you have every reason not to like him, but if we do this, we're doing it with the best possible shot at winning, and like it or not, we need your dad's help." Edward grumbled, shoving his hands in the pockets of his coat as they walked on, seemingly placated for now, and Amelia let out a small sigh as she went over to a man. "Excuse me, we're looking for someone named Jerry." "I'm Jerry," the man replied. "Do you need something? I don't think I've got any fabric orders to deliver," he said, holding up a roll of blue denim fabric over his shoulder. "No, we're looking for a man you've been housing, Hohenheim," Amelia said. "Oh yeah, him?" He glanced over the rest of their party. "He mentioned some folks might come ask for him. He's not far from here." He led them out of the way of the main dirt roads of the town, taking them between houses and alleys until they came to a small spot. 3 logs had been set out for seats around a fire contained in a metal bucket. Tending to that fire was the very man they had been looking for, pulling out a roasted potato that he had been cooking. "Mr. Ho." He lifted his head up at the name. "You've got some company." Hohenheim looked back, his eyes moving over the group but stopping as soon as he saw his son Edward. The boy in question wore a scowl on his face as he looked at his father, and Hohenheim imagined this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation, but they still had a great deal ahead of them. He put his food down, pushing himself to stand up from his seat to greet them properly. "Edward, I didn't think." Before he could even finish speaking, Edward dashed over to him to punch him as hard as he could in his jaw, knocking his father back several feet from the sucker punch. "Edward," Amelia called out his name, appalled that he actually went through with his threat to hit his father in the face. The blonde only turned back around, rubbing at his automail fist that he had hit him with. "That felt good," he said, sounding satisfied though he didn't stop scowling. Hohenheim sat up, his hand going to his punch jaw. "Ah, you could have at least warned me you were about to slug me. And with your metal hand, too," he complained. Edward didn't respond beyond a huff and put his hands at his hips. Amelia groaned to herself, putting her face in her hands as she began to question her taste if this was the guy she decided to date. Hohenheim seemed to recover quickly enough to come over to speak with them. He didn't even have any swelling on his face. "Maybe Edward didn't hit him that hard. I see you've made a new group of friends," he commented as he wiped the dirt and dust from his pants. "We're not." Darius wasn't quite sure how to correct him on that. "It's more like we're all in the same sinking ship," Heinkel said. "That's right, and I guess you could say I'm the captain of that ship," Greed added with a grin, pointing at himself. "So you're the one in charge?" Hohenheim asked as he approached the homunculus. "Then I'd like to thank you for looking after my son." The comment made Edward's eyes go a bit wide, looking up at his father as he thanked Greed for looking after him. He was always under the impression that he didn't really care all that much. "Sure, but you know he can be a real pain in the ass," Greed replied. "Hey," Edward snapped. "Greed, stop it," Amelia scolded the homunculus, who only grinned back at her. "This is hardly the time for teasing each other." She looked up at Hohenheim, intending to apologize for their behavior when he saw his gaze very solely focused on Greed. "That's an interesting tattoo," he said knowingly. Greed blinking in surprise before looking down at his left hand that bore the Ouroboros symbol, marking him as a homunculus. "Yeah, you noticed," he said, showing the older man. "Guess there's no point in hiding it." He put his hand back at his side, looking up at Hohenheim. "But let's make this honesty thing mutual, Pops." Hohenheim glanced from him to Edward, knowing what was coming and wanting to hear if this is really what Edward wanted. "Look, we need to talk," he said. "The promised day is tomorrow," he said, pointing out the urgency. There was a lot they needed to discuss, especially to figure out his role in their plans for stopping the transmutation circle from continuing, as well as what he knew about their enemy. "Fair enough," Hohenheim conceded without much of a fight when it came to Edward. "I'll tell you everything." He looked over at the rest of the group. "It's a bit of a long story, so you might all want to come and sit down." He went back to where he had been sitting around the fire, picking up the potato that he had been roasting and starting to bite into it, as the others all seated themselves around him. Amelia sat beside Edward and Greed sat with Darius and Heinkel. "I apologize for speaking while eating, but I'm afraid you caught me in the middle of my lunch." "It's fine, just talk," Edward said shortly. Amelia gave him a sharp look, and he looked away stubbornly. He didn't want to stay with his father more than he had to, but Amelia could at least get him to be polite. "Of course," Hohenheim continued regardless, "but first, let's speak openly. What do you know about everything that's happening so far? Alphonse told me that you're aware of the countrywide transmutation circle." Edward was hesitant to say anything, but he did go on to tell Hohenheim what they knew. He told them what they knew about the circle, the homunculi, their enemies in the military high command, the potential dangers they faced going into the promised day, and just how little they knew about their greatest threat, the father of the homunculi. Amelia would chime in here and there, adding on more information that Edward seemed to cut short, telling him of the allies they had made in Briggs and in Central, the plans they all had for that day, and what they could expect to see. It took some time to tell him everything, the afternoon sun having shifted into early evening by the time it was over, blue skies darkening as the sun began its descent into the horizon. All the while, Hohenheim never interrupted, nodding along and taking in everything they were saying. When they reached the end, Hohenheim began to speak. "I'll start from the beginning, I suppose. Do you know how old our enemy is?" The question caught Edward's attention and Amelia's. She thought back, well, the homunculi have been around for a while, and this guy has been here since the country was founded in. What year was it? 1557 was the year Amstress was founded, Edward answered. So, yeah, it's like 1915 now, so that's a solid 300 or so years. She looked back to Hohenheim. Are you saying he's over 3 centuries old? Hohenheim nodded. Much older than that, honestly, Hohenheim said. If we're going by our current calendar, he's well over 500 years old. The news was a bit shocking to them. He's that old? Amelia asked, a little shocked. Yes, the man you know as the father of the homunculi has been around for well over half of a millennium, Hohenheim said. He didn't always resemble a man, though. His original form was much smaller than that. He paused to take another bite of his food. Originally, he was little more than the size of my fist. He held up his fist to illustrate this. And his body was very fragile. He was placed inside of a glass flask to contain him so that he wouldn't die. If it was opened or broken, it was very likely that he would perish. He brought his hand back down, so he was contained in that small prison, something he resented greatly, but not enough to risk his own life and try to break out or have someone break him out. Instead, he gathered what knowledge he could, though he was already gifted with a great deal of alchemical knowledge when he was first created. A Xerxian alchemist pulled him from beyond the gate, summoned with the blood of one of his slaves as an experiment. While there was a great deal the homunculus knew and passed on to his master, there were still gaps in his information that he filled with texts whenever he could get someone to lay one out for him. Amelia was a little surprised to hear so much detail about this being from Hohenheim. Where was all of this information coming from? Xerxian? Edward repeated. So, he was in Xerxes. Yes, back when it was still a booming empire, Hohenheim, and I'm sure you know how old those ruins are. He continued to eat. When he was alive, Xerxes was at its peak, at least as I believed it was. There were over 1 million citizens in its nation, over 1 million people that had hopes for the future, plenty had great dreams for themselves that were dashed. But I think I'm getting ahead of myself, he said, taking another moment to take a bite of food, and Amelia couldn't withhold her curiosity as she had to wonder where he was getting this information from. So, where did you find out about this? She couldn't help asking. Stuff related to Xerxes is kind of hard to find around here. How did you find out about his beginnings as a dwarf in a flask? Because I first met him when he was in the flask, Hohenheim answered simply. There was a stunned silence from the others, some trying to figure out what he meant by that, Amelia and Edward more just confused that he was able to say something like that so casually. I'm sure you've met him before, haven't you? Alphonse mentioned your encounter to me. Edward and Amelia nodded. And you've noticed the resemblance between him and myself. They nodded again, Edward's brow furrowing as he started to realize where his father was going with this. That was because it was my blood used to summon him. Wait, what? Amelia had a hard time wrapping her mind around it. You gave your blood. Yes, I did, Hohenheim answered. You just said the blood came from a slave, so that was you. Yes. You were a slave, in Xerxes, with the father of the homunculi. Amelia was putting the pieces together, but she was finding it hard to believe that. That would mean you're just as old as he is. I met him when I was only about 15 or 16. It's hard to keep count of the day you're born when no one tells you exactly when that is. Hohenheim said with a bit of a wry smile. So, I'm only a little older than him, though in comparison to how long we've both lived, a decade and a half seems like a very small amount to have over another person. You're older than he is, Amelia slowly uttered out, shocked as she looked at the man. What, are you saying you're immortal somehow? Edward blurted out. How is that even possible? It's possible because of everything that happened back then, Hohenheim said. As I said before, I met him when I was very young. I had fallen asleep while I was working and he had woken me up. He had grown bored and I was the only thing there to entertain him, I suppose. He liked that I wasn't afraid of him, and we introduced ourselves to each other. Back then, he was simply the dwarf in the flask homunculus, and I was slave number 23. He didn't care for my number, so he gave me the name of Van Hohenheim to thank me for giving him the blood that allowed him to exist. He related to the fact that I was a slave, given no rights and no name, forced to live only to work with no freedoms, comparing it to his flask that he was trapped in. He offered to teach me how to read and write, and all the other skills I had lacked from doing only menial labor, so that I might grow from a slave into an alchemist to earn the respect from my master to gain my freedom. When we first met, I admired his tenacity to promise me freedom and that of a proper life where I could pursue what I wanted and my desires, and I accepted his offer. It took a few years and plenty of hardships to impress him, but I did eventually graduate from the status of slave to alchemist. Once I held that title, I was granted all the freedoms I could need in my life, and I was very grateful for the education he had given me. Edward and Amelia sat, enraptured as he told the story of his time with this homunculus. So, wait, hold on, this is a lot, Amelia said, trying to slow down the story. I think I'm still processing the fact that you're over 500 years old. She glanced over at Edward, who seemed to be in a similar state of shock still. But his brow was furrowed, and he was biting his tongue to keep from speaking out. He wanted to hear the rest of the story, though he still had plenty of questions of his own. You were a slave and he taught you alchemy? The homunculus. It was a combined effort, truthfully. Between him and my master, I learned a great deal about the practice of alchemy to where I could call myself an expert in the subject. In the time it took to learn, it felt like a small eternity on its own, even though it was only 5 years, but I did manage to get through and make myself the assistant to my master. Hohenheim said, continuing, but we maintained a friendship from that, or at least what I had assumed was a friendship. I told him I was grateful for his help. He had moved me up from the status of a slave to an alchemist's assistant, which meant one day I could even get married and have a family. He seemed to dismiss that idea altogether when I told him, saying that there was little point beyond our communities besides the purpose of breeding to continue our species. In his mind, happiness was the byproduct, not the goal of creating families. When I asked him what would bring him happiness, he modestly suggested being able to leave his flask. I'm not sure if that's when he started concocting his plan or not, but perhaps it's been something he's been thinking about for a long time still. In any case, it wasn't long after my graduation that the king of our empire requested to see him to ask if immortality was possible. He was growing old, and he feared death, and he wanted to see if he could become immortal and live out his life in peace, forever ruling his great empire. The dwarf in the flask did tell him of a method, one that I later learned was the creation of a philosopher's stone on a much greater scale than anything I had ever known. Back then, the philosopher's stone was still very much considered a myth, and no one had any idea of how to make one, but he did. He knew he could gain immortality by the sacrifice of lives, but he wanted to do it on a greater scale than a single stone made from the life of a dozen or so people. King Xerxes used his power to create a giant circle around the nation, carving out crests of blood at every point they needed. Crests of blood, Edward repeated. Kimberly said something like that to me before. It was his way of saying they had to commit mass murder. Yes, back then news didn't travel as quickly, and no one knew why it was happening that town after town was suddenly being attacked and destroyed. There was not one survivor to tell the full tale of how it began, but every city was destroyed by those who worked under King Xerxes. The circle was dug under the guise of being a nationwide irrigation canal, and no one really questioned it. I doubt anyone could know the gravity of what was about to happen, Hohenheim said. Wait, so, Amelia paused, does that mean? Xerxes had its own nationwide transmutation circle, Hohenheim nodded. Yes, it took them 15 years to finish creating it with those crests, but they succeeded before the king had his chance to pass on into the next life. His palace was placed at the center of the circle, and he was told that was where the transmutation needed to be performed in order for him to achieve immortality. If you've ever visited the ruins, you might see the stone guide made for King Xerxes to show the points they needed. It was carved at his order. Edward's eyes widened, knowing exactly which stone circle he was talking about, the one that had caught his attention because of its similarity to the transmutation circles in the 5th laboratory. When the day came for the transmutation to finally be activated, The dwarf specifically asked that I be there to hold his flask to supervise the entire thing. I had no idea of the horrors that had been committed in the name of giving the king immortality, only heard of the tragedies that had taken place. He had me stand behind the king as he activated the circle with his own blood. Hohenheim's expression darkened as the memories resurfaced. I still remember watching how the black smoke arose from where it began, only to disappear and be replaced with black tendrils rising up from the ground. The darkness spread over all of Xerxes, but I only knew it as it happened in that room. They surrounded us, forcing us to be corralled in one place, and just as the king began to suspect that something was wrong, claiming this couldn't be immortality, I watched as my master and his colleague died, their bodies losing their ability to function as their souls were taken away. Amelia shivered at his description. When I didn't understand why they were falling, I demanded answers from the dwarf in the flask. He had told the king that the center of the circle was safe and that they wouldn't be harmed, but apparently he had made it so that they were just outside the center, and he and I were directly in the true center together. He said he used my blood to open the gateway to allow this transmutation to happen. Before I could even begin to think of destroying his flask as I should have back then, we were swallowed into the gate that opened, everything being consumed in that darkness, that giant eye overseeing all of it. Amelia and Edward both stiffened at the mention, remembering that massive gray eye that looked at them as they were pulled into the gate. We were both pushed through the portal, and I could hear the cries of the souls that were taken away as I was deconstructed with that homunculus. There was a heavy silence surrounding them, everyone in the group completely engrossed as Hohenheim continued, putting down the remains of his food now that he had finished eating. I didn't come to until the next morning, and the palace was filled with the corpses of my master and his alchemical colleagues. I couldn't find the body of the king of Xerxes, though I imagine the homunculus did away with it before I awoke. When I came outside, there was not one person left alive aside from myself. Everyone was dead and corpses littered every street. The entire nation was empty of life, save for myself and the homunculus. When I called out for someone, he was the only one who answered, telling me that it was pointless to find someone when they had all lost their souls. I mistook him for the king of Xerxes when I first saw him, but that was only because he had stolen his clothes. I'm sure he still wears them today. Amelia thought back, remembering the unusual white robes the father of the homunculi had worn. Had they lasted all those years? But soon enough I saw that he had made himself into a copy of me, a receptacle so he could move and walk around on his own like he wanted. The reason he looked like me had something to do with the fact that he carried my blood. He said the transmutation had been done so that we could both have bodies that wouldn't die as thanks for giving him that blood, and I was left with the souls that he didn't take. My body contained 536,329 souls from the citizens of Xerxes, and so did his. That many people? Amelia gasped, her mind remembering the stones that she had seen in the past, none much larger than a small pebble or two, and they were usually made with about a dozen or so lives. So, wait, that means. If they were all in his body, then that would make Hohenheim a very unusual kind of human. Yes, he answered her unasked question, I am a living philosopher's stone. The answer stunned Amelia into silence, as well as the others around them. And I have been alive these many years, unable to die no matter what. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a cloth and starting to clean off his glasses as he continued to speak. It took some time, but when I realized the inevitability of my condition, I made it my plan to take this body and simply extend my life. For a long time, that was enough for me as I got to watch the world change and see the new and wondrous things that people created with the passage of time that I wouldn't have been able to experience otherwise. He put his glasses back on to look at the others, though his gaze focused on Edward for a moment. When their eyes met, Edward hardly acknowledged it, his eyes wide as he was still processing everything he had just heard about his father. At least, until a few years ago. My goals changed, and I started to look into the alchemical theory of this country, to see if I could find a better way to reach what I was looking for. That was when I discovered the plan of the dwarf in the flask, homunculus, to repeat what he did in Xerxes here in Amstress. It was a long-term plan, spanning over centuries, for the very purpose of attracting people and creating a nation with a large enough population to draw from. I've been working against him and his plan for this country ever since. As it stands now, I believe I know the easiest way to defeat him is to destroy the body he's in. Hohenheim said. I'm certain it still functions as his flask once did, the leather bag of skin he created to look like me. If we can destroy it, he won't be able to survive, and we can end this before it ever begins, though I doubt he'll make that task easy for us to follow through with. I'm sure he'll plant as many obstacles as he can in our way before we reach him, but I'm certain this is the quickest way. There was a heavy silence following this news, and Edward was struggling with everything he had learned about his father from this. Amelia looked over, seeing Edward put his hand to his head like he had a headache, his automail arm gripped into a fist so tight the metal was shaking and clinking together. I was worried this might be more difficult for you to accept than it was for Alphonse, he said. Wait, you told Al about this? Edward asked. I did, his father answered. I'm sure he has his own thoughts on the matter, but he accepted it nonetheless. Amelia was a little surprised to hear that Alphonse had done that, but at the same time, the only response she had ever seen to Hohenheim from either of his sons was Edward's anger. She wasn't sure how Alphonse felt about their father after he left them. It was possible he was more ready to forgive him than Edward was, or is, rather. Hohenheim looked up at Edward. If you want to use me to get your bodies back, you can. Are you crazy? Edward snapped, standing up from his seat with a furious scowl. Maybe you are a living philosopher's stone, but I'm not gonna sacrifice innocent souls. It's our fault we lost our bodies. Even though he was so angry at hearing that suggestion, Hohenheim had a smile on his face as he heard his son's pure-hearted intent displayed so clearly. I'm proud my son feels that way, he spoke sincerely and warmly. Edward didn't share the sentiment, his mind a massive storm of emotions now that he knew the reason why his father had left, the reason why he knew so much about their enemy, knowing that his father had been suffering alone for centuries until his mother, supposedly. He had spent so many years angry at his father for leaving, he didn't know how to respond to hearing his praises. When Edward didn't respond, Hohenheim continued, there will be a solar eclipse tomorrow. He plans on harnessing it for his scheme. An eclipse, so that's his plan? Edward was surprised that he would use it, but at the same time it made sense to him alchemically. If nothing else, the sun and moon had great significance in the symbology of alchemy. Doing a transmutation of that magnitude during a time when they were combined could mean any number of things. The implications were more than a little concerning to him, considering that when the sun and moon were brought together, they signified the perfect being, something on par with God. Listen, Edward, he has to be stopped at all costs. I need you to help me, Hohenheim said, making a plea to his son. Help you? Edward snarled out, that storm of emotions latching onto his anger, something that had fueled him for so many years. Now, look here. I'm gonna stop that bearded bastard, but I'm not doing it because you want me to help you. Our best chance at beating this guy is to team up, and that's the only reason I'm even talking to you right now. Even as he unloaded his anger in refusing to say he would ever accept his father's plea for help, he still showed that desire to help others, something that everyone around him could see. Edward was an angry little fireball of a kid, but he was still that pure-hearted kid that wanted to help everyone in the world, going into a fight like David did in his battle with Goliath carrying nothing but a slingshot against a fully armored man. Ed, Amelia gently put her hand on Edward's flesh arm, giving it a gentle squeeze as she got up, her voice soft to try and remind him to stay calm. If he yelled too much, they would call too much attention to themselves and what they were doing. Edward glanced at her, his shoulders relaxing just the slightest as he looked at her, but then he turned away. He marched away from his father, the others starting to get up and follow him. They knew what they needed to know, and they still had their trip to make back into Central before tomorrow. That's fine with me, Hohenheim said to his back, that sincere pride still coming through in his voice. It doesn't matter what your reasons are as long as you'll still fight alongside me. Edward heard this and stopped, though greed and the chimeras kept walking into town. Amelia looked back when she noticed Edward had stopped walking with them, wondering if he still had more anger he wanted to spew at his father. His fists were clenched at his sides before he spoke. Granny asked me to give you Mom's final words, he said, catching Hohenheim's attention as he spoke of his mother. Edward took a deep breath, forcing himself to get the words out so that he would have no further reason to ever speak to his father again. Sorry I couldn't keep my promise, but I'm dying first. Edward's back was turned to his father, but Amelia could see him plainly. She watched as Hohenheim's eyes were wide, his expression that of a man who had seen a ghost. It was only a second later that expression of shock crumbled away, and Amelia watched as his expression shifted to what she could only see as immense heartbreak and grief. Hearing his wife's last words to him had allowed him to come undone, and she knew she shouldn't be looking at such a vulnerable moment for someone she barely knew. But it was hard to look away as she watched the man standing up and turn himself away so that his son wouldn't see his crying face as tears began to stream down his cheeks. "So there, I told you." Edward snapped as he turned back to him with a glare, only to have it turn to shock when he recognized what had happened to his father in that brief moment following his delivery of his mother's last words. "Edward," Amelia put her hand on Edward's automail shoulder to get his attention, the boy jumping at the contact. "We should go." Her voice was little more than a whisper, wanting to give Hohenheim some privacy so that he could handle these emotions himself and come to terms with what was going on inside of him. Edward looked a little uneasy, glancing back once more at his nearly sobbing father who was hanging by a thread as the tears seemed to endlessly stream down his face before he turned, and the two started to walk into town. "Maybe we should get something to eat before we leave," she said, trying to get his mind on something else. She knew he wouldn't want to talk about everything that had just happened, not right then at least. Maybe later, when they were alone and he'd had his time to collect his thoughts about it. He nodded, his flesh hand reaching for hers and holding it tight. He seemed calmer now, though he still had plenty of thoughts rushing through his mind about what he had just seen from his father, the man he had hated more than anyone else for a very large portion of his life. It was unexpected to see him so vulnerable like that. He wasn't used to it, and he didn't know how to process it as they went further into the slums of Kanama to find some place where they might have some dinner before they continued their journey to Central. They did find a place, a small business that created some good food for everyone to chow down on, get some energy before they began the long trek into Central City. It was quiet as everyone ate their own food, though there was that unspoken question about Edward. The boy in question seemed to be ignoring it as everyone else glanced at each other wondering how he felt about this information about his father. Amelia gave Darius and Heinkel silent signs not to bring it up. It was a sensitive subject, and she wasn't sure that them butting in was the best option. But as the two looked to each other, they seemed to silently decide it was better to say something than to leave it be after all of that. "You know, Ed," Heinkel began, "don't you think you should try being a little nicer to your old man?" Edward didn't say anything, though he began stuffing his face more aggressively as he brought it up. "Yeah, really, you could at least refer to him as Dad," Darius chimed in. All the while, Edward's act of shoving food into his mouth only got more aggressive as they each spoke about it. "It sounds like you've had a rocky past with him, but he doesn't strike me as the type who'd abandon his wife, you know," Heinkel continued. "The guy must have had his reasons," Darius added, "so why don't you give him a chance to explain?" Edward couldn't take any more, letting out a shout of frustration before angrily looking up at the two chimeras. "Shut up. Did you ever think that I've got my reasons?" "Oh yeah, let's hear him then," Heinkel challenged. "You're just stubbornly holding a grudge," Darius said. "Guys, maybe you should let this one go?" Amelia spoke insistently, though Edward had already wilted as he knew Darius's and Heinkel's comments had him pegged down on his feelings there. "What, and just leave it there?" Darius asked, knowing it was such an awkward place for them to have left their talk with Hohenheim after Edward's outburst. "I know, but this is kind of a sore subject," Amelia replied, knowing it was probably something to be better addressed later. Greed just chuckled, "Such a whirlwind of emotions." Edward glared at him as the homunculus leaned against the wall of the place where they ate. "I can see why. The guy's a walking, talking philosopher's stone." He looked Edward right in the eye as he continued, not afraid of his anger from this. "And to make it worse, he also happens to be your father." "There's more to it than that," Edward admitted, catching even Amelia's surprise. He's not what I was expecting." "Well, what were you expecting?" Heinkel asked, curious to know more of Edward's thoughts. Edward's lips pressed together, struggling to put his feelings into words, and Amelia knew this wasn't going to go well for him or Heinkel. She glanced back to where they had left Hohenheim alone, having her own questions about what happened, and Darius made a good point that they hadn't really left things on the best terms with him. She took a moment to think of something she could do to at least apologize. finding a solution fairly quickly as she looked up at Heinkel. "Hey, how much money do we have left?" she asked, interrupting anything Edward might have said. The blonde chimera glanced over at her. "Maybe somewhere around 4,000 cents. Why?" he asked. "Give me 2,000 of them." "Why?" Heinkel asked again, more insistent this time. "This is kind of the last pit stop before Central. We might as well use what money we have left on things we might need." Amelia reasoned. "Just give me half and I'll look to find some stuff so we can carry the last of our rations, and we don't have to hope we don't get hungry heading into Central." Heinkel hummed, finding it hard to argue with her logic as he reached for the wallet that had their travel expenses in it, handing her the bills she asked for. "I'll be back in a sec," she said as she stuffed it in her pocket and started to walk away. "You don't want one of us to come with you?" Darius asked. "I'll be fine. I won't be more than a few minutes," Amelia said and picked up her pace so that she could get away from them a little faster. She moved around the shabby self-made shelters and eventually made her way back to the fire pit where she saw Hohenheim sitting. He didn't seem to be the crying mess she had left him as, instead sitting and looking at a photograph intently. She took a slow breath in and out before she went to him. "Mr. Hohenheim?" She called out to him, the older man looking back at her. "I don't know if you remember me, I'm Amelia. We met back in Resemble." "Yes, you're my son's alchemy student," he said, putting his hand on the log, making to get up. "Amelia Seymour, wasn't it?" "Yes," Amelia came up to him, seeing the older man extending his hand, and she shook it, smiling up at him. I just wanted to apologize on behalf of Edward," she said, the older man keeping a stoic expression as she spoke. He didn't need to say all of that to you. I'm sorry." "Given our history, I'm not surprised that he's still angry with me," Hohenheim said, going to sit down and inviting her to join him. She took a seat on the end of the log as he began to put his photograph in his pocket. "After all, I think it's possible I may have lost track of time over the years. It can happen when you live as long as I have. Before I understood what had happened, 10 years had gone by before I made my way back to Resemble." "Right," Amelia nodded. "Still, I don't think he needed to blow up at you like he did." "He had every right to," Hohenheim said, turning to her with a smile, "but I appreciate you coming to try and make amends on his behalf. It's very kind of you." She smiled back at him, though she had to admit she felt a little awkward speaking with him. "How has he been since we last saw each other? Have you been with him all this time?" She nodded again. "Yes, things have been a little bit crazy. I'm sure that's not hard to figure out from what we told you. He had no idea about the countrywide transmutation circle when we met. You had only given him that clue about human transmutation." She was quiet for a moment. "The day you left, he actually went to dig up the human he transmuted." Hohenheim looked over at her as she recalled it. "We dug for hours, but eventually he did find out that it wasn't their mother." Hohenheim nodded. She looked up at him. "Can I ask, how did you figure that out?" "A poorly timed experiment or two in my day," Hohenheim answered. "After the events at Xerxes, I ended up wandering into the desert to try and find somewhere else to live that wasn't filled with corpses. I ended up making my way to the nation of Xing, where I believe your friend Ling is from." Amelia's ears perked a little at the mention of it, her mind going back to the old tales they shared about alchemy and alkahestry back in the Xerxean ruins. "I knew that the homunculus was headed west, so I went east. I did a great deal back there, including attempting human transmutation in the name of a grieving patient. I never got it quite right. The person I brought into existence was never the person I meant it to be." He looked into the small fire in front of him as the memory entered his mind. "I'm sorry, that must have been a really difficult time," Amelia said, feeling a great deal of sympathy for the immortal man. "At the time, it didn't feel that way, but looking back on it now, I'm very shocked at my callousness for that life." Hohenheim let out a small laugh. "At least, that's how it was for a very long time. I think there was a part of me that resented the fact I couldn't die like the others could, but it was also something to be celebrated. After all, if I hadn't lived as long as I did, I never would have met Trisha." "Edward's mother." Hohenheim nodded. "Yes, I was completely smitten with her. It was love at first sight." He said it with a fond smile, and Amelia smiled as he seemed to recall happy memories. "You remind me of her a little, actually. You two seem to have that same kindness." "I don't think so, but that's sweet of you to say anyway." Amelia said with a small laugh. I doubt I could live up to the standard of Edward's mother. Hohenheim shrugged. Still, I'm glad to know you've been traveling with my son. I imagine it's been good for him to have someone to help calm him down since he and Alphonse separated. How is Alphonse? Amelia asked, curious since they had hardly talked about him. He's well, the last I saw of him, he was helping in the efforts to restore Lior. Hohenheim answered, he's a very kind-hearted boy, he takes much more after Tricia than me. Really? Amelia was a bit surprised. So who does Edward's temper belong to? Hohenheim chuckled. Ah, that would be me. I was quite the hothead in my youth, a hairpin trigger of a temper. You? Amelia could hardly believe it. I guess you just kind of mellowed out with age. Something like that. I imagine it'll be the same for Edward as he gets older, Hohenheim said, though it helps to have someone remind you of the important things that aren't worth losing your temper over. He looked up at her, and when Amelia met his eyes, she could see the wisdom there, the experience, and suddenly she'd felt like he'd read her in an instant as she was still trying to get a read on him. I'm sure he appreciates that you're there for him when he needs it, even if he won't say it out loud. There was something to his tone that spoke of more that he knew, and Amelia couldn't help feeling a little sheepish. I'm guessing you figured out our relationship, she asked. Hohenheim smiled. As I said before, it's good for Edward to have someone like you around, he replied. Whether he says it or not, it's clear that he cares. I'm sure that feeling is driving him to put everything he has into this upcoming battle. Amelia couldn't help nodding in agreement. You'll inspire him to do great things, I'm sure. She blushed a little at the compliment. I don't know about all that, she said, but I'm glad to be here to help him through this. Her hands threaded together in front of her, though there is a part of me that wonders if everyone might be better off without me. Hohenheim listened as she continued to speak. I mean, I'm not exactly the strongest fighter or strongest alchemist. There's a lot I've gotten better at since I've started learning, but I'm not. I feel like I'm not really bringing enough against our enemies to really be considered a viable threat. Hohenheim quietly listened, giving her his attention as she spoke to him, finding the words spilling out of her as he didn't stop her speaking. And I know that I was never supposed to be involved in this battle. And I'm a little scared that I'll get in the way more than I'll help. If I become an obstacle or get taken hostage or something, I'm worried that the tide will turn in the homunculi's favor, and it'll be all my fault. She squeezed her hands together as she felt those anxieties that she had been pushing down welling up the more she spoke about it. I don't want anything to happen to Edward or the others just because I didn't know where I'm supposed to be or if I just get in the way. I feel like I don't know what I'm doing, and I really wish I did. She wished she had paid more attention to Katie and how she described the story, how she would gush over it and tell all of her favorite parts, wishing she could recall something that could help guide her forward, but she couldn't think of anything. Her mind drew a blank, all of the times that she had just tuned Katie out to walk and think to herself while she babbled on and on. But at the same time, if something happens to Ed, something unexpected because of me, I don't want to just leave him behind and not try to help, you know. Hohenheim nodded. The desire to protect someone and trying to do what's best for them can be a very conflicting feeling, he said. It's hard to know what's best for what person, and going into a battle it's better to play to your strengths. I'm starting to think I don't have any, Amelia Riley commented. I'm sure that's not true, otherwise how else would you have made it here? Hohenheim asked. This isn't your first encounter with the homunculi, though we may be facing our last one soon. This isn't the best time to be doubting yourself. If you don't believe your strength best serves in a battle, then maybe it would be better for you to step to the sidelines if that's what you want. Amelia couldn't help feeling a little deflated to hear him agree with that, even though she was the one that suggested it. But at the same time, it's very clear that you've learned a great deal and made great progress to the point where Edward feels comfortable keeping you at his side for this fight. And I'm sure you believe in Edward, don't you? She nodded. So what makes you think that Edward's belief in you isn't enough to believe in yourself? Amelia's mouth opened to answer but quickly closed as no words came to mind. She took a moment to think. There was a part of her that wanted to justify it, but Hohenheim made a good point. If Edward really did think she wouldn't survive the battle, he wouldn't let her be at his side, would he? He wouldn't have just suggested she leave, like he did in Resemble. He would have made sure to send her away somewhere she would be safe. He would have argued with her about it, but knowing how stubborn he was, she wouldn't have been able to change his mind. He would have forced her or tricked her if that's what it would take. I guess that's a really good reason. I can't find a way to argue that. Hohenheim smiled again as she admitted that she couldn't dispute him. You have a surprising amount of faith in your son's judgment. Of course, he's my son, Hohenheim said. He's had a hard life, and part of that is my fault, but he's learned a great deal from that alone. I trust him when he says he's found valuable allies to join him in the fight, and he considers you one of them. Amelia's hands released each other, going to push herself up to stand. Here I come to try and make amends for Edward's behavior, but you sound like you were never upset at him to begin with. She couldn't help laughing about the irony of the situation, and now you're giving me a pep talk. We're going up against a powerful enemy, doubt and fear are to be expected, but we can't let it rule us, Hohenheim said, and I'm sure Edward feels the same way you do about this fight. He's still going forward and I'll be joining you, we can still beat him. Right, Amelia nodded, feeling a bit more fired up after hearing all of this talk. Speaking of Edward, I should probably get back to him. He thinks I'm getting some last-minute supplies. I doubt he would have let me come talk to you alone. She smiled at Hohenheim. Thank you for helping me, I really appreciate it. Of course, I'll see you in Central, Hohenheim said, bidding his goodbye to the young woman as she made her way back to the market. Amelia did make a stop at a couple of places, getting some wrapped-up food they could use for breakfast tomorrow, and something to boost their energy just in case they needed it for the early morning. She didn't have many cents left when she managed to find the others again, seeing Edward speaking with someone at a stall and coming away with a wrapped-up piece of red fabric. As she came closer, she watched as he transmuted it into an all-too-familiar red coat, and she let out a small groan at the sight of it as the others all grimaced with her. Whoa, Darius gasped. Come on, what's wrong with what you're wearing now? Heinkel asked. That doesn't seem flashy to you, Greed asked. Edward ignored their comments as he held up the coat, looking at it with a fond smile before glancing past it to see Amelia, and he tucked it over his arm, grinning as he saw the disgusted look on her face. Please tell me you didn't spend the last of our money on that, she said as she came up to him. He answered with a small shrug, his expression turning a bit more serious. There's a pretty good chance this is going to be the last battle we ever fight. I want to do it in style, he said. Amelia sighed through her nose. Fine, I guess I can't really see an issue with changing clothes before we get to Central, she said, though I might just accidentally find a way to destroy that coat before the promised day is over. Like I'd let you, Edward grinned. What'd you find? Heinkel asked Amelia, coming over to see what she had. Mostly just some food for breakfast tomorrow, she said, showing him what she had, and he began to put it away in their designated pack. It's not a lot, but I figure we'll need to eat before we head there. Fair enough, Heinkel said as he shouldered the pack. All right, let's get moving, Edward said. We'll need to make sure we're in Central before that eclipse happens. I'd like to be there a little early. So would I, Greed agreed, beginning to lead their group out of the slum, the five of them not knowing it would be one of the last moments of peace they would have before the sun rose the next day. Chapter 39. As everyone walks to make their way out of Kanama, preparing for the short trip ahead for the next morning, everyone is anxious to see the end of this battle that they've been leading up to for the last few weeks. There is a sort of tension between them all of them thinking of what's to come, what might happen, trying to plan out what they can do, and how they can come out of it alive. Greed's mind is focused on his goal, the one he hasn't said to anyone in the group, and the reason he's making sure to return to Central on the promised day with his little crew. Amelia and Edward are both thinking of what they can do to best protect each other in battle, how they can make sure everyone comes out as uninjured as possible, and they get to see the happy ending the story promised them. Listen, guys, Edward said, his comments directed to Heinkel and Darius. The pair of chimeras had been essentially acting as their reluctant caretakers for most of this journey, and they were good men who knew exactly what they needed to do. But at the same time, this was hardly their battle to fight. You don't have to tag along with us, you know? I'm thinking you'd be better off going your own way before things start to get too serious. Amelia glanced over at Edward, surprised he was giving the two men a chance to run like he had offered her back in Resemble. Hey, hold on. That isn't your call to make, pal. I'm the one in charge, Greed said, grinning but speaking with a firm tone to remind them of that position, though it goes somewhat ignored. I mean, Edward continued as if Greed hadn't spoken, if it's just about trying to get your old bodies back. He only had two other Chimera men to compare them to, Zampano and Gerso, the boar and the frog Chimera, who Al had rallied into getting their old bodies and old lives back. That's not it, Heinkel dismissed his concerns. These bodies do have their perks, Darius added on. To be honest, I really don't mind staying like this. Greed let out a barking laugh. Yeah, now that's the spirit. So, why stick with us then? Edward asked, curious behind the motives of their reluctant caretakers that had been with him and Amelia since they left Fort Briggs. Well, why wouldn't we? Heinkel countered his question with another. It's not like we have anything better to do. Darius put a finger to his temple, his eyes closing in concentration. My animal instincts tell me something good's coming. So, I'll ride this thing out with you. He looked down at the kids as they all walked further away from the glow of the slums behind them. Besides, I wouldn't exactly feel right just leaving you kids behind to fight monsters on your own. Amelia smiled, glad to see how warm-hearted Darius was about this, and clearly that was something winning over Heinkel, though he didn't want to admit it. She looked over at Greed. And how about you, Mr. Leader? She asked him. I take it you have your own score to settle in this fight. She had to think that was his main motivation, though he never seemed particularly eager to share his personal goals beyond what was readily available. Despite his impulses, Greed was able to think farther ahead, and she could see that. He was always working carefully in his mind to make sure he got what he wanted, no matter what the situation was. She could only imagine he had an elaborate revenge planned for the deaths of his old crew, and perhaps his old body. Are you asking me why I've decided to return to Central? He turned back to Amelia with a smug grin. I'm not telling you, little princess. She rolled her eyes at the nickname, but she couldn't say she was surprised that he was refusing to tell her. He had a habit of keeping his thoughts to himself, though she imagined Ling would be able to come forward and say something about it if she could manage to speak to him again. As they continued on down their darkening path ahead of them in the forested area between Kanama and Central, there was a slight shift in the air. It was enough to give Darius and Heinkel pause as the new scent came to them, which was enough to give pause to the others. Whenever the animalistic men stopped, it was usually for a reason. In the quiet of the night, they could just barely hear the rattling of metal in the distance that was slowly growing. But the sound didn't reach the ears of Ed, Amelia, and Greed just yet. What is it? Amelia asked, wondering why they had stopped. What's the holdup? Edward asked, more displeased than anything that they were pausing their journey. As the seconds ticked by, the sound became louder, and before they knew it, the two teens heard the sound of familiar, metal footsteps clanking closer and closer to them. The two looked ahead, seeing a familiar 7-foot-tall silhouette make its way out of the dark forest. Amelia's eyes widened at the sight of Alphonse's armor standing just at the tree line of the forest they were about to enter, the metal gleaming in the dim light from the slum behind them. Edward's were just as wide, and at the sight of his younger brother, he dashed forward to meet him, exclaiming, "It's Al." Amelia followed behind, though at a slower pace. She was a bit confused. Wasn't Alphonse supposed to be with Major Miles? Wasn't that what Winry had told them? She was glad to see him after so long, but she couldn't help but wonder if something went wrong. Greed, Heinkel, and Darius all stayed back where they were as the two teens went to greet the suit of armor. "Oh man, you freaked me out there." Edward greeted him with a wide smile, coming to a stop just a few feet in front of the familiar armor. "Feels like I haven't seen you in years. How have you been, Al?" "I'm glad to see you're okay, brother." Alphonse's voice rang through the armor as Amelia approached. She still couldn't hide her anxieties as she came up to him. "Al, is everything okay?" Amelia asked. "We heard you were supposed to be with Major Miles in the east." With the two of them in front of their group, neither of them noticed how Greed seemed to be stiffening up, a feeling of unease welling up inside of his body, but it wasn't coming from the homunculus, but rather the body of the person he was inhabiting. "That's actually why I'm here. We need to talk." Alphonse's voice came, but at the same time something seemed off to Amelia. It sounded like Alphonse, and it looked like Alphonse, but at the same time, this was Alphonse Elric. He hadn't seen his brother in weeks, separated because of a chance blizzard back in the north, and the two had been running around and around to find each other again. When they had been separated before, Alphonse could hardly contain himself at his reunion with his brother and embraced him without thinking about how his armored body might poke at him. Now he was talking so stoically and so coldly. What could have happened to him? Sure. Although Edward agreed, sharing that worry, Amelia put her hand on his shoulder to prevent him from taking a step forward. As Alphonse turned to lead them into the darkness of the forest, they both noticed how stiffly his body moved. It wasn't like him at all. She squeezed Edward's shoulder urgently, and he glanced over at her, seeing the anxiety on her face. Edward noticed that stiff walk, and he looked back to his brother, bringing one hand up over Amelia's to try and ease her anxieties, his feelings of relief clouding his judgment slightly as he looked up at his brother's body. Hey, are you sure you're feeling all right, Al? The armored body stopped at the question, though it didn't turn around. What do you mean? It asked. No one could see how Greed was shuddering and trembling, his eyes wide as his host tried to regain control, urgently wanting to warn the others. Well, you seem a little. Edward wasn't sure how to describe it at first, but before he could even come up with the right word to describe this strangeness of his brother's personality, someone else interrupted. Ed, Ling's voice urgently shouted from Greed's form, the homunculus hunching slightly as a hand covered his face, Greed trying to keep Ling from pushing himself into control as much as he could. Get away from him. Ling, Edward and Amelia both turned to the homunculus, though Amelia glanced between him and Al, taking a cautious step back. He's Ling's voice was struggling to come out, and Greed was still pushing him back down, but the fact that the two were fighting again at this moment couldn't have filled the two teens with more dread. They could hear the faint rattling of metal again, and Amelia took a massive step back, gasping at the sight of a dark shadow rising out of Alphonse's body like a dark steam from all the places where his body hinged and moved. The sound of her shock made Edward look back, seeing the same thing she did. The next moment, the only sensation Amelia could think to describe was like knowing lightning was about to strike. Before she knew what she was doing, she and Edward were ducking down to avoid a sudden darkness, shooting out at them like lightning strikes, thankfully everyone dodging to avoid anything dangerous. Edward grabbed Amelia as the shadows retreated as quickly as they came, pushing her back towards the others and moving to stand in front of her as they realized this was not Alphonse. What the hell was that? Edward exclaimed. He was poised and ready for a fight, Heinkel already having drawn their only gun while the others readied themselves for another attack. I see that you're working with them now, Greed? A voice began to overlap Alphonse's, the armor quivering as if it was overflowing with the darkness that was seeping out of it, the armored head turning shakily towards the group as it addressed their homunculus ally. Slowly, it turned to face them completely, Edward horrified to see the familiar armor facing their way with such a bloodthirsty aura. How pathetic that you'd share your consciousness with a human. Your soul couldn't be any weaker. As the two voices spoke out this defining line, the darkness revealed a gathering of red eyes that glared out at them from the armor, the sight disgusting Amelia and sending a chill down her spine. That's not Alphonse, Amelia muttered out, speaking Edward's thoughts aloud as she looked at the being in front of them. It's Pride, Greed said, his voice returning to his body as he still shook and struggled to regain control. You don't mean that? Edward cut himself off, fearing he already knew the answer of what was in front of them. Yeah, that's my brother, my oldest brother, I guess you'd say. Amelia felt another chill go down her spine. Another homunculus, one they hadn't faced yet. Given what they already knew about the homunculi, they had only met so many. If she counted down the deadly sins, lust had been defeated by Colonel Mustang, gluttony was a hapless idiot without help, envy was a sadistic shapeshifter, Fura Bradley was wrath, sloth was a massive monster of a man, and greed was on their side. That just left Pride, the one homunculus they had yet to meet, the one that supposedly took the form of Selim Bradley. But seeing the shaking armor in front of them with that black shadow oozing out of it like smoke, it was hard to imagine that he was in there. She doubted it, but she couldn't deny that it was a smart tactic for one of their own to disguise themselves like this so they could be more easily captured. If he had been a better actor, they might have just followed him into the forest. So, you've made up your mind to betray us no matter what, Greed, Pride began, the voice of a child greeting them from inside Alphonse's armor as Al's voice began to fade away into the tinny echo of the metal armor. Which makes you nothing more than an annoyance to us at this point. Greed glared down at his homunculus brother. Damn it, how did you even know I was here? He growled out. Pride didn't answer, though with the way a few of the eyes squinted, it was clear that he was smiling. Amelia shuddered as she thought she saw what looked like a set of grinning white teeth in the darkness of his shadowy form. Despite his name, Pride clearly wasn't about to give them any information, even if it was information now useless to them, since they had been found after weeks of traveling around and hiding. How dare you disguise yourself as my brother? Edward snarled out, angry that he had fallen for their trick, but angrier that they would manipulate him like that. Who said this was a disguise? Pride's shadows lifted up the helmet, the inky insides swirling away to reveal an all-too-familiar blood seal on the inside of the chest cavity, right where Edward had drawn it. This is, without a doubt, your brother's actual body. Amelia felt like she was going to be sick as she saw it. Alphonse's body was being controlled and manipulated by this homunculus, undoubtedly against his will. She couldn't help but see how it was so violating to have someone do that to you, and she could feel anger building up inside of her, her mind already trying to work on how they could get rid of him and his shadows so they can get Alphonse back to himself. Edward was just as horrified and disgusted as she was, but thrice as angry. You bastard! His fists were already trembling in his fury. First things first, Pride put the helmet back in place. I need to deal with Greed. Now, Full Metal Alchemist and Apprentice, if you would be so kind as to come with me. He trailed off as if it were an invitation they had the right to refuse, but as he spoke, shadowy tendrils started to slither towards them along the ground, small hands that reminded her of her time in the gate, though she wasn't sure this was done on purpose. They were moving closer, growing from the darkness of the trees behind the armor. Heinkel, you guys should run for cover. Before Edward could finish his warning for the two chimeras, he could see the two men already hiding behind a tree 15 feet away. What the? You don't waste any time. Our animal instincts are telling us that we should stay the hell away from that thing, Darius replied. It'd probably be smart for you to run, too, Heinkel said, looking over at the two teenagers that were left to face that monster. We'll be just fine, Edward said, turning back to face Pride. They need us and Al for their plans, so they aren't going to kill us, but that doesn't mean we have to go easy on them. It was the one advantage they had. The promised day had not yet arrived. The sacrifices all needed to be present and accounted for. They couldn't use corpses for whatever reason. They had to be taken alive. Edward tossed away his red coat that he had been carrying on his arm. I've got no problem taking him down. You're right, I must take you two alive, Pride confirmed, though the eyes in his armor sharpened into red glares. But if I slice up a few of your limbs in the process, so be it. The last word said with a cold tone of voice, clearly prepared to do what it took to achieve his goal of eradicating Greed and taking them both alive with Alphonse back to Central. The tendrils that had grown withdrew, only to explode outwards in a fierce attack that Amelia and Edward managed to dodge, that sensation of a lightning strike forcing their bodies to move in the nick of time. They split up, Amelia going one way while Edward went another, trying to fan out and make it that much harder for him to attack them both, though his shadows didn't seem to have too much of a problem keeping up with them. As they ran, Amelia could hear the sound of the shadows piercing the earth that held her footprint, running in patterns until she managed to get far enough back that he wasn't able to reach, seemingly. She glanced back behind her, seeing the slum was still only a short distance away. If this got out of hand, a lot more people could get hurt. We have to keep him away from the slum. She had no doubt that Pride would use the slum dwellers as hostages if it meant they would comply. Edward nodded as he heard her warning, bringing his hands together as he transmuted the ground, pushing up the clay and dirt into a high wall to block him in around the trees, only to watch as it came undone, cut up into diamond-shaped chunks of dirt sliced by those shadowy tendrils the two still worked to avoid. A barrier's not going to work against him, Greed called out, the homunculus doing what he could to dodge the shadows that were trying to stab and pierce him. His shield thankfully protected him from the worst as he hopped and dodged like the others, though when he came into a space where Pride was waiting for him, the tendrils wrapped around his body tightly, holding his limbs and keeping him in place. Once he was secured, Pride pulled back the other tendrils he had been using as he began to speak again. "Now then, I've captured your friend. Ready to give up?" Pride asked. "You're not going to make me threaten the lives of the slum dwellers too, are you?" Edward grit his teeth, holding back the venom he wanted to spit at the homunculus for using other people like this. True to form, he always goes straight for the cheap shots in order to get what he wants, Greed said, struggling in his grasp as he looked over at the two alchemists. "You'd think someone with a name like Pride would have a little more class than that," Amelia said. Pride only chuckled at her comment, and she could hear the condescending tone behind it that said he knew he was better than her. She wasn't sure what to do. He had played them and played them well. She could see his shadows creeping towards them, the tentacles blending in with her own stretched-out shadow on the ground, save for the eyes and teeth of Pride's body that showed in the inky blackness. It seemed like they were cornered. They wouldn't want Greed to be hurt, and certainly none of the innocent people in the slum. Was this it? Was it that easy for them to lose here and now? "You know, I think it's about time I start winning some of these fights for a change," Edward said, her words catching her attention as she watched him bring his hands down for another transmutation, seeing the energy flowing through the ground to the telephone pole not too far behind them, the one that was giving power to the slum. She watched as the transmutative energy struck it, feeling dark tendrils coiling around her ankles just before the lights went out. She gasped as she could feel the grasp on her body suddenly disappearing in the darkness, as the entire slum of Kanama lost power from that single transmutation. In the sudden darkness, everyone waited with bated breath to see if Pride would keep attacking them, but they were met with silence. Amelia could feel relief sinking into her body as she realized, for now at least, Edward had made the right call by throwing them into this darkness. They were left totally blind in it. She couldn't make out anything at all, though she could still hear and smell everything else just fine. Although it wasn't exactly convenient, this tactic was working at keeping Pride at bay. He was just as blinded as they were in the dark. She turned in the direction she remembered Edward had been in, wondering how far away they were from each other. "Edward," she called out for him softly, not wanting to alert Pride to their positions in case he could still attack in the dark. "I'm here," he called back, and she started to take steps towards his voice. She moved slowly, her arms held out. "I can't see a thing." She took one step, then another, and her hand brushed by a familiar metal. Edward had been reaching out to her in the darkness too, and she took hold of his forearm, finding his automail hand and holding onto it. He squeezed her hand back in turn, a greater sense of relief filling both of them as they were able to find and hold each other again. "Yeah, sorry about that, but at least Pride stopped attacking us," Edward said, his body moving right next to hers, feeling his automail shoulder against her own in the darkness. "Greed," the two could hear another voice in the dark. "Is that you, Heinkel?" Greed asked. "It's me. What happened to the power?" "I don't know, but it's saving our asses. Pride can't cast any shadows without a source of light, and he's just as blind in this darkness as the rest of us." Hearing that gave Amelia some comfort. Pride couldn't fight in the dark. No light meant no shadows. She was surprised she had never considered that before, but it made sense. There was no reason a shadow would be able to exist without some kind of light source to differentiate it from all the rest of the darkness. "So we got rid of him then?" Heinkel asked. "No, he's just lying in wait," Greed answered. "He'll be back at it as soon as the lights are on again. Oh, damn it." Amelia smiled a little to herself as it was clear from that quickly uttered curse that Greed had tripped from where he had been walking closer to the two chimeras. "So what do we do now?" Darius asked. "We're completely blind right now. I don't know that there's much we can do," Amelia said softly. Their battle was on pause until the lights came back on, which hopefully wouldn't be anytime soon. "Hey Heinkel," Greed's voice spoke again. "Did you notice the shadow cast by Al's body?" "Yeah, it's kinda hard to miss those freaky tentacles," Heinkel replied. "No, not those. He kept close to the edge of the shadows from the forest. His actual body's probably just beyond those trees." "His body, so he's not inside the armor?" Heinkel asked. "No, he's got a special container that he uses when he's traveling around." "What kind of container?" Heinkel could see where this was going, his voice growing more serious as he knew what Greed was asking of him. "It'll look like a child, a little one. No more than maybe 7 or 8 years old," Greed answered, and Amelia's eyes went wide as she remembered the talk she had with the Major when this fugitive's journey started, where they had exchanged what intelligence they had. If you can find it and destroy it, we should be in the clear. I'll see what I can do, Heinkel said, and there was rustling as he walked on into the forest. He was a lion chimera. It would be easy for him to see in the dark once he transformed. He was the best option out of the 5 of them to go fight Pride when he was just as helpless as they were. It's Selim, Amelia whispered to Edward. Remember how I told you what the Major said? I guess we know which one he is now. I didn't think he'd be like this, though. Edward whispered in turn. How did you know taking away the lights would work? Amelia asked, impressed that Edward had managed to figure it out so quickly. She frowned as she knew that nervous tone of voice. It was kind of a lucky guess. Lucky guess, Amelia hissed, her hand coming up to smack him in the chest. Ow, hey. What happened to not being so reckless anymore? You pinned everything we had on a guess. It was an educated guess. Edward snapped back in his defense. You saw the way his shadows blended in with ours. I took a shot and it worked. Why am I being punished for that? She could hear the faint sound of his fabric rustling as he rubbed at the spot she had hit. That really hurt. Sorry, she said softly. I agree, at least it worked and we're safe for now. But that didn't really give them a lot of wiggle room on what to do next. Ed, a voice coming from behind made them jump. Hey, Amelia. We're over here, Amelia called back to Darius, hearing as his heavy footsteps grew closer to them as they stood together. Where's Ed's brother? Darius asked as he came closer. Same spot as earlier, Edward answered. His body clanks whenever he moves. There hadn't been so much as a clink out of him now. It made Amelia a little worried that Alphonse might still somehow be under Pride's control if he wasn't regaining his consciousness now that his body was supposedly freed. All right, let's get out of here for the time being, Darius said, Amelia feeling his hand coming forward onto her back to encourage her to walk with him. I'm not gonna leave Al behind like that, Edward snapped. I know how worried you've gotta be, but what if we get close to him and it turns out to be a trap? Darius asked, and Amelia could feel Edward's grip on her hand tightening, clearly not wanting to entertain the idea, but he had a point. We've gotta stay close to one another until Heinkel's done with Pride. We don't want to accidentally attack each other. Al should be okay, she tried to comfort him. If Pride doesn't have any control over him now, he should be waking up any second and moving away on his own. In the darkness, she could hear Edward's breath shaking as he tried to control his feelings. It was a horrible situation for him, she knew that. They had been separated for weeks on a chance encounter, only for them to reunite with Al's body having been manipulated like a puppet to the will of their enemies. She knew he had to be boiling with rage, but he was managing to keep it contained for now. He took in a breath and let it out in a quick, resigned huff. All right, fine. So what now? Greed already went further into the trees, Darius said. I can sniff him out and lead you to him as well as I can. We'll just have to wait and see what we can do once the lights come back on. Edward didn't like it, but they didn't have much else they could do in any kind of practical sense, so they would have to move forward from there and keep working as best they could on a plan. Darius directed them through into the forest. It was impossible to see, Amelia still holding onto Edward's hand so they wouldn't be separated, her other hand out in front of her to feel for any trees that might be in her way. She tried to make out what outlines she could in the dark, but there was no light at all. The sky was overcast, and with the lights in the slum out, the nearest source of light was central, too far away to be of any good to them. As they walked deeper into the trees that led them closer to Greed, they could hear strange sounds of something knocking into something else, weight being thrown around in the darkness, though it sounded far enough away to not be a danger to them. Is that Heinkel? Amelia asked as she heard the repeating thuds in the night. It's always your best bet to let the nocturnal animals handle fighting in the dark, Darius said, feeling his way through the blackness as they did. Yeah, makes sense, Amelia muttered. As they got closer to Greed, they could feel the land evening out, a good spot for a meeting place in the dark. Darius suddenly stiffened, the hair on his neck standing up straight with the intense dread of ravenous hunger focused on them. It only took him a moment to react to these feelings, reaching out to grab Greed as he pushed Edward and Amelia away. Get down now, he shouted, pushing them all to the ground as something came flying towards them, the tree that Greed had been leaning on suddenly creaking. the sound of some unusual growls reaching their ears as the tree splintered in the mouth of something. The remains of the tree started to fall, slowly collapsing under the weight it could no longer carry, snapping in half as something chewed on its wooden remains. As they all scrambled up, remaining silent as they tried to determine who this new enemy was, they could hear a voice calling out to them in the dark. "I smell you, Full Metal Alchemist, and I smell greed." The voice was all too familiar to Amelia, remembering the sound of his voice as he happily cried out how he was looking forward to eating a girl. Of course he'd bring gluttony, Greed exasperatedly muttered. That fat slob, Edward could hardly believe it himself. That makes sense. Now I know how Pride managed to track us down. He used Gluttony's sense of smell to follow our scent, Greed said. Amelia was a bit shocked to learn his sense of smell was that strong, though she supposed a lot was possible with the homunculi. She could hear him taking in a few more sniffs in the air. "I smell that girl I never got to eat. I also smell someone I never smelled before, and they smell tasty." The clear pleasure and anticipation in his voice at the idea of eating someone new sent disgusted chills down Amelia's spine. "It's all you go for it," Greed said, patting Darius's shoulder. "Oh, and he's a homunculus, by the way." "How do you expect me to fight a monster like that?" Darius asked, the fear present in his voice as he realized he was going to have to be their protection in this battle. "He's relying on his sense of smell to guide him in the dark," Greed said. As he said this, they could hear Gluttony crying out and falling with a thud, likely from having tripped over something. "So right now, I'd say you're evenly matched for a fair fight." "My animal instincts are calling me an idiot for listening to you," Darius sighed, Amelia hearing the sound of his shirt ripping apart from his chimera transformation into his ape body, hearing his fists pounding on his chest to rile himself up even more. "So I guess I'm an idiot. The first strike is mine." As he charged forward, Amelia pushed herself to stand, pulling Edward with her. They could hear the sounds of Darius punching and hitting Gluttony over and over again in front of them. She wanted to back away, but she had no way of knowing how close they were to where Pride was and if they would be going in that direction. The battle sounded like it was getting farther away, with Gluttony crying out in pain as Darius landed blow after blow, though she could swear they were fighting right in front of them. She heard him grunting with effort as he brought his boot up to Gluttony's chin, his head smashing down against the homunculus's skull, grabbing him and throwing him up into the air to overwhelm him. Now, for the final blow? As Darius victoriously called out his move, Amelia felt Edward's hand slipping from her grasp as a sudden breeze moved beside her. She gasped, looking back to where Edward had slipped away from her, though she saw nothing. She could hear Edward's faintly pained groans as she realized Darius had hit Edward with that last shot, instead of Gluttony like he had intended. "Why, Mr. Gorilla, weren't we sticking close to avoid attacking each other?" Edward wheezed out, the wind knocked out of him and feeling that intense ache from being hit in his stomach. "Sorry," Darius's apology was genuine, but it wasn't like there was much else he could have done. Amelia moved over to where his voice was, reaching down until she felt his hunched over back. "You okay?" she asked, knowing Darius probably hit him really hard if he was going all out. "I need to catch my breath," Edward said, panting harshly. She reached for his arms, offering to help him stand, and he took it. She couldn't deny things didn't look good for them here. Gluttony was their main problem with them now, with his advantage of smell over them in the dark. Darius's sense of smell wasn't much better than a normal person's, if only slightly, so he wasn't the best opponent for him, but he was the best they had out of their group at that moment. And then when the lights came back on, they had to worry about dealing with Pride and his shadows again. "I don't know if we're going to make it out of this," she muttered, a little worried. It seemed like they were very much backed into a corner. She and Edward would make it out of this alive, but that wasn't speaking for any of their other friends. "What, Ling?" Greed's voice carried over to them, and Amelia looked over in that direction. It wasn't often that Greed spoke to Ling right in front of them, and she had to wonder what the prince was saying. As she helped Edward up, they felt a sudden burst of wind pass in front of them, watching as red light began to form, and Amelia could see that it was because Greed's arm had been ripped off as his body was trying to regenerate it. Gluttony must have attacked him straight on. "Arg. It's not like I have a choice, but don't go trying to run off with this body." "Just drop it. It was my body to begin with," Ling's voice slipped out, and in the faint light of greed's regeneration, they could see Gluttony charging for him again with his mouth open wide. "Time to eat you." "Look out," Amelia cried, not realizing what a bad warning that was in the dark, only to hear the sound of Gluttony's heavy body being thrown onto the ground, his weight used against him to push him into the dirt and out of the way. Ling chuckled a little as he stepped back from the large homunculus. "Heh, thanks greed." "Ling," Edward called out to him, shocked to see him again. "That's right," Ling called back. Their reunion didn't last too long, with Gluttony getting back up, sounding frustrated. "You're making me mad. All I want to do is eat. But you won't let me eat you and I'm getting hungrier. You're being mean, so I'm just gonna have to swallow everything." She could hear the gross sounds of flesh shifting, but she wasn't sure what was happening. "I sense something bad," Darius warned. "Bad? How bad?" Edward asked. "It's coming this way," Ling warned. "What is?" Amelia asked fearfully. "I've felt this presence before," Ling continued. "Will you freaks tell me what the hell you're talking about?" Ed demanded. "Hello? Normal guy here, I can't see in the dark." Before they could even get an answer, another rush of wind whisked by them. This one didn't carry the weight behind it like Darius's blows or Gluttony's body and was somehow much quieter. They could hear the sounds of someone moving quickly, and in the span of a few seconds, they watched as Gluttony's body came undone, the red light of his regenerative body glowing in the dark, illuminating the damage that had been done to him and revealing that he had been planning to swallow everything like he had done the last time they met him. His open stomach illuminated in the darkness. "What happened?" Edward asked, only to be met with Darius's hand coming onto his head and pushing it down. "Stay down, kid," he warned. They watched as Gluttony's body fell apart, his arms and legs cut into pieces that slipped away from his fat torso. "What did that?" Amelia asked, keeping her head down like Darius had warned. "Is there something else out there?" Edward asked. "I'm not sure," Ling answered, "but I think it might." He grinned as he recognized the Kai in front of him. "It is." Gluttony groaned in agony as his body began to regenerate, that red light the only source they had and the only way they could see what was happening to their enemy at all. "I smell you," Gluttony gasped out. Before he could say any more, another blow was dealt, slicing off some of his teeth and his arm again. "I know that smell." He could hardly act before a blade came down to pierce through his skull, using it as a hook as they brought their body around from on top to in front of the homunculus, pulling him forward and throwing him to the ground, cutting his head open and leaving him to recuperate in a pool of his own blood. The figure took a step back from the sight, revealing their silhouette to them in the dark. They were dressed in all black, hooded, but with a bright automail arm that had a blade sticking out from the elbow. Amelia's eyes widened as she realized who it might be. As the red light of Gluttony's regeneration grew with its efforts to grow his body back, she was able to see Ling smile and step closer to her. "I'm glad to see you're okay. I was wondering when you'd find me, Land Fan." At the sound of her name, the warrior turned back to them, showing the male-presenting mask she would wear before going back to focus on Gluttony. "We'll handle him from here. You guys make sure to find somewhere safe for now," Ling said, charging into the forest with her as Gluttony started to get up, his open stomach ready to swallow the earth now gone as his body was returned to normal. He was pushed farther and farther back into the trees, Amelia faintly hearing his cries of pain and calls for unfairness as Lan Fan and Ling continued to brutally attack him in the dark. How can they even find him in the dark like this? Amelia couldn't help asking, wondering just how in the world they were managing it. "The ruler of Xing controls the Kai, known as the Dragon's Pulse," a voice answered her in the dark. She felt Edward grabbing her shoulders, moving her behind him and putting her in between him and Darius as they heard the voice continue speaking. "This knowledge allows him to govern the flow of our kingdom. As the personal servants of our ruler, we too are trained to read the flow of Kai. Not only that, we're also trained to act in the darkness." "I recognize that voice," Edward muttered, "Old Man Fu." "Long time no see, huh kid." He greeted them, confirming his identity. "I still can't see you, Fu," Edward replied, blinking in the dark, though he did relax and let Amelia come back to his side again. "But, wait, how were you able to find us?" "We've been hiding out in Central, trying to keep an eye on things for a while now," Fu answered. "We detected several large Kai converging out here, so we followed them." They heard another thud, all of their heads turning towards the sound of one of the battles ongoing, most likely the one between Ling and Gluttony. There are two enormous forms of Kai battling nearby. That's probably Greed and Gluttony, Amelia said, knowing Ling was still in Greed's body, so he would still carry his philosopher's stone that likely led the two ninja there to them. Greed, huh? The one who swallowed the young lord. Fu's voice lowered a hair, enough to show his clear hatred of the creature that would harm the person he had sworn to protect. He let out a long sigh, letting go of his feelings for the time being as he continued to speak and focus on the task at hand of informing his blind allies of their enemies' positions. And then, there's another large Kai within the forest. Our companion is fighting a homunculus called Pride out there, Darius explained. Fu hummed, his head turning towards the slums of Kanama. There's one more in the settlement nearby, and there's something disquieting about that one. It seems to dwarf the others in comparison. That would probably be Edward's father you're sensing, Amelia said, knowing that probably didn't help things, but it at least told Fu who it was, and if they were a threat. You think so? Edward asked. Well, I mean if he's sensing Kai based on philosopher's stones. Amelia trailed off, the answer obvious to them, but not very obvious to Fu. Are you saying that your father isn't human? He asked, shocked. Edward stiffened, still uncomfortable talking about his father, even after such a recent stint with him. Trust me, he's the least of our concerns right now. We've got to figure out how to deal with these homunculi. You don't have to worry about Gluttony, Fu said. Lan Fan's dealing with him. Lan Fan is fighting Gluttony? Edward muttered, then realized just how long it had been since they had last seen Lan Fan. Last time she had her arm cut off, and the arm she had now was clearly automail, but at the same time he knew something was off. Hold on. It hasn't even been a full 7 months since her automail was attached. Amelia's eyes widened as she realized it from Edward's words. It hadn't even been a full year, and Edward had barely been able to manage that kind of rehabilitation on his own, recalling that Alphonse had mentioned he had been coughing up blood doing it. That's crazy, old man. She's not going to last without help. He instantly took off to the trees where the fight with Gluttony was taking place. Edward, wait! Amelia called out to him, only to watch as he was thrown back from a sudden explosion, the sound shaking the ground and making her whimper as she went to cover her ears from the intensity of it. She saw Edward get thrown onto his back, stunned from the explosion that had knocked the wind out of him. Ed! She rushed over to help him again. I said not to worry, Fu said calmly. We have resources besides hand-to-hand combat. Edward sat up, angrily calling out into the dark, give us some warning next time. Only to be met with another bomb going off in front of them, Edward and Amelia covering their eyes from the bright flash of the explosion that was so bright in the dark. They both started to cough as the smoke from the gunpowder reached them, the two pushing themselves to stand as they went back to where they had been. Damn. Edward patted the dirt off of his clothes, and Amelia did the same. All right, that eases my mind a little. He paused as he thought of something, realizing the tools they had at their disposal if Fu was here to help them while Lan Fan was helping Ling fight Gluttony. Tell me something, what all do you have besides explosives? He asked, turning to Fu, or at least where he thought Fu was. All sorts of things. Tear gas bombs, flash bombs, flares, Fu listed off. As he did, Amelia noticed something out of the corner of her eye, turning to see lights coming on in Kanama, likely people lighting lamps and torches, probably scared from the sounds of explosions so close to their homes. The lights are coming back on, she warned, suddenly realizing just how tight of a time constraint they were on now. Those people will be coming to investigate all this noise. Which means Pride can use the shadows again, Edward noted. Darius gasped, we need to get over there and help Heinkel. Yeah, Edward agreed. Amelia, I'm going to fight Pride head-on, and I'll need you to stay with Darius in the dark as much as you can. If we need it, you're our last line of defense. Amelia wanted to argue, but she knew he had a point. They needed to move carefully, they had an advantage somehow, at least for his plan, and he needed to focus to be able to take advantage of it. Yeah, I'll be here, she promised. Thank you, he looked back at Fu. Can you help me? I need you to detect Pride's Kai and lead me to him. I could really use your help, old man. Fu let out a soft hum as he heard Edward's request. He couldn't imagine that it would come so easy for the young man in front of him to ask for help. When he last saw him, he had to try and convince himself that it was better to work with Ling and his servants to capture Gluttony, which resulted in the tragedy of Lan Fan's arm being lost. To see him asking for it so plainly now was a bit of a surprise. But the old man could understand how easy it would be for the untrained like Edward or Amelia to struggle greatly with fighting in the darkness, unlike him or his granddaughter. "I'll do what I can," he replied, starting to walk towards the direction of the single collection of Kai in the forest. "Ed," Darius's voice caught his attention before he left. "Watch yourself, kid. Don't forget what pride is, all right." Edward nodded. "Right, I'll remember," he said before he and Fu continued to move in the darkness towards Pride to try and help Heinkel before things got worse. "Come on, I'll tell you the plan on the way." The two followed Edward as they walked behind Fu, keeping close. "I think we should take advantage of Pride's cheap shots." "How do you mean?" Amelia asked. "Remember how Greed said he always took the cheap shot to get what he wants. If that's true, then he'll possess Al again and try to use him as a hostage to get us to go with him." He looked over at Fu. "When that happens, I need you to use a flash bomb over them, old man." "That's all you need?" Fu asked, surprised it was something so simple. "Pride's power is using the shadows to his advantage," Edward said. "He's probably still attached to Al with those shadows now. He hasn't moved since we last left him at the edge of the forest. I think that's because part of him is still in there somehow. Flash bombs are made with magnesium. It's typically something that burns bright enough to get rid of shadows for a short while. I think we can use that to detach his control on Al and get him to safety." "You think that will work?" Darius asked, a little doubtful. "Well, I doubt it'll be easy. I'll have to get his attention, keep it focused on me for a while." He looked over at Darius. "Mr. Gorilla, when that flash bomb goes off, I need you to charge in and grab Al so that we can get him somewhere safe. And if he regains consciousness back in time, we might be able to really outnumber these guys." Amelia said, starting to catch onto his plan. "I mean, I can't imagine it would take long for a soul to come back to the world after its body's been freed." "Right," Edward grinned, glad that she was able to understand his plan. "We'll need you guys in the background, ready to fight. I'm sure this is going to be a long test of endurance, so we need as many fresh fighters as we can get." Amelia smiled, glad to know that Edward wasn't asking her to stay back out of fear she might not fight well, but was doing so to make sure she was able to fight with all the energy she had. As they kept walking through the trees, the group was able to make out a light in the forest. "Oh no," Amelia muttered when she saw it, her heart dropping to her stomach as she realized they had run out of time. People were already here, and probably looking into one of the battles that was still going. Heinkel had been fighting Pride nonstop. He had to be exhausted by now, even if the homunculus couldn't fight back. "A monster," someone shouted out, and Amelia's heart raced anxiously as she realized they might be talking about Heinkel. "Oh no, it's got a kid." "Shit, they found Pride," she cursed in a hushed voice. Edward made a gesture for her to stay back with Darius, the two silently agreeing to do so as they heard the slum dwellers running off screaming. "There's two monsters." She watched as the light near them began to grow, and her eyes widened as she realized that it was from a fire. They must have brought a burning lamp with them that was now setting bushes ablaze around the clearing that Ed and Fu started to make their way into. She looked up at Darius, finally able to make out his face in the growing light of the fire, the two of them walking carefully among the trees as they started to look for helpful vantage points that would make it easier for them. As they walked, they could see Heinkel was bleeding badly from a deep cut on his shoulder, no doubt put there by Pride when the light came back on. She glanced up at Darius, who looked ready to kill that child that would dare hurt his lover, but he didn't rush into battle. Darius was a soldier first and foremost. If anyone knew how to keep cool in the heat of battle, it was someone like him. "I'm glad they shed some light for us. Now let's shed some of your blood," Pride's voice carried through the air as they moved, seeing his shadow pointing towards Heinkel. "Goodbye, Chimera." Darius watched as the shadow shot forward, clearly ready to kill, and was about to jump in himself when he saw Edward rushing out from the trees, blocking back Pride's shadows with his automail just before they had the chance to pierce Heinkel, who flinched as he saw them coming closer. He let out a small sigh of relief. "Just in the nick of time, Pops," he said, Heinkel starting to relax as he realized he wasn't dead yet. Who would have thought a little kid like this would be a homunculus? He lowered his automail arm, which seemed to take on a different shade in the light of the growing forest fire. I admit you fooled me, Selim Bradley. Pride smiled as Edward acknowledged who he was. Appearances rarely show the whole truth, he said, his smile growing a bit smug as he baited Ed with, "Isn't that right, little alchemist?" She could see the fury flashing on Edward's face at the L word. "Oh, he's dead now," she muttered. Now where were we? Pride's shadows shot forward towards Edward, and she watched as he kept blocking them off with his automail, dodging where he could, standing in front of Heinkel to protect him from the worst of it. Amelia kept moving with Darius, the two being careful to watch their surroundings now that they could actually see them. She could smell the scent of wood and leaves burning as the fire started to grow, but there wasn't much they could do to stop it at this point. As she looked to Edward, she could see sparks flying from where Pride's shadows made contact with his automail, but didn't seem to cut anything. She could see the confusion on his face as he didn't seem to be making any progress, and as they kept going, she noticed more about the body of Selim Bradley. "He's really beaten up," she quietly commented to Darius as they moved closer to the clearing. "Heinkel really did a number on him." That could work to their advantage. A philosopher's stone could only help them heal for so long, and considering Pride's body existed in the container of Selim Bradley, it might mean that his container was weak enough to break open soon. "Good, maybe I can smash the little brat myself," Darius growled, watching as Pride kept shooting his shadows towards Edward, the alchemist standing firm in front of Heinkel and keeping him safe from the worst of it as he blocked off the majority of Pride's hits, though he was losing more and more of his coat sleeve as the attacks went on. After a constant stream of attacks that all seemed to go nowhere, Pride withdrew his shadowy tendrils with a furrowed brow, and Edward grinned as he stood there, panting. "Looks like I made the right decision keeping my northern automail after all." He extended his hand to Pride. "This carbon fiber base has turned out to be pretty handy." Pride's eyes widened as he realized what Edward had done, taking a page from Greed when arming his defenses and concentrating the carbon in his automail arm as an effective shield. "Smart move," Amelia whispered her praise from the sidelines, incredibly proud of his quick thinking. Though she was thrilled to see him making his own advantage against Pride, a good misdirection from their real plan, she could see his expression shift from shock and anger to calm and collected with a smug smile. He was going to bring Al back in to manipulate them. "Get ready, I think he's going to make his move," she warned Darius, the two of them getting ready to run when they had to, knowing that it was going to be important for them to move fast. He didn't make any more attacks on Edward, standing there with that smug grin that Ed decided to antagonize a little. "What's the matter? You're not giving up, are you?" he taunted, keeping Pride's attention on him as he brought up his automail finger, wiggling it to tell him to come at him again. "You brought this on yourself," Pride answered with a chuckle, and before Edward could ask what he meant, they could hear the clanking of Al's armor as he was made to walk closer and closer to the clearing, finally stepping into the light, dark shadows filling his body and red eyes poking out through the cracks and empty spaces, shadows spreading with every metallic step on the ground. Seeing him standing there with dark tentacles waving at all sides, it was an intimidating sight to say the least. "Al," Edward cried out. "I figured this might give me the advantage, unless you want to destroy your brother," Pride said, reveling in his intellect for making such a smart play, not realizing he was doing exactly what they wanted. He really was quite arrogant, the epitome of the emotion he embodied. Edward only grinned. "Now, old man," he shouted, and Darius tensed as he watched Fu run out from the flaming bushes to hop into the air, throwing a flash bomb up above Alphonse's possessed body. "A flash bomb? No," Pride's voice cried out, and in the brightness of the light Darius and Amelia could see how Pride's tentacles were disintegrating away, though just barely in the bright attack. "Mr. Gorilla," Edward shouted out for Darius. "I'm on it," Darius called back, running straight for Alphonse as the tentacles began to fade away from his body, the light thankfully lasting for a few long seconds. Long enough for him to charge in and grab his metal form before it fell to the ground, holding it tightly as he sat back, panting for breath as Edward rushed over to him. "Al," Ed called out to his brother, but he didn't respond once he was free from Pride's hold, and they still had to act quickly. "He's not conscious. You gotta get him out of here now." And you're positive he's not still possessed? Darius asked, wanting to be sure. Yeah, I've noticed that if you sever a part of their body, it disintegrates into dust. Edward explained. The flash bomb severed the shadows holding Al's body, so he's free from Pride's grasp. You're not getting away, Pride's voice angrily declared, shadows surging towards them in a massive, furious wave to have the upper hand taken from him. Have another, Edward shouted, throwing another flash bomb into the air as Darius picked up Alphonse's limp body and carried him quickly into the trees as they waited for it to go off. As he ran, from her place in the forest, Amelia could see a still-healing Gluttony running over to Pride. Did you see that bright light, Pride? Huh? He asked the other homunculus, clearly confused about what was going on. The other flash bomb went off, blinding the two homunculi, and severing the shadows Pride had attached to his container as it burned brightly for another few long seconds, long enough for Darius to rush back into the trees, Amelia running with him as they went to get Alphonse to safety. Come on, I found a spot, Amelia said, directing him to follow her into the trees until they were just far enough away to be out of sight from the others, sitting Alphonse down on the ground. Alphonse, hey, she called out to him, only to receive no response from his armor. Shit. She muttered, reaching for his helmet and carefully taking it off of his armor, seeing the blood seal inside. He's still unconscious. Well, you can revive him, right? Darius asked. Amelia's lips pressed together, feeling a bead of sweat forming on her head as she looked at the limp armor that really may as well be completely empty now. I mean, it would be one thing if you were unconscious with a body. I could just try CPR, but... She had no idea how to revive him from unconsciousness when they were only dealing with an armor-bound soul. She didn't want to risk any transmutations to his body, either. She knew this was Edward's work, and he was really the only person they could completely trust with keeping Al's soul intact when it came to transmutations on his armor. I'm not really sure how to wake him up, but I'll think of something. She had to, otherwise they were all in deep shit. She wasn't sure where to even begin, and as she looked at Alphonse's body, she could feel that sensation of helplessness as she tried to think. Knocking on it or touching it was a very bad idea. She could potentially erase part of it if she wasn't careful. Before she could really start to look into options, Darius jumped and turned towards the sound of footsteps heading towards them. She jumped up with him, fearing it might be one of the slum dwellers, prepared to explain that Darius wasn't the monster the others had likely tried to tell them about, only to see a familiar face appearing in the dim light from the fire behind them. Mr. Hohenheim, Amelia called out, surprised to see him there. I thought I would come and see what all the commotion was about when the power went out, he said, glancing over Amelia and Darius, his eyes immediately zooming in on Alphonse as he saw him sitting limply by the tree. What happened? Homunculus named Pride took over Al's body and possessed him, Amelia explained, watching as Hohenheim stepped closer to Alphonse to look him over. We managed to sever his control over him, but he's not waking up, and I'm not entirely sure how to get him to come back to us. Hohenheim looked down at Alphonse's blood seal, his eyes narrowing as he gazed over his son's limp body, knowing that this was going to be a battle his sons were not going to be able to avoid, certainly not now. Let me see what I can do. Where's his helmet? Hohenheim asked. Amelia handed it to him, watching him put it back on the armor. Let me take a look over him. Thank you, Amelia said, putting her trust in the more experienced alchemist, looking down at Alphonse worriedly. Although Edward had been furious to learn that Al was being manipulated like a puppet, she was more worried for him. Alphonse was such a gentle soul, she was afraid of how this would affect him to know he was taken over like this, and she prayed it wouldn't hurt him too greatly, though she would understand if it did. As they worked to try and bring Alphonse back to himself, Edward had stayed behind to face Pride and Gluttony as they both dealt with being blinded. Pride standing still and conjuring his shadows again as Gluttony lay writhing in blinded agony from the flash bomb. You're pushing your luck, Pride warned him. He watched as Ling and Lan Fan came to stand by Edward, showing they were outnumbered. It was one thing to fight two humans, but two humans and a human with homunculus regenerative properties were a different challenge on their own. He had to reevaluate their situation as he stared down their enemies, glancing over at his younger homunculus brother as he watched him begin to recover, the last cut on his body beginning to heal over his massive stomach. They've really roughed you up, he commented as he looked over at him. Yeah, but only because greed and that girl weren't fighting fair, Gluttony said, speaking in the tone of a child that had always irritated the older homunculus. They were both doing something so they could see me in the dark. Pride surrounded himself with a single shadowy tendril. It was the most he could manage in terms of defense, not that they were openly attacking him as he spoke to Gluttony. Is that so? He looked over at Greed and Lanfan, recognizing them from when they had fought Bradley, figuring out that Ling had assumed control, and they both used their ability to sense their presence to take the advantage over Gluttony. He couldn't help but consider it pathetic that a homunculus would dare to let a human override them, but there wasn't much to help it now. This put them both at a severely weakened position separately. Though there was a rather morbid alternative that could work to his favor. As soon as the idea hit him, he knew what had to be done in the name of victory for their father. Licking his lips subtly, he turned to look over at Gluttony again. Gluttony, how many times have they killed you now? I lost count, Gluttony admitted, but I know it was a lot though. They've beaten me up pretty badly as well, Pride said, his shadows growing behind him, his tendrils moving closer towards his fatter homunculus brother as he continued to speak, keeping him at ease. The way things are going, there's a very real chance they might annihilate us. Edward and Ling both looked at Pride curiously. They were waiting for him to attack them again, knowing the two homunculi were worn out and tired by now, with Gluttony having died enough times to have the potential to wear out his stone completely. But hearing Pride admit to it was a strange thing to hear. And it made them both uneasy as they saw where his shadows were heading in squirming, writhing tentacles along the ground towards Gluttony's feet. Yeah, but that's okay because Father will fix us, Gluttony naively commented, only to look down and see the shadows that were surrounding him, his childish optimism quickly turning to fear as he realized what was happening, seeing his older brother looking at him with a dark smile of an expression. No, please don't do it, Pride. He tried to step around the tentacles that were reaching for him, feeling them grabbing at his small legs to try and hold him in place. He fearfully cried out, looking to his older brother for mercy, and only seeing Pride lick his lips once more as he realized he had the intent to devour the homunculus that ate everything and everyone, a massive shadow rising up behind him that had a huge set of sharp teeth that opened slowly. It only took a second before Pride had it grab onto Gluttony, much to the shock of Edward and Ling as they watched that massive mouth carry Gluttony up into the air, squeezing down tighter and tighter to cut him in half with a disgusting snap. No, Pride, don't eat me, Gluttony begged as his upper body began to disintegrate away. It hurts. Please help me. Lust. His last cry for help fading away as his mouth disappeared, his legs landing on the ground and his broken half revealing the location of the Philosopher's Stone in his body. Before the body began to regenerate, Pride's shadows and writhing tentacles all pierced through the fatty flesh, digging deep through the homunculus's body to dig into his Philosopher's Stone before it could spend any more energy regenerating the homunculus he had just eliminated himself. Everyone watched as the shadows all converged on Gluttony's remains, turning into a pulsating black mass as Pride began to absorb him to take his Philosopher's Stone and add that power into his own body. He devoured him, one of his own kind. Ling gasped out in horror and disgust. They could hear the revolting sounds of flesh and bone being broken apart among the shadows as Pride continued to take in the other homunculus's power with a satisfied smile on his face. It only took a few more seconds before the stone was absorbed into his body through his shadows, and there was nothing left of Gluttony to be seen. Ah, he sighed in satisfied relief from his meal, this should make things much easier. I can practically smell every movement you make. I could do without the ravenous hunger, but I suppose I'll just have to sate it. Oh, wait. He sniffed the air, taking in the scents of those around him, and a familiar one that he had smelled before when they met, weeks ago in the tunnel under Lior, the lookalike sending a declaration of war to his father. I recognize that scent. You're somewhere close by, aren't you, Hohenheim? Olivier sat with the other generals, going over all the intelligence they had. They had been tailing Mustang, leaving General Grumman to handle the recovery of King Bradley's remains from the river where his train had exploded. She listened as the latest report came in that the bar Mustang frequented was owned by his foster mother Chris Mustang, also known to the locals as Madame Christmas. They were all running around, trying to figure out his next move, and it didn't help that none of his other team members could be found, either. From what we've uncovered, Mustang's gathered his subordinates and is sneaking around, General Fox said. Mustang's got to have something to do with the Fura's train, General Smith declared. Hell, he's probably the one behind the Ishvalans pouring into the city. I doubt that it's a coincidence. It does seem like it's all perfectly timed, General Clement agreed. At the head of the table still sat Father, the good gentleman that all the generals trusted. Then where do we find him? He asked the other generals. You're all more experienced with the way this Mustang character operates than I am. What would you predict to be his next plan of action? He spoke calmly, sitting with his chin in his hand, eyes closed in a relaxed state. He clearly had no desire to get overworked about this situation. And as he presented the question to his generals, they were all silent as they tried to think about what they might do as a next move in Mustang's place. If I were in his place, Olivier began, getting everyone's attention, well, I would most likely take the Fura's wife as a hostage. She could see how easy it would be to manipulate the public with a figure like her on their side. First, she would need to prove to her that her life was in danger by trusting their own soldiers. From there, it would be a matter of getting her story out to the entirety of Central and Amstress so that she could tell her harrowing tale. It would get the people on their side, and Mustang could easily use the Fura's name to manipulate the populace to distrust the military and invoke an investigation into the corrupt inner workings of Central Command. Father lifted his head up from his hand. Why bother doing such a thing? He must know that's futile. Olivier didn't respond, keeping silent as the other generals stared her down. If they couldn't see the plan, then she knew they would have the upper hand in this battle, and she couldn't deny she was looking forward to watching their stern-faced expressions turn into ones of fear and dismay as they realized they were losing. So, he's going to take a pointless hostage and make sure that he's branded as a traitor. Even further proof that humans are relentlessly ridiculous creatures. Father sighed. Olivier continued to remain silent, having every intention to play her role as well as she could while their plans were still in motion. It would take quite a lot from Mustang to prove that they were on the side of Mrs. Bradley, but she imagined as tenacious as he was, he likely already had a plan to do just that. Amelia and Hohenheim were doing what they could, with Hohenheim agreeing with her initial fears that performing any kind of transmutation, even one just to send energy through the armor, could potentially damage or hurt Alphonse. She was grateful to have him on her side, and she worried as they continued to try and wake him up. Al, can you hear me? He called to him. Come on, wake up, Alphonse. There was no response from the empty armor, and Amelia was wondering if they were doing something wrong. His soul is still attached, right? She asked. Pride wouldn't have been dumb enough to risk damaging his seal. No, I doubt he did anything to put Al's soul at risk, Hohenheim agreed, but I'm sure we can rouse him somehow. He removed his helmet, looking inside of his armor at his blood seal. It's intact, we have nothing to worry about there. As they continued to work on Alphonse and getting him back, Edward was facing Pride, who was a bit distracted by the scent of Hohenheim, but knew that he had been sent to retrieve him as well as the Elric brothers and their little apprentice. 4 sacrifices in one fell swoop, it was almost a kind of serendipitous fate. Tell me something, Edward. He turned to the teenage alchemist with a cruel smile. Do you think your father would step forward to save you if I chopped off one of your limbs? Before he could give him the chance to answer, his shadows all surged forward into the air, Edward, Greed, and Fu all jumping back to avoid them. Edward watched as the shadows chased after him midair, his automail hand coming down to knock it away before it could grab him, barely managing to get his balance back enough to land on his feet. He skidded backwards, standing up, watching as the shadows all came down in his wake, piercing into the earth one after another in front of him until he was knocked back against a tree and forced to stop. He pinned himself back against the bark, watching the lines of shadows that were in front of him like dark fence posts. He watched as they split apart, each line becoming 2, all looking as thin and flimsy as paper, but knowing just how dangerous they really were. He could see Pride at the end of those shadows, smiling cruelly as more appeared behind his small body, the shadows in front of him stilling into a sort of tunnel. Edward grit his teeth in his growing frustration. Just a minute ago, they had Pride and Gluttony on the edge, but no one would have guessed he would have been so sadistic as to consume another homunculus to gain power over them. Now it seemed that Pride had his second wind, creating another shadowy stream that shot forward to the makeshift tunnel he had created in front of Edward, seeing the gleaming teeth of the mouth it made that opened up as it got closer. "Look out." Greed's voice called for a warning. It was enough to move him into action, ducking at the last second as the mouth reached for the place where he had been standing, watching as the teeth cut the tree he had been standing against in half, running out to avoid the tree as it rumbled to the ground. As Edward ran off, Pride directed his attention to Greed, his shadows shooting out and reaching for him. Greed managed to flip backwards, avoiding the black tentacles as they buried into the ground where he had been, doing it over and over again until he pushed himself up into the branches of a tree. His arms covered in his ultimate shield as he watched the sharp tendrils flying up after him, bringing them up to defend himself, managing to block the blow of one, watching as it was sent back by a second blade as Lan Fan came to the tree, pushing all of her weight down on the monstrous attack in a split second and jumping up into the branch. "Young lord." She called out to Ling, hoping he was all right. "Not quite," he grinned at her. "The name's Greed." Lan Fan's concern quickly twisted into anger. "It's you. Give the prince his body back," she demanded fiercely. "Now why would I want to do something like that?" Greed asked, enjoying the brief bit of fun he had with her before he turned his attention back to the battlefield, his playful grin disappearing as he saw one of the darker tendrils making its way up to them. "Oh boy, heads up," he warned, watching as the massive, sharp jaws of the tentacle opened around the tree, the two managing to jump away in time to avoid the worst of it as it cut off the branches where they had been standing, the rest of the tree beginning to fall with them in the air. Greed couldn't avoid another set of tentacles that wrapped their teeth around his shoulders and took him away to do as much damage as possible, his shield thankfully protecting him from the worst. Lan Fan was left drifting, pulling out her kunai when she saw the body of the prince in danger, only to feel a sharp twinge in her shoulder that made her drop the one she held in her flesh hand as she reached to ease the pain, continuing to fall to another tree, her knees hooking on a branch and catching her upside down before she could fall to the ground. She could see where her kunai fell on the ground farther away, looking up as Edward rushed over to check on her. "Are you all right?" he called up from the ground. Lan Fan didn't answer, her hand still on her automail shoulder as she tried to gather her senses back through her pain. She didn't get much time, watching as shadows moved around her from behind the tree, her eyes growing wide as she saw the red eyes within the darkness looking back at her. She pushed herself off the branch as teeth came crashing down around her, cutting the tree into pieces as she fell, seeing another set of teeth awaiting her midair. Edward shouted as he pushed himself up, kicking her out of the way and pushing himself out of the target spot as the teeth snapped around thin air rather than Lan Fan's body. The two landed on their feet, stepping back to put a little space between them and the shadows. "I didn't ask for your help," Lan Fan snapped. "Oh, shut up," Edward snapped. "Your arm obviously hasn't healed yet." Lan Fan gasped, offended that he had noticed. "I can take care of myself." "Then prove it to me and start acting like you can," Edward barked back. "We're gonna need your help tomorrow." Lan Fan's eyes widened, half expecting that Edward would deny her participation in tomorrow's infamous battle with his comment on her automail, but she nodded, her expression relaxing and concentrating on the task before them with their newly powered homunculus problem. Meanwhile, Fu was helping Heinkel off the battlefield, carrying him on his shoulder as best he could with Heinkel moving on his feet as fast as his body would take him. He was too injured to keep fighting and exhausted from his efforts of trying to kill and destroy Pride's body in that short time he had in the darkness. Even though they weren't proving to be any kind of threat, that didn't mean that Pride didn't try to come after them. Whether it was to kill them to get them out of the way, or take them hostage to use as pawns to get what he wanted was anyone's guess. But Greed managed to step in, blocking the shadows that reached out for the Chimera and the old ninja, his shield forcing them back as he jumped in front of the oncoming attacks. "Get him out of here," Greed ordered, wanting to hurry and get them somewhere they didn't have to worry about them. "Sorry I couldn't kill the little bastard," Heinkel said, looking at the monstrosity his friends were stuck facing. Greed couldn't help letting out a single, sardonic laugh. "Don't sweat it. Can't exactly fault you for that one. Even I consider him to be a monster," he said, looking back at the powerful homunculus, standing in a pool of darkness he created, tendrils curling up and lashing out, forming teeth and eyes to try and destroy them. All while he stood there, confidently, smugly smiling as he could see victory playing out with his new power. Fu picked up the pace, he and Heinkel moving faster to get him into the trees to hide with the others that were working to get Alphonse back to himself. Amelia and Hohenheim were slowly starting to see some progress, with parts of the armor starting to shake or move, and they both started calling out to him in his armor. "Alphonse, wake up," Hohenheim called out. "Please wake up, Alphonse," Amelia called out to him, both of them looking down into his chest cavity at his blood seal as they slowly started to see his body moving. Amelia jumped as she saw him suddenly sitting up straight, gasping at the sight. "What, Amelia, Dad?" Alphonse's voice came out of the armor, and Amelia couldn't help smiling widely. "You're awake," she said happily, unable to stop herself from embracing him, though she jumped back as soon as she felt his shoulder spikes poking into her side. "Ow, oh, forgot about those." "Hey," Hohenheim spoke gently, greeting his son with a smile. "Here, you might want this," Darius said, offering Alphonse's helmet back to him, which he took and fastened back in place, whole again. "Thank you," he said to Darius, doing a double take as he realized he was a chimera, before looking back to Amelia and Hohenheim. "So, where am I?" He looked between the two. "I thought you were supposed to be in Kanama, Dad." Amelia was a little surprised to hear him called that from Alphonse, given that Edward outright refused to address Hohenheim by anything but his name. "This is Kanama," Hohenheim confirmed. Then, Alphonse looked over to Amelia for an explanation. "Ed and I came out here to find him," she said, gesturing to Hohenheim. "But I was in the east, so how did I?" He trailed off, gasping as he realized what had happened. "That's right, pride. The homunculus pride, he took control of my body." "I know, your friend Amelia told me all about it," Hohenheim said. "Are you okay?" Amelia asked, worried for him, knowing that had to be difficult for him to deal with. It was like he was manipulating my soul," Alphonse said, his voice quivering. "I feel violated." Amelia couldn't help but sympathize with him, coming up to him and putting her hand on his arm, trying to show that she was there for him. "I can't imagine how awful that must have been," she said. "I'm sorry you went through that, Al." Alphonse nodded, grateful for her support as she offered it. "How did he manage to do that?" Alphonse asked. "How could he control my soul like that?" "The homunculi are basically your relatives," Hohenheim explained. "They're like second-generation clones of me." He put his hand to his chin in thought as he tried to explain the situation. "So they might be able to interfere with your seal since we share the same blood." Before they could continue their talk on theories, they all heard the bushes rustling as Fu came to them with an injured Heinkel. "Old man Fu?" Alphonse asked, surprised to see him. Fu came closer, helping Heinkel to kneel down as he brought his arm off of the old man's shoulders, helping him down. Darius was already making his way over to him as Fu spoke to the others. "Can you clean and dress this man's wounds?" Amelia's eyes widened at the sight of the blood, seeing it dripping down his body like water. Though most of it had stopped, she could still make out the flesh that had been ripped open on his arm and shoulder from Pride's attacks. "Jesus, Heinkel, I didn't realize he had cut you that deep," she said, watching as Darius tended to him gently, one hand on Heinkel's back as the other worked to clean away the blood and try to help him get better. She didn't interfere, letting the two have their moment together. It would do them good to have some peace together away from the battlefield. She looked up at Fu. "Is it getting bad?" She couldn't help worrying. It hadn't been that long since she had separated from Ed, but she feared the worst. "They had gluttony and pride on the ropes when we grabbed Al." Fu walked over to them, looking Hohenheim up and down, and Amelia's eyes widened as she realized he must be sensing his Kai. "I'm guessing you must be Edward's father," he said. "That's correct," Hohenheim responded. Fu didn't say anything more. Seeing Amelia beside him was enough to confirm that he was on their side. "That shadow monster devoured the fat homunculus whole, and he's overpowering us." "What?" Amelia gasped, her eyes looking back through the trees to see if she could see any of the ongoing battle. "Is Ed okay?" "Greed and Edward are doing everything they can, but I don't know how long they can last," Fu answered, and Amelia's stomach twisted up tighter. Alphonse looked out towards the growing light of the fire, unable to help feeling like this was his fault for letting pride catch him in the first place. The fires have given him all the light he could wish for, and I'm out of flash bombs. We need a new plan, and fast. And not just for us, Darius said, looking back over his shoulder at the lights from Kanama. The slum dwellers are going to be headed straight for Pride any minute now. I have to go help, she said, seeing the growing light from the forest fire above them, taking off her coat so that it wouldn't get in the way, heading towards the growing blaze. And just what do you plan on doing that they're not already trying? Fu asked, making her stop in her tracks. If you go to join the battle now, you'll only wear yourself out as they are. We need to come up with a new plan to keep Pride from attacking. Amelia couldn't deny that he was right, but at the same time. I can't just leave Ed out there to fight for his life alone. Amelia, Alphonse's voice caught her attention. I think I might have an idea. He turned to Hohenheim. Dad, you're a pretty brilliant alchemist, right? Hohenheim let out a small hum. I guess I know a thing or two, he admitted. I got an idea, but I'm gonna need your help to pull it off, he began. Pride isn't able to create any shadows without a source of light, right? So what if we trapped him? Trapped him, Hohenheim repeated curiously. Yes, a barrier thick enough to keep out any light. Barriers don't really work on him, Amelia said. We've already tried to block him off. His shadows cut right through it if he sees it coming. She paused, though, if we were able to misdirect him, we might be able to get away with it. She looked up at Alphonse. We were able to do that when we were rescuing you. Pride lives up to his name. When he's sure of himself, it's that much easier to catch him off guard. We managed to get him to bring you onto the battlefield, and we used Fu's flash bombs to cut off his shadows from you. I thought as much, Alphonse said. That's why we'll make it look like I'm trying to attack him from behind. He turned back to Hohenheim. You said you'd met once before. I'm sure he knows you're a powerful alchemist. When you come out, he'll keep his focus on you. Do you think that will be enough to get him to back off the others? Amelia asked, looking over to Fu. When he devoured the fat homunculus, he gained his ability to follow scents, Fu said. He said he could smell every move we made. I don't know if that focus alone will be enough to get him to pull back his attacks on the others. I don't think Pride is dumb enough to attack relentlessly continuously. He knows he can't last forever, Amelia said. If we can trick him into thinking he's one, we'll have him. And I think I can do that, Alphonse said. I'll stay in the barrier with him. What, Al? No. Amelia quickly turned to him. You can't sacrifice yourself like that. But think about it, I'm the best choice? Alphonse insisted. If anyone else was stuck with him in the dark, there'd be all kinds of problems, but I don't need to sleep or eat or even breathe. I can stay in there and make sure he stays in there with me. Amelia couldn't deny that it was a good idea. But you'll be stuck in there with that psychopath. For what forever? She asked. No, just until the promised day is over. By then, whatever plans they have will be useless, and I'm sure I can think of a way to get out of the barrier without releasing him by then, or find some way to destroy him, Alphonse said. Amelia couldn't deny it really was a good plan, but at the same time she worried about him. Alphonse could see it on his face, and as he turned to her, she could almost swear his armor was smiling at her. It's all right, I think I can handle Pride for just one day. But there's no way Ed will just let you do this, Amelia said. He's been fighting this hard to make sure that you're okay after he came to us pretending to be you. Do you think you can hold brother off long enough for us to do it? Alphonse asked. Just to keep him away until we can manage to get everything together. Amelia jumped as she heard a loud bang, the sound of a tree being cut up again, no doubt. She pressed her lips together, not liking this plan at all, but they didn't really have many other options at this moment. Yeah, I think so, she said, sighing resignedly. She looked up at the suit of armor, smiling at him. At least I got to say hello to you before you went in there. Alphonse chuckled. It's good to see you too, he said, and sorry about poking you before. Hey, I can hug you better when you're standing, she said, coming up to prove it, wrapping her arms around his metal body as well as she could, though her fingers couldn't meet on his back, smiling up at him as she pressed her face up against his chest plate. See? Alphonse laughed again, his hands coming around her back to return the hug. Thanks, Amelia, he said, patting her back a couple of times, and she released him. She looked back at the battlefield, the brief warm moment between them lost as she remembered what was ahead of them. God, this is going to suck, she muttered to herself, looking back at Hohenheim. I'll come out on the battlefield with you. If nothing else, I can probably help sell the idea that we're planning something more direct." He nodded in agreement. "You are the last line of defense, after all," he said, looking to Alphonse. "We'll see you out there." Alphonse nodded, Hohenheim walking in one direction as Alphonse left in another. Amelia looked over at Heinkel and Darius, the two watching her go. She nodded to them, letting them know they could stay there and be with each other. It would likely be the last moment of privacy they would have before they all had to rush off to Central. Hopefully, this would put an end to this fight. She came up beside Hohenheim as they started to move out together, her eyes looking over as she could hear the shouts of the others as they avoided the worst of Pride's attacks as he decimated the clearing they were in. She could see Edward and Greed getting thrown back while Pride stood in the same place as before, in the middle of a massive, inky shadow that spread through half of the clearing. "Now then," she heard him say, "I can see you more clearly without those trees in the way." She watched as his shadows reached for a tree at the edge of the clearing, just barely able to make out Lan Fan standing on a branch, trying to camouflage herself though it clearly wasn't working. "There's not much point in trying to hide from me. I can smell each move you make." Greed groaned as he and Edward slowly started to push themselves back up from where they had been knocked down. Damn it!" He looked over at where Edward was hunched over on all fours as he worked to get up. "Hey, you still breathing over there?" Edward raised his hand into a thumbs up, his voice shaking and rough as he called back, "Does wheezing count?" "This isn't really the time to worry about others, is it, Greed?" Pride spoke, looking over at him. "As soft as you've become, I wonder how much longer you can survive." Greed glared at him. "Shut up, you beast." "What a horrific thing to say to your own brother, Greed," Pride said in mock hurt. "Honestly." His faux hurt turned into a malicious grin. "I might have to eat you." Greed, ever full of piss and vinegar, grinned right back at Pride. "I promise that I won't go down easy, brother." He spat out the term as if it was poison staining his tongue. Pride only smiled, though his expression shifted as a new scent caught his nose again, turning to see Hohenheim and Amelia entering the clearing. As soon as she saw Ed, she started to make her way over to him as Hohenheim calmly approached the powerful homunculus. "Oh, so you've chosen to show yourself, eh, Hohenheim?" Pride put his attention on him, that malicious smile seeming to grow more eager now that he had made an appearance. His eyes shifted briefly to Amelia as she went over to Edward, helping him to stand. "The hero always waits until the last second to make his move," Hohenheim replied. "Are you all right?" Amelia asked in a whisper, Edward holding onto her hand as she helped him stand up. "Yeah, I'm fine, but what are you doing here?" Edward asked, glancing over at Pride. "This isn't exactly a good place to be." "You said I was the last line of defense, remember?" Amelia replied. "How badly are you injured?" "Nothing I can't walk off, I think," Edward said, sighing a little. He looked back to Hohenheim and Pride as they kept speaking to each other. "Hero, interesting, you must think you can defeat me," Pride joked. "No, I'd never think that," Hohenheim replied calmly with a defeated smile. "I'm not dumb enough to try and fight you." He watched as Pride's smile began to fall as he began to wonder just what he was planning. Amelia could see the gears turning in the homunculus's head as he looked to Hohenheim, and then to Amelia, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Slowly, his shadows began to retreat from where they had been focused on others, once occupying the whole clearing, now concentrated around his small body. Amelia felt some relief as she saw that it was starting to work, though she tried not to show it. If Pride could contain his shadows, it would be that much easier to trap him and use that against him. If he had any sense that's what they wanted him to do, he'd attack instantly, so she kept her face as neutral as she could. "Stand beside me," she whispered to Edward. "Get ready." He wasn't sure what he was getting ready for, but he listened, his body stiffening and steeling itself for what was to come, giving the impression that she was giving commands to Edward to prepare for their plot. Pride's eyes shifted between them, but his gaze was nearly entirely focused on Hohenheim. Hohenheim stood there for a few moments, his expression serious and focused as he took in the landscape, calculating what would need to be done before he started to calmly take a few more steps towards the homunculus, watching as his shadows rose up in preparation of his attack. Instead, what he heard was Alphonse's battle cry as he charged at him from behind in the bushes of the clearing, heading straight for the homunculus. only to have his shadows wrap around him and stop him before he could ever put a hand on him. The homunculus looked up at Alphonse, his tendrils wrapped around his body tightly to hold him still as he calmly spoke. "Are you joking? This was your pathetic plan." Alphonse didn't respond, still trying to move to reach him even as he was held captive. "You should have run when you had the chance." Pride yanked Alphonse's arms back behind his body hard enough to send his helmet flying up, landing a few feet away before he forced the armor onto his knees beside him. "Al, no." Edward rushed towards him, Amelia grabbing his shoulder and pulling him back. "What?" "Aim." She shook her head, her eyes looking at him calmly, trying to reassure him that he needed to stay back and that it was what he was supposed to do. He calmed down, looking back to Hohenheim as he glanced over at Edward, though his focus went right back to the homunculus that now held Alphonse captive. "HMPH, it seems as though your son enjoys being held hostage," Pride mockingly commented. "It's either that or he's supremely stupid." Hohenheim's expression remained stoic, though anger burned behind his eyes that Pride could clearly see as he stayed focused on him and him alone. "That's crossing a line, Pride. Don't ever mock my son." As he spoke, the light of his transmutation moved from his body to the earth around Pride and Alphonse, streams of light shooting out from where Hohenheim stood to the points he wanted to take, the earth breaking apart and rising up, the ground shaking tremendously as the crust of the earth was slowly unmade before them, transmuting into something greater as the tendrils of earth rose higher and higher, much to the shock of Edward, Greed, and Amelia. She hadn't expected him to make it that big. Each piece of the earth that came up was easily 4 feet thick, and filled with rocks and dirt, enough to make a formidable dome that rose up over Pride and Alphonse together, trapped as they were brought closer together around them. As Pride began to realize what was happening in those brief seconds, Alphonse grabbed him and held his body against his metal one, trapping his container and making it so he couldn't get out. It was enough of a distraction for the transmutation to finish, though not without Pride making one last attempt to get back at the older alchemist, shouting his name in a furious rage as the earth began to close in around him. Hohenheim. A shadowy blade shot out from the seams of the dome as it began to close, shooting straight for Hohenheim, who didn't even flinch as the shadow stopped just inches from his jugular as the dome was finally sealed shut. Amelia watched as the shadow came undone, shaking with disruption before turning to dust before them. She let out a long sigh, her shoulders slumping easily as she saw that their plan had finally come to fruition. "It worked," she said, relieved. "That's amazing," Greed muttered, looking over the work itself. He actually managed to confine Pride. It only took him a moment to realize that their fight was finally over, grinning and making his way out of the clearing to go find the path he wanted to take to exact his own plans for the coming day, leaving behind all the others to pursue his own ambitions now that he was free to do so. Edward, though amazed at the creation, that feeling of awe soon turned to anger as he looked at Hohenheim. "What the hell are you doing?" he snarled out. "Al's trapped in there with that monster. How could you do something like that?" Hohenheim stoically turned to Edward as he heard him shouting at him. "It wasn't my idea, Al was the one who suggested this," he explained, watching as Edward's anger turned to shock. It would have been nearly impossible to defeat Pride, and it was only a matter of time before the fight spread to the slums. Since we knew we couldn't defeat him, I acted as a decoy and we imprisoned him. We've bought ourselves enough time to figure out how to destroy him." "Well, you could have at least told me what you were," Hohenheim cut Edward off. "Your brother told us not to," he said, looking at Edward. "Amelia said that you'd be against it, and he agreed." "Okay." Edward's anger dissipated again, glancing over at Amelia, who looked back at him apologetically as they all looked back at the massive prison that now held Pride and Alphonse. "Al came up with this plan because it was the only way to make sure everyone would survive. Try to understand." Edward's shoulders slumped, his anger turning to grief now that he realized he couldn't help his brother, but more that he wouldn't be able to be reunited with him like he had been hoping. Hohenheim turned, heading back to the bushes. "Now, let's get to work putting these fires out." As he left, Edward didn't move at first, and Amelia stayed behind with him. He looked over at her. "You knew about this?" He wasn't accusing her, he wasn't angry with her, more sad than anything else, but she nodded. "If you knew about it, you would have stopped it. I'm sorry we had to keep you in the dark on this," she apologized, knowing this had to be hard. But Al will be okay. He'll make sure Pride stays put until we can figure out what to do. She came up, her hand squeezing his flesh shoulder to try and comfort him. He's your younger brother. He knows how to be strong like you. Edward was quiet, looking up at the earthly prison for a few moments, knowing that his brother was in there, trapped inside with a monster like Pride, but willingly sacrificing himself so everyone could live, and they could make the most of the day ahead of them without his interference. His eyes narrowed, some anger coming towards himself as he hated these feelings of helplessness that came with knowing there was nothing he could do. He left Amelia's grasp as he marched up to the wall of the dome. "Al," he shouted, hoping his voice would reach inside. "Hey, Al." "Sorry, brother." Alphonse's voice reached him as he got to the wall where Edward was. "It's not much of a reunion, huh?" Edward couldn't respond, struggling to find the words to express his sadness, his relief, his frustration at himself, so Alphonse kept speaking. "But this is all my fault, so I had to do something. And besides, I only have to stay in here for one day. I promise I'll be okay, brother." Amelia watched as Edward's hand, that was pressed up against the earthy wall, curled into a fist, knowing he had to be frustrated that there was nothing he could do to help. "I know, Al," Edward said. "This wasn't your fault, but you made a good plan. I'm proud of you." It was all he could say. He didn't want to tell his brother off for being a reckless idiot now that they were reunited again, but he could almost see Alphonse smiling at the admission of Pride. "Thanks, brother," Alphonse called back. Amelia came up to the wall, her hand coming up. "You did a lot of good, Al. I know we'll get you out of there safely." "Thank you, Amelia," Alphonse replied, and she smiled. "We'll make sure to say goodbye before we head out. We've got to put out these fires before they start to spread into the slums," she said, looking over at Edward, who nodded solemnly. He hated that he was so powerless here, but they had to focus on what they had now. They had to prioritize everything to protect as many people as possible, and he knew the best way to do that was to keep Pride confined as they continued on their journey into tomorrow. "Come on," she and Edward left the earthy prison behind, going to work with Hohenheim to help douse the fires that were growing around the clearing. An hour or so had passed since Alphonse had been trapped inside of the darkness with Pride, or at least it felt like an hour. He could hear some muffled voices from the others working to help fix the mess left behind by the battle, but he couldn't make out any words. He could hear a light scraping sound in the blackness, his body turning to face it, realizing that Pride was trying to dig his way out of the prison since the walls were made of the ground. "That's pointless," he told the homunculus. "I doubt my dad would have made the walls thin enough for a child to tunnel out." He listened as the sound stopped, hearing the small footsteps of Selim's body as he moved away from the wall. "It's not that hard to surprise you when you think so little of us humans." He heard the footsteps come to a stop. "You think you've got us all figured out, but you don't know a thing about us. You're too arrogant to see that things might not go your way." He heard the sound of something hitting the metal of his helmet left somewhere on the ground, likely a stick that Pride had tossed when he could no longer use it to dig. "Like your plan to use us. It was too sloppy to actually work." "And how's that?" Pride asked, speaking for the first time since they had been trapped together after he found out Alphonse had no intention of leaving. "Well, the plan needed us, right? As your sacrifices. The whole thing hinged on us doing what you wanted," Al explained. "But what if we had simply decided to run away to a different country? That's all it would have taken, and your entire plan falls apart." He could hear the sound of gentle clanking again, and he realized Pride had found his head, picking it up from where it was on the ground to put it down somewhere else. "True, and there are some humans selfish enough who would have done exactly what you said," Pride conceded, surprising Alphonse that he wasn't immediately dismissing his thoughts on their plans and how sloppy it was. "But then, not all. Just look at Rath's wife. There was a time when we took a trip to the city and I was almost run over by a car. The car swerved, of course, but not before she risked her life trying to shield me with her body. She had no idea that I could have easily protected myself, but I was genuinely shocked by her selfless concern for my safety." He paused briefly. "I've always known what it was to have a father, but I have never had what you would call a mother. I was quite intrigued by her and how she cared for me, and I realized what it was like to have a mother." "When you say Rath's wife, you mean Mrs. Bradley, right?" Alphonse asked. "Yes, that is correct," Pride confirmed, reaching for the stick he had tossed away and holding it in his hands again, confirming for himself once more the place where Alphonse's helmet was on the ground by touching it. "How could you deceive her all this time?" Alphonse asked him. "I won't deny that I was just playing house with her," Pride said, bringing the stick he held down onto the metal helmet, "but I also can't deny that my time spent with her has been pleasant. I quite liked it." "But then, as I was saying," Pride interrupted him, "there are a handful of humans like Wrath's wife. They're willing to give up their own lives in order to protect the things they care about." He brought the stick down on the helmet again, hearing the metal ringing out in their dark confinement. "And one step up from them, we have you and your brother, chosen to be sacrifices for the infinite strength of your spirits. You never would have fled and abandoned this country. In fact, you even went so far as to bring the fight to us." He knocked on the helmet once more, listening to the metal ring out again in the darkness. "So, explain to me again, how were our plans so sloppy?" He smiled to himself in the blackness, hearing nothing back from Alphonse on his comments. Knowing he had won their little debate from showing they knew exactly who to choose as sacrifices for their plans, tapping on the metal helmet once more, thinking this would be a suitable way to send out a message, though it would take some time for it to reach Father in his home. Putting out the fires around the clearing was fairly easy, though that didn't help their issues of the debris left behind from their fight. The slum dwellers did eventually start to make their way there to help with the fires, but they were able to get them to go back home once they were assured there were no issues. Amelia managed to get them to believe that a bunch of kids had somehow gotten their hands on some old fireworks that caused the fires and explosions that they heard, and they were able to take care of it. No one came too close to the earthy dome that Hohenheim had made, and with the assurance that no one would have any reason to come closer, they knew Pride would be safely encased inside with Alphonse for as long as they could stand. Heinkel's wounds were dressed, but as the others worked to clean up the fallen pieces of tree that came from their fight, massive logs that needed to be moved and maybe given to the slum dwellers to make use of. It was exhausting work, and it was late in the night, and as soon as Edward noticed how tired Amelia was getting, he came over and took her workload out of her hands, insisting she stop working and rest. She argued with him that he would have to do the same, and with the promise that he would sleep as soon as she was done, she went to have a quick nap in the forest under the watchful eyes of Heinkel as he sat out on the work with his injuries. She only slept for a few hours before getting up and pushing Edward to go rest and do the same thing he had done to her, taking his workload out of his hands. They bickered back and forth when she did this, but eventually he conceded when she reminded him that he had promised. Clearing out the debris and moving it to a location where it would be better put to use was the hardest part of their work, though it was made more difficult when it was just those few of them. Greed had disappeared somewhere, they weren't sure where, but no one could find him. He hadn't told anyone he was leaving, but somewhere between Pride's confinement and them working to put out the fires, the homunculus just decided to bail. It was confusing and worrying for Lan, Fan, and Fu, and despite the fact they wanted to go searching for the prince's body that currently harbored the homunculus, they stayed behind to help with Heinkel. Soon the darkness of the night started to slowly disappear with the early hours of the coming morning. As time went on, it was becoming more apparent that Heinkel would need better medical attention than what they were able to provide. His injuries were too deep to be ignored, but unfortunately Fu's medical training only went so far. As the morning sun slowly started to rise, Edward and Amelia sat with Heinkel as they changed out his bandages, transmuting gauze from some forgotten tree bark and grass. Amelia could barely stand the sight of his wounds as she wrapped them, but looking away didn't help her to make them look better. Heinkel noticed her grimacing expression as she tended to him, unaware of the storm of memories flying in her head about that one night with General Hughes, where she felt the most helpless she had ever been in her life. "Sorry, I know this can't be an easy job." "What?" Amelia looked up at him, broken out of her reverie of dark memories of Hughes's death. "Tending to an old man's injuries like this," Heinkel specified, and Amelia shook her head. "No, that's not it," she said as she finished him off. "Blood just brings up some bad memories." Edward looked over at her curiously as he finished off the bandages on Heinkel's head. "What memories could you have with blood?" Edward asked. "Just," she sighed, standing up, "that night with Hughes." She looked down at her hands, suddenly feeling as if her fingers were as dirty as they were that night, the sensation of blood covering and moving through her fingers as she failed to give proper CPR to him, spurting up from his body. I tried to help him and I couldn't stop the bleeding, or get his heart to beat again. She almost felt like she could still see the dried stains of blood on her skin like she did that first night in the hospital. She shook her head out of those thoughts, knowing she had more to focus on than bad memories, but I'm okay, I'll get over it. She put her hands down at her sides, moving them behind her back as she feigned a smile. I'm fine. Edward didn't really look like he believed her. Heinkel stayed neutral about it, more focused on the pain he was feeling as his injuries were bandaged again. Well, one thing's for sure, we need to get Heinkel to a doctor somehow. He sighed. I doubt they have one in the slums. We'll figure it out, Amelia said. If nothing else, Heinkel can take a day to heal and rest while we handle everything. I can't say I like feeling so discarded like that, Heinkel muttered. You're not being discarded, we're not going to force you to fight with an open wound, Amelia said in return. Look, just rest and call for us if something feels off. She looked up at Ed. You almost done. Almost, Edward said. I just need to put another layer on. I'll meet you there with Mr. Gorilla. His name is Darius, but okay, Amelia said, watching Edward roll his eyes as he continued to work on bandaging Heinkel. She went out to the clearing, crossing it quickly, glancing up at the great earthy dome that Alphonse was still trapped inside of. She had gone to check on him a few times, some to talk to him and catch up, others to just stand there and make sure he was okay. Alphonse had been through quite a great deal since they split up, but she was glad he seemed to be well for the most part. She decided to take one more check as the sky began to brighten, the light of the sun slowly coming in the barely forming shadows. A part of her was afraid that the confinement might change with the rise of the sun, that somehow some small crack or something would shine light inside and Alphonse would be toast. She went up to the dome again, climbing up the steep incline of where the ground split in half for the heavy walls, slowing her breath as she pressed her ear to the seam along one of its sides. She could very faintly hear the sound of metal being hit. It was something everyone had heard at one point or another over the last hour. When she asked Al about it, he said that Selim was just playing with his head, and she let it go. There wasn't much they could do. She couldn't even really hear if they were talking, and she knew her fears about the sunlight pouring in were just paranoia by now, but she still worried, and listening to the silence made her feel better. What happened here? A voice startled her, getting her attention as she looked at the dome, wondering if it came from inside. It's been cleared to the ground, the whole area, a gravelly voice stated in awe, one that was a bit more familiar to her. She poked her head around the dome to see a group of men, including Dr. Marco, Scar, Yoki, and the two other chimeras that had traveled with Al and Winry back in Briggs. And what caused that? Dr. Marco asked again, looking up at the confinement dome. That's not natural. She slid her way down the side, getting the attention of Scar and a few others from the noise, though someone else beat her to greeting them. Hey, is that Gerso and Zampano? Darius called from behind them, getting their attention. What the Darius? Gerso exclaimed, shocked as the gorilla chimera and former comrade-in-arms made his way over to them, putting down the log he had been carrying as he came over to them. Amelia made her way around them on the opposite side, making eye contact with Scar and briefly nodding her head as the others began to talk. Let me take a guess. Kimberly ordered you to track us down and kill us, now didn't he? Huh, you're joking, right? Darius asked. You can't really still think that we're working for Kimberly. No way, of course not, Zampano sarcastically replied. And as soon as we start trusting you, you'll kill us. I would never do that, Darius insisted. I'm not falling for it. I bet Heinkel's hiding around here somewhere, just waiting for a chance to ambush us, Gerso argued. You idiot, Darius snapped. You're the idiot, Gerso barked. Shut up, swine, Darius snapped. Zampano's the swine. Amelia sighed as she could see that the three chimera men seemed completely caught up in their own fight, completely unaware that they were all allies now as she came up to the others. Dr. Marco? She called out to the man, getting his attention. Dr. Marco? Edward called out at the same time, running over from where she had been with him and Heinkel. He glanced between the two teenagers as they came over to him, all the while the chimeras were arguing in the background. Oh, Edward, Amelia, he greeted both of them. What did you call me? Zampano's voice echoed in the early morning. What? No, the gorilla said that, not me, Gerso defended. Edward glared up at Scar, clear disdain in his face for the man, knowing everything he had done in his past. So you're still working with Scar. He turned back to Dr. Marco. I'm sorry to have to spring this on you right away, but we really need to get. Arg, shut up, Darius snapped, taking the log he had put down and tossing it at the two chimeras, missing both of them, but he nearly hit Edward, who thankfully was able to dodge it before it could smack him in the face. He looked up at them with wide, angry eyes. Darius, Amelia called out in a scolding, shocked tone. Hey, Piggy, Gorilla and Fatty, shut up and stop fighting, Edward snarled out. You wanna mess with us, Shorty? All three chimeras demanded at once, the sound of it shocking the three of them, and then turned into an awkward laughter that slowly grew to be more genuine. And just like that, the suspicion and animosity was forgotten between them. I guess you would have attacked us by now if you were planning on it, Gerso said apologetically. Yeah, you don't even have to worry about it, Darius said, starting to chat with the others. So, how have you guys been anyway? What, now you're suddenly fine? Edward growled, furious that they had called him short, though he calmed down as Amelia put her hand on his back. Doctor, we have a friend of ours who got injured. We'd really appreciate it if you took a closer look at him, Amelia said. He has some deep cuts that we think might need stitches. Oh, Dr. Marco's eyes widened, and he quickly grew more serious. Let me see him. I'll take you to him, she turned to Edward. Can you pick up that last log with Darius and get that cleaned up? I think he was just grabbing the last of it. Yeah, sure, Edward said, stepping to the side as Amelia began to walk with Dr. Marco, Scar and Yoki staying behind to offer their help in whatever task they had. She led the doctor over to Heinkel, who still sat where she had left him, clearly not very comfortable. Heinkel, he looked up at the sound of his name. Dr. Marco finally came to meet us. She smiled at him, the older man coming to look at his arm. He's got a couple of big gashes on his forearm that go up to his shoulder. That sounds very serious indeed, Marco said, carefully undoing the bandages on his arm. You're right in that he'll need stitches. This will require a bit of extra work. So, Amelia looked at him hopefully, watching as he began rummaging through his bag. Unfortunately, I don't have anything I would feel comfortable using to help this process, Marco said apologetically. After all of my travels, my medical bag is very low on supplies, and I'm out of sterilizer. I wouldn't be able to stitch him back up without risking infection, which would only make it much worse. He pulled out a small piece of paper, Amelia watching as he drew a quick transmutation circle on it and placed it on the ground. Here, lean towards your right if you can. He directed, helping Heinkel lean over as he brought him closer to the circle he had drawn, Amelia watching as he brought his hands together over Heinkel's arm, the bandages flying away and her eyes widened as she watched the skin slowly moving back together inside of his wound, lessening the depth of it and seeing how the flesh reshaped itself in the light of the transmutation. There, that should stop the worst of the bleeding. We'll have to get you properly treated at the hospital once everything is over, but otherwise you should be fine, the doctor said with a smile. Thanks, doctor, I'm feeling better already, Heinkel said as Marco went to rewrap his bandages. That was incredible, Amelia said, awed as she knelt down a little closer to where the two men were to look at Heinkel's injuries. How did you manage to do that? When the body encounters injuries like this, it's already sending out white blood cells and cells to make scar tissue to try and stop the bleeding, Marco said as he kept wrapping Heinkel's arm. Once you learn how our different bodily proteins work together to treat and heal ourselves, we can often help the process along, though there are obviously some limitations. He'll still need proper stitches, but at least this stops the worst of the bleeding. He looked up at Heinkel as he smoothed out the gauze he had rewrapped. Just make sure you don't move around too much, and they shouldn't open again. Heinkel nodded, taking the doctor's advice. Amelia looked over at Dr. Marco. I don't suppose. You could teach me a little bit about that? Amelia asked. Do you have an interest in medical alchemy? Dr. Marco asked, sounding a bit surprised. Amelia nodded. I do, especially considering what today is, Amelia said. Is there anything you could teach me that I might be able to practically use in case we get any particularly bad injuries? She wanted to be as prepared as possible. Marco nodded grimly. I'm not sure there's going to be a lot I can tell you, but I'll try to teach what I can, he said. The sound of footsteps caught their attention, the two standing up, though Heinkel remained seated, his nose already telling him of who's coming their way. Hohenheim walked through the brush, coming up to them. "Oh, hello, Mr. Hohenheim." Hohenheim looked up, smiling as he saw the doctor. "Dr. Marco, I'm glad you found us. How was your journey?" "Lengthy, but hopefully everything will go as planned," Marco said with a grin. They could hear more footsteps and could see Darius coming over with the others, leading them over to where Heinkel was. "Hey, there he is," Gerso said as he saw Heinkel sitting on the ground. "We were just talking about you, Heinkel. Darius told us what happened to you." "I'm sure he made it sound a lot greater than it actually was," Heinkel said, grunting as he pushed himself to his feet, Amelia reaching to help him up, but he waved her off as he stood up. "It's good to see you guys, too. Where the hell have you been all this time?" "I managed to convince everyone in the slums not to come out here for a day or so," Hohenheim said, getting the attention of everyone else as the chimeras began to chat with one another. "It should buy us enough time to figure out how to properly destroy Pride." "Pride?" Marco repeated the name in confusion. "Oh, I guess we should catch you guys up," Amelia said, the group starting to separate as they all began to talk together. It didn't take long to catch Marco and Scar up on what had happened. They were all a little shocked to hear not only did Fura Bradley himself attend the training exercise in the east, but that his train was blown up over a ravine. Still, it worked in their favor, at least for now. In their discussion, Fu and Lan Fan had returned from their search of the forest. "Did you find him?" Amelia asked, knowing they were looking for Greed. "It seems the body of the young lord is somewhere in Central," Fu answered. "Unfortunately, we can't properly sense his Kai there. The source of the strange sensation we've felt throughout this nation is in there, and it's blocking our abilities to sense it properly." Amelia nodded, knowing they had to be worried about Ling inside of Greed's body, but there wasn't much anyone else could do for them at this point. They were masters at sensing Kai and finding homunculi. If they were lost, they were likely going to be useless in helping them. Now, what all is to be done about the coming day? "We were just going over that," Amelia said, allowing the two ninjas to join the rest of their group to talk. "The feeling that you're talking about," Scar said. "It's likely the barrier that my brother discovered in his alchemical studies. We have people heading into Central now to find all the points to create a reverse transmutation circle. We'll be borrowing the circle made by the homunculi to finish it out, but thankfully, the main points are all located in Central City." "Yeah, it's real convenient," Edward muttered. "We've managed to figure out that once that circle is activated, it'll be easiest for us to really attack him and let loose. The problem is getting Scar into the middle of the circle to perform it." "How is that a problem?" Fu asked. "Scar is currently a wanted criminal for mass murder," Amelia explained. "Amestrian soldiers likely won't just let him wander into the middle of town, especially considering that the middle of the circle is located right in the middle of Central headquarters." She looked over at Ed. "That's why we'll be using a tunnel that Alphonse found for us to head underground. We should be able to move through there not only to find Father's lair, but it should lead us straight to the center of the circle itself." "Another issue is going to be Colonel Mustang," Edward said. "He'll be creating a coup d'etat at the same time we're doing this. We need to make sure everyone keeps their attention on him and not us, so we'll have to avoid him while he and the others create that insurrection." Fu nodded as he took in everything they were saying. "Aside from that, the main issue will be actually fighting this guy. He's one of the more powerful alchemists I've ever seen." "But destroying the leather bag he's in should be enough to get rid of him," Hohenheim said. "Once that's taken out of the picture, he should be rendered completely helpless. He won't be able to survive without the skin he's made to look like me." "I see," Fu said. "And just how many of our enemies will we be facing in Central?" "Well, lust is dead, envy's gone, gluttony's dead, wrath was on a train that blew up over a ravine in the east, pride is contained, so..." Amelia had to pause as she did a mental list of the homunculi they knew of. "That just leaves Sloth." "Yeah, he'll be guarding Father in Central most likely," Edward said. "I doubt he'd just leave himself completely alone in a fight." "He certainly believes he's powerful enough that he could," Hohenheim added. "I'm sure he'll put Sloth to work somewhere he believes won't need him or is somehow beneath him. Getting him alone shouldn't be too much of an issue, but it's destroying that leather bag that will be the challenge. And on top of an insurrection happening at the same time, we'll really need to watch our step," Amelia said, a little concerned. perhaps some reconnaissance is necessary. Fu suggested, getting their attention. Lan Fan and I have been hiding out in Central for some time now. We know how to blend in with the general population. I should be able to keep you updated on the actions of this Colonel Mustang and what areas you'll need to avoid as you move through the city. I guess that's true, Amelia said. But what if someone sees you? Edward asked. I believe the only one of these enemies that would be able to recognize me is currently confined in that forest, Fu said, pointing his thumb to the dome that held Pride and Alphonse. Otherwise, there are no homunculi that are aware of who I am or what I look like. Pride and Greed are the only two whose faces I know of, and I imagine that information is the same to them. I'm sure I can find the others, given time. Edward couldn't deny that Fu would be the perfect one among them, and though he was making these points, he couldn't help but feel like there was something more to what he wanted from this. At the very least, he could update them on what was happening, and if Sloth had somehow made it out to where he could hurt people again, all right, fair enough. We can send you out there. He looked over at the others. And Dr. Marco, you and Yoki will be staying here with Heinkel, right? The doctor nodded, with Yoki more fervently nodding in agreement behind him. The man had been very silent for most of this talk, but it was clear he didn't want to take part in any of the fighting. They couldn't really see much reason for him to join them either. Scar was needed for his alchemical ability, and Dr. Marco would be able to better monitor and help Heinkel as his condition would slowly, hopefully, improve. Everyone knew what they were meant to do. Amelia and Edward would help Scar find his way to the center of Central so that he could activate the reverse transmutation circle to give them the upper hand on Father. That transmutation would likely prevent that alchemy barrier he had used to stop them from transmuting before, so it was damn near essential to any kind of victory to take that away from him. With Edward's leave, Fu made his way off as the other Chimera got up from their talk around the fire, having caught up and made friends with one another again. Where'd the old guy head off to? Darius asked. He's gonna do some recon in Central, Edward answered as he and Jerso came up to him. By himself? Yeah, he pointed out that he's the only one who's kept his identity hidden, so it'll be easier for him to infiltrate the city. Edward explained. He looked off into the distance, Fu already long gone by the time he turned to face that way. He also said that he'd do his best to update us on Colonel Mustang's actions, but I'm kinda getting the feeling that he's mostly concerned about Ling. Especially after Greed's disappearance last night, Amelia said. I'm a little worried too, if I'm being honest. Sure, that makes sense, Darius agreed. So you're all finished discussing things with Scar and the others? Jerso asked. That's right, Edward confirmed, glancing over at Scar, who looked off in the distance to the rising sun that still had yet to make its appearance over the horizon, but the sky was brightening quickly. We've figured out our strategy. That's so, it's almost time, huh? Darius asked, nervousness showing in the undertone of his voice, but he didn't say anything to say he was put off by it. He still intended to stick around and help as much as he could. Almost, Amelia sighed. They had all been dreading this day for weeks now, and it was nearly upon them once the sun came up and the day began. It was a little nerve-wracking, and she couldn't help but be reminded of her very first piano recital as a child. She had been so afraid to go out and perform in front of all of those people. That sense of impending dread, coupled with her anxious need to hurry and get it over with, was something she had grown used to when it came to piano performances. Not so much in battles where they would all be risking their lives. Edward started to walk towards the clearing, getting her attention. Where are you going? I left my coat back there, I'm just gonna go grab it, he said, and she went to follow with him, Darius and Jerso walking with the teenagers as they went into the clearing again. She could easily make out Ed's red coat on the ground as they walked towards it, having been left there after their work. He had been so thrilled when he had found it in the night while they were working on cleaning everything up. He had lost sight of it when he blinded Pride and themselves. Are you nervous? Jerso asked Amelia, who looked back up at him. Wouldn't you be? She asked with a wry smile. She looked back at Edward, who kept walking, picking up his coat and starting to dust it off of the dirt that had clung to it from its time on the ground. We're about to go into a huge battle to save the country, and we're down an Elric brother, she said, looking up at the dome in front of them. Your younger brothers sure got some serious guts, Jerso said to Edward as he looked up at it. Trapped in total darkness with that monster? I think that I'd lose my mind if I were in his place, Darius agreed, impressed with Alphonse's courage to stay in there for an entire day with pride. Yeah, Al's doing everything possible to keep us safe, Edward said, and Amelia could hear that tone of disappointment in himself, and she knew he had to be beating himself up for not seeing another way to deal with pride in their fight so he could avoid this outcome with Alphonse, but he didn't seem to say anything towards changing his little brother's plans. The rest of it. He looked down at his coat. Well, that's up to us. He shook out his coat one last time before he donned it. Once it was secure on his shoulders, Amelia looked over at him, feeling like she was looking at a new Edward. It had been weeks since she had seen him in that coat, and as much as she told him it was gaudy and flashy and loud, as he stood there in front of her, Flame Cross painted clearly on his back in black, she couldn't deny that it suited him well. As the sun continued to rise, they all watched as that light peeked over the trees, announcing the beginning of the long day ahead of them. Amelia squinted into the bright light, not expecting to have her first-ever sunrise on such a critical day, but she stayed beside Edward to enjoy the sight nonetheless for what might be their very last chance to view the sun rising at all. She quietly reached to take Edward's flesh hand, feeling his fingers tightly wrapping around her palm in solidarity. They knew what the other was feeling, they knew they needed each other, and they would be together through everything that would come their way. The promised day had arrived. Chapter 40. General Kremen walked calmly down the hall as his lieutenant rushed up to him with the latest news. They had put out a bolo on Mustang, and his men, after hearing about the disappearance of his subordinates from their posts and the Führer's wife. As much as he didn't want to admit it, General Armstrong had made a good call in predicting the colonel's next move. But her troops were too much of a wild card to allow them to let their newest member move about freely for this day. Generals Fox and Gardner were watching her in the main conference room as they received reports of the kidnapping of the Führer's wife by Roy Mustang and his subordinates that they had separated from him, now rejoined in this effort. With everything they knew now, he couldn't see how anything he did would hinder their progress, just like the good gentleman had said. She was expendable to them and a pointless hostage, and he couldn't help but agree with the wisdom of the man who had orchestrated the birth of such a great nation to help elevate all of them into the status of godhood. Sadie's squad is currently engaged in combat with Mustang's group in the western sector. His lieutenant began. However, it appears that they have taken the Führer's wife hostage, which has left us unable to retaliate, sir. So, go ahead and attack, Kremen said. He could hear his younger lieutenant stop in his tracks. Sir, he wasn't sure if he had heard him correctly. Kremen turned around to face him, his expression like that of stone. The only one we need alive is Roy Mustang. The Führer's wife is expendable. Eliminate her along with Mustang's subordinates. His lieutenant looked at him with wide eyes, as if unable to believe what he was hearing, stunned into silence at the orders given by his superior. Is there a problem, Lieutenant? No, sir, he said. I'll inform the battalion of your orders. Good, Kremen let him leave, making his way to Central Operations to get updates as they came on Mustang's status. As the morning went on, everyone prepared in their own ways for what was to come. They made themselves a quick, simple breakfast as the sun rose up higher in the sky until it was about 9 in the morning. At the edge of the forest, the group all stood looking out to Central in the distance. Amelia was the first to notice that something seemed off about the city beyond. Is that smoke? Her words caught the attention of the others. Lan Fan moving up into a tree to look and listen to what was happening as well as she could. There's smoke rising from within the city, Lan Fan confirmed, and I can faintly hear a siren as well. I think it's safe to say the colonel and the Briggs troops have made their move, Edward said, looking out to the city skyline ahead of them. The city's got to be in complete chaos by now. I guess that's the perfect time to head in, Amelia asked, looking over at Edward. She saw him glance up at the sun, knowing they only had so long before the solar eclipse began and their enemy's plan was set in motion. We should get going, Edward agreed. Yeah, Hohenheim spoke up. I do have a countermeasure for his transmutation circle, but I'd rather prevent him from activating it in the first place. He glanced back towards the city. He might have gotten too big for his old one, but he's still inside a flask. And if we destroy his container, we might be able to kill him. And not only that, we might be able to free all the souls that he has trapped inside of him. Well, how do we find the bastard then? Zampano asked. We can use the same tunnel that May and I discovered, Scar said. It's guarded by a pack of vicious chimeras, but we should be able to handle them. Darius turned to Heinkel, still sitting down next to Dr. Marco. Can you watch things here, Heinkel? He asked. Of course, he answered. I owe you one. Amelia saw how Darius smiled softly at the comment, though hid it before anyone else could catch on to what they meant to one another, at least not just yet. Don't mention it, he responded, and you just steer clear of the military, Doc. Dr. Marco nodded in agreement. Yoki, the little man jumped at the sound of Jerso calling his name. I think you should stay behind as well. Fine with me, Yoki said, his shoulders slumping in relief as he agreed. Edward looked over at Amelia. Hey, let's go say goodbye to Al, she nodded, the two of them heading back towards the earthy dome that confined him and Pride. The two had been surprisingly calm and quiet over the last couple of hours, aside from Pride playing with Al's head like any bored kid might do. They came up to one of the seams along the side, Edward looking up at the massive structure once more before he began to speak. Hey, Al. After a moment, they could hear Alphonse's muffled voice come through. What is it, brother? We're heading out now, and we're gonna kick that bearded bastard's ass, Edward said. Just be careful, Alphonse warned. We will, Amelia promised. You stay sane in there, okay? We'll come back for you once everything is over. I know, Alphonse responded, and she could hear that hopeful smile in his voice as he spoke to them. I'll see you soon. Yeah, see you soon. She stepped back, watching Edward as he smacked his fist up against the dirt, hearing the gentle tap of Alphonse's armor doing the same on the other side before they turned around and left to begin their trip into the city. In Central Operations, Kremen could hardly believe it had taken them so long to hunt down Mustang, only for his entire battalion to report back not only had Mustang gotten away, but that there had been an additional attack. He slammed his fist down on the table. Why the hell aren't they dead yet? He demanded. It can't be that hard, they've only got 5 men. Their numbers have increased, they appear to have a full platoon of soldiers now, sir. A communications officer reported, much to Kremen's displeasure. How many have we lost so far? Kremen asked. The soldier reached for his notes. We have 59 men injured, 0 casualties, he reported. He was a little surprised to hear the numbers were at such a great difference. 0, he repeated, his lips curling around the cigar in his mouth. He often smoked on stressful days, and today was the day to be stressed. An attempted insurrection on the day they were going to become gods. It seemed too perfectly timed to be a coincidence, and the fact that no one had died. It didn't make any sense at all. Mustang was an Ishvalan war hero, known for his explosive flame alchemy that decimated dozens in a second, not to mention the fact that one of their better snipers, Riza Hawkeye, was among his subordinates. She was notorious for her expert aim and skill and had among the highest number of kills in the war that had been recorded. So, what gives? They should have corpses piling up high, but they didn't have one single fatality in all that had happened. Reporting, sir. Another soldier came in. He recognized him from the Sadie squad. I have an update on Roy Mustang and his platoon. Tell me, Kremen ordered. Intelligence suggests that Roy Mustang and his men are indeed working towards a potential invasion of Central Command, he reported, but we're not entirely sure if it's for the purpose of an insurrection. We're uncertain of his motives, but as it stands, Colonel Mustang is taking a non-fatal approach to his insurrection. We don't have any deaths to report in any instance of combat from Sam's squad or Sadie's squad. What do you mean they're not killing anyone? He demanded. Well, we have a high number of wounded, but not a single fatality. He reported, at last check, none of those injured were even critical. The word stuck with Kremen more than he cared to admit. It made no sense for them to do this, but knowing what they were doing now, and that they were doing it purposefully, enraged him. They're mocking us. He growled out, taking his cigar out of his mouth to resist the angered temptation to bite down into it. Send in Dimitri and Kim's squad. I want their dead bodies stacked in front of me, and I want it done now. General Armstrong sat in the same seat she had occupied at the beginning of the meeting, listening as reports came in here and there about Mustang and his men moving about the city in their attempted insurrection. She was pleased to hear that Mustang had enough sense to throw them off their usual trail by surprising them with a platoon of men where they had thought they only had enough for a handful of people. though she had to think he was moving about this too gently. They had reported back dozens of injuries, but nothing fatal, which was just a stupid move in her mind. He couldn't be expected to overthrow the office of the Fura without eliminating the enemies that fight for him. Still, she knew that her people were working and prepared for today. It was only a matter of time. So, she sat and waited as General Fox and General Gardner received their latest report on the situation. All the generals remaining in central headquarters, as it was the most fortified building in Central City. She could see from the expression on General Fox's face that the latest report was more of the same, and clearly displeasing as he sighed and put the sheet of paper down on the table as he paced. "They still haven't apprehended Mustang?" he asked aloud. "What the hell has General Kremen been doing over there?" "They're systematically whittling down our forces," General Gardner commented, "and they aren't even killing our men to do it." "There's no way they can outlast our numbers while keeping this up," Fox sternly assured himself. And he was right, their numbers were only so much, and they were facing an entire army. They couldn't keep it up forever, she knew that. Mustang knew that too. "Colonel Mustang must have gone soft," General Armstrong said. "Obviously," Fox agreed, "he can't possibly think this will work." She knew he didn't, which is why she volunteered her own help. Her mouth curled upwards in just the slightest hint of an icy smirk as she remembered their upcoming plan, knowing they had to unleash it soon. "If there's one thing softer than Mustang, it's the men under your command," she said. "You might as well send in children." "Excuse me," Fox turned to her with an angered glare. Central Command was nearly iced over by a single dissident, Olivier continued, reading the mistakes of the Central forces that she had noticed over the years. "That doesn't inspire too much confidence in your troops. Central has never endured a full-scale assault, at least not by a large, organized enemy force." She looked up at Fox, that smirk growing as she saw the fierce indignation in his eyes as she called out his leadership for what it was: inexperienced and insecure. "So then, your men are lacking in proper experience, making their defense a joke. Simply laughable." Fox didn't respond, though she could see the gears turning in his head. Men like him always had something to be angry about, and he was clearly trying to come up with something clever to say to save his ego as she openly discussed his failings as a general. "How about this? Why don't you let me step in and take command of a battalion?" Fox marched over to her, slamming his hand down on the table in front of her. "Have you forgotten why you're here, Armstrong?" Her expression steeled as he leaned closer to her, that anger present as he tried to muffle it with his reminder of why they were keeping her here and not allowing her to be involved in the struggles of the day. "Your leadership skills have nothing to do with your presence in this office. You are being held here as a detainee and nothing more." He growled out, and she didn't respond, so he continued calmly, feeling like he had more control now that she had stopped talking, like she expected. "I'm aware of your troops' undying loyalty to you as their commander. Holding you here as our prisoner helps to ensure that the soldiers of Briggs won't take it upon themselves to stage a coup d'etat." Olivier couldn't help but burst out laughing at his comment, surprising both of the older men as a deep belly laugh erupted from her, both of them unsettled by the sound. General Armstrong was never one to laugh. "You don't understand a single thing about the resolve of my troops." She laughed, calming herself before she began again. "Your plan is useless. The only law the men of Briggs know is survival of the fittest. They know to abandon me if confronted with a crisis." She spoke with a calm, cool confidence, knowing exactly the men she's molded and the lessons they've learned in her 10 years at Fort Briggs. "Even if you were to murder me in cold blood, my troops would simply write me off for being too weak. They don't need me. Those men can act as their own force. That's the strength of the Briggs army." She glared up at Fox, watching as a chill went down his spine at the sight of meeting her intensely freezing anger. "Don't even begin to assume that you know the soldiers that I've trained." As if with perfect timing, a siren began to go off outside of Central Command. It was one warning of impending danger, saying that any and all civilians in the area needed to immediately find shelter. It was normally used for storm warnings, but on a clear day like today, in the middle of an attempted insurrection, it could only be one thing. She couldn't deny she took a bit of smug pleasure in seeing Fox's expression flash with genuine fear at the sound. "And here they come," she announced, every single one of my men is capable of defeating a grizzly bear in combat." She glanced over at General Gardner, the man who had introduced her to the Immortal Legion at the very beginning. "I wonder if your dolls are as strong as my men. What do you think?" General Gardner couldn't form the words to respond, the indignation and anger clear on his face, as he looked down at the woman that had outsmarted both of them by doing nothing but sit in her chair and keep them occupied. There was an entire battalion hidden in her mansion, using renovation trucks to hide them all in her cellar, the place where they had prepared everything they would need going forward with this day. In the face of this sudden turnabout, Fox pulled out his pistol, aiming straight at General Armstrong, who glanced at the gun and his stance, getting a read for him. "Call off your soldiers right now," he ordered. She glanced over at General Gardner, seeing he had come closer but not drawn his weapon. "You stripped me of my command of the brig's soldiers, remember?" she taunted. "Why you?" he growled out. "Do you really think you can get away with this?" "I'd like to ask you the same question for what you're doing," Armstrong replied. "This father guy must have told you his plans, all that he intends to sacrifice and what he gets from it." "Sure, of course he told me," Fox answered. "The select few of us that he's chosen will ascend to even greater heights, and the nation of Amstress will change the world. All of the sacrifices made are an unavoidable part of it. Why don't you understand that?" She could hardly believe these men were so gullible. But then again, given General Fox's clear Napoleon complex and General Gardner's proud need for power, they would have been easily manipulated by one such as the father of the homunculi. She let out a sigh as she realized that this would have to be the way it was, though she was sure that would upset the Full Metal Alchemist and his friends. There was no other way this could go. "You bastards are beyond hopeless." "What?" Fox asked, gasping as she drew her sword quicker than he could respond, the blade piercing through his wrist and forearm, forcing him to drop the pistol he had been holding. She caught it midair, turning it and facing it to General Gardner before he could have a chance to reach for his weapon, all while General Fox screamed in pain as she held him in place with her sword, seeing his uniform sleeve stained red with his blood. "You scum sit back and safely watch the battlefield as if it were some kind of spectator sport," Olivier growled out, keeping Gardner in place as she held the weapon on him. "You don't know anything about sacrifice, and yet you're the first to talk about its necessity." The hypocrisy of Central soldiers had always infuriated her. She couldn't deny there was a cathartic relief in being able to not only voice those complaints clearly, but also do something about it. "You're betraying your country," General Gardner warned, standing stiffly as he looked down the barrel of General Fox's gun. "You think so?" she asked, pushing herself to stand up from her seat, keeping the pistol pointed at him, hearing Fox scream as her hand turned and forced his hand to turn with the blade in his arm. "Our country could very well regard me as a hero once this is all over. However," she cocked the pistol, "I'm still not as merciful as our celebrated hero of Ishval." Gardner's expression paled as he realized what she was saying. "No, wait," he pleaded, but that icy gaze was enough to tell him begging wouldn't get him any mercy. He ran past her, heading for the doors, but she managed to get a shot through the back of his head before he had the chance, watching as his body collapsed onto the ground, pushing open the doors in the process and alerting the guards outside of the disturbance. The two soldiers ran over, looking over the general's body in shock as he sat face down in a growing pool of blood. "He's dead," one exclaimed, the two looking back into the conference room to see General Armstrong's blade still pierced through a writhing General Fox, with the smoking gun in her hand, her blue eyes an icy gaze that glared at both of them as they stood in the doorway of her first kill in Central. The sirens wailed all around Major Armstrong as he set out his forces to work against Colonel Mustang and his men. He had an inkling of what he was doing. He had been kept somewhat informed of everything that was happening thanks to Bernice telling him that their efforts to hide Briggs soldiers inside their home was working well. Still, he made sure to keep his men to areas where Mustang and his men would either be found or avoid. The worst thing they could do is come into contact with the Briggs men. They would show no mercy to anyone they found, and he didn't want to risk losing anyone in his department. They were mainly corralling the civilians that had come outside, telling everyone to go home and stay there, even escorting some people, but not many thankfully. Crowd control was one of the safer jobs they could have been assigned, and he was grateful that they had this chance. His mind worried about the others, though. He knew his younger sisters were all away at that time with their parents, enjoying the exotic locales of Xing and its unique culture, so they were safe. That didn't say anything to the safety of Amelia, who was undoubtedly still traveling with Edward Elric. He was sure the Full Metal Alchemist would make an appearance in Central soon, and she would be alongside him. It had been months since he last heard from her, and he couldn't help wondering if all was well, but he hoped that it was. He was directing some soldiers from Kim's squad to the medical staff that had come by via truck, getting updates on their situation and their attack as their men were brought in. Most had been shot in the foot or had an eardrum burst, but otherwise all were perfectly fine. "Hey, Major Armstrong," a voice called out to him, getting his attention as he turned and saw Sergeant Brosh hopping over the fencing they had put out to keep civilians safe. "What are you doing here, Sergeant? Isn't this supposed to be your day off?" he asked. He remembered that he had put in the request months ago. He wanted to spend the day with his family to watch the solar eclipse together. He had made sure it got approved. "I saw the smoke from my house," Brosh explained. "What's going on down here, Major?" "Colonel Mustang and his former subordinates have chosen the path of dissidence," Major Armstrong began. "They're attempting to flee with the Fura's wife as their hostage." "What?" Brosh gasped, looking over at the smoke as it towered up from their attacks, his face contorting in rage. "That devious coward. First, he murdered Lieutenant Ross, and now he's kidnapped the Fura's wife. The man has got to be pure evil." As much as he wanted to defend Colonel Mustang's actions against the thought that he murdered Lieutenant Ross, he couldn't say anything. He had been sworn to secrecy for the lieutenant's sake, and knowing what lay ahead of them wasn't helping things, but he had to play his part for now. There would be a time where he could jump into the fray and help in stopping the nefarious plans of the senior staff, but that time was not now. Unknown to him, an elderly Zinjis man had joined the crowds of civilians watching soldiers get carted off in medical trucks, able to listen in on their conversation as he calmly walked through the city. "Excuse me, sir." Another soldier came up to Major Armstrong, who turned and looked at the man, leaning down as he gave the gesture to, hearing him whisper his message. "Major, I have just received word that General Armstrong shot and killed General Gardner at Central Command." His eyes widened at the news, and Fu's did as well. "She killed him?" He could hardly believe she would already do something like that. He knew that her position among the senior staff was still a bit shaky overall, but he never expected that she would kill someone that quickly. He looked back to Central Command, knowing this kind of attention on her could only bring about the worst. He looked over to the last of the soldiers, looking back at the messenger, unaware that the Zinji's ninja had moved on and disappeared into the crowd with his information. "Thank you for informing me. Now come help me get the last of Kim's squad into this truck." "Yes, sir," the man saluted, and the two got to work. He needed to finish this quickly and make his way to Central Command. As capable as Olivier was, she could best any man in combat, but the enemies they were facing had monsters at their disposal, and she would need the help. Meanwhile, Fu walked on in the city as he mentally noted the quick progression of the insurrection, going faster than he expected. His focus was still on Ling and making sure he was well, but it was impossible to sense him out with the presence in central blinding every other form of Kai. He paused for a moment as his senses told him that the presence had changed somehow, and he grew a little worried as it felt like the presence had tripled in size since yesterday. Hiding behind a raggedy fence with a few openings, it was a decent enough hiding spot with a field of view of the tunnel Ed and the others were planning to enter through. It was the same tunnel Gluttony had led Amelia and Alphonse through so many months ago. They could see the area was swarmed with military officers. 3 trucks had all parked around it and blocked it off. She had to imagine Father had somehow sent out the order to specifically block off that space to make it that much harder for someone to find him. Not getting in there, the militaries got it completely blocked off, Edward sighed. So much for that. Amelia looked over the number of men they had, and while their own numbers and manpower had grown significantly with the inclusion of Scar, Landfan, Hohenheim, Gerso, and Zampano to their little group, they were still down a homunculus and another chimera. And there were at least 24 men around the entrance, moving quickly as they were directed to different spots. "We don't have enough people to force our way through, not without doing something drastic that would call attention to us." Amelia quietly conferred with him, not liking that their entrance was blocked. But her mind couldn't recall another way to Father's lair than the path that Gluttony had shown them. After a moment to think carefully over their options, Amelia had to wonder if they would have to sneak into Central Command to try and find the elevator that led them down to his underground home when Edward gasped, "Wait, there's another way we can get in," he exclaimed. "The third laboratory." "The third laboratory?" Amelia repeated, then her eyes widened as she remembered. Oh, right, when Al and the Colonel went underground and fought Lust. She could hardly believe she had forgotten, but is that the best idea? Al described that door, but he didn't go through it. "It's the best one we have right now," Edward said, standing up to look over at the others. "Come on, we need to get moving." They had to move quickly. Thankfully, the distance to the third lab wasn't far from that tunnel, only taking them a few minutes as they moved across parks and cut across streets in alleyways. It made for some surprisingly easy shortcuts that they took advantage of until they came to the building itself. Amelia looked up at it, seeing the white walls standing out against the blue sky behind it, remembering the last time they came here to investigate Alphonse's experience, only to find that they had hidden it behind a transmuted wall. Looking over at the front gate, the lab was clearly not an area of focus, like the tunnel near the industrial district had been, seeing very few guards at the front gates casually talking amongst one another, unaware of their presence across the street. "They've only got 3 MPs guarding the entrance," Zampano commented when he saw it. Darius stood, bringing his hand up to pop his knuckles in preparation. "Now that's a number I'm comfortable with." "No," Edward looked back with a mischievous grin. "This is perfect for me to throw some weight around and use my title." Amelia worried about that glint in his eye, but before she could say anything, he was already making his way around the fence to run up to the guards in his red coat and braid, silver pocket watch yanked out of his pocket and on full display as he called out to them, "Help me, please." He rushed up to them, and Amelia looked at him in confusion from their hiding place. "How is crying for help using your title?" she muttered as she watched him show them his pocket watch and introduce himself. "My name's Edward Elric. I'm a state alchemist." "Wait, what was that? You said you're a state alchemist?" one MP asked, clearly on edge now that he had given that title to them. "I need you to help me. Scar is trying to kill me." Edward pointed directly at the spot where everyone had been, Scar's place exposed, looking at Edward with wide eyes as he pointed at him, seeing the 3 MPs look over and see him hiding. "That guy's on the wanted list," that same MP exclaimed as they all armed themselves, pulling out their guns and pointing it at Scar, not seeming to realize there were others hiding in the bushes and trees at the edge of the road. "Hands up." Before anyone could debate about complying or not, Edward attacked all 3 of them from behind, hitting each one in the perfect spot on the backs of their heads and sent them all toppling to the ground, unconscious. "Dude, what?" Amelia exclaimed, the others all seeing the opportunity and standing up, jumping the fence and making their way to the lab now that they had an unguarded gate that Edward pushed open for them. "That's what you call using your title and throwing some weight around." "Hey, it worked, didn't it?" Edward replied as Lanfan ran past them, followed by Scar and the Chimeras. "That was a mean thing to do," Hohenheim said as he looked over the 3 guards on the ground. "Oh, shut up. Come on." Edward ran in with the others, heading straight into the lab with Hohenheim trailing behind them. He quickly ran to the front of the pack as the others all had gathered in the front foyer, waiting for him to lead the way. It was surprisingly easy to walk around inside the lab. It was filled with alchemists and scientists, all who were working diligently, though there were plenty that gave them strange looks and didn't know what to do about all of these people suddenly making their way through their halls. But just as quickly as they found them and gave them attention, Edward would dismiss it with a "pardon us," coming through. As if it was all perfectly normal to march through so briskly with a group of men as he looked for the transmuted wall, it was around here somewhere. Amelia looked with him, curious to see if she could find it before him. Just as she spotted a wall with some half-done transmutation marks near the bottom of the floor, Edward stopped right in front of it. Found it. With a clap of his hands and a new transmutation, he turned the wall into a door. Amelia grimaced slightly at the design of it, studded all the way around with the face of an ogre in the middle, but it opened easily enough, and they moved inside. It didn't look like a direct path before them. seeing a tunnel that went into two separate directions. Edward walked in and the others filed in behind him, each looking down the tunnel and how each one slowly curved off into the darkness. "Should we split into two groups?" Edward asked. "Sounds good," Hohenheim said. "I'll take a team this way." He pointed to the right tunnel. "And then you and Scar can lead a team the other way." "What?" Edward whipped around, face contorted in anger, pointing at Scar. "Why do I have to go with him?" "It's best to divide the groups based on their skill in alchemy," Hohenheim explained patiently. "Now remember, you told me that he was somehow able to turn off your alchemy. Scar was still capable of using his, but you were rendered helpless." Edward's jaw clenched, but he glanced over at Amelia and it relaxed slightly. He hated that helpless feeling from the last time, remembering as father threatened to turn her into another homunculus, and there was nothing he could have done to stop that from happening. If Scar hadn't come when he did, he wasn't sure Amelia would even be here by his side right then. "Fine," he grumbled, letting it go as he resigned himself to fighting alongside the man who murdered Winry's parents. "All right, I guess that means these two are together," Jerso said, looking to Hohenheim. "So who are you taking?" "Alchemy is a little unique, so I'll be fine on my own," Hohenheim said, though he turned to look at Lan Fan after a moment. On second thought, he gave her a friendly smile. "It wouldn't be a bad idea to have a bodyguard, so I might as well take this young lady with me." Amelia was a little surprised to see him being what she could only describe as a kind of flirtatious. After hearing what he had said about Trisha, she didn't think it was possible for him to love another woman that same way. "So, it'll just be you and Lan Fan and then I'll go with Ed and..." She looked over at Darius and the other chimeras. "Everyone else comes with us too, I guess." Darius shrugged, seeming not to care either way, and Jerso and Zampano seemed to share that feeling. "If any of us discover the enemy, do everything you can to destroy him," Hohenheim warned, reminding them of their plan. "Roger that," Jerso replied. As Hohenheim turned to walk down the right tunnel, leaving Edward and the others to explore the left tunnel, Zampano called out to them. "Are you sure that you're gonna be okay with just the two of you?" "Of course, I prefer it this way." Hohenheim turned with a grin, and Amelia could see that he was putting on an act as he continued to speak, waving goodbye as they walked. "I'd rather keep the young lady's company for myself than share her with the lot of you." She wasn't sure what he was planning on doing, but it clearly wasn't to spend time with Lan Fan as he continued down that tunnel, like he suggested. Still, though she could see it, his act was enough to fool the others. Zampano left stammering in surprise at the sound of his intentions. "Pervy old man," Jerso muttered, letting that be the explanation for his behavior. "Let's go," Darius said, the other stunning to walk down the left tunnel, Amelia glancing over at Edward as he looked at his father's back as they continued to walk until they were out of sight. He glanced over at her, feeling her gaze on him. "What is it?" he asked. "Just making sure you're okay," she said, the two of them turning and walking down the tunnel. She glanced back at Hohenheim once before she continued to walk with Edward. "I don't think he meant that." Edward looked over at her curiously. "I think Hohenheim has something else in mind than just flirting with Lan Fan all the way to Father's lair." She looked over at him. "Think about it, she and Fu have been so worried about Ling this whole time. Maybe he's just giving her an opportunity to go look for him." "You think so?" Edward asked, his brow furrowing a little. "I don't know how helpful that can be. Your dad is a pretty amazing alchemist, not to mention the fact that he's a human philosopher's stone. He could probably take on a whole army and survive." Amelia said, "What would he need a bodyguard for?" Edward shrugged, about to come up with his own response when something interrupted him. A chorus of blood-curdling shrieks filled the tunnel. It was muffled, showing that it wasn't too close, but it was loud enough to reach them and send chills down their spine. They didn't sound right. Something sounded off about them. Amelia couldn't tell if it was men, women, or children who were screaming, but it was very much a large group of screams all sounding off at once. It lasted for a few long seconds, everyone freezing in their tracks when they heard it, and the silence that followed felt incredibly heavy. Everyone all looked to one another, as if to confirm they had all heard the same thing and make sure they hadn't been imagining such a horrific sound. "What the fuck was that?" Amelia asked, eyes wide. "Sounded like nails on a chalkboard," Darius muttered. "Maybe it's the pipes," Edward offered. "We're underground, they might sound a little different down here." I don't think even the most rundown of pipes sounds like that. That sounded like people. Amelia couldn't help but worry. This day would carry plenty of challenges. She wasn't sure she wanted to know the challenge that sound would present to them. General Harris pushed his key into the heavily bolted door that guarded the Immortal Legion. As the lock popped open, he pulled on the handle to open the door, seeing the first line of soldiers hanging by their feet lifelessly as he marched into the room. Central was in an insane panic. Colonel Mustang had gone rogue, somehow tripled his numbers without them knowing, not to mention these troops from Briggs coming in and ambushing them by surprise. They were losing the fight, and they needed more men to call upon to help defend Central Command and keep everything in place for the promised day. He could hear the frantic footsteps of the scientist in charge of the project running after him as the mechanical door slowly rose up to allow him inside. What a pathetic excuse for an army. He growled out. They can't even handle those Briggs mountain monkeys. Please, sir, don't. The researcher rushed in. We still haven't finished the soul bonding tests. Shut up. When else are we going to use them? Harris defended, reaching for the levers that would activate the bonding process. It was a rather ingenious design, using a solvent infused with philosopher's stones to travel through and give each one of their soldiers a soul and a desire to fight for them and not for Colonel Mustang and his dogs. Their blind loyalty was exactly what they needed to win this battle and decimate the enemy's forces. This is the exact kind of situation we worked so hard to make them for. He pulled one lever after another, watching as the containers for the solvent switched on, lighting the water red as the liquid pumped through the pipes on the floor below them, going to each one, activating and waking the entire legion. When it was finished, he turned to look back at the dolls, a part of him thrilled to be able to see them awaken for the first time. Go, now, teach those treacherous rebels a lesson. The Immortal Legion was the thing that brought him into this agreement. He couldn't care less about being immortal himself, but an army of perfect soldiers, undying, unmatchable. That kind of power was something he couldn't ignore. He and the researcher looked on, watching as their bodies slowly started to shift, veins forming on their pale skins as the spots on their head grew, bulging out into a single eye. He grinned widely at the sound of their shrieks, while the researcher covered his ears at the deafening sound. It was the sound of life entering their bodies. It was something he found both chilling and thrilling as he looked at the dummies as their mouths opened for the first time, breathing, and moving for the first time. As each one filled with their share of the infused philosopher's stones, they were dropped from their hanging positions, falling to the floor. When they landed on their hands and knees, groaning, it was hardly graceful or thought out, but it was clear they were unhurt and unbothered, the sight only exciting him more. He watched as they all came to stand, looking around the room, hearing them all mutter different things as they moved around. It hurts. Save us. I'm hungry. He laughed to himself, filled with energy at the thought of being able to command such a powerful force, turning to the researcher with a maniacal grin. So you were saying that the tests aren't done yet? He gestured to the group of dummies. Well then, here is your test. I'd say it's successful. He looked out over the moaning group of pale soldiers, undying, obedient, invincible soldiers who will fight whoever we order them to. We have our Immortal Legion at long last. The dummies all crowded the halls, looking around, one of the dummies looking to the general calling out in a gravelly, inhuman voice, Pa, Pa. Ha, indeed, yes, I am your father, son. General Harris called to him, embracing the affectionate term from the dummy. He watched as they all turned to look at the sound of his booming voice as he spoke to them, and now I want you to listen closely. As he spoke, the dummy that had first called out for its father started to walk closer to him, its single eye trained on his form. There are many renegade elements and they want to take us over. Papa, the dummy called out, its mouth drooling as he came closer to General Harris, a smile growing on its face. You men have a job to do. Before Harris could continue his orders, the dummy rushed up, biting him in his neck. A stream of blood shooting out from his body as it pushed him to the ground. The general feeling the intense pain of the teeth still sinking into his skin to rip out his jugular from his throat. His eyes wide in horror as he watched the dummy pull back with a reddened mouth, chewing and swallowing his flesh. Within seconds, he was surrounded by dummies that brought their mouths to his flesh like animals to a fresh kill. His mind barely processing his feelings of regret as they began to feast on his limbs, body, and brain before he died. The researcher stood back, horrified as he watched the dummies feast on the man that was supposed to be their commander. He watched them dyeing their lips and teeth red with blood and flesh, eating through his clothes as if every part of him was an edible delight. It was only after a few moments of disgusting feasting that they all turned to look at him, realizing their meal didn't have the potential for only this single course. He reached for his gun immediately, holding it out and firing at the dummies. He could barely hear his own screams of terror as he kept shooting, watching them react to the pressure of the shot that would land in their bodies, but they wouldn't fall or cry out in pain. They simply all moved to stand, slowly, with intention. He continued to fire off every round he had until his gun was empty, and he could hear the clicks of the trigger every time he pulled it. He could hear their moans and vague phrases in the single room, looking down at his empty gun with wide eyes, realizing that he had lost his only means of defense. And now he was left alone, the only human in a room full of hungry, man-eating dummies. He trembled uncontrollably as he looked up, watching the dummies walk towards him, some of their flesh missing from the shot that went through them, but they still walked and moved unharmed. He could feel tears welling up in his eyes as he began to realize there was no way out, cornered against the wall of machines that gave these monsters life. He screamed as he watched one opening its mouth wider, before it silenced him with a sickening squish as its teeth drove deeper into the flesh of his neck and pushed him down into the floor. The dummies all began to eat him, the ones too numerous to join left wandering in the dark hole in which they were trapped, some slowly filing out through the already open door before them from General Harris. Others made their way back further still, looking through the pipe-covered walls until they came upon a pair of great stone doors, all of them beginning to crowd around it as they searched mindlessly for something to ease their incessant hunger. General Olivier held the blade to General Fox's neck, a gun pointed outwards as she escorted him out of the conference room they had been detaining her in. Stepping out, walking over the corpse of General Gardner, she watched as the men that had been assigned to keep watch on their hall look at her with pale horror, seeing that she had taken hostage one of the higher generals. She marched calmly, coolly, completely in control as she held General Fox's gun outward. A blade and a hostage only took her so far, after all. The men she dealt with needed to know there would be greater consequences than one single death of her hostage if she wasn't heard. Still, she couldn't deny she took satisfaction in hearing Fox's shuddering breaths, holding back the pain of his injury from where she had cut through his arm and rendered his dominant hand useless. She looked over the 6 other officers, all varying in rank but presumably under Fox's command. They should be able to organize exactly what she was looking for, pointing Fox's pistol at his jaw, order the central forces that are engaged with Mustang and the Briggs men to pull back. She commanded as they marched on through the hall together. She looked up at the other officers, seeing that they had all pulled out their guns and pointed them her way. "What? You're going to shoot." To prove she had no interest in being threatened, and to prove she meant every ounce of her will in getting the right things done, she stopped marching, took her sword and plunged it through his right foot, hearing the general scream in agonizing pain as a result, the sound shocking the other officers, though they didn't quite lower their weapons. She kept her blade pinned in his foot, the pistol still pointed at his jaw. "Your subordinates are lacking in discipline," she said as he finished screaming, digging the blade in and wriggling it, watching him shudder in pain. She almost felt a bit sadistic in doing so, but she had very little interest in how much pain he was in if it meant he wasn't able to do what she needed. She pulled her sword up, putting the blade back at his neck, watching as the officers in front of her started to drop their guard as they realized how serious she truly was, unsure of the path they needed to take. It was too easy. These central forces were so soft and so wishy-washy. They could never make up their minds. "Pull your forces back now. My Briggs men will not hesitate to wipe them out. You don't want to lose all of your troops, do you?" She repeated her command, trying to incite him to make the decision she wanted him to make with a pointed dig of the pistol into his skin. She watched him stiffen, growing pale, and she could tell the words were bubbling up in his throat as he continued to tremble in intense pain. After a long moment and a deep breath, Fox loudly commanded, "Close all the gates. Seal every entrance to the command center. Understand? Don't let them in. No Briggs soldier or Mustang." Olivier's eyebrows raised slightly. She had taken Fox for a coward, hiding away in his ivory tower while his men went off to fight for him. It seems she had made a miscalculation in her judgment. "Ah, so you do have some metal, twisted though it might be," she said, owing him at least that compliment. "Oh, you shouldn't get too cocky," Fox snapped, and as he spoke Olivier could suddenly feel a familiar sensation of an eerie, looming presence like she had felt in the conference room before the arrival of father and the homunculus that had invaded her fort. She glanced back, seeing a shadow coming up from behind her. "We'll kill every last one of you, all you mountain savages." Fox continued his rebellious tirade, holding on to that bit of energy he got from surprising her, unaware of what was happening. Olivier jumped out of the way before he could strike, just in time to watch the giant homunculus's hand slam down on Fox's body, pushing him down into the floor, watching as it cracked mercilessly under his force and undoubtedly mangled Fox's body in the process. She stood back, somewhat shocked at the suddenness of the attack. If she had moved only a second later, that could have been her. It was a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time, the chilling sting of being so close to death but not letting it reach her quite yet. She watched as the homunculus slowly lifted up the hand he had used to push Fox down, looking into his palm now soaked in blood. "Oh dear," he sighed in that baritone, monotone voice. "Mess. I made a mess." He looked up at Olivier, speaking slowly and reminding her of their last encounter. His speech was slow and his strength immense, but his mind didn't seem to match his body. "You cannot interfere. See, I was told. To kill you." He let out an exasperated sigh. "It's such a pain." She couldn't help letting out a single laugh, remembering that she had bested him once before, and she felt confident she could do it again, even here in Central where she didn't have the advantage of her usual freezing home. "Ha! It looks like another seat has just opened up." She swung her sword, watching the last of Fox's blood fly off of the steel blade. "Thanks, homunculus, you have my gratitude." She pointed her pistol at him, smirking as she couldn't deny the satisfaction of knowing her blade was clean once again, prepared to face him once more. This sword was passed through the Armstrong family for generations. Now, I don't have to sully it with his filthy blood. The homunculus only had a blank stare on his face, as it always seemed to have, and she took the opportunity to move, heading into the banquet hall and leading the homunculus in behind her, just barely managing to dodge as he threw out the heavy chains that weighed down his wrists like a metal whip, hearing them crash into the stone floors. She continued to run, using what strength she had over the monster as she dashed around the room, watching the dust kick up from behind her, feeling the wind of the attack as it missed her by only a foot or so. She landed in a crouch, avoiding another swing from his other hand as it flew over her head and crashed into the white pillars along the walls, creating a long line of cracks from where it had touched. "Why bother running?" the homunculus asked as he threw his arm again, the chain rising forward like a heavy wave, bringing up her blade to deflect it enough to break its path, and jumping back to avoid the worst of it. She could feel the weight from that small break. The Armstrong sword was a strong blade she had cared for over many years, but she knew she couldn't use it in place of a shield against iron that heavy. She ducked down again, avoiding another swing from his other hand as the chain went flying just above her, hearing the dull whistle from the heavy chain as it missed her. She stood up when he seemed to finally stop constantly moving his arms, aiming Fox's pistol and unloading the magazine, 7 shots all hitting him on his shoulder, his chest, his head, but he stood there like a statue. He brought a hand up to a spot she had hit along his skull, scratching at it as he tilted his head. "What's that?" "HMPH." She threw the pistol away, not working as an alternative option for her own defense in this fight. "I should have known that wouldn't work." She drew her blade again, pointing it forward as she prepared to fight him with that as her main defense. "That's far enough, General Armstrong." A voice called out. She turned and looked back to see an officer standing at the back entrance of the banquet hall with 6 other soldiers holding shields, kneeling down in front of him. "We have our orders, and we're prepared to shoot you for the traitor you are." She glanced at their formation, and then looked back at the homunculus. He was the greater threat in this moment, and deserved her attention more than the central soldiers who had already made a poor decision in their formation. There was a brief pause from the officer who had spoken, likely more just out of surprise that she had ignored him, but then he spoke again. "Take aim, men." She heard their rifles cocking as they prepared to shoot, watching as the homunculus's blank stare began to focus on her and the soldiers behind her, dashing away as she heard the officer yell, "Fire!" But before a single round could go out, the homunculus's chain came crashing down on their group, disrupting the formation and breaking the floor underneath them, sending a few flying in the air and one deathly injured. Olivier managed to find a pillar, hiding behind it for a moment to catch her breath to try and work on a plan. For all her discipline, her strategies often worked towards defense, and turning offense into defense was something she was familiar with doing, though figuring it out in a one-on-one battle with an inhuman monster was something she would need a moment to concentrate on. But as she looked over the remains of the attack, she couldn't help but click her tongue in disappointment. "You idiot!" She ran out from behind the pillar, seeing heavily artillery she could use in the fallen soldier's corpse. Grabbing his grenade from his belt, "You shouldn't have concentrated your men." She grabbed it, pulled the fuse with her teeth, and tossed it towards the still-standing homunculus, who looked at it with a confused stare before it exploded in his face. The explosion breaking the windows of the banquet hall. Her ears were ringing as she ran in the shaking rubble of the room, watching as pieces of the plastered ceiling began to fall as the explosion came to an end, gunpowder filling the room and giving her a bit of cover, enough to give her a moment to think as she hid behind another pillar, trying to listen in the resounding silence, hoping that grenade did some kind of damage to that beast. She watched as a looming shadow suddenly came closer, her eyes wide. Before she could react, his massive hands gripped her body from around the pillar, pinning her to it. "Hey, look, I caught you." She looked down at his fingers, each one as long as her arm and twice as big, feeling as they began to press into her eyes widening as she realized he planned to crush her to death, struggling with all of her might to get out of his grasp. "And this time, I won't mess up." She grunted as she struggled, feeling him pressing down harder and harder on her torso, pinning her back against the pillar, hearing the stones starting to crack under the combined weight of her body and his strength. Must kill her. The woman? General. She could feel something snapping inside her eyes widening as she realized he was starting to break her ribs, grunting in anguish as she tried to hold back the urge to cry out in pain. From around the corner of the back entrance, a huge form that nearly rivaled the homunculus's came out, taking a metallic gloved hand and delivering a clean punch to his face, knocking him back several feet, sliding back towards the front entrance at the other end of the hall. Olivier felt her body collapse, taking shuddering breaths as she looked up at the figure that had come, seeing a familiar face. "Hello, sister." Major Armstrong stood there, fist victoriously clenched in the air, his arms coming down to flex his proud muscles in several poses, revealing that statuesque Armstrong figure. "Are you all right?" She glared at him from her place on the floor, her arms still covering over her ribs. "Who do you think I am?" she growled out. "Of course I'm all right." "I'm just glad to see that you're okay," Alex replied, doing nothing to suggest otherwise as he looked over at the monster he had just thrown back with his fist. "Now then, could you tell me what the hell that is?" It still hadn't risen, though his head came up and slowly started to stand again, but there was no sign of weakness on the enemy's part. "A homunculus," Olivier answered. "Bullets don't work on him." She pushed herself to stand up as well, stepping out from behind the pillar as she looked at the enemy alongside her younger brother. "Maybe if we had some heavy artillery." Her Briggs tank seemed to do enough damage to beat the monster back. She recalled that well enough. "You don't say." Major Armstrong's hand went to his chin. "Fortunately, dear sister, that is my specialty." He brought his hand back, his alchemical gloves ready as he looked over the stone floors and at the monster ahead of them that was starting to get back on his feet. "Why don't you let your brother have a crack at it? I'll take this atrocity down." He dug his feet into the ground, calling out to taunt him, "Come on, you monster." From the other end of the hall, he could hear Sloth let out an exasperated sigh again. "Ugh, what? A pain." It was one thing to have to kill only the woman general, but now the homunculus was facing two children of the illustrious Armstrong family line. It wasn't a very long walk down the hall, though it was eerily silent in the wake of that chorus of shrieks, all of them waiting to hear if another wave of it would come through, only to hear their footsteps echoing against the walls as they continued on. They found a few different rooms, one that had been thoroughly burnt and filled with plenty of painful-looking medical equipment, and a boiler room, but they eventually came to the one they wanted. Amelia only had a vague recollection of how Alphonse had described the room to them from his battle with Lus so many years ago, but the door fit the description exactly. It stood at least 30 feet tall and looked to be made entirely of cement, the room lit by a window up above that pointed to the sky, likely the roof of the laboratory itself. It had to be to have a door this tall in a building only a few stories high. On the ground, there were signs of battle, ashes and scorch, marks along the floor in one spot from where the colonel had burned lust alive. A single alchemical wall brought up from the stone floor, and the remains of a suit of armor and a few bones from a body. "That's quite a doorway," Zampano said, as he looked up at the intricate design that had been painted and carved into it, circles all showing unique symbolism that Amelia recognized but couldn't quite translate. It certainly wasn't a traditional alchemic circle made there. "The air here seems foul," Darius commented. "Could be what's left of this poor guy," Amelia said, as she looked at the broken skull on the floor next to the rest of the corpse, seeing mummified skin still clinging to it after all this time. "You're sure this is it?" Darius asked Edward, looking over at him as he stared up at the door. "Yeah, it's exactly like Al told me," he confirmed. "And who is this?" Gerso asked, looking down at the corpse and the armored remains. "Number 66, Bari the Chopper," Edward said, "one of the guardians of the 5th laboratory." Amelia looked over the armor, seeing the glove was still clutching a massive cleaver. She reached down to pick it up, removing Bari's armored hand from the handle. She felt eyes on her, looking over at a shocked Edward. "What? It's not like he's going to need it," she defended. "Besides, it helps to have something like this we can transmute into a weapon." "Fine, but I'm not carrying that for you," Edward muttered, as he stepped closer to the massive doorway. "I didn't ask you to," Amelia replied as she went to stand behind him. She watched as he put his hand on the door, and then tried to push his fingers into the small seam where it opened, grunting with effort as he tried to pull them apart. She sighed a little as she looked at him trying, watching him put his foot up against the door to try and pry it open with his grip strength, which didn't seem to be working as everyone else looked on as he struggled. "Oh, please," Edward growled out in frustration. "Come on." He kept putting all his effort into it, his fingertips the only part of him able to fit in between the doors. Damn this stupid thing. "How do you open this?" "Ed, that door's got to be at least 3 feet thick," Amelia reasoned. "I don't think we're going to be able to pull it open." As she said that, she looked up at Scar, who came forward with his right hand tensed. "Stand back," he warned, and she and the chimeras began to do just that. Before Scar could reach the door, however, it started to slowly creak open on its own. Edward smiled as he felt it moving. "Ah, it's open." He trailed off as he saw a group of white hands on the other side reaching out for him, a mass of strange, white, cyclops all crowding together and crashing through the open door. Amelia screamed at the sight of them, as did all of the chimera men, Darius quickly grabbing her and pulling her away as Edward jumped back as the crowds of white cyclops men all began to walk through, hands outstretched, mouths open, growling and shouting out wordless nonsense. Suddenly, as the crowd surged, they found themselves surrounded by the pale humanoids, eyes all trained on them as they started to charge forward, mouths open, making it clear their hunger was insatiable. Amelia kicked one back, everyone beginning to crowd together as the mass of one-eyed men began to wander around them. Soon their pale white bodies were all that Amelia could see as they all began to fight them off. Any that charged were pushed back or knocked back. As one came to attack Scar, she watched as he brought his right hand onto their skull, the transmutative light shining as he destroyed its brain from the inside, as he always did with humans, seeing its green blood sputtering around it as it staggered back. It stayed that way for a moment, and Amelia thought they might be able to take these things down if Scar led the way, only to see the eye move again, focusing on Scar once more and charging him again. He dodged, watching as it trembled, and tried to deal with the onslaught of pain that came from moving, but otherwise it was perfectly fine. "So they don't die?" Scar asked, another charging towards him, and he punched it back. Amelia took the brunt end of her cleaver, knocking it against one that charged at her, finding her and Ed soon in the middle of the group of Chimera and Scar, surrounding the two youngest as these creatures came around them. It almost reminded Amelia of the zombie apocalypse she had seen fictionalized a dozen times in games and movies and TV shows. But these things weren't zombies. They didn't have brains they could destroy. They could hear their strange moans as they continued to surround them. "It hurts. So hungry. It hurts. The pain. So hungry. Big brothers." The last voice was what caught Ed's attention. his eyes wide as he remembered hearing it once before, this cacophony of anguished moans in the skin of envy's true form that he and Ling had to fight against in Gluttony's stomach. There's no way. He felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at them all. They used human souls to make these things. Damn, they just keep coming, Zampano said, watching as more and more still filed out of the open doors. From where Amelia was standing, she could easily count several dozen, maybe even 100, of these things as they all moved around them in crowding, hungry droves. What are these things? How should I know? Darius snapped at him, and why won't they die? These things might be powered by philosopher's stones, Amelia warned, seeing the group of them all still reaching out. They're not going to go down easy. This is bad, Scar muttered, if these things escape outside. Before any of them could even begin to picture the horror of a pale humanoid apocalypse being unleashed on the people of Central, one shouted out, charging straight for Jerso, who grabbed his arms before he could grab him. Get off, he shouted, throwing the creature back with a grunt. Now what? Edward muttered, trying to think of a plan as he looked around at all of them. We had something like these back home, Amelia said, getting his attention. They weren't real, but we called them zombies. Mindless, hungry bodies of the undead that ate people. How did you kill them? Edward asked. Well, they were originally human, so you had to destroy their brains, Amelia said, gasping as one charged her, and she knocked it back with the blunt end of the cleaver. I'm pretty sure decapitating these guys should work too. Even though it was a risky strategy, being able to decapitate these things meant getting a bit too close for comfort, and missing would almost certainly mean these creatures taking a chunk out of you. She looked out over the crowds, her eyes widening as she saw a few wandering towards the open door. Oh no, they're gonna get out. Edward took care of that instantly, clapping his hands together and bringing them down onto the floor, the ground growing up and sealing itself against the wall of the open door they had come in through, trapping the creatures inside and preventing them from going anywhere else. Sorry, I guess I just cut off our exit, Edward said as he stood back up. Don't worry about it, Darius replied. If you hadn't done it, I would have slammed the damn thing shut myself. And now we can really take these guys on, Zampano said with a grin as he looked out over the crowd of pale dummies. With no one from the third laboratory able to see them, they had the privacy needed to transform into their more powerful chimera bodies and fight them off. Yeah, you said it, Zampano, Jerso exclaimed eagerly. Now that all these things are trapped here with us, we can really show our stuff. This is gonna be good. He flexed, his body changing from the dark-skinned man to the yellow-skinned frog monster, Darius transforming into his ape form, and Zampano taking a deep breath before his body grew his snout and quills, all eager to unleash themselves in a proper battle. Edward let out a deep breath looking out over the swathes of dummies. How could they even think to create these monsters? He sighed, readying himself for a fight, and Amelia turned the cleaver, the blade facing outward. She had no idea how much force it would take for her to cut off their limbs, but at least if she got their arms out of the way, they wouldn't be able to grab and grapple them into submission. For such skinny little things, they had a surprising amount of strength. Well, it looks like we'll just have to plow through them so we can get to that bearded bastard. He turned and charged, letting out a yell as the others all rallied behind him. Let's take these things down. They all charged into the thick of it, spearheaded by Edward to take out each of these monsters as much as they possibly could. I wonder if the others are doing all right? Heinkel stood up, looking at the smoke rising up from Central City in the distance. It's aggravating not being able to fight with them. Who knew that sitting around waiting could be so painful? His wounds still ached, and he hated to be left behind like this, but there wasn't much he could do. Darius was off risking his life, leaving him behind, and as much as he wanted to fight by his side, he was in no shape to do so, and now that he was left alone with his thoughts, it didn't help that they were so self-deprecating. Marco and Yoki had gone into Kanama to investigate some kind of arrival that was happening, cars pulling in from down the road. It was unnerving, and considering the fact that they had Pride confined, they needed to make sure it wasn't something for them or for Alphonse. Still, he couldn't help feeling so useless, watching as the city was undoubtedly in turmoil, all sorts of battles going on, and there wasn't a thing he could do to stop it. The thoughts weren't pleasant, and he had tried to ignore them by focusing on other things. only to find that he was being constantly distracted by a strange metallic sound coming from inside the earthy dome Alphonse and Pride were in. He walked up to the edge of the wall, frowning a little as he heard those metallic noises ringing out again. "I've been hearing that damn sound since yesterday." He took in a breath and shouted, "Hey, Alphonse, what's all that racket in there?" "Selim's been playing with my head," Alphonse's voice called back. "Huh?" Heinkel muttered. Whatever else he might be, he's still just a little kid. He turned to walk away, but something stuck out to him now that he was able to hear it more clearly. He paused, hearing the sound ringing out in 3 hits and then muting in 2. He frowned, his brows furrowing as it sounded too familiar. He looked back at the earthy dome, listening carefully, his military mind already picking up the patterns. 2 long ringing hits, 2 dashes. 3 muted, quick hits, 3 dots. His eyes widened and a chill ran down his spine as he suddenly realized Selim was tapping out Morse code. He ran back to the edge of the wall, pounding his fist on it urgently. "Stop him, Alphonse. Stop him from making that sound. ... It's code. He's sending out a signal." He could hear the clanking metal of Alphonse's body suddenly moving. "He's been broadcasting our location." As he managed to deliver his message, he felt a sudden tingle move through his body. His instincts telling him to run, that death was coming for him. He turned just in time to see a grinning Kimberly bringing his hands to the earth, the light from the transmutation surging forward in a massive blaze towards him before he could do anything. He was engulfed in it, his cry drowned out in the massive explosion that undid the ground that held the dome up in place, creating a large wall that let the sunlight easily carry through in the aftermath of his expert destruction. As the hole crumbled and the dust began to settle, Pride made his way out into the light, the smile of an innocent child on his face, carrying Alphonse's helmet by the remains of the tassel that he called his hair. "Hey, thank you for coming to get me, Kimberly. I appreciate it." He beamed at the taller man, who came down from his higher spot to come closer to him. "Yeah, I'm here," he said, stepping over the remains of Heinkel's glasses, hearing them crack under his white boots. "But please, don't give me any more extra work to do." Pride laughed sheepishly. "I'm sorry about all the trouble," he said, his hand coming behind his head, his shadows rearing up behind him with a vengeful anger burning in their red eyes. "I won't let my guard down again." "Ah, so you're alone then?" Kimberly asked. "I thought that Gluttony was out here with you as well." "Yes, well in the end I had to consume him," Pride said casually. "You ate Gluttony, your own kind?" Kimberly asked, a brow raised in mild shock at the admission. Pride shrugged, spinning Alphonse's helmet around. "It's not like it's cannibalism." He began, "We are a collective." He let the helmet fly from his grasp towards the hole he had exited, Alphonse coming to take it, having been left in shock from the sudden explosion once it was over. "We were both born of the same father, and now we've gone back to being one form." "So that's how it works, huh?" Kimberly commented idly, Alphonse looking around the outside, glancing over to see Heinkel laying down, his body against the wall of the dome, bloody and clearly unable to move. "Mr. Heinkel," Alphonse exclaimed upon seeing him. He worried that he was dead, seeing so much blood, but he saw his chest moving, hearing him gasp in a breath only to cough out his blood. "Oh," Kimberly turned to the chimera that had once served under him, "still alive? What a pity for you." He paused, "But then, you are a chimera. The life force is strong in you." Alphonse stood, his hand outstretched as he ran towards Heinkel to try and offer him aid now that he knew he was still alive. Seeing this, Pride acted immediately, his shadows snaking out and wrapping around Alphonse's feet, stopping him and forcing him to fall. He looked back to see the homunculus had his grasp on him and started to try to crawl. "Damn it! Let me go." Even as he fought, Pride still pulled him back with his own strength. "You're not going anywhere," Pride said, glaring at the suit of armor, still holding a grudge for the stunt he had pulled with Hohenheim. "Why you?" Alphonse growled out, his hands coming together in a transmutation, pressing them on the ground and creating a massive explosion, the dust cloud that burst up blinding Pride and Kimberly, but otherwise doing nothing to them. The homunculus's brow furrowed, not seeing a point to such an act. "Why bother fighting?" he asked, his shadows pulling the legs that he still had in his grasp closer, his eyes widening as he pulled them out of the dust cloud, seeing that they suddenly weighed much less than they did a moment ago. Alphonse had transmuted them off of his body, his tentacles pulling up the hollow armored feet, glaring back out into the dust cloud as he realized that Alphonse had given him the slip, and the cloud was just a distraction to try and hide him from Pride's sight. He let out a small, frustrated huff of breath as he threw the feet into the air, hearing them clatter to the ground not too far away from him. In the meantime, he looked out into the cloud, waiting to see a sign of Alphonse that he could grab onto. Alphonse was taking as much advantage of the cloud as he could, his legs gone below the knee, but he could still move, and he picked up Heinkel's injured body and started to slowly walk, dragging the man with him along the ground to try and get him to safety and back to Dr. Marco, the man who would probably be able to best heal his injuries. It was very slow going. He could feel the metal in the remains of his legs chipping away from where he had separated them, pulling along the full weight of a bloody and battered Heinkel, who could barely move and was frankly lucky to be alive right next to an explosion like that. Still, Alphonse was determined, putting everything he had into every step, not caring as he felt the remains of his knees slowly chipping away in the rough texture of the dirt. "Just leave me," Heinkel said. "Get out of here." He was dead weight, and he knew it. He had been risking his hide for Darius back when they were fighting, but he was strong and able-bodied. He had been able to carry him. Alphonse was struggling to move without him. Adding his weight into it only ensured that they would have a hard time moving on. Alphonse didn't respond to his command, so he spoke again. "Listen to me. Go, quickly." His voice rasped, and it was getting harder to breathe, but he wasn't at death's door, not quite yet. It certainly felt that way, though. "No way," Alphonse stubbornly refused. "Don't talk back to me," Heinkel weakly snapped. "At this rate, we'll both die." Alphonse didn't respond, still pulling him along. "Leave me behind. You might be able to save yourself." Though there was a part of him that felt his heart breaking at the thought of leaving Darius alone, he knew that they couldn't think about sentimentalities right now when they were up against two powerful enemies, and he was literally dead weight being dragged along the ground. "I told you, not happening," Alphonse insisted. "Now think about something useful instead, like staying alive." He could hear the dome crumbling, some rock and earth tumbling down to add to their dust cloud that he had made, providing them a little more cover as he slowly moved along the ground. "You dumbass," Heinkel rasped out. "Think about it, we're facing Kimberly and Pride both." He coughed, the dust clinging into his throat, as well as some of his blood that had been making its way through his body in places it didn't need to. Alphonse stopping as he saw him suffering, seeing the way his body trembled as he recovered from the waves of pain that came from coughing so harshly. "Now leave me here and get moving." He could start to feel that pain weighing down his limbs all the more. It felt like it was impossible to get up. Everything ached, and his body was barely able to fight off the worst of it. "Don't give up," Alphonse kept moving along the ground. "I swear I'll save you," he cried out as his left knee gave way, the plate shattering and leaving him with only his metal, hollow thigh. The imbalance was enough to knock him on his back, releasing Heinkel onto the ground as he pushed himself up to look at the damage. It wasn't going to be as easy to move now, only having one leg that could bend and push along the ground. Oh no. He couldn't help being frustrated, his gloved hand turning into a fist that came down onto his broken leg. "Come on, legs, move it." He hit it again. "We've come too far. We can't afford to be beaten now. I won't let it happen." He could feel that little bit of despair moving in, the part of his mind that told him to face the reality of the situation. That he really was better off leaving Heinkel, so that he might live and be able to see his brother again, do his part to stop the homunculi from activating their circle, live, and continue to fight until he got his body back and restored Edwards. He wanted to show Amelia what his face looked like. She deserved to see it. She was someone who had given him so much hope, finding that new alchemy that brought her there, seeing her kindness in helping them out, giving up her own journey to help them in theirs. And Winry and Granny needed to see him restored. He needed to go home with flesh and blood again. He couldn't let this stop him, and he wouldn't. His resolve steeled. He stopped punishing his broken leg and went back to Heinkel, reaching for him and picking him up under his shoulders. "Mr. Heinkel, grab on. We're not giving up." Heinkel couldn't help grinning to himself as he heard Alphonse's words, feeling him still grabbing him and pulling him along, even in this hopeless situation where he personally would have abandoned the dead weight. But here Alphonse was, a leg short and too slow, but still refusing to leave him behind. "You kids are really something else." Alphonse looked down at him in confusion. You're still determined to help another person, even when you're falling to pieces yourself. It reminded him of all that time he had spent with Amelia, how she was barely able to keep herself together with her own love, but still helping to keep theirs a secret from the others. And there was Edward, the boy who rescued them in the mine, stabbed through with a piece of scrap metal, but still helping them at the risk of them abandoning him to die. They had their own strengths and immeasurable kindness with their determination. Alphonse was quiet for a moment before he spoke again. "I promised," he began softly. "I promised my brother I wouldn't let anyone else die, no matter what." Heinkel listened, hearing Alphonse's vow as he took in rasping breaths, and then grinned again. "I guess you're right," he began, remembering the secret he had kept from those kids and Greed all this time. "Wasn't it Kimberly who said the true test of winning was surviving? Which reminds me, I have something that might be useful." After hearing Edward talk about the Philosopher's Stone when they were all in that sketchy Briggs hospice together, he knew better than to tell him he had it, but considering so much was on the line, maybe it was time to reveal it. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the little red stone, and revealing it to Alphonse, hearing him gasp at the sight of it. "Mr. Heinkel, why do you have that?" Alphonse asked, staring down at the little red crystal in his palm. "I happened to pick it up," he answered. "I got it when Kimberly abandoned us in the mine." A Philosopher's Stone. With this, we might actually have a chance at winning, but he knew how it was made, and every part of him wanted to prevent that suffering further for the souls trapped within. "Yeah, I know, these are made using human lives, aren't they?" Heinkel could see why he would hesitate. "Your brother told me. He said you'd rather not use one of these to get your original bodies back. In that case," he had to pause to take a raspy breath in and out. "In that case, don't use it for yourself, use it to save the entire world instead." Alphonse looked down at him in shock. "You deserve it, because even though they've been put into that stone, you still recognize them as people." "I know." He took another breath, his eyes still fixed on the armored boy's helmet, his determination mirroring Edward's as he offered him this incredible power. "Those people, even though they're trapped in stone, they still want to fight to protect what matters to them. Let them fight." He lifted his hand a little higher, though he could feel his arm trembling from the effort. "They deserve the chance." Alphonse wasn't sure what to do. Everything in him told him that he didn't want to help people suffer anymore, but it wasn't like he could restore them to their bodies now that they were in that stone. And it was true, if things continued as they were, he and Heinkel were both likely to die. Those people. He had no idea who they were, who they wanted to be. It felt wrong to use their energy without knowing that will, but at the same time, Heinkel was probably right. These people would want to fight back against the ones who had trapped them in the stone in the first place, a chance for vengeance and retribution. He nodded, holding out his hands. "All right. Now you give them hell for me, Alphonse," Heinkel said, bringing the stone over and dropping it into his open palms, watching his gloved fingers curling around it. He brought his fist up to his helmet, hoping that he was making good on the wills of the people inside. "We'll fight together," he promised. He looked down at Heinkel. "Mr. Heinkel, when I approach Pride and Kimberly again, I'm going to make another dust cloud. I'm sure Dr. Marco and the others will have noticed the smoke by now. Try to stay downwind of Pride and his sense of smell until they can get here, okay?" Heinkel nodded slowly, and Alphonse was careful to put him down on the ground, giving him time to recover as he looked down at the remains of his legs that were no longer there, glancing once more at the red stone in the palm of his hand. All while this was happening, Pride and Kimberly were waiting outside of the dust cloud to see if Alphonse would reappear as it cleared, though one was growing somewhat impatient. "This dust cloud is a nuisance," Kimberly said. "Shall I blow it away with a blast wave?" "No," Pride quickly responded. "The two of them are still trapped somewhere in the bowels of the cloud." He looked down at the dismembered metal feet he had near him, and without his legs, how can he possibly escape? In his mind, there was no need to spend energy like that in a case like this. All they had to do was be patient, just as he was the night before when the lights went out and all he could do was wait. It did eventually work in his favor. The lights did come back on. However, before he could say more, he and Kimberly both were shocked to see a red transmutative light shining in the darkness of the cloud. It was impossible to make out what it was, Pride's eyes going wide as he watched it go on for a few seconds, and then stop. He could see red sparks, flickers of the result of the transmutation, still taking effect, hearing the metal footsteps of someone coming forward. Ah, well, what do you know? Kimberly said, Pride's expression turning into a suspicious scowl as he heard the smile in his voice. He isn't exactly running. They both watched as a silhouette started to grow, each step bringing it closer to reveal Alphonse's body, with newly transmuted legs to hold him up. Kimberly's mouth turned into the snake-like grin his body was so comfortable making. Good, there you are. Very well done, Alphonse Elric. The stone in Alphonse's hand shimmered in the sunlight, catching Kimberly and Pride's attention. A philosopher's stone. But where did he find one? Pride wasn't sure how Alphonse could have even had that unless he had been hiding it somewhere in his armor the entire time. But how did he miss that when he possessed his body? And how could he have found one out in the middle of nowhere like this? He couldn't get an answer from the suit of armor as he brought his hand down, red transmutative light shining as a cloud of dust and dirt burst from the ground around them. Dust in our eyes again? Kimberly asked, readying himself for the fight that was to come. Alphonse used the visual cover well, moving within the cloud until he was behind Kimberly, delivering a solid punch to his jaw hard enough to throw him back. He tumbled and turned around with a maniacal grin as he realized this was going to be a challenge, his tattooed hands coming to the ground to send another explosive transmutation towards him, the ground lighting up as everything grew hotter in a second. As quickly as he was able to conjure it, Alphonse was just as quick to make a barrier from that same dirt, stopping the damage from hitting him and hiding behind it. The armor cried out as a black tendril cut through his barrier, falling back as Pride diced up the small wall Alphonse had created. He shot more of his shadows towards Alphonse, the armor nimbly dodging each one, though not perfectly. His arm was cut off from one shadow, but it was quickly replaced thanks to the philosopher's stone he had. As his arm transmuted back onto his shoulder, the lost one left behind he charged forward towards Selim. He took Alphonse's discarded foot, taking a shadow and flinging it at him, watching as Alphonse caught it, transmuting his old foot into a simple but sharp double-edged sword that he used to knock away the next shadow that shot towards him. He kept using it as his means of defense, dodging as well as he could from Pride's shadows, watching the ground break apart and fling upwards from every strike, showing the strength that Pride had. He had no intention of holding back when it came to attacking a body that couldn't feel pain, needing to pin down the armor and hold him in place so they could successfully capture him. They still needed him alive, though having him in pieces would be just as well. Alphonse came forward, deflecting Pride's shadows with his blade, getting closer and closer until he was right near his body, his sword coming to strike him down, only to be blocked by Pride's shadow, the homunculus glaring fiercely up at the suit of armor. A red transmutative light shone on the blade, and before Pride could realize what was happening, the blade had extended and curved, creating a hook that knocked him back and left him tumbling on the ground in his small body. Kimberly, now having recovered from Alphonse's surprise attack, brought his hand to the ground in another explosive transmutation. He watched as the light shot out towards the ground underneath Alphonse, all to create an explosion to send him flying. In the dust of the blast, he looked to see that Alphonse had used the stone to create another quick, but sturdy, transmutation, having turned the earth into a tower to take him away from the worst of the hit, shooting up higher and higher until it started to turn back around, heading straight for Kimberly. The alchemist did what he did best as a response, creating another blast to send Alphonse back before it could strike him, running away as it acted as his own visual deterrent, seeing a stone fist aiming for the place where he had been standing just as he moved away. Alphonse turned his attention back to Pride as he saw the homunculus moving to stand from his last hit, still in motion from Kimberly's explosion, his hand gliding along the ground as he slid, the light moving to the ground around Pride to start to push it up around him in an effort to trap him in again. The homunculus saw it, acting quickly as his shadows cut through what would have been another earth container, rage sparking in his eyes as he glared at Alphonse. "I won't fall for that again," he declared through clenched teeth, sending his shadows forward, instead of letting them reach Alphonse's blade. The shadow cut through his hand, stitching through his arm and his helmet with a hollow sound ringing as it echoed through his armor. Pride's eyes widened as he saw Alphonse's other hand opening to reveal something he didn't want to see, transmuted from thin air. A flash bomb? Before it could go off, his shadows cut through it, revealing the device to be hollow as it fell to the ground, useless. "A decoy?" Alphonse proudly declared as another flash bomb was transmuted from the ground, going off and destroying Pride's shadows that had pierced through Alphonse's armor. The ones around him started to disintegrate, the homunculus's eyes squinting as he looked at the bomb, trying to keep his eyes on his opponent. "That's the stone, a tricky thing," he muttered to himself. His eyes went wide as he saw the earth moving around him when he couldn't produce his shadows, defenseless as Alphonse encased him again, this time in a spiraled pyramid that sealed shut, keeping out all the light and effectively removing Pride as a problem. In that moment of silence following his imprisonment, Alphonse felt a wave of relief at knowing he managed to trap him a second time, and he was one less problem to deal with in the moment. Yes, the power of the Philosopher's Stone is truly something to behold. Kimbley's voice reached him and he stood up, ready for another fight, but the other alchemist made no moves to attack him. "Having used one myself, I suppose I know that better than anyone." He looked over the pyramid that Alphonse had made so quickly to trap Pride, and then looked back to the armored soul. "That's why I'm puzzled by you." It wasn't just Alphonse that puzzled him, but also his brother and their apprentice friend Amelia. "What I'd like to know is why you don't use that power to get your original body back." Alphonse's form relaxed somewhat, but he didn't respond at first to what Kimbley was saying, knowing the answer was that he didn't want to use the stone to bring his body back if it meant sacrificing more souls. That's not how he wanted to become whole again, not at the expense of so many people. "With the stone in hand, you wouldn't have any trouble fleeing from us. And once you had gotten away, you and your brother could use the stone to restore your bodies, and then your journey would end, wouldn't it?" "If I did that, then I couldn't save everyone," Alphonse replied. Kimbley frowned, his brow furrowing with his confusion still. "It's in accordance with your ideals. In order to obtain something, you give up something of equal value." To him, it seemed like an equal enough trade. Their journey would end, though at the expense of the lives of everyone else, but they would have what they wanted. Amelia had been like this too. He had been told that offering the stone to her would be an effective way to change her mind. After all, she had been looking for it, as the Elric brothers had, in the hopes that it would help her in her own journey to return home. But she had refused it when he offered it to her, the toll being that she became his apprentice for a few weeks. Was it that they considered the toll to be too high? "Tell me, why do I have to choose?" Alphonse asked, piquing Kimbley's interest. Alphonse held up the stone, looking at it as he presented it to Kimbley. "It isn't right. I have to choose between returning to our original bodies or saving everyone. But why can't we have our real bodies back and save everyone? It isn't fair." Kimbley's eyes narrowed, contemplating Alphonse's question for a moment before speaking again. "But it's the law of equivalent exchange." It was something every alchemist knew and even lived by. Actions had reactions and consequences, everything had a price to be paid, you couldn't get something for nothing. It was a law they both knew well, and one they would do well to abide by in all of their pursuits, pure-hearted, selfish, or otherwise. Well, I say searching for possibilities that aren't bound by rules or laws, that's how humanity advances, Alphonse firmly declared. "I see," Kimbley said, beginning to understand his point of view a little more as he put his hand to his chin, thinking aloud as he began to seemingly pace. "So if you can discover an exception to the rule, you can effectively rewrite the laws of nature as we understand them." He looked over at Alphonse. "Is that how it's supposed to go?" He couldn't help but find the idealism just a touch naive, but then again Alphonse was only 14, and his companions only 15 and 16. They likely didn't think about the potential consequences of their actions, at least not as far ahead as they should. Kimbley took a seat on a stump left over from Pride's attacks on the trees to make the clearing they were now in, one hand going to his stomach, feeling the space he had left for the stone inside. Because there is another possibility, you know. He looked up at the suit of armor, a smug grin showing on his face as he remembered his trump card. You don't get your bodies back, and you don't save everyone. That could certainly happen. It took a moment, but soon enough the stone came up through his throat into his mouth, opening it to reveal the round bead-like stone to Alphonse, who gasped at the sight of it. It seems Edward never mentioned to him that he had been in possession of 2 Philosopher's Stones from their fight at Fort Briggs. He brought his hands down to the earth, another explosion going off, much bigger and faster than his last ones, enough to send Alphonse flying back into the dust clouds created from the blast. The subsequent vibrations were enough to destabilize the small spiral pyramid that Alphonse had made to trap Pride. Kimbley didn't really notice at first as he took a deep breath in. hearing how his ears still rang from the sound of the blast he had made. I love that sound," he sighed, finding that unique satisfaction in feeling how his body still trembled with the vibrations of the earth in the aftermath of his explosion. There's nothing more beautiful than the sound of two strong souls colliding against each other in battle. Pride stepped out of the darkness of his trap, his brows furrowed with his ego damaged from having been trapped twice now by the same trick, more wary than ever now that they were facing an alchemist with a philosopher's stone. Then again, with Kimberly using his, it evened the playing field immensely and brought things more into their favor. Though, the homunculus could still only see the dust clouds made from their fight, unable to see the armor anywhere. "I assure you, Alphonse Elric is still close by." "Indeed, I think he is," Kimberly said, reaching for a handful of small stones. "It will take more than that to kill him." He looked at the pebbles, throwing them up into the air, watching as they came undone, breaking apart from an explosive transmutation that sent them scattered around the area, waiting until he heard one hitting metal rather than the ground. He grinned, facing that direction instantly. "There you are." He once more brought his hands to the ground, watching as it lit up with the red power of his stone, sending another blast in that direction. As the cloud plumed forward with a fiery light, they could see Alphonse's armored body leaving the cloud and coming down to the ground. The armored boy brought his own hands down, his transmutation creating a small blast of its own, though to bring up the dust rather than make anything explode like Kimberly had done. Kimberly's eyes squinted as the cloud of dirt hit him, blinking as he stood up and rubbed it out of his eyes. "That trick again?" Pride grinned, starting to see the desperation in Alphonse's actions. "How artless. It won't work." He took in a deep breath, his nose tracking all the scents in the air, finding the metallic smell that undoubtedly led to the armored alchemist, his shadows creeping forward in the clouds towards the source, finding him and grabbing his arms and legs, lifting him out of the dust cloud as he cried out in shock. Pride couldn't help grinning, looking up at Alphonse as he struggled. "Remember. I can tell where you are by smell." He looked up at him, unable to help feeling a bit smug as they had him finally. Stone or no stone, it wouldn't be easy for him to keep going like this. "I think that's checkmate." "Are you sure?" Alphonse asked. "I still think you're giving us humans too little credit." Selim's smug grin fell into a frown, scoffing as he heard the comment. His shadows moved quickly, yanking him down from his elevated position, pinning him down more as he brought other shadows to pierce through his armor, making it impossible for him to bend his elbows or knees. "Even with the stone, there's no way you'll win this all by yourself," Selim said, reassuring himself of their own strategy. The stone gave Alphonse an advantage in a 2-on-1 battle between himself and Kimberly, but Kimberly's stone evened it out, outnumbering and outmatching Alphonse. It was checkmate. He was certain. "I'm not alone," Alphonse declared, Selim's brow furrowing as he heard him speak, watching his hand clenching around the stone only to open it and reveal that the stone was gone. His eyes widened, gasping as he realized he had done something with it. "Where did the stone go?" Kimberly asked, his concern growing as well. Pride looked around them. Alphonse wouldn't have been careless enough to drop something as valuable as a philosopher's stone, so he must have done something with it, but who could he have given it to? He looked around them, still seeing only the clouds of dust and dirt made from Alphonse's transmutations. Can it be? He thought to himself, starting to wonder if there was a purpose to this dust beyond hiding his chimera friend and hiding himself in the fight. The purpose of this dust cloud was to let him know the direction of the wind? It must be. He set something downwind where my sense of smell won't work. His eyes narrowed, his mind trying to think of all the things it could have been that he might have used the stone, but before he could even really begin to consider his options, they heard the sound of quickly charging feet heading straight towards their backs. It was an attack from behind. Pride turned in time to see the lion chimera charging forward, teeth sinking gruesomely into Kimberly's throat, clawed hand wrapped around the man's arm to prevent him from using the transmutation circles tattooed on his palms. Pride's eyes widened. How could that chimera move with his injuries? With a quick glance into the dust cloud, Pride could see the faint, red gleam of the philosopher's stone, held by none other than Dr. Marco, who looked at them with a smug grin of his own. A medical alchemist could potentially bring back the dead with a philosopher's stone, and now Pride would have to deal with this battle alone, watching blood sink down from Kimberly's throat as he was pushed to the ground, staining his white suit. It wasn't the checkmate he thought it was, but that didn't mean these foolish humans had any chance of winning against him. He looked over at Heinkel, the chimera now completely healed that had gotten the jump on them before. He still held Kimbley's throat in his mouth, the man's body limp as he bled like a dying prey. His shadows reared up, some still holding down Alphonse as the others reached out towards Heinkel. He saw this coming and released Kimbley from his mouth, holding his body up by his collar and watching as the sharp tendrils suddenly stopped in their charge. It was an unusual move, and Alphonse could hardly believe it himself as he watched Pride's shadows slowly begin to withdraw. He stopped, the armored alchemist thought. He's reluctant to endanger Kimbley. But that's not like him at all. I see now, Pride said, his voice calm and his smile back on his face. You humans are indeed tenacious, however, you have no hope of winning. He turned back to Alphonse as he spoke, looking down at the alchemist that had planned this drop on him, a surprise attack that, to his credit, had worked well. But everything was still in their favor. You should know, he pointed towards Central, our father is just over there. His reach still came out this far in the country, if he so wished, and he could sense everything that was happening, assuming Alphonse already knew this. But of course, before we get to that, we're going to have to do something about your current situation, aren't we? His shadows reared up again, his sights set on someone different. Marco was still a potential sacrifice, provided that everyone they needed was still in the country, and that philosopher's stone he took from Alphonse would undoubtedly be useful. His shadows charged forward to the lone man, the dust clouds clearing away completely as the wind blew, giving him a clear target. Before they could land, they heard the roar of an engine, a car rushing forward into the clearing. Pride's eyes widened, unable to react in time as the car came charging forward to him, hitting him and Alphonse, knocking them both into the air, and Alphonse out of Pride's grasp as his container was suddenly separated from the shadows he made on the ground. Who? Alphonse looked down at the car, falling to the earth. Heinkel took advantage of the momentary stunning of him and Pride, grabbing the armor by the boot as he ran towards the car, Dr. Marco just behind them. I got you. I really got you. A sniveling, bawling Yoki with tears streaming down his cheeks was driving the car. Yoki, Alphonse cried out, surprised the man even had the courage to join in this fight at all, knowing he was a notorious coward from their time spent traveling together. All right, way to take him out, fuzzy lip. Heinkel praised as he ran back to the car, Kimbley's limp body under his arm as he dragged along Alphonse, letting him get up as they came to the car, letting the armored boy go in first as Marco came around to the passenger side, his eyes wide. You're the last one I expected, Marco exclaimed, grateful, but still shocked to see the cowardly, crying Yoki trembling at the steering wheel. I'm not gonna let you guys play hero all by yourselves. I want some glory of my own, damn it, do you hear me? Yoki shouted, his voice trembling as much as his body, turning to Marco, still trying to keep up that facade as he shouted out as if to try and shout away his fears. How about that? I landed a shot and it was on the strongest homunculus of them all. I got him big time. Where'd you get the car? Heinkel asked as Alphonse tried to climb into the backseat as much as possible. It's the one Kimbley rode here in, Marco said. The guys who drove it here are taking a little time out. Okay, well done, Dr. Marco, Heinkel praised, glad that the doctor and Yoki, of all people, managed to come through for them at the last moment when they really needed it. He suddenly felt the hairs on the back of his neck standing up, looking back to see Pride was slowly recovering, glaring up at them as he began to stand again. He took advantage of the moment, tossing Kimbley's body towards him, watching as the child barely managed to dodge him as the chimera climbed into the car with everyone else. Move it, let's go. Now that Pride was able to stand again, he was able to fight and they wouldn't have much of a chance with him at his full strength. As Yoki sped off, that urgency was proven as Pride's shadows came for the car, cutting off the roof as they kept driving farther and farther away. Yoki screamed like a woman as they drove over a ditch, that jump giving them enough room to dodge the worst of Pride's attack. Shut up! Quit whining and drive, Heinkel demanded, the hardened soldier knowing better than to let his fears and emotions get the better of him in tense situations like these. I have no desire to attempt fighting that monster head-on. He looked to Yoki, who still whimpered as he drove. Get us to Central on the double. We need to meet up with Ed and Amy and get rid of this father guy before that thing can catch up to us. Yoki, now being given a direction to drive, turned the car in that direction, speeding off towards the city and leaving Pride behind with Kimberly's corpse. The homunculus stood up, hearing the echoes of the engine as it drove out of his reach, knowing that they would likely run straight to Central, and he didn't need to worry about them. Still, it would be nice to take a moment of reprieve now that the battle was over. They may well be tenacious creatures, but humans are easy to dupe. Having them head straight for Central was his goal, so having them go there without his needing to drag them benefited him all the more. He could hear very faint wheezing now in the silence of the clearing, and he glanced over to Kimberly's body, seeing his chest slowly rising and falling as he struggled to keep breathing. "Oh, that's good. So you're still alive then," he said, walking over to Kimberly's body. The man was staring blankly up at the sky, weakly breathing where he could. His neck was dyed red, as well as a good portion of his once white suit. The dark red of his blood stained the pristine fabric he wore so proudly and kept so clean. He couldn't help but allow himself a moment of superiority with him. "I think that color suits you very well, don't you?" Kimberly didn't respond. He didn't know if that was because he couldn't hear him or because he was too weak to care. Lions are called the king of beasts for a reason. He followed the law that said the fittest survive, and accordingly he was able to bite right through your windpipe. Still, Kimberly could say nothing, only weakly wheezing for breath as he still barely could. One can be sure, in this world, humans are of little consequence. If left here, he would most assuredly die within the hour, but he couldn't help thinking that was such a waste, and the insatiable hunger in his stomach begged for yet another option. He licked his lips as he could feel his mouth already salivating. Gluttony's hunger was quite demanding, and Kimberly was an excellent breakfast. "What was it you were always saying? That you wanted to see which way the world would choose?" As he spoke, his shadows slowly grew outward, a smile on his face as he looked down at the man. "And here you are, dying like a pathetic wreck. It must be humiliating." His shadows reached over his body, moving around Kimberly as a greater one grew up higher, taller, bigger than all the rest, sharp teeth extending from the darkness as they looked down at his body, bringing it up closer to that massive mouth. "But don't worry too much, because you will continue to live inside me." With a gruesome, wet crunch, Pride began to consume Kimberly's body, giving himself some more strength to face the remainder of this important day. Major Armstrong watched with satisfaction as the rubble pulled up from the broken ground, transmuted into heavy steel artillery, aiming straight for the massive homunculus and pummeling into his body at breakneck speeds, crumbling apart as they made contact with him. Even with his artistic alchemy, the homunculus still stomped forward, letting out a long, exasperated groan. "I'm not finished yet," he declared to the homunculus, tossing up some more rocks into the air, his other fist, gloved with his transmutation circle, punching them and hitting them forward, watching again as they transmuted into those sharp bullets that aimed straight for the monster that kept slowly marching forward. He watched as he was hit each time, one knocking into his head and forcing it to crack open, seeing the blood spurt out like a water fountain, hearing the monster cry out in pain. Olivier saw her moment and took it, charging forward as Sloth was shocked from the sudden pain of having his skull cracked open, leaping up against a pillar to launch herself higher to thrust her blade into his head, watching as more blood was quick to pour out, and he cried out in pain once again. She fixed herself to stand on his shoulders, managing to use her sword as leverage to stay upright as he began to flail, unsure of what to do as he felt that pain hitting him. It was the first attack that they had managed to break the skin and make him bleed, so that was all the more valuable to her to stay on him as long as possible to do as much damage as she could. Still, it only lasted a few seconds before she had to leap off of him, just missing his massive hands grabbing the air where she had been, pulling her sword from his skull and going back to join her brother at his side. Good, he has weak spots. They had been aiming for his body continuously with no luck. It seems his skin was too thick around his chest and arms to really do anything, but his head didn't seem to have that protection. She watched as Sloth marched forward again, groaning weakly as his hands held his injury on his head, not really walking towards them, more just walking to find some distraction, watching as the light from the philosopher's stone inside of him worked over his wound, slowly healing it. "Ow," he moaned, "I'm dying. I hate dying. It's such a pain." He slowly straightened from where he had hunched over, groaning again. "Ah, coming back is a pain." He held a hand to his head, looking between his fingers as he still nursed the last of the pain as his head healed completely, looking out at the siblings with one red eye. But then, fighting all out is the biggest pain of all. Say what? Major Armstrong wasn't sure he heard right. Had the homunculus been holding back this entire time? Before they could even ask what he meant, they heard the clatter of booted feet, the two looking back to see two soldiers running in, rifles pointed at Olivier. "All right, General Armstrong, throw down your weapon," one ordered. The other looked up at the homunculus, his eyes widening at the sight of him. What the hell is that huge thing?" he asked, shocked by Sloth's appearance. He stood at least 3 feet taller than Major Armstrong, who stood at a formidable 7 feet. Sloth only let out an exasperated sigh, as if he was so tired of everything, and then suddenly, before either Armstrong could realize it, a gust of wind flew by them, and the homunculus was no longer standing in front of them. They could hear the wall crumbling behind them, and they looked back, seeing the enormous frame of the homunculus hidden in a dust cloud. The wall caved in where he stood, lifting his head from the middle of the impact. "What was that?" Armstrong gasped. His gaze focused on their enemy, seeing that the two soldiers who had run in had been pushed back, one a bloody mess on the wall outside the banquet hall from being hit at high speeds. "Looks like I missed." Sloth's voice came from the cloud. They watched as his body turned to face them, and then suddenly another gust of wind. Olivier cried out as she felt a sudden pain in her right arm, and in that same second, they heard the wall crumbling again, looking back behind them to see that the homunculus was once again pressed up against a wall behind the pillars, the stone cracking under the impact of what had just happened. Another cloud of dust blooming up as they turned to see the results, but not the act itself. "He's fast, what incredible speed," Major Armstrong gasped, looking at the silhouette of the homunculus in the dust cloud. "Sloth the indolent, indeed," General Armstrong huffed out. The major looked over at his sister, his eyes widening as he saw blood dripping down her hand, staining the sleeve of her uniform. "Olivier, it's just a scratch," she dismissed his concern immediately, watching as the homunculus struggled to pull his face from the wall he had just charged into. Just then, did you see what he did? "Only the blur," Alex admitted, watching as he pulled his head from the wall, starting to step forward towards them, though just as slow as he had done before, for him to have that kind of speed at his size. "It's just—" "I know," Olivier grinned dryly. "It just keeps getting better." They were in for a long, heavy battle now that the homunculus decided not to hold back. "Yes, I am, the fastest homunculus of them all," Sloth confirmed, his body tensing for only a moment, and suddenly another gust of air, Major Armstrong crying out as he felt his body being knocked back from the force of it. It didn't hit him directly, but even that little sideswipe was enough to send him down on his back, hearing the creaking and crushed sound of the wall coming apart as he hit it yet again. "Are you all right?" Olivier asked, watching as Alex got up with a grunt, glaring down at the homunculus, seeing that he had once again gotten himself stuck from moving too quickly, his face trapped in a stone pillar this time. Luckily, he's too fast to control his movements. He yanked his head from the wall, turning towards them. She readied herself, blade pointing forward, but as she tried to gain her footing, her heel hit against a piece of rubble and she lost her stance. No. She knew this would be too much of a weak point. She wouldn't be able to recover in time to defend herself, and Sloth would be fast enough to hit her as soon as she hit the ground. Just as she managed to stand, back to the wall, she could see Sloth charging forward with his immense speed, shoulder forward, ready to crush her into the wall as he had done with everything else. He felt his shoulder collide with flesh as he finally had to stop against the wall, feeling how it crumbled under the impact. "Finally, I hit you," he said, though as he looked down, he realized he hadn't hit the woman general like he had intended. Instead, her bigger, beefier brother was struggling to keep him away from her, using his foot to pin himself against the wall to take the worst of the damage, his foot in the middle of the crushed stone that crumbled over Olivier's head, her eyes wide at the sight of her brother coming to her defense so quickly, using all of his might to keep the homunculus back. With a passionate yell as he pulled all of his strength into one more move, he lifted his right hand, bringing the spiked glove down onto the ground, transmuting and deconstructing it, watching as the ground crumbled under the homunculus's feet and sent him through down to the next floor, leaving him and Olivier well on the outside of the new hole in the floor. He winced in pain as he stood up, his right hand going to his left shoulder, panting for breath. It had taken everything he had to get there, just barely in the nick of time to save his sister from being crushed against the wall like a fly, letting out a breath of relief as the space gave them a moment to take a brief rest, though the fight was far from over. Alex, Olivier looked over at where he held his left shoulder, the one that had taken the impact from Sloth's hit, asking if he was well. "Oh, it's just dislocated," he said, brushing it off in that familiar way she did. "And how about you?" Olivier grinned, seeing her brother's strength in a way she hadn't before. "Hess, a few fractures, that's all," she said, turning her head and spitting out the blood that had made its way into her mouth. Their moment of rest quickly came to an end as the ground began to crumble underneath them, the homunculus's fist moving up through the ground towards them to bring them down to his level, both of them crying out as the ground suddenly gave way beneath them. As they hit the floor of the next level, Major Armstrong managed to stand up, grunting as he still felt the pulsing pain of his dislocated shoulder, coughing away the dust from the cloud of rubble that fell around them. He looked up, seeing the hole he had made in the ground before now all the bigger as a hole in the ceiling of the room below. He looked around, gasping as he saw his sister on the ground, unconscious after the fall, Olivier. He heard the long, tired groan of Sloth, looking to see the homunculus staring them down. He stood up, his right hand ready to fight, his left hand hanging limply at his side. Even if he only had one hand, he still had to do everything he could to protect his sister. Sloth only looked more annoyed than anything. "I'm gonna kill you quickly, and then sleep," he declared, his hand charging forward as he reached for Major Armstrong, the alchemist acting quickly to defend himself and his injured sister. With a quick transmutation, he was able to produce a massive spike from the floor and wall, watching as it went straight through the homunculus's outstretched hand, and into his mouth all the way through his skull, his speed pushing him through as his arm was forced apart in a gruesome mess, the skin as thin as paper as it came undone, barely holding onto the remainder of his hand as he groaned in pain, his brain slowly beginning to heal as he died there from his attack. Olivier slowly came around, looking at their surroundings, seeing armed soldiers standing to her right in shock, looking up at the monster that Alex had stopped with his quick transmutation. What happened?" she asked as she started to slowly come back to her senses, pushing herself to sit up. She could feel blood running down her face from a nasty hit on her head that she got when falling, but otherwise she could still fight, Alex. "I knew he was going to come charging in, so all I had to do was wait for him," he said, rather glad that his plan worked so well, seeing the red sparks around the homunculus's body as things slowly started to heal and fix themselves. He turned around, coming to his sister, kneeling down to meet her at her height as she sat on the floor. "Olivier, are you able to stand?" Before she could answer, they heard the sound of guns cocking, and the pair looked over to see all the soldiers aiming their firearms at Olivier, and she let out a slow breath through her nose at the sight of it. They all stood nervous, but clearly still wanting to follow the orders they had been given. "By the way, there are orders to shoot me for being a traitor," Olivier informed her brother. "What?" Alex gasped. "We can't have that. I'll be the one to inherit the Armstrong household. You can't die until all of the paperwork is in place." "There's nothing to worry about there," Olivier quickly responded. "If I die, the entire estate will be passed along to Colonel Mustang." "You decided that without consulting the family?" Alex asked, aghast and angry. She couldn't give it to one of her younger sisters. "He's still just barely preferable to a good-for-nothing like you. So that's how you treat someone who just saved your life." Their bantering went on for a moment, until a soldier asked, "Hey, what is this?" while looking up at Sloth's massive form. He was still pinned against the stone spike that the Major had transmuted, and he was quite the monstrous sight. Before anyone could give him an answer, they began to hear the sound of rapid automatic gunfire from outside of the room, some soldiers turning to look towards the door, while the ones nearest the Armstrong siblings stayed with their guns trained on them. "We're under attack," one soldier asked. "It can't be, Mustang's soldiers." It was the only logical line of thinking, but that seemed too extreme. Even if it was Mustang and his men, surely fully automatic gunfire wasn't needed, not in the volume that they were hearing. Their answer soon came as the doors were pushed open by the remains of a body. A soldier with a chunk of flesh taken from his head, another soldier firing off his ammunition, face pale and eyes wide as he tried to fend off whatever was coming his way, crying out in fear as he turned towards the door. As he did, a pale dummy came up behind him, teeth sinking into his neck as he knocked him down to the floor. That single dummy was soon followed by more, all starting to walk into the room that held the soldiers and Sloth, singular red eyes all training on the men. As they charged forward, the soldiers fought back with their guns, filling the dummies with plenty of holes, knocking them back, but they didn't stay down. As the hole-filled monsters slowly began to rise, the soldiers all looked on in horror as they didn't even seem fazed by their bullets. "What are those things?" one soldier fearfully exclaimed. "Even when they're shot, they don't die." "Are they soldiers from Fort Briggs?" "Idiots," Olivier snapped, getting their attention. "How dare you compare my brave men with such disgusting specimens as those?" She pointed her thumb to the still-pinned Sloth. "I'm guessing they're the same as this guy. The one who gave you your orders must have sent those things out here for the attack." The commanding lieutenant turned his gun back on her. "Look, we don't know anything about these creatures, understand?" She scoffed. "Well then, I guess they don't care. It doesn't matter to them whether you know or not." She looked up as she heard the gunfire going off again, watching as dummies leapt forward and managed to grab two of the soldiers, quickly starting to bite into their flesh and silence their screams as they feasted. Things were getting tense, and Olivier knew they wouldn't be able to fight off the soldiers, the dummies, and Sloth all at once. "All right, soldier, what's it gonna be?" "My brother and I can take care of these monsters." "Maybe so, but—" The lieutenant hesitated, unsure of what to do. He had his orders, he had been trained to take them under any circumstances, but at the same time he didn't know that he and his men could take on these strange creatures. They heard a thud, watching as Sloth's hand finally separated from his body, disintegrating on the ground as his hand began to regenerate from his wrist, watching as the bones, the muscle, the veins, all regenerated in the red light of the philosopher's stone at work. His new hand gripped at the stone spike, the material cracking under his grip as his mouth slowly tightened around the piece that went through his mouth and head. It broke apart, and he stood with a low, pained groan as he still tried to bite through what was left inside of his mouth. Time was running out, and Olivier was beginning to lose her patience. She grabbed the lieutenant's pistol, pointing it directly at her forehead. "Well, what's it gonna be?" she demanded. "Do you plan on shooting us and then fall prey to the monsters after? Or are you going to work with us and bring them down together? Make up your own damn minds now." The dummies kept coming towards them, even though they were doing all they could just to keep them back. Amelia was using the cleaver she had borrowed to keep them at a distance, crying out with effort as she brought the blade down on one's shoulder, the sharp edge cutting through its neck and all the way down. She stepped back, watching as the head rolled to the ground, feeling the blood drain a little from just how human it looked to see. She cried out as the body that was decapitated still moved forward, if aimlessly. "How? Decapitation is supposed to work on zombies." She spun the dull edge around, using the force to knock it away and back into the others. At least taking off its head meant it couldn't eat her, but that didn't stop it from trying to attack her somehow. She looked over at the others, watching as Zampano fired off his quills into their bodies, Gerso using his spit to stick them together, making it that much harder for them to move, and Darius was knocking them back one after another in his gorilla form. Scar was still trying her tactic of taking out their brains, and finding it about as useless as she did with decapitation. She supposed that was her own fault, assuming these pale dummies were anything like the zombies she had seen in stories back home. Zombies were the dead risen again, or just horribly corrupted people. They had been alive in one way or another once. These things had never really lived, but were given the souls of people who once had. They ran on soul power, they might not even have a working heart, let alone a brain to control what they did with their bodies. One dummy came up, managing to attack Darius from behind, but only enough to bite down at the meat on his neck. It was enough to cause some pain, but he could feel that they didn't break the skin. Edward jumped up, kicking the dummy off of him and watching as it tumbled back. Darius rubbed at the spot where the dummy bit him. "A good thing I'm so beefy," he said, knowing that tough muscle must have prevented the dummy from doing any serious damage. Still, even with all of their efforts, the dummies only kept coming, marching forward and groaning out, hands outstretched as they moaned various phrases of hunger and pain, calling out for loved ones that weren't there anymore. "Nothing's really working with these guys like I thought it would," Amelia admitted, apologetic since her plan had fallen through. "I guess that shows you what a philosopher's stone can do for you, huh?" Darius asked, wryly looking out over the growing army of dummies. Scar charged forward, but instead of aiming for their heads as he had done before, he went for their legs, deconstructing them and leaving them crawling on the floor helplessly, relatively harmless in comparison to when they stood. "The legs? Go for the legs," he said, and the others all joined him with a renewed energy at this tactic. Amelia took the borrowed cleaver, grunting with effort as she ran forward, sliding herself down as she watched it cut through the right thighs of two dummies, running back into the middle with the others as Zampano, Gerso, and Darius all worked together to render their legs useless. She looked down at the borrowed blade, seeing it stained a sickly green shade, but at the same time she was a little impressed. Bari must have sharpened this thing every day. It's cutting through these guys like butter. It took a surprisingly small amount of effort to cut them up. Even though the man was a psychotic murderer, she had to admit she was grateful to have found his weapon and make use of it in this moment. Still, hearing the dummies moan as they were pinned down by Zampano's quills or Gerso's saliva, there was still something unsettling in seeing them, watching them writhe like animals. It sent a disgusting shudder down her spine, and when she looked at Edward, she could see he felt similarly as he looked at them all. Still, he hardened his resolve, watching as he transmuted a spear from the ground, charging forward and using it to cut through the legs of all the dummies, running over to Amelia's side and staying close to her as the two started to cut the dummies down together. She worked with him the two back-to-back as they cut off their legs at the ankles, the knees, sending them down to the floor in a splash of green blood. She saw how Darius struggled, not really having a way to pin them down with just his sheer might. "Darius?" She tossed the cleaver over to him, and he grabbed it. She quickly transmuted a sword for herself from the ground as Edward fought off the ones that came closer to them. Once she was armed again, the two charged in once more, doing as much damage as they could. Still, even for all of their efforts, the stream of dummies was endless. "They're really still coming," Darius frustratedly cried out. "Why won't they die?" They all began to move back into a group, Zampano and Gerso panting for breath as they kept fighting. "I'm running out of quills," Zampano said. "My spit's starting to dry up too," Gerso added. Even with their weakening ammunition, it was clear their enemies were still marching onward, moaning with growing numbers that didn't seem to decrease no matter what. "We need a new plan," Amelia muttered to Edward. "We can't keep fighting these things forever." They were all getting tired, and adrenaline could only keep them going for so long before they ran out of steam and collapsed from exhaustion. Edward knew this too, and she could see the frustration on his face, but they didn't have much choice other than to carry on at this point. "Damn it!" He started to charge forward, only to stop. He gasped, looking down as he saw one of the incapacitated dummies had crawled close enough to grab a hold of his ankle. Other dummies started to see how he was being held still and moved closer to him. "Stop it." "Edward," Amelia cried out, watching as one dummy leapt into the air, mouth open wide in the hopes of getting a good chunk of him in its mouth. Before the monster could land, a massive wave of heat and a huge explosion blew up the wall Edward had made at the door, the blast pushing back a few of the dummies and knocking them down before they could do any more harm. "What?" In the silence following the blast, a voice rang out. "Things do always seem to get messy whenever you're around." They watched as a figure came through in the smoke following the blast, another silhouette behind him. Amelia's eyes widened as she recognized the pair. "Maybe I could lend you a hand, Full Metal." "Colonel," Edward gasped. The others were still fighting off the dummies that charged forward, not letting the blast deter them any further from trying to sate their impossible hunger. Colonel Mustang looked out over the chimeras and smiled amusedly. "You just managed to make new friends everywhere you go." His smile disappeared as he recognized someone else among their group. "Is that Scar?" Amelia looked as she saw movement out of the corner of her eye, gasping as one dummy came towards her, barely managing to block him from biting her as she put her blade up, pushing him back with a grunt. "Asshole!" she growled out, going to cut down his legs next. "I can't help but think of the last time we were here, Lieutenant." Roy's voice carried over the battle. "As I recall, you were crying over me. A shame I don't get to see that softer side of you more often." "The last thing I'm gonna do is cry for you now," Lieutenant Hawkeye said, cocking her pistol. "Water makes you useless." Amelia cut through another dummy, feeling her arms burning from the effort. "Hey!" she shouted at the two of them, seeing them look over at her. "Save your flirting for later. Help us kill these things." "Hey, you don't give orders to me," Roy snapped back. "She's right," Hawkeye said, undermining Roy's words. "Just start shooting at these white guys." "No, save your ammo," Edward shouted as he pushed another dummy back. "Bullets won't even slow him down." "Not again," Hawkeye groaned, pulling her gun back. "How else do we kill them?" Roy looked around at the army of pale dummies. "They're homunculi. No, they aren't healing themselves. But they're not dying either. They've got to be powered by philosopher's stones." Still, it was a weakness he could make use of as he watched a small group of them start to come closer to him and the lieutenant. He looked over the group of them, his mind doing a quick survey of how large the room was, how many there were, who he would need to avoid. It was all a matter of some quick math for his transmutation. Soon enough, he snapped his finger, watching as the air lit up with flames that quickly scorched through the room. Edward gasped as he saw them, feeling their heat, grabbing Amelia's hand and keeping her close as they watched the fire explode around them. Amelia winced as she felt the intensity of the heat, everyone hearing the sound of the flames throttling, the dummies crying out in agony before being quickly silenced. It was a massive, deadly fire that swirled around the pair of them, eyes wide as they took in the sight of the burning bodies. The fire raged on for only a few seconds, but seeing everything as it happened felt like a small, horrifying eternity to Amelia. When the fire finally died down, she looked around and saw that all of the white dummies had turned black, their bodies slowly disintegrating into ashes. She felt a chill run down her spine at the sight, looking around the room and seeing that everyone else was fine, but the dummies had been completely decimated in a single attack, all from the snap of the colonel's fingers. It was like when she first saw his flames that night when Central was nearly frozen over. At that time, she had been amazed at the sight of the flames, awed by their power as they melted away the towers of ice. This seemed worse. She never considered the intense power from such an act against people, her mind remembering the stories about him, Colonel Mustang, the hero of Ishval. Was this what he did? A snap of his fingers and a crowd of dissidents were turned into ashes, just like that. She reached for Edward's hand, squeezing it just a little tighter as she felt like she had just been introduced to the fear of God looking at the colonel and his incredible alchemy. Edward's face held a similar horror as he looked out over the ashy remains of the dummies that had been taken out in seconds. They were the enemy. Roy's voice carried over to them as he stepped forward. It had to be done. Spoken like a true soldier. Edward looked back at the colonel, that horror slowly fading as he began to realize the weight of what all the colonel had truly done in his past, his eyes narrowing as his hand gripped Amelia's just a little tighter, being careful to put himself between her and the colonel as he stood up straighter. The colonel's fire had saved their lives, and they were glad for that, but at the same time, it was hard to see him the same way now that they had seen its might firsthand.